shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and drugs her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring. All she ever wants is to be a thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world.
When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. We won't take it all for granted. We're gonna live in the moment and have a good time. It's all we ever wanted. So why don't we just live it up, live it up. We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I'll think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. We're gonna live it up. We're gonna live it up. We're never gonna give it up. We're never gonna give it up. So why don't we just live it up, live it up. We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just
to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? We're going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Everybody, your hands. Everybody, your hands. Everybody, your hands. Everybody, your hands. The music's high, the girls are flirting. Come join the party. Come join the party. The sun is high, the bass is pumping. So join the party. Come join the party. Now everybody around the world can't find a boy, can't find a girl. So put your hands up in the air. This is a good time, summertime. Take you to the floor and sing it. Now when you see me, just come on down and join the party. You know there's nothing that can hold me down. You got a story. When the music shakes the ground, you know the sunshine has come around. Yeah. So put your hands up in the air. This is a good time, summertime. Take it to the floor and sing it. Everybody, your hands. Everybody, your hands. Everybody,
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
I need everyone to take a really, really deep breath with me. In through the nose and out. There was a lot of things that happened yesterday, and not just in DreamLeague Season 22, but all across the Dota 2 universe. And I think today the dust has settled a little bit, so we're going to take this moment of peace, even though it's only going to last a little bit, because, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of the group stages. Here's the PogChamp Pandas. Everybody's going to be a little bit more mellow today versus yesterday. It was intense, to say the least. Jenkins, do you ever do yoga?
Do I do yoga?
Yeah.
I feel like you know the answer to that question.
Yes.
No.
Why not? It's really important when you're going to be mostly. Ask Brian. He's on the other side, but he's doing yoga.
Brian, do you do yoga? Oh, good
he
for
says
you.
yes. So
Good for you. Really getting your shit together,
I
buddy.
desperately need it.
I thought you were gonna ask us,
My
do we
hips and
do
back
yoga?
are-
We don't look like guys who do yoga,
I
don't we?
figured I was going to
Why
ask.
wouldn't you ask me, of all people?
I was gonna ask Sunsman first. He's like, nah, he wouldn't do it. And that's like the most chance I have is health buff.
That's true. Recent health buff.
Recent health
I
buff.
actually got him to go to the gym quite a few times when
Did
I
you
was in
actually
Phoenix.
work out?
I worked out. I
Okay.
have very strong abs, apparently, inhumanly strong abs. The machine couldn't even put enough weight
Really?
to support me.
Genuinely, he maxed out the machine on his very first try, and he was like repping like 25 reps of this thing like it's nothing. He's like, I could keep going.
And then I gained weight after a week and lost all motivation.
I told you, dude, it's called hydrolysis. Your muscles are going to fill with water because they're finally being used for once. You gain weight. It's no big deal. It's water weight.
Didn't like it. Now I've gained
Now
more
he
weight.
stopped. Now he
after
doesn't go to the
fact.
gym anymore.
I've had a big talk with my boy Fogg yesterday, who, shout out to him,
He
might
can't do yoga.
might go for surgery in the end. But
really?
yeah, he was like, you're old, you got to do stuff, you got to walk after the games and stuff like that. You need to work out like you're not doing any sports. I'm like, I'm doing esports. That's fine, right?
Yeah. Very great gymnastics there mentally from you on that part, for sure. But let's talk about what happened yesterday, because it was an eventful day. I want to start by talking about the YouTube issue. In case you missed it, there's a couple of very big YouTube channels in Dota 2, and they do a lot of content. And there's not decades, but there is a decade worth of content. For example, from Noob from UA. And he was told, basically, hey, your YouTube channel is going to get shut down in just about a week. That's life threatening. Well, life for like livelihood threatening.
Are you throwing to me on this?
Yeah.
Suns fan, take it away.
Back to you, Jenkins.
I'm gonna.
I would.
Why? What's wrong?
I just have some opinions,
Oh,
as
do
a YouTuber myself. But
Oh,
go ahead,
okay.
Suns fan. As also a YouTuber, Dota Cinema,
Yeah,
of course.
Noob from UA has been providing content for a long time. I feel like this is one of those just type of miscommunication
Yeah.
where PGL has like a bunch of employees. One person it's a standard thing to strike when it's like a copyright type thing.
Yeah.
And they didn't really think about the ramifications. Obviously, when I read the story, I'm like, this is obviously going to get reversed because the PR is
It
just
did.
so bad.
Yeah,
right?
it was reversed this morning already, so everything's cleared up. Everybody gets to keep their YouTube channel, but it is. It was a little bit of a scary time, because I feel like the whole internet was in uproar.
Yeah, absolutely. But, for people who don't have enough time to watch Dota live on broadcast, sometimes what they want to do before the bed is just show some highlights, some YouTube videos, and that's what's important, for the hardworking people, unlike us.
I think you do the thing where like the monetization should go to the company if they're not gonna put the VODs on a channel, Because it is like when people clip streamers in Dota, streamers are too lazy to do that themselves. It's free publicity, you know? I think it's different when there's like, VODs.
I mean, that's a whole different discussion. I think YouTube is kind of messed up. I sang a song, Bo Burnham's song. You love Bo Burnham.
Yes, great.
It was a parody, a Dota version.
Yep.
And it got monetized for him. So he made $2 off of me.
Wow.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think that's
It's a parody though.
Yeah. you
Well,
really helped.
parodies-
And we didn't reuse the music he made. We recreated it.
The thing is that like transformation thing is like that's a defense in court. That's not like permission to what's it called when you transform something? There's a word for it in content.
You transform it.
No, there's like a
Transformation.
There's a
yeah.
defense in court that it was like from originally the H3 court case when they were getting sued.
I do
What-
not know.
Transform,
Either way, I do wanna point out that is all cleared, and everybody can upload again. That YouTube channel will live on. We'll keep the 10 years of Dota 2 history on some of those channels, which is, I mean, some of those games you can't watch anywhere else.
Exactly.
but
That's the
there.
thing. If it's somewhere else, you know.
Yeah. For example, Noob from UA, I mean, obviously he has his own YouTube channel, which is great. He's got like over 1 million subscribers, so congratulations to him. But did you know that ESL actually has him on contract as well? He is in control of a lot of the highlights for ESL Dota 2, which is ESL's Dota 2 YouTube channel. So make sure to check that out because, you know, even we get some top tier highlights on our channel. I think that's really cool. I think that's the way to do it. Just hire them.
I like that Dota is just trending towards that. I mean, esports is a fairly new thing in the grand scheme of things. You know, sports has been around for like 150 years or something like. Well,
Only
way
150,
way
yeah.
longer than that. But I mean, like as a spectacle. Well, longer than that, gladiator stuff. But anyway, right?
They
we're-
didn't get money though in the
we're-
Gladiator days.
We're
But they
discovering
just died.
things.
Or lived.
Or freedom.
But I'm sure they had methods back then for monetization and such that they discussed and formulated, and over the years,
Yeah, their monetization was.
it would change.
If you do well, we put one less tiger in the ring.
You might have to deal with an
That's
extra wolf.
That's
or
from a
something.
movie. That's from the movie he's talking about.
That's real.
The tiger?
The lions and tigers.
Have you seen
Yeah.
it?
On television.
Have I seen?
Yes.
From 1500 years ago when they did this?
Yes.
That's what you're asking me? There's evidence that it... Okay, go on, Cheever.
All right.
He's trying to bait me. I know this move.
I was gonna get a very spicy transition to this, but that's not the goal here. So there was more drama yesterday
Oh, yeah.
that happened, and we were gonna see a game, and then the game had to be postponed because one of the players tweeted out not playing anymore.
Shannon?
Lacrosse?
When was the last time this happened? Have we had this
I
in
don't
Dota
think we've had
history?
that, no.
Before you're like going live, you're like, okay, I'm out. We're gonna need to find a stand-in. I remember during one of the South American TI qualifiers, one of the guys was playing, and then he said, "I can't play because I have to go to the mall with my mom." I know a lot. Maybe you don't remember that, but I think a
know
lot of
that,
people
that's very
will.
cute.
Sounds very important, yeah.
Absolutely, gotta buy a new pair of shoes.
Was that
They're on sale that day.
Tomato?
I don't think it was Tomato. No.
I
It was
think
some
Tomato had a thing
lesser
with it.
known
I think Tomato had a thing with
South
his
American
dad.
player.
Are we going to explain what happened? Because some people probably don't know, right?
So Mind Control said that he wasn't going to play for Tundra anymore, and Tundra got themselves a stand-in for that match in Lays, and then later on that day, apparently Lays couldn't play, so they got Kasane as a stand-in as well. And since then, Tundra has released a statement as well, and there's a lot of rumors going around, and we don't know everything, but what we do know is that there was a demand, a unreasonable or reasonable demand. We don't know the details of it, but what we do know is that basically no negotiation happened, and it was just take it or leave it, and they left it, and it was like done
So
deal.
according to the Reddits
Yes,
of the
go
world,
according to the Reddits.
And Mind Control
Mind
himself.
Control himself
Yep.
said that he didn't want to work with a general manager in the form of Zai.
I don't think there was Zai in particular.
Okay,
It's just
the
the
general
the
manager
role,
in general,
the role
unnecessary
itself.
role, and then Moon Meander as coach, which
And he was also supposed to be the captain of the team.
there was some arrangement made beforehand, of course.
From we don't know for sure, but
Right.
yes.
I mean, so don't want to speculate too much, of
Yep.
course, but since
Naturally.
that's my thing.
Yeah.
I think generally it doesn't look good right now for Mind Control overall, I would say, but We'll see what happens long term, I suppose, because he's still technically on the roster. They
Yeah.
just put him as inactive, so maybe
Yes.
things can change.
And we'll see what happens long term. But of course, we have to look at the short term because Tundra is in the middle of a tournament right here. So we have to know what happens for them and what kind of impact it will have for their results, for example. And speaking of results, we can take a look at those as we will start by looking at the results of the Ember stream yesterday, which is actually the stream where if you did want to watch Shopify versus Tundra, that's where it was. And it tied. So even with the stand-in Tundra, I was able to still get a tie on board. I believe the last series of the day, they also tied against Aurora. But yeah, a lot of happenings in the world of Dota, but at the same time, Jenkins, life moves on, and the tournament does too.
The tournament does move on. We've had some pretty ridiculous games, ridiculous drafts so far, which I don't know what it is about DreamLeague that, like, I guess because there's 2 group stages, people are really trying things. We've seen Carry Puck. We've seen VP playing their classic 70-minute games and then losing. You know, Mind Control getting replaced and then they're winning anyway against teams that are top of the groups.
Yep.
Are these teams aware that 4 bottom teams are eliminated? So you
That is
I
50%.
certainly hope
yeah.
I hope so.
pretty much. But the biggest one for me was G2IG playing this position for.
G2XIG with Jack Chen involved as general
It's the
manager.
legendary general manager.
That's the easy way to say the team name. So, Terrorblade support, position 4. We talked about, potential position 5, but he was position 1 in
and
that
what was
game.
his build? What was his build?
His build was Diffusal Blade, the Manta style, which worked really well for first 15-20 minutes of the game where it looked okay-ish, and then he just fully transitioned, went for Butterfly. He's like, yeah, I'm the new carry. We had Centaur with Dagon to deal with Dragonite Illusions as well in
Here
that
it is,
game,
by
and
the way.
there it is.
Oh, yeah, Baboka.
The Baboka Terrorblade.
I think this could be the only highlight when he rotated, TP'd, he came.
Wow, look at that gank potential
Huge.
from Terrorblade. Incredible display.
You could see in the previous clip where he does absolutely nothing on Terrorblade. I think that's pretty much sums
There we
up
go,
what he
yeah.
did. Tries to go for
Yeah.
the Sunder, dies again.
I feel like he never got the Sunder off in this game. I found it hilarious because I've done this support TB thing before. You're like,
Of
dude,
course you have.
I'm gonna-
Why wouldn't you?
I'm gonna do 10,000 damage to somebody with a Sunder. You just don't get it off.
See, if you're gonna commit to these types of memes, why not just do Armlet Shadowblade, and then Dagon?
I agree. Also, one of the
Stick with
reasons
it.
why Slark as a hero has sub 20% win rate, because he's Slark was in that game playing with support Terrorblade, so you guessed
Yeah,
what's
not-
gonna
not
happen.
Slark's
It's not
fault.
Slark's fault, definitely.
Not the Diffusal nerf, not the Mage Slayer nerf. It's support Terrorblade.
You know what the weird thing for me about this is? G2IG, we talked about it yesterday a lot, courtesy of Sunsfan mostly, but they've been struggling. They've been struggling so hard, and they won game 1 of a Falcons, and Falcons is considered to be one of the top dogs. They're like, wow, they're doing great. And then they pick Shadowfiend +4, and I'm like, yeah.
You know why they won that game 1?
Why?
Because of Jack Chen.
Oh,
He's a
good
legendary.
Lord.
I don't even know why I asked. I'm
sick of this.
sorry. I'm so sorry.
I
Korean
mentioned-
barbecue.
Yeah, Korean barbecue. I mentioned him on the panel yesterday. He immediately messages me. I do talk to Jack Chen quite a lot, but one of my favorite guys in Dota.
Yeah, and I mean, there's other teams. Don't worry that they're not doing too great. I want to talk briefly about Team Liquid because they struggled as well. And then they're sometimes there's just a flip that switches for Team Liquid, and then they're just
Might be too late. It's close to too late.
Yesterday, the last game of the day they played against Extreme Gaming, we have a clip of that as well, I believe, because they won within 17
Slaughtered them
minutes.
completely. This was the turnaround point, pretty much. Insania, he was playing his signature Oracle, and Nisha went pretty ham. I think this game shows the quality of Team Liquid. We also had an interview with Boxy. The first game that they played against the Extreme Gaming, they also did really well, but got picked off a few times, and which resulted in the end. And this is the time where I believe Extreme Gaming is just gonna drop the G's in the old chat because they had enough. They understood that they can't really take the fight.
Yeah, it was brutal. I think this is the fastest game we've had so far here at DreamLeague. And I think Team Liquid definitely needed a win like this because they had struggled quite a bit. They were able to tie eventually. Of course, earlier that day, they lost 0-2 against Aurora. So they just, you mentioned it before, Lacoste, bottom 4 goes home. So even with that win, I mean, it's gonna be spooky. I believe we can take a look at the standings for, well, let's start with Group A first.
I mean, extreme. And just in that day, 3-1 versus Liquid and Spirit. That's pretty damn good.
It's incredibly good. Here's good. The Group A result. BetBoom on top with a 7-1, only dropped one game so far, so incredible for them. Then I want to just focus. Well, first of all, middle of the pack, we got 4 teams there, Jenkins, but the bottom is where we're going to look at, right?
Yeah, of course, we have G2XIG, which has the legendary Jack Chen.
Thank you.
Suns fan, could you name one player on G2XIG real quick?
Monet.
Okay, good. As a rate, I'm a little surprised to see them in 7th, just considering how well they did at BetBoom tournament. I think Heroic, OG, and VP are maybe surprises to some people, but VP and OG, I felt like watching the BetBoom tournament that both of these teams were actually quite good there. There were some issues, which, you know, OG getting Tomato in seems to have resolved to a degree in their safe lane. But I feel like these teams, like VP, when they would lose, it was these, like I mentioned, these like 70-minute games where they looked really good throughout the entire game and they just couldn't close it out. So it's not really fair to treat them as like a bottom team just because of that, because they almost won a lot of games. They were almost.
They just need to fix this one thing.
They just need to fix this one thing, close out games. They still struggle, but for that reason, they're one of my favorite teams to watch. I really hope they make it through into the second phase of groups.
I mean, if I look at these group stages, it's just gonna be brutal. Like there's at least now 4 teams that are 4-4, and apparently that's not going to be enough.
I don't think China's getting through. I mean, I think the first game we're covering is Azure Raid G2XIG with the legendary Jack Chen Korean barbecue. If one team if they split 1-1, that's almost like
they
mutual
sabotage
destruction.
themselves.
Exactly. I feel like a team
So
has to go
whoever
2-0.
wins the first game is going to win the second game. That's what you're saying?
It's not coordinated, but I'm saying it needs to happen for a Chinese team to get through. Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's take a look at Group B, because eventful things happening in that group as well. Of course, after first day, we saw a very clear divide between the top and the bottom. And I will say this is still a lot more clear than Group A. We do have quite a top-heavy group here, because there's 3 teams that are 6-2. What you're saying? Oh no! What's
This is not good, Cheever.
Why not?
Good lord, Shopify. Every time they do well in groups, every time they just shit the bed in playoffs.
TZ got a rampage.
Don't do this to us, Bulba. Don't give our region hope like this just to tear it away.
Speaking of regions having hope, Western Europe, not so much.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. 3 teams at the bottom at the moment. But the big surprise for me is Aurora, because during BetBoom Dacha, this team did not have a good time. It was pretty bad, their performance, but they managed to get things resolved in a matter of a week, so that's pretty surprising. Armel is not playing because he had his child,
Beautiful baby boy.
Yeah, baby boy. Okay, I didn't know the gender, but nice to hear that. And also Lorenovs. Then again, this guy is a beast. I did praise him yesterday. He was playing for Level Up. I was casting him during, I believe, TI qualifiers, and he looked like the best player on the team, and I think this could be potentially a good fit. We don't know what's going to happen, but you know, sometimes it's necessary that you show your face out there, show what you can do, and other teams will pick you up.
It's good PR for him.
Absolutely.
For sure. The team is looking good, and at the moment in the top 4 as well. Now there's 2 days left of group stages, with 1.5, if you will. So things are not 100% set in stone, but after today they might be. So a lot of things need to be going well for a lot of teams. Let's see what the schedule is and all the obstacles everybody has in their way of a victory. As we look at the Ember stream, we do have Gaming Gladiators versus Falcons. I think that's going to be a tough one. What's up?
Well, that first game's disgusting.
Why?
Gaming Falcons, that's going to be a sick one.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, disgusting in a good way.
Oh, of course.
Right?
Disgusting is always good.
Okay,
absolutely.
Filth. Yeah.
Just filth incarnate.
Yep.
All right, well that's important. Wait, that's the Ember stream, so it's not here, but you can keep it on the side. I think you should have 4 tabs open anyway. Yeah, that's probably the best way.
As long as your computer can handle it.
If you should get Firefox.
Yeah.
That is the best CPU usage of any browser. Actually, Microsoft Edge is quite good as well. Chrome is the worst.
Or having 4 tabs of stream.
Yeah.
It is weird. I've been dabbling with Edge lately because I like to edge.
Yeah.
But It's been better.
I've heard that from you.
I'm not gonna lie, it's been better than expected.
That's
Just the way it looks, I can't use that. I don't know.
It's
I've been used to
feels
using
like,
Chrome.
There's something in your mind is like, I don't want to use Internet Explorer. It's not the same. Though.
It's not. It's based on the same code that Chrome
And it has
is.
AI now. Just think about the
the
possibilities.
AI is really good.
Incredible.
Well, if you are excited about seeing Aurora in action, you can go to the Dota 2 Storm stream because they got 2 series. So if you want to see some of that Lorinov action, this is where you can head towards. And our final or 4th stream, the Earth stream, has a lot of games going on as well. And I want to say, I mean, one win has impressed me a little bit. I thought they were gonna do their name justice, but they have shown up. At the moment, it doesn't look like they're gonna be in the top 4, but I think they're doing better than most people. But I know, Lacoste, you already knew these guys, and you were like, these guys are gonna do decently.
Yeah, I think the score that they have right now doesn't justify how good they are. I did watch some of their games as well in the tournament. They were relatively close, but a little bit of inexperience, I would say. But this team definitely has a bright future together because everybody on the team is extremely skilled. These are like top 100, top 200 players on the team, and I see the synergy. That's what I lack in a lot of these stacks. So, you're watching Pro Dota for a really long time. You see a team play, you're like, I'm getting the casual stack vibe. Maybe 1-2 players are good. This whole squad is insanely talented.
Talented squads all around, though. If we look at the mainstream schedule, we got 4 series coming your way, full of talent. And
Shouldn't
we're
this be
gonna
called a Void stream?
What?
This is the Void stream.
Void?
There's 3 names.
Yeah, but we don't
there's
name it
Earth,
Void
Ember,
stream.
whatever,
What?
Fart, whatever it was.
Where's the
There's gotta be a
Vengeful-
name for the
Maybe this is
mainstream.
the Vengeful stream.
Vengeful.
Or the Breaker
Yeah.
stream.
Oh, okay.
A Void stream when Jenkins is on the panel.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. I think you were
Can
going
we
to
get
talk
him?
about Korean
we got
barbecue,
Team Liquid Tundra to
Sheba.
end the day. OG, Azure, Shopify Liquid as well. And of course, we're starting the day with
D2XIG.
Who's
featuring-
the big
general
man in charge
manager,
there?
yeah.
Who's the
I
big,
don't
the big
know.
man?
I
The
don't
big
know.
man on campus?
Never heard of him. Must be some unknown person that I don't know.
KBBQ.
Oh, is he? No.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a
It's
legend.
wow. BBQ.
He's legendary.
Legendary.
Yeah. Wow. Incredible.
Incredible. All right. We're going to just start the series. We're going to let you go for casting. I'm sure you'll have a great
Yeah,
time.
you
I
guys
wonder
can keep,
how many
time.
times
Yeah, exactly.
you can put Jack or KBBQ in your cast. We'll keep a tally.
Yeah, we'll try our best.
Try our best, so stay tuned. We're heading over to our first game of the day. Do you know what they call the match between the bottom 2 teams?
The toilet bowl.
The toilet bowl. Can we say that?
The upper decker.
Is that mean?
That is unacceptable because we have a Bubby in one of those teams.
I know.
We cannot speak of him.
Yeah, the legendary Jack Chen.
No, it's
KBBQ. No, it's Faith Beyond. It's Bach.
But I'm sure that he, of all people, he's very self-critical.
Yes, he is.
Even when he wins, he's like, oh, it's not good.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. So he would agree with us.
Yes, but we cannot ever refer to Bubbies as toilets.
No.
That's right. He is not
We're
anything
not
within a toilet. If anything,
even the
he's a
bowl.
bidet because he cleans
No.
things.
The match.
The
Not
match.
the players. The match.
Okay.
Okay.
That's different.
It is.
Right?
Everybody
Yeah.
goes to the toilet sometimes. So
That's true.
That's
If
what
you-
these
if you
players are
think-
doing.
He would agree with that. He would agree with that.
If you
Yes.
think of the Super Bowl, would you call the players playing in the Super Bowl or anything super? No. You think of the match as the Super Bowl. And therefore, hereby, this is the toilet bowl. It's the other end of the stick. Doesn't matter. Let's focus our attention on the match because, Brian,
Yeah,
technical analyst, have you prepared something specific?
of course.
Of course, I thought
Well,
so.
I have one job.
Yeah, I know.
Got to make sure I do my one job, otherwise I won't keep it.
All right, what you got for us?
Okay, so last time these guys played, these two teams, it was in the closed qualifiers for ESL Birmingham.
Yep.
Longest series of all time, 5.5 hours.
Oh.
Pretty crazy.
Yep.
Including a 55-minute game and a 96-minute game. So we might be looking at some long games for this series. Both these teams, they're not doing so hot. We said 2-6, toilet bowl, like you said. But what I'm looking at is that they do share a lot of their hero pools. So both teams have 3 picks on Tiny and then 2 picks on Magnus and Techies. But it's important to note that they're not winning with these heroes. Like, obviously they're 2-6, but none of these heroes have a positive win rate for these guys. So what we do see is that they both have one game on Timbersaw and Enigma with a 100% win rate on both sides. So what I'm thinking is, what are these teams going to change going into this draft? Because what's working, or what they've been doing so far, is not working, even though it's similar. But they also have these heroes that have both worked for them individually in one of their few wins. So Timbersaw, Enigma, that's what I'm keeping an eye out for.
Okay.
And maybe not so much the Tinies, the Magnus, and the Techies.
I mean, what you're talking about, they really got to find something that works. I believe it's a perfect time to introduce our Wisdom Rune by the U.S. Air Force, because Effie, I mean, you're trying out things. I feel like there's a limit to it, but Xnova has played 8 games, 8 different heroes.
Yeah, but honestly, if you see a lot of diversity coming out of your 5-player, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I know there's a conversation about, how back in the Entity days, for example, Fishman would only play 3 heroes. There's a conversation to be had about how maybe it's easier to build your safe lanes around, 3 or 4 support heroes. But I think having a support player like Xnova, who's capable of playing the defensive babysitters and the aggressive ganker types, can be very important for a team in a new patch when you're adjusting on the fly. So I'm actually pretty happy to see a hero pool that's this big.
Fair enough.
I think we've also noticed some teams prioritizing like late pick 5 positions, which I don't necessarily know if I agree with it. It hasn't looked great, at least in the games that we've covered on this stream, but it seems like people are onto something with that. I remember there was a patch like within the last year where I was talking to Insania about that, where like the 5 position pool was just really, really deep. And the way he basically explained it to me was that like the 5s do one thing really, really well, where it can kind of, even with no net worth, like counter an entire enemy draft or offer something that they don't have a way to deal with. Like that was back when Grab Ally was really good, for example. You could use that as a save against like Chronosphere. Void was also very strong. So we might just be in a patch where certain teams think that that's the case again. Like we saw in SD last pick yesterday. I don't remember what team it was, but it was a very good SD game. There was like a Wind Ranger on the enemy team. There's a bunch of stuff to save and purge. I don't think they won, but people seem to have this idea.
I remember asking DY about why he played Crystal Maiden the way that he did, and his answer involved Ame. He was just like, this is what Ame likes, and if you want a better answer about why I'm doing it, you should ask him. So I think the approach to 5 position can widely vary between individuals and teams. So
for sure.
Yeah.
Speaking of go for it.
Sorry, Shiver also interviewed him yesterday, and he was like, well, I suck at everybody else.
I mean, I know that that's not the case, so a grain of salt there. But when we were talking about supports basically listening to their cores, I want to spotlight Monet a little bit. Effie, this is a standard player, core player for G2IG. How has he been on the squad? Because this is the same roster that we saw in Kuala Lumpur as well. Monet, obviously, long-standing member of the Chinese Dota community.
Yeah, I think when you think of typical Chinese carries, Monet is definitely one of the 3 names that come to mind, alongside players like Ame, of course. But I actually wanted to bring up Monet in particular because I think his hero pool fits this meta very nicely. Like, he was famous and is still famous in the past for how well he played these anti-mages, how well he played these illusion carries, right? The Terrorblades and the Naga Sirens and the PLs. These are all specialty heroes. And at one point in the Chinese scene, he was considered the best illusion carry. So we've seen how important it is for teams to be able to push out these lanes and play the map. And I actually think Monet's hero pool can really enable G2IG to play better if they can draft a little bit better too, because it's on point, like similar to OG and their Naga. I think G2IG can do something like that.
And you know who's going to try to shut Monet down?
Bach.
Bach.
Bach's going to try to shut him down.
You want to try the German pronunciation?
Bach.
That's very good, actually.
Yep.
What's Bach's
Wait,
full
is
name?
that Bach? Dude, come on. That doesn't look...
does not look like
look.
That's not Bach.
No.
That looks more like the actual Bach than Faith Beyond. Anyway, he, this player, very impressive. Bubby, of course. He knew nothing about Dota for the last year because he was just taking a full-on break.
Yeah.
The man was studying piano. He was studying Unity, learning to do cooking as well. He was kind of improving himself.
He did some yoga, and now he can stand and walk on his hands because he learned it in 1 month.
He can do. I was doing leg day at the gym with him, and he's just doing 20 pistol squats as a warm-up for leg day. And Like these pistol squats are like the peak of fitness. I know this is absolutely derailing from talking about his gameplay, which is very good.
No, but it speaks to his personality.
It's very relevant to his gameplay.
It means that you are flexible. It means that you have balance, and it means that you're strong. And that is all the things that I see in Faith Beyond as a person and as a player, because legitimately this guy can go from being shit at Dota because he's hasn't played in a long time, and everybody who comes back to Dota knows how hard it is to get back into the swing of things. And then all of a sudden, within a few months, he goes from 8K to 9K to 10K. He's now like rank 500 on Europe or something. I don't doubt that in the next month, the guy is going to be top 100 again. Mm-hmm. He's getting back to the swing of things. And you can see with his team, first LAN he plays with his team, top 4. This guy's a monster.
It's impressive. This is, of course, I mean, I'm assuming a lot of people know this, but if you watched ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, you know that Azure Ray won the tournament, but since then they have changed 3 players, so it's a little bit of a different roster. We are also, as you can see, about ready to jump into the draft of game number 1, so let's see what this series has in store. Also, Bach is otherwise known as Faith Beyond.
Jäger
just
as
wanna,
well.
just in case people are, what?
He's known as Jäger as well when he played for Fart
No,
Studios.
that's not him. That's NDA.
And I put that on the Wikipedia and they declined. I got a 30-day ban for that.
You probably deserve
I'm not
it.
even kidding. If they could unban me.
Whoever this Jaeger is, there's no evidence tying him to
okay.
Faith Beyond.
I have footage.
Do you know the full name of composer Bach?
Johann Sebastian Bach.
Correct.
Cool.
Part of the reason why he went for Bach, no? Johann Sebastian, No Tail Seb?
I think he's just a fan of him as well because he's been learning piano.
Yeah, but I think he said at some point that he also did it as a
I
nudge.
see.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Okay, so Tiny has not been working for Azure Ray. They have first picked it, I believe, the last 2 games, and they lost both against Heroic.
Get that Tiny mag going with those tower skewers. Even if you lose, you have a good time.
That was the problem. They did not have mag in either of those games, so no capitalizing on the Tiny toss.
Yeah, of course. They're going to get it this time, though. For sure.
Can I counterpoint to something you were saying earlier about how you think Magnus and Tiny maybe aren't good heroes?
As
for
long
these
as I'm
teams?
still correct.
I think they should still play Magnus and Tiny. I mean, I think these are comfort heroes for them, but for Azure in particular, when I was going over their games from yesterday, it felt like the problems that they had was when the game stagnated in the mid game, even when they had a lead, they would get completely out-farmed.
Yeah, I noticed they were winning out of most of their laning phases.
Yeah, they would just get out-farmed and then lose the game. So I think heroes like Magnus that can give you that, innate net worth through Empower can actually be really helpful for this team.
Good point. And you can toss into Skewer for Jengen's Shadow.
Yeah, you can get them really far into the tower and also on cliffs, and that's really demoralizing for anybody.
Yeah, ask Arteezy. You had to go to therapy for it, I think.
Yeah.
One time I got clipped 5 times in 6 minutes.
You did?
Yes.
That's a record.
That is a
awesome.
record.
You had to be
That's
a hero
really
that
good.
could get down then.
No.
Like, how
Did you win?
No.
Oh. That could have made it a little better.
No, I bring this up because it's a very traumatic moment. I was playing versus 5 Magnus and a 4 Rubik who twin gated in and also did some. My friends still remember it to this day. It's something I've never been able to bounce back from.
Sounds like those guys need to go to therapy.
There's so many cliffs in Dota now. There's so many cliffs. You can cliff people. Like, you just got to know where they are, And I think this is where the Magnus is going to come in here, of course. Of course. Yeah, the Tiny Mag action going on. One of the most satisfying combos in the entire game.
One thing I'd like to comment is DK has a negative win rate, and a lot of people, the way they're dealing with it, are picking heroes that create illusions of DK. So, there you go. You steal his
the
illusion.
Yeah.
So, you see the Shadow Demon ban, they already banned out the TB on the side of Azure Ray, but, we saw the 4-position TB as, an attempt to address the DK. This hero is so broken in regards to his Manta illusions that people are beating it with people who take his illusions. That's the way to go, I guess. So Enchantress is a good option.
It does mean that Magnus is, maybe still coming up now.
Yeah, they got 2 picks.
Maybe Darkseer.
You think Darkseer?
More illusions?
More illusions.
It's
It's
really
DK's worst matchup in Dota.
Yeah.
Okay, or Razor.
Razor was not on our radar. What's the Razor about here?
They've picked 2 Razors in the last 4 games, so it's not like absurd for them. It is generally good against these guys that stand their ground. Like
Do you
DK.
know what role the Razor is in? Is it?
I've seen Ori play it. I
It's
think
Ori?
I think mostly it's been Ori, but this is definitely a flex pick.
Yeah, it's Ori once and Bach once.
Because I feel like this is a pretty solid hero to play against a Dragon Knight, especially if it's like a Razor Ench lane versus DK. That sounds like you could kill him over and over.
If Undying's in your way, it might be a bit difficult.
It might be a bit difficult, but I mean, yeah, I guess we'll see what lane the DK is in. Because if they're running in like an Undying,
You don't
4,
do it off lane.
You don't do it
against
off lane.
This,
Yeah, you don't do it
like
off
against
lane.
Enchantress Razor. You would not put DK bottom. Here.
Yeah.
But even after the lane, you have a window as Razor where you can continuously like run into this DK. And up until the point where DK gets like level 18 in
Yeah,
Manta
slows.
style, and then his
Yeah,
illusions
you
are
know.
just beating you up. You can't get on top of him. But before then, if you're playing with these tempo heroes like Enchantress, you can take advantage of Razor's ability to just punish the DK.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe the play here is to double down on that tempo and just try to end the game early, so they don't have to play into the late game DK. I mean, that's always that
It's
always
weird that
feels
DK is
viable.
considered like a tempo hero that you don't want to go late against.
Yeah. He's
conceptually
less. I personally feel like he's less of a tempo hero these days, just because I feel like the tempo that he had was taking the tier 1s when taking tier 1s was really hard, and now tier 1s just fall and nobody really gives a shit anymore. So
Yeah.
it's like he really has become more of a late gamer, which is a strange thing to say.
Well, they buffed his like base attack time. They buffed they gave him talents that give his dragon form range.
Yeah,
at level
yeah.
20. There's like little changes like this that make a hero scale infinitely harder, and
No,
suddenly
that's where he's
like
gonna
the way
win.
to do
This
it.
is a 2-0.
Why?
This is an easy 2-0. You pick Wind Ranger against Enchantress, easy Dispel. Razor destroys Clinks. Clinks is a dog hero. Tiny one-shots the Clinks. He's like the lowest stat hero in Dota. This is a 2-0.
That hero
Hang-
dies to
hang-
3 kobolds. I
Hang
think.
Hang on. There's concepts here that are cool. Like, for example, you put this Clinks as support, you follow Enchantress around, you eat her creep on lane. That's the idea of playing Clinks versus these creep heroes, right? So as long as you can put the support Clinks versus Enchantress, that takes away a lot of Enchantress's aggro and dive potential. Also, when Enchantress is playing for diving towers with her Centaur or pushing these towers early on, your support Clinks can offset that very easily. That's the concept here. That's what they're thinking
I don't
about.
like that anymore.
When they take this lane.
Not since Enchant does damage. You just kill Clinks. Easy kill. This hero feeds. Terrible hero. Congratulations, Azure. 2-0.
I respect the innovation, and also I feel Enchantress versus Wind Ranger goes both ways, because yeah, Enchantress has a good way to kill her as a support by dispelling her Wind Run, but Wind Ranger can like eat this Enchantress in 2 seconds.
It goes both ways.
It goes both ways, because we talked about the importance of being able to jump and kill the Enchantress in the late game, because this is a hero that skills and outputs so much damage later on that you need one of your core heroes to be able to address her.
You know what Owie taught me?
What?
He looked me in the mirror at an event and he said, I would say that...
He looked you in the mirror.
I was in a mirror. He said...
You were in the mirror.
I would say that you're the ugliest talent, but you're not talented. And then the second thing that he taught me... is that gold and value on certain heroes is more valuable at certain times in the game. So, for example, Enchantress is supposed to be impactful early. That's her whole concept, which is why the Clinks is a decent counter, as you're saying, because she's impactful with the creeps. The way that I see the Ench as a 5 Windrunner matchup is that when it goes both ways. It's a double-edged sword. In the late game, when Wind Ranger is supposed to be the one that's strong, you can take off the Wind Run and kill the Wind Ranger. Early game, Ench is fine against Windrunner. So it's like, it's not as much of a double-edged sword because the roles are not parallel.
I want to go back to the first thing he taught you.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
though,
I want
right?
to talk a little bit more about that.
If Wind Ranger countered Ench in the early game, it would be more of a double-edged sword. Because that's when she's supposed to have the most impact.
It makes sense.
Anyway, you want to go back to the first thing? Call me ugly?
Yeah. Well, I personally think Enchantress's late game prowess is that, like, what her impact as a support is, she could walk in without dying. Where, like, it takes a lot of focus from the opponent team, like 3-4
Not
heroes.
if you're Maposhka.
Well, then
it
you
hurt.
also don't go in first, and you're sitting basically at the back and just throwing, the impetus.
So I think Wind Ranger does to some degree
Impeti.
counter. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Like she does to some degree counter the way Enchantress wants to play later, even if she's a support.
I think unless you're Enchantress and your team is leading versus Wind Ranger, becomes very hard for Enchantress, especially after that one damage item comes out from Wind Ranger. But if you're playing aggro, your team is winning lanes, and you're playing aggressively, and Wind Ranger isn't having a great time, she suffers very strongly.
She can't run away from you, yeah.
She suffers very strongly. But I want to talk about this Brewmaster, because this is a really great Brewmaster pick. I mean, I know that Faith Beyond or Bach loves this hero. When he was paneling with us at Riyadh, he just kept asking or praying for a lot of brew here, you know? So he is a big brew fan, but also it's excellent in that it provides you so much utility in these fights, right? You can fly up, lift up the DK, who seems like a threat here, or the Wind Ranger, and just take somebody out. And you just have nice ways to trigger the Cinder Brew with either Enchantress or Tiny.
And you can kill his illusions.
I was going to say that
with
too.
The DK.
That's what I was going to say. Yep.
Yeah, good point.
Another way to kill his illusions. I will say that Bach does not have equal love for all bears, because remember Ursa? Remember what he said about Ursa?
Yes, I remember.
He's like, shit hero.
He said it.
I kept suggesting Ursa
you in particular.
and he kept saying, no.
That traumatized you.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
that's all I remember from
thought
my
about that
experience. He's a
one.
really nice guy and everything, but...
Speaking of shit heroes, hasn't Slark got like an abysmal win rate at the moment?
He is 2-9 right now.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I think 2-0 for G2 XIG.
This hero feels significantly impacted by the item nerfs. Diffusal, the Mage Slayer. Overall, the Orchid buff is actually bad for Slark because his only natural dispel he bought was Disperser, which got nerfed.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, a lot of people are killing Slarks maybe like minute 15 by just waiting for Dark Pact to go off, and then you get Orchided. It's like another reason that Slark uses Dark Pact and then immediately has to ulti, and as a Slark player, everyone knows that's like the worst feeling to have to ulti immediately.
So why does it work? Why does Azure think it works here?
It's really good against DK. Like, you want to be able to feast off of his tankiness in order to gain the stats from Essence Shift, and overall you have a reliable Dispel against the stun. This Faceless Void Slark matchup's very swingy. I think it goes both ways. Like, if you manage to ulti on Slark or Shard save somebody else in Chrono, then Void feels unimpactful, but at the same time you have a stun that goes through Dark Pact, so Void also feels pretty good. So we're going to see like a very momentum-based game where it's going to swing one way or the other pretty hard.
Yeah, but it feels like Azure Ray's ability to hit their stride and their momentum is a little bit easier because they have this Enchantress. They have this Tiny that's going to get that blink and run around, and they have a Razor who's going to be at some point always ready to fight, whereas they're a bit dependent on DK's timing, on Void's Chrono, and it's not going to be as easy to fight into Azure Ray in the early game than it is the other way around.
Yeah.
But for the overall late game, I do think G2IG has the much better late game.
I agree. If I'm being honest about the drafts and not memeing and just going with my boy Bach, I do think the Clinks is gonna stop the early Enchantress rotations, like you were saying, and I think that's how they would like to get into the late game without losing. And I think if the game goes late, G2XIG is gonna win. I think the game is gonna go late.
I'm a stats guy. Enchantress is 1-8. Slark is 2-9. Like, I'm gonna have to lean towards G2IG here.
Yeah.
Well, that means, and this is a rule that can be applied very frequently, but when Oma panel goes one way, normally it goes the other, right? And then you guys cannot deny that.
Wait, Effie didn't say exactly who she.
Oh.
What's your vote?
I thought she leaned towards
I
Azure
gave
Ray.
you the conditions, right?
Yes.
I said,
Okay, so what do you think? You're the tiebreaker, potentially.
I think that if we're going off of history and these two teams are going to play 60-minute games, then the team with the better late game will win. But I believe in my bubby. Don't ask me to root against him.
Okay. We'll say Azure Ray, if they can close it out semi-early, they have a good shot here. But let's see if they can, or if this will be a long one as history dictates. We're heading over to game number 1.
Welcome everybody to game number 1 between Azure Ray and G2IG, brought to you by the legendary Korean barbecue, not to be mistaken for Jack Chen himself. Suns fan here with Lacoste. What are you doing here?
I don't know. I got asked to cast some of the games with you. I was supposed to cast yesterday as well. I think it has to do something with you being the hottest caster right now. Not just talking about the looks,
Attractive,
but also like what you do in the game. Everybody wants to cast with you. Cinder and Kezu during Bad Boom Dacha.
Jenkins actually fought and denied. He got
tried.
vetoed. Vetoed pretty hard.
I wonder why.
Yeah, Cinderin, of course, is very ill at the moment. He's doing okay, though. Kind of counterintuitive what I just said. He's doing fine, but slightly under the weather. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. But yeah, what do you think of these lineups? You seem to be in the Azure Ray lineup, and I have to agree with BSJ. When I see Enchantress, I see a loss.
Enchantress and Slark as well. I mean, we also had these, something that we did mention on the panel. Bach. Oh man, Fate Beyond would have gotten the triple kill there, but Bach, he needs to run away. So yeah, about these lineups, I do like what Azure Ray have, even though the stats are not in their favor. I like the composition. I feel this position 4 Clinks is, like, in terms of team fight, G2IG, they don't have much other than Chronosphere. They have a little bit of a save during the Chrono with the Slark Shard later on. Damage inside Chrono. Sure, there is some, power shot, the Dragonite with the Breathe Fire and stuff, but I feel that this is going to be much more difficult lineup to execute rather than Azure Ray. I think it's a pretty free Slark game.
Okay.
Except the Chronosphere, like, it can go both ways, that's for sure, depending like whether you get your ulti off or you get your shard off during the Chrono, but other than that, Slark has a pretty free reign.
And why do you think Enchantress has had such a rough time? Because it feels like in the games that I cast, especially at the last tournament that we were both at, the hero just reigns, like it does whatever it wants, and it owns, yet it loses. It had like a 12% win rate at that tournament. At this tournament, it's like 1 in 8, I think is what BSJ said. Do you think it has to do with the fact that it's a greedy support that's not really focused on the team?
I mean, you
like
can still build into these team fight items, get the Force Staff, maybe get a Glimmer Cape, drums, whatever it's necessary for the team, but you also want to scale, so maybe start scaling as your second item, buy something for the team. Also, it comes down to some of the heroes that were being super popular in the previous patch as well, like Slark. He definitely loves to play against Enchantress. We've seen Wind Ranger as well, where you just immediately die with 1 Focus Fire. Can't believe he did not take Kobold.
That is unbelievable. 3 damage, not enough, huh?
Whew.
How many 3 damage buffs does it need to be good? Is the real question.
This is the shittiest camp. You see this camp, you're like, okay, we lost the lane. No, I'm not going to get a single deny. You
the
need
saddest thing about it, though, is, from a lore perspective or just visually, it's the coolest.
Most definitely. That's my favorite creep in Dota, the Kobold Foreman. Holding the chalice.
He's pimping it out.
You remember that video when people were playing with Helm of the Dominator, where you could stack multiple creeps, and then you build up a huge army. He was the guy leading them.
That's right. Because typically the leader is not the one that actually gets killed or is actually in front. He's commanding, right? He has the commanding aura, but he's worthless otherwise. Much like
what does he even have? He has speed aura. That's commanding aura.
Yeah, we'll just call it.
Also, one of the reasons why Clanks is not as popular as position 4 is he doesn't have an item to buy in the game, pretty much. All of his items have got nerfed. The Solar Crest was a good item of a choice until you can't use it on the enemies. That was the time when Clinks felt really good to play, lowering the armor.
What about this phylactery Clinks?
It's doable, but the components are pretty bad. You need to be able to farm 1,000 gold without having anything. Orchid is much cheaper, so I guess that could also work. 200 gold less, which is a nice item for Clinks.
Yeah, we've been seeing such greedy position 4s in general, though.
Mostly from Chinese teams.
Is that true?
I think so. At Bad Boom Dacha, we've seen Xinqiu going for Blink Dagger on Tiny, into Midas, into Boots of Travel, into Aghanim Scepter. So yeah, he's very greedy. I think Baboka is also pretty similar in the style of Dota that he's trying to play, both him and Xinqiu.
Well, they definitely fared pretty well at that last tournament, but this one not so hot, at least not in this group. These two teams, they call it the toilet
hero.
Yeah, the Centaur just forcing Baboka away, but both these teams come in at tied for last place, and if they split the uprights, they might just both be out. It's pretty close to being able to call it. Probably by the end of the day, if they don't get a win, I think that might just be, they might be done for. As Baboka actually the slowest first blood that I have seen in quite some time. Very
Baboka even
anticlimactic.
tipped him before because he threw a blood grenade. Tian Ming like, just randomly threw a blood grenade earlier. There's another blood grenade. Tombstone as well. FY.
Yeah, he's super low. Zombies continuing on. Bach tries to help his comrade, but it's not to be. So kill goes the way of IG. G2. Brought to you by Korean Barbecue. Yeah.
I think this... Was it last pick Faceless Void? It was, because I'm having some flashbacks when I was playing with the Jack Chen during the Summit times. So he's playing Faceless Void. This is true story, by the way. He's playing Faceless Void, lands a chrono, falls asleep mid-chrono.
You're kidding. Mid-chrono?
He's like not moving. Nothing stunned him. I look at him because we're in the same room. I'm like, Jack, wake up.
That's
But it was already too late.
unbelievable. That is crazy. Only the great legendary Jack Chen. As low on the Slark right now.
Has a healing salve of his own, 15 magical on charges. We'll keep the healing salve. Interesting. Does want to get back into the fight immediately. JT, a little bit low on HP, half HP there. Something that we didn't talk about is this Clinks plus Enchantress combo, where Clinks can eat the Enchantress creep. You need to be able to have like level 1 for level 4 creeps, but also Enchant is very good spell right now, deals damage for whatever reason.
Oh, because you need to add more mechanics to every spell.
Absolutely.
We need heroes to be able to clear waves. I think it's going to need to be able to bounce next, I think, the damage. That's definitely next on the list is Ori.
First focus fire
from Nothing to Say. FY coming to play as well versus X Nova, but the Avalanche is going to keep Nothing to Say in place, and Ori should be able to live as a result.
He's fine.
And FY being chased by these two pesky zombies, but will live. And JT, he's getting forced out by the impetus of the Ench, and Lu just looking for 1 pounce. If you can get the pounce, it could be enough. Yeah,
Playing
so far
behind
in
enemy
this lane,
tower.
a little bit rough.
Creeps are approaching. They might get a kill on this useless hero called Position 4 Clinks. He's going for Urn as his first item. Interesting.
Do you think the main reason it was picked was because of the Enchantress, or?
I think it's just Baboka. He's like, okay, what do you feel like playing today? He's like, how can I be more greedy?
I mean, is that more greedy than Terrorblade?
Terrorblade. I'm just thinking. I think Terrorblade has more impact early on. Than
Okay. I'm just shocked he didn't go for the Shadowblade in that one game. I feel like you got to commit fully to the memes if you're going to be picking that.
The good old Shadowblade, Sunder Dagon combo.
That's right. Oh, I forget the armlet. Very important.
Because nowadays it's much harder to lose HP compared to Dota 1 days.
Yeah, that's true. Sunder has been nerfed a lot since then as well, so it's not nearly as good. As top 2 CSs in the game are on the side of G2IG. Monet having himself a very nice time as the pounce lands in the bot lane. The Satyr creep gets off a blast as well. JT, one more right click will do it. Eats the tree, will survive. Doesn't look like Clinks will have that opportunity though. Baboka will fall to FY. TP coming in from X Nova, but a little bit too late to the party. The Satyr continuing on. There's another Hadouken pretty soon.
Ooh, that's some big damage coming out from Tian Ming. It's going to be some decent damage onto a tower as well. They might, start to pressure it even more. Creep waves are approaching. They even put down an observer ward behind, completely zoning out JT. Yeah. Usually, Dragonite doesn't struggle in a lot of these matchups, but look at the tower. Clanks is back.
Ava onto 2. X Nova and Baboka in a lot of trouble as the Tombstone comes
Ori's
down, but
here as
Ori
well
coming with the
amplified
plasma
damage.
JT looks like he might survive. Is Nothing to Say. Gets off the focus fire, but runs away immediately. Tombstone has been fed away. And Azure Ray going to be really happy with this exchange, forcing TPs, getting all the kills.
Blue is already level 6, sitting behind enemy tower, has that Shadow Dance available, so they can't really burst him down. This is going to be a free tower. Glyph will be popped, but Tian Ming does have Skelly Bros available, so that's going to be some extra damage. Good rotations from Ori. Managed to go in there, get a kill. Are we going to call this new rune AD, because we called the previous one DD? No?
It's just damage rune.
It's just damage rune?
I've had this conversation with Kezu
You
and
did?
Cinder now. Think of every rune in the game, they're all one word. Why does it need to be 2
Just
words?
damage.
Just damage.
Or amplify.
No. Amplify rune?
AD, Anno Domini.
Sure. If you want to go with that, I'll be on board. Not really. Nothing to say. It's going to be ganked here by a bunch of skeletons.
Clinks, what are
Rally
you
is no
doing?
more.
I think that skeleton right now summoned by this troll is slightly stronger than Baboka's Clinks.
That's probably true. Clinks hasn't been known to be too impressive as of late. I mean, when Phylactery first came out, he was picked a decent amount as JT. Will be gone on here. Enchantress coming in as well. It's a 3v1 situation. He's just trying to get a couple last hits before the inevitable death. Lou, first stack of the game for him.
I said something after I saw this draft, Suns fan. I'm like, this could be a quick one. It's going to be a difficult game for G2IG to come back into. Like, they lost the laning stage with the heroes that they have. Like, what is the point of this Clinks? He needs to get some levels right now. He is level 5.5, which is okay-ish, but you want to be level 6, 10 minutes into the game. You want to be able to scout things out, go for rotation. But seems like that's not working. And Low, very close to his Diffusal Blade. All these heroes have very limited mana pool, and we didn't mention the interaction between Enchantress and Wind Ranger, and also Brewmaster, who has a way of dispelling Wind Run. So I think this needs to be like an earlier BKB from Nothing to Say.
Yeah, we'll see if that ends up happening. I've yet to see the primal split from Faith Beyond. As just going to be pushing that tower ever so slowly. JT, not a good sign when you're in Dragon form, not hitting a tower. And it's at the 11-minute mark. I don't think it's even been touched at this point. He's been pressured so hard in this bot lane.
Yeah, tower is full HP bottom. They need to land a chrono on Low or make him like misuse his Q, get us some stun, but they also need Nothing to Say. Focus fire onto a tower. Right now, Azure Ray are killing the top tower top. Top tower top, very nicely done. I still didn't wake up properly, but Bach has TP available if they want to defend it with the primal split.
Yeah, they don't even need it. It feels like less resources are needed for Azure Ray to be able to defend these, while 3 members of G2ID, are we actually calling them G2ID?
We
it's
are.
Actually really annoying. Brought to you by the Great Korean Barbecue, of course, legendary character in the Dota scene. But it feels like they need... They had 3 people mid trying to push this tower, and they still didn't get it. Still poking away at it for Nothing to Say. And in terms of net worth, I mean, he's pretty even with Ori, but it's really just the team situation.
He doesn't have the hero to play with. Undying's not that hero. Clinks doesn't provide you with any kind of a stun, no real setup. I also want to see what JT's going to buy. I see Hand of Midas in his quick buy. So he wants to recover, but they definitely lack some kind of initiation tool.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And JT's going to be the one that has to set things up eventually once that Blink Dagger comes to fruition.
Oh, Boboka.
Tier 1 tower being pushed by
back.
a support right now, and that forces 3 members again of G2IG come and defend. They get a courier for their troubles. As Monet, he's going to spot FY, but he's going to take an avalanche to the face with a toss to follow. But we'll time walk most of it off. The time dilation now, FY not really pressured that hard. This is basically the entirety of G2IG. They need to get something out of this, it feels like.
Boboka, walking ward, scouting things out. FY, because he had a good start, he did go for this Phase Boots Windlace build, and then you don't need a Blink Dagger early on. You basically can run in and get the toss back. Also found a nice neutral item for himself, Arcane Ring. It did get nerfed, but still great mana item. Boboka, look at him go.
What a beast. Tar Bomb owning. We'll be getting that Spirit Vessel relatively shortly.
It's not that good of a Spirit Vessel game anyway. So I was wondering, like, why is he buying it? Enchantress doesn't even have a point in Nature Attendance.
Yeah, true.
Slark can dispel it. Razor's building into Manta style, so he will have Dispel available.
Yeah, definitely an odd choice. As Boboka is going to turn his sights on the Ench as Lu. Well, they do pop the dust, but now we'll run away as a couple members of G2 are smoked up on the side, getting some high ground vision. But there's going to be TPs coming in now.
They want to take
for the
this
likes
fight.
of Azure Ray. Boboka was the initial target for Lowe's. We're going to see the primal split come out from Faith Beyond. The Clinks likely will be the first to fall, but you can see the impetus damage onto JT is just ridiculous. He will be taken out. That's 2 dead. Monet coming in with the Chronosphere. Do they have the damage to get this Slark? They do, just barely. That is a huge kill For the
now
likes of
Ori's
G2
here.
IG, but Ori coming in, nothing to say, attempting to TP out, but will die at the tail end of the teleportation. Ends up being a 1 for 4. At the very least, Monet will be able to take this Wisdom Rune, though.
Low goes in, he gets a kill on Clanks, gets chronoed afterwards. I thought that he might live. This first power shot didn't even connect. The second power shot was also stopped, so damage onto Low was not really there. You can see the avalanche immediately. Power shot, like, basically dealing 50 damage. They still managed to get the kill, but they don't have enough to deal with the Bruise Split, and Ori flanks them from the other side. Very difficult fights. I think right now, even though you don't have Split available, you can still go for the fights, considering that there is no Chronosphere and your Slark has pretty much a free reign for 2 minutes.
And just
5K
like
gold
that,
lead.
Exactly. This is a pretty huge lead at this stage of the game. And, I mean, from G2's perspective, what do they need to do to try to turn this around? The initiation is probably the most important aspect. JT went for a Midas, so it's going to be a little slower getting going for him. And we can see that Faith Beyond almost done with his Radiance. This will actually be a pretty good pickoff. Doesn't have his Primal Split, of course. And
No
we'll lose a
TPs.
lot of money here.
Guys?
Eventually,
I
surely
love you
he will
guys.
die.
No TPs.
Okay.
He was so close to getting that Radiance. Double Bracer, Magic Wand, Radiance. Still gonna be really good timing.
Yeah, only loses a
16,
couple hundred,
17
actually.
minutes.
And the Tier 1's in the sights for G2.
It needs to be nothing to say who makes these moves, because as you said, JT, he did go for Hand of Midas, so needs another 2 minutes to farm up his Blink Dagger.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yep, tower and that kill definitely help. But yeah, like you said, JT, I mean, 700 away from Blink, so not too far off. Being able to finally get some initiation for the side of G2, but he gets caught off guard. Avatos from the trees and the pure damage from the Ench, enough to rip him a new one.
While Clanks is watching, while all this is happening, it's like
the Creeper.
doesn't even have a Spirit Vessel charge.
Yep. Well, you do need to get a kill.
Or you
Near
die.
kill.
He can die here, get the Spirit
nothing
Vessel.
to say,
I think
dead.
he's going for it. He's going for
Again.
that charge.
He will get it.
Dire's middle
That
tower
is one
is under
great
attack.
addition to the game. I mean, I still don't know what the Spirit Vessel's for, but we'll find out eventually who he casted. Now, it aligns with the Manta on the Razor. Very nice.
Yeah, I don't get this item. I mean, I just don't get the Clank's position 4. I know how bad it is because I tried it so many times. It's one of my favorite things to do, is play this
Is the
position
Grief?
4 Clanks. Yeah, Grief.
And now they're going to steal a few stacks here. And Azure making Enchantress look... I mean, again, she always looks good, it feels like. Then it gets to the mid-game.
Like, as a hero model, cosmetic-wise.
Everything. Gameplay-wise as well, believe it or not.
He's owning. He's 3-0-8, so involved in 11 out of 12 kills.
I mean, I
Yeah,
can't tell
May-
you how many times I've seen Spirit, like Maposhka playing this, and he's just on like a killing spree. Mid-game, late-game, he has ridiculous items, just owning everyone, and they end up losing. I really don't get it.
I think I get it. I remember during one of the Dream Leagues, Miposhka, he was talking about not having the RNG effect when he's playing Enchantress. No Enchanted Quiver, no Grove Bow. So right now, Tian Ming is holding on to the
Steeds of
healing one,
Serenity.
Steeds of Serenity. Still needs to find the tier 2 item. It makes a lot of difference. There's Grove Bow for Wind Ranger, of course.
We're on Grove Bow watch. That's the state of affairs now.
I still can't believe this item's not nerfed
it's
at
crazy.
all. It's
Yeah,
way
it's
too
true.
good.
That is very accurate. And there's a few neutrals I'm a little surprised are still in the game, but at least they nerfed the...
Vampire Fangs, 2 OP.
No.
Just kidding.
I like that one. It's cool. As we have a smoke now from Azure. I was thinking more of the smoke tier 4, but they definitely nerfed that one.
Oh yeah, because you can't use other items.
Yeah, backpacking it now disables it, which I think is the main thing that was needed. Faith Beyond looking for someone to initiate on. And in terms of like the Roche potential, oh, we got to hold that thought. X-Nova actually puts the tombstone on the cliff. He's likely going to die shortly after. There's a primal split is expended. Nice shackle onto FY. The Spirit Vessel was applied to
got the
him, by the
toss
way. Nothing to say. Taking some impetus damage. Pretty major. We'll dodge a couple thanks to the wind
That's
run.
such a good
Plasmic will come out
tombstone.
from Ori. Nothing to say. Will eventually be brought down. No, the right click actually misses, and there's a Cronus for Monet, but he takes heavy damage from the outskirts, but they do find the kill
Manages to time
onto
walk.
the Razor. Time walks back to base is A-OK. Baboka playing Clink, so he does die. That's what happens when you play that hero. It's a 2 for 3, so not bad for G2 considering how this game has gone.
That was pretty much a full duration tombstone on the high ground, which did allow them, like, to give them vision. But still losing a fight. They managed to kill Ori. FY got only one spell, got that toss. And Ori was a little bit low on mana, had Arcane Rune available, but still the Chronosphere. The good thing is Low didn't die. It's very difficult for them to kill Brewmaster. They don't have any silences. If he's in this like status resistant stance, you're not gonna bring him down from 100 to 0 anyway. And we can see this useless Clinks one more time dying.
Well, we won't be subject to that again because there's action already. Monet super low in his own jungle. FY getting gone on by Baboka. Will Clinks actually do something? The Spirit Vessel's there. This should be enough. Indeed it is. Baboka gets the kill and will try to run away from the Ench as Faith Beyond's coming in with a little slow action. Thunderclap to come. There's the dust.
He's fine.
It'll be the death of the worst model in, well, the worst stats model in the game. The fact that you need a spell to be able to give you regular stats is probably a bad sign for the hero itself.
He's relatively tanky. You pop a magic wand, which he doesn't have, or you get those 2 charges off your Death Pact. Makes you super tanky.
But you have to get them off.
Yeah, he didn't have any available.
To be able to play the hero, you have to use your abilities. Who would have thought?
Is under attack.
Nothing to say. Has Maelstrom, Force Staff. Will be going for the full Hurricane Pike here. Still 5k lead for Azure, so able to maintain their lead as Low has the Diffusal, Mage Slayer, and Ags will be in fact only 500 away from finishing it. He's mega farmed right now. But have to admit, Monet is actually doing a pretty good job at keeping pace here. He's got the Mjolnir and just about to finish the BKB.
I think G2IG managed to stabilize the game. In the last few minutes, they are keeping this 5k gold lead steady on the side of Azure. New items are coming out. A lot of value from the Force Staff against Razor, against Slark. So you got like double the value against both cores. And also Monet, he's farming up. Once he picks up that BKB, there are no abilities that he's going to be afraid of. Back to you, Suns fan.
Yep, just watching. Just chilling.
Do you ever watch the game when you're working and you're like, oh, I have to talk about the game. I'm enjoying myself too much.
Oh, you know, sometimes when you're having a conversation with somebody, which is what these casts are, essentially, there's some lulls here and there. Have you ever seen a Counter-Strike cast? Sometimes there's a full 30 seconds they don't talk. I'm like, is my sound...
Fire these guys.
I can cast Counter-Strike now. Perfect. But in terms of
Counter-Strike's pretty easy. Like, you can rush A, you can rush B, right?
I've heard this joke before.
You gave him a headshot, like what body shot? It's like, what's going on?
You're talking to the wrong guy when it comes to Counter-Strike. I will defend it to my dying days as X-Nova gets grab ally. Can't wait for that to come to fruition. But you
He's
think
hiding
Azure in a
behind the
position...
crate. It's going to be clutch 1v2, gets the body shot. Now
There's a lot of strategy in Counter-Strike. I mean, it's not compared to Dota, of course. Dota's very...
I'm just kidding. It's a tough game.
Yeah, you got to click fast. You can be an old man and play this game. You see many captains get away with that. Position 5 for years.
Not so much in CS, huh?
Well, occasionally in CS, I guess. As G2 are going to be able to smoke up now. And they don't really want to get the Ench. That is definitely not the main target of choice. If they had the opportunity to find somebody else, they would love it. But the only one inside is Ori. They're going to have to hightail directly at him, but he is farming in the bottom section of the map. They're going to spot him now, I believe. And JT has his blink. Question is, do they have the damage to follow this up with? Absolutely. Spirit Vestal applied as well. Ori is dead. Great kill for G2.
They know he's dead immediately after he gets stunned by Dragonite. There's going to be the damage. No response whatsoever from other members of Azure. Straight into Roach Pit. I like this.
Yeah.
G2IG. Coached and managed by Jack Chen.
Maybe not the coach part. I think he's not even the manager. He's the general manager. It's
That's even a better position.
Yeah, it's a higher up, and they don't do anything, of course. It's just it's a nice title.
Yeah, we see some of these like best players in the world becoming general managers, like Zai, KBBQ.
Yeah, they go hand in hand. Think of legendary
Venomancer in the triangle. He's the type of a guy who would play, what's it called, the Necro in triangle with Aura and Quelling Blade back in the days when
he would
work
just
on
chill
Ancients.
back there. Yeah. Okay. I can respect that. Kind of. I mean, that's probably where he got most of his naps in, honestly. So.
Anything that can be in triangle and
I mean,
not
has he ever been diagnosed with narcolepsy?
Not sure officially, but if I had to give him a diagnosis, that would definitely be it.
Dr. Lacoste.
Dr. Lacoste, yeah, Dr. Phil, and all these other
definitely real
online
doctors. Nothing to
doctors.
say. Pounced on. Well, they had the enchant, but not able to get it off in time to dispel that.
Is Witch Doctor a real doctor? Would you go? Let's say you have a sore throat.
Depends on the country you're in.
Okay.
Probably. I think in his country, whatever that is, yes. Also depends on the age. The time, that is.
Back to game. BKB being delivered to Ori. Slark also building one. Low far away from it, but this is going to be another way of dispelling things and just more survivability for Ori in team fights.
Monet, pounced on, can't you? Oh, he's actually
no
drained
mana.
all his mana. Oh, the grab ally! But remember, this is just the Aegis. They still need to get the right click. They will get him with the Dark Pact, and the Primal Split goes off. Connection on the Baboka. He's donezo. Now Monet, time walking away, trying to escape this, but now he gets the Chronosphere off with the BKB. Focus is on Ori, and they will get him indeed. Now the question is, can they get away with their lives?
Oh, he got dispelled.
Nothing to say. Yep, the win run. Focus Fire still active, but one more right click will do it if it connects, and it will. Down goes the Windrunner. And Low and company find a JT just hanging out. Pounce will not hit, but this will eventually be a kill onto the DK, so it ends up being a 3-for-1. And again, Azure coming out on top.
It was a clutch save from Grab Ally or Bunker, but he had no mana to use the Time Walk. They also managed to kill it, so this first Aegis usage was not there. Ori doesn't pop a BKB. We talked about protection. I think if he gets the BKB off, he definitely lives there, reducing the damage. But yeah, still a big fight again for Azure, taking off the Aegis, off Faithless Void, and still managing to kill a tier 2 tower bottom.
Yeah, actually piggybacking off of that a bit with the BKB. What did you think of the buff to that?
10%?
Yeah. Zax Nova going to be spotted, but should be able to TP out. I was surprised it got buffed. I thought it was in a good place.
Yeah, have to agree. But 10%, you know, maybe we want to have some earlier timings where you buy an earlier BKB and you try to go for a push, because that's something that has been discussed lately a lot. These games, how they've been longer, and I think the C patch is going to be even longer games.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
Everything. So.
Double pounce. Second one doesn't hit. Nothing to say. Grab Ally, keeping him alive for the time being, and that's going to dissuade G2, or sorry, Azure from going any further. They will back away. Man, I feel like Grab Ally is not used by anybody. This is the first time I've gotten to say it in quite some time.
Yeah, I know you being the biggest fan. Why do you think that is? Because of the stun interaction?
No, it's literally because the name was so fucking stupid. Like, when I read that in the original patch, I was like, this must be a typo, surely.
Yeah, he grabbed him too hard and got him stunned.
Yeah, that's the downside now. I'm glad that has a double-edged aspect to it, as Ori and company now surrounding the tier 2 will be a freebie for them. Extending their lead now to 7K.
Low has a gem. Tianming did buy it. A lot of these Chinese teams, they tend to pick up earlier gem when they feel they're in the lead, especially when you have a hero like Slark in the team, who can easily D-ward. You're getting the gold. All it takes is 4 or 5 wards, depending on the stage of the game, and you get the value back.
And the shard is there too for Low, so we'll have a save at his disposal. One of the strongest shards in the game for sure, as he's going to finish the Disperser. So that one was nerfed, no longer an AoE, but it will cast on yourself regardless. So I think that works when you use it on an enemy as well. Is that
Yeah.
correct? So that's
If you use it on enemy, you still get the buff, so your chase potential is better, but no AoE. So I think heroes like Meepo, which was one of his core items, except for Aghanim Scepter, got heavily nerfed.
Oh, pounce initiation, Avalanche is there as
Grab
well, but the
the
grab
ally.
ally again, always in the right place at the right time for X-Nova. Monet, time walks away, but the Windrunners, who they're going to focus all their efforts on now, is he's put into the air by Faith Beyond. Nothing to say. Looks like he is done for this fight at the very least. Nice shackle, but they're not going to follow it up with anything because it is now a 4v5. Chrono's still there for Monet. But yeah, without the Windrunner, not sure you can go.
A little surprised that he's not going for BKB. I said I wanted to see earlier BKB on Nothing to Say, because you're playing into Enchant Dispel, Brewmaster Dispel, and we've seen him suffering multiple times. X-Nova lagged there for a second, but let's see if he's going to pay with his life because of it.
Oh, that courier.
Has been killed.
Nice bait.
Yeah, X-Nova, if you can live, he can grab ally himself in 10 seconds, but he will TP out instead, and it's
So what is
fine.
that ability called? Grab yourself?
That's right. I do that all the time. Perfectly normal, perfectly healthy. Meanwhile, others... Stop looking at me, Lacoste.
Looking at the screen right now,
Yeah,
Baboka
Baboka's
will
dead.
die one more. How many times did he die this game? 9. Massive impact. Going for Aghanim Scepter. Baboka is a type of a player that will find the most greedy item build possible with least impact and go for it.
You don't like it?
No,
you don't like the...
it's good. It's good. It's like, it looks nice. Same goes for Enchantress, but I don't feel the impact of this. It's going to be a lot of Skelly Bros running around. Slark with the attack speed. He can easily kill it. Oh no, JT.
That's a lot of stacks
That's
below.
basically a solo kill.
Absolutely.
If Ori didn't help.
Would have been a solo kill regardless, for sure. As Roshan not up for another, well, we won't know for another minute 15, but yeah, I don't know. This just slowly continuing to go in the favor of Azure Ray. And now Manta there for Faith Beyond, so can just push out waves with that Radiance. Surprised they don't have, I guess the gem on Slark makes sense. I was thinking that typically Brewmaster has that in fights, but they're not really scared of the Slark dying. He is very tanky with that Mage Slayer.
He might need to swap it out soon, running out of slots, but he's also building into all these expensive items, Aghanim Scepter, Disperser. Sitting at 30 Essence Shifts stolen at the moment on Slark. 10
Not
permanent agility. He's ready to take a fight, having no mana. He just brought like 4 mangoes, clarity as well.
There's a Scotty from Monet. Definitely an earlier Scotty. I feel like that has not been the most popular item in general in this patch.
Seems
Kinda
like they're
fallen the wayside.
itemizing against healing.
Yeah, but there's
Spirit
not that
Vessel,
much
Scotty,
healing.
but there's not much healing going on. It's good against Razor, don't get me wrong. It's good stat item. He was having mana problems, so I guess that's why he's also building it, so he can get his spells off in a fight.
And where's the Shivas? That's the final piece for the anti-heal.
I don't know how you buy that recipe.
Yeah, it's only 1 million gold. There's nothing to say. Gets the connection
kill.
onto the Ench. Spirit Vessel applied. Down he goes.
First death of Tian Meng. 6, 1, and 10.
Oh, wow, you're right. And the other supports for G2, not looking so hot in terms of the KDA. As low. Working towards a BKB, not really that far away from it either. As Roche number 2 is up, and I think this will be, once they scout it, will be a freebie for Azure Ray.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Ooh, that's a pretty big courier kill.
I don't think he has enough money for it.
A
Yeah, he
huge
still
courier
needs
kill.
like
that
1,300
paper is
gold.
really important.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, there's the BKB finally you've been asking for on Nothing to Say. See how that works out for them. But they're at such a great deficit now, it's going to be tough to find these fights that will benefit them.
So he can lock onto a target. I think the target that he needs to go for, maybe if they land the Chrono on Brewmaster, they could get a kill, or if they get a like, Dragon Tail stun, Loki's in.
Starting things out.
It's a lot of
Monet.
stats.
Yeah, get some stats for the road. They haven't scouted out Roche. I mean, you think there's any teams that just don't want the Radiant second Roche and just are waiting for Dire, even though they're on the Radiant side? Because they do have map control in general.
Wait, what are you saying? The
They like
Banner
the
is
cheese.
not OP?
Yeah, they like the cheese.
Banner is one of the best additions to the game. Because we added that
like
to
it.
end the game faster, and the game's prolonged for extra like 5 minutes.
That's right. That's actually kind of true. Not directly related, of course, but just needs a little extra buff here and there, you know? Smokes from both sides. The Roche off, which I was not expecting, because I think Azure Ray could have taken Roche if they had scouted it out
Dire's middle
a little
tower
earlier.
is under attack.
But they might collide here, but JT has to go into the mid lane to defend. And with that, maybe that opens up the Roche potential for Azure Ray.
They have a lot of gold on their side. That paper that was killed by Tian Ming, 2k gold in the bank. And also Brewmaster sitting on 2.5, Razor 4.5 gold. So in terms of gold that they have, that's basically the advantage. So they need to turn the gold into items.
Oh, is that what needs to be done?
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, let's talk about the banner for the next 10 minutes.
I'm down.
Will he use it?
He will use it during the push.
Okay.
Because
do you like using it when you don't have megas or supers, I should say?
You could use it, but you could also save it 50-50. I just feel this item is relatively useless.
Useless?
I don't find it good.
Have you seen the Gaben creeps, though?
These are nice, yeah. Super mega creeps.
I think it is useful once you have a barracks already, right? And then you're pushing the opposite side, and you put it on the super creep side, right?
Super creep side?
In that case, it's useful. Actually, yesterday we saw the vice versa, where a team was down racks and they used it on their barracks, and it actually equalized the super creep.
You can use it as vision in a fight. Put it on a cliff.
Wow, that's incredible. Yeah. Very difficult.
I learned that from SVG. Low, getting
He's fun.
stunned.
They're too scared to go on him, and I don't blame him. Aegis obviously there. They have to rip through him twice, and now he has the BKB, which was not shown, so this will be a bit of a surprise factor.
AD spawn bottom.
Oh,
Nothing
Wind
to say,
Waker.
denied it.
Wow. Wind Waker on FY, that's a really early purchase. And there's the sheep stick.
Yeah, he wants to wake up Nothing to Say, who's playing Wind, because he needs to deal some damage. Wind Waker has been an item of a choice. I've seen it quite a lot on some like off-lane Mars as well.
Oh boy, JT
he's
thrown
so dead.
into the fray. He's going to get pounced on, and now Low can get all his stacks ready for this next fight. JT is dead. And this is such a huge power spike for Azure. They have the Aegis, they pick up the butterfly.
Oh, we're using the fancy words now. Power Spike. That's my favorite one.
Do you like Power Spike?
Power Spike, yeah.
It'd be a good name for a video game as well. There is the Wind Waker. FY trying to get away, but the shard from Nothing to Say comes out. Focus fire onto him as well. Tombstone is placed. Was that a grab ally? Indeed it was from Monet. He jumps in.
Thinking about
but
Chrono.
jumps back out. Forces Low to use one of his pounces. Fortifications popped as the Primal Split continuing to beat upon the tower. That Earth Panda can really pack a punch on these things. Monet, again, backtracking. Low, okay, he gets the inhibit. Costs 25 mana now. Very important to discuss that during this very important team fight. Monet, time walks. Okay, they have the silence applied to Low, but he's going to force to use his BKB. I think that was the Wind Waker used on him as well. And Bach and company will have to back away with just the range racks in their name.
Yeah, I have to correct you there. It's Suppress, and it's 75 mana. That's more costly. But Inhibit is 25.
So, wait, it costs how much?
75?
Oh, wow. Wow. Why would they change? What's the point?
Because it's better. Like, you also get the move speed.
I feel like they should have kept the Inhibit and then add a name after it. You know,
Inhibit
2.0. Suppress. Come on. I'm not going to say that. Okay, maybe I will. That's actually a cool word.
It is.
The tier 4 item's starting to come now.
Mindbreaker for Faceless Void, so that's going to be a little bit of a silence action. Great against Lark. If you manage to, like, surprise hit him and then land the Chrono afterwards.
Yeah,
Still minute and 40, holding that Aegis, so going to be much more difficult. And
if he can somehow get Ags, I mean, he's not going to prioritize it anytime soon, but that very good synergy. You get the third Roche. Get
Maybe.
the Ags off of that. You bash him, get silence. Very strong.
Tian Ming is going to pack a punch. He has Enchantress Quiver, and he also has Hex, level 18, getting closer to level 20, which does absolutely nothing in terms of damage that he deals.
Oh, the Ancient Guardian for the support clings.
Huge
Very
impact.
cool. 100 damage he will have because he will be defending by his Ancient for the rest of the game. FY, Avalanche is there. Nothing to say with the counter initiation, but the Wind Waker not able to get to the low ground. FY in a lot of trouble. and he will be brought down quite easily, in fact. No buyback whatsoever, but it is a 4v5 with the Aegis still there for Azure Ray, but they will back away playing Disciplined Dota. FY not too happy. Although JT not playing Disciplined Dota, he's the one that gets caught off guard instead. Going to be forced staff trying to get to the high ground with that Black Dragon, but the impetus is too much.
Chrono one, go for the other.
Chrono onto Ori. Doesn't have the opportunity to kill or to kill Lu instead, so now we'll back away, completely wasting the Chronosphere. And now the Primal Split will be used to take out the buildings.
And that
can get
just might be it.
It might be.
You misused the Chrono. Even if he lands Chrono on Ori, I don't think they get the kill there. Rest of the team not ready to back him up. And also, he does have buyback available, so it wouldn't matter that much.
I feel like every fight has started with JT dying. That has been very unfortunate.
Or Clink's not having an impact.
I mean, that's the whole game, though. So
buyback from Xnova. They're going to be playing against Megas. All these illusions, AC, on Buck.
Yeah, low with so many stacks. Monet time walking in. Tombstone is placed from Xnova. Try to force them back a bit, but Low wants to go in, pops the BKB, forcing the issue, but there's the grab ally again. I think he used it on himself, but he doesn't come out in time. It stuns him. The grab ally now being used against you as G2 are crumbling. Plasma Field will not finish off Nothing to Say, but like you said, the Mega Creeps will be there. Was the banner used? Are these Gaben Creeps? It matters not.
Don't see it in the inventory, but yeah, pretty one-sided game in this first one. Azure Ray, I'd say that this has been massive outdraft and also outplay coming out from Azure Ray. I don't know about this position for Clinks. I'm just not feeling it. This bottom lane got completely dumpstered. They made rotations early on. They killed the enemy off-lane tower. They were playing behind tier 1, tier 2 tower, and look at how happy FY is. Never seen him so happy in the life on the other side. Tian Ming, he's having the blast.
Faith Beyond, always a smiling boy. And I think the Enchantress win rate just went from 10% to like
80. 20. Yeah, she did not have a good time so far in the tournament. Neither did Slark, but yeah, with this one game, their win rate will skyrocket.
Yeah, and remember, both these teams came in bottom of the groups. So very important that Azure actually 2-0s this, because G2, if they end up splitting it like we talked about, could actually be mutual destruction in terms of making it to the next round. But yeah, pretty impressed with Azure Ray. I mean, they looked really good in the last tournament, but I wonder why they've gotten off to such a slow start in this tournament thus far. As we can see the endgame stats. Low, 7, 1, and 13. FY had a huge impact with the early ganks on the Tiny. I mean, Tiny is one of those rotating, might be one of the best.
I think he might be the best position for at the moment. And Tian Ming, he made this Enchantress look OP in this game. He was all over the place, rotating and getting the kills, 6-1 and 19 in the end.
That's right. So game 1 goes to Azure Ray. Let's see what the studio has to say about G2XIG, brought to you by Korean Barbecue legendary Dota personality.
Well, Jack has cost me quite a bit of MMR by falling asleep at the wheel during a game. So I rather not highlight that. I want to instead highlight this game because Azure Ray taking game 1 here, and I think it is important to note, go back to where we started after the draft, where we said Azure Ray has got a good shot as long as they can finish relatively early, Effie. They didn't finish relatively early, but they did get quite a lead that G2IG just wasn't able to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that easy to close out games early, but so long as you can maintain that net worth lead from when you get it to the very end of the game, I mean, you've done your job. And it was really great to see Azure Ray play so decisively and confidently. They didn't slow down the way I saw them slow down yesterday versus Heroic or Betboom in that game 1. They cemented their lead, they found their pace, they played on the Enchantress, pushed the towers, went for the early kills with Slark, and they just choked out IG in that game, Jenkins.
Yeah, that's like, to me, that's what getting an early game advantage does in Dota these days. Like, I mean, Valve tried to fix the inability to go high ground with the Roshan's banner. It hasn't accomplished that much in terms of ending games sooner. In fact, games are going later on average. But since the patch where the map is absolutely huge, it's really just about like getting the lead and maintaining it, which they did. It means there are more opportunities to come back, but I really like the itemization from FY. He built Blink Dagger into Wind Waker, which means he could save in the chrono, because we were looking at this draft and we were like, okay, this is like a fairly free Void game. It destroys the Slark. You can kill the Razor before he's able to link and steal damage. It's just a really good Void game. It was like the only opportunity they had to get back into the game, and building this 7,000 gold like weird item as a second item is a way to prevent that, and then also deal with the time dilation, the orchids that are coming out from like the Clinks, for example. So great item build from him.
Yeah, and overall, it was just Azure is at the point where every hero was strong and had net worth. And when you're a Faceless Void playing into that, there's not really an ideal target for you. You think to yourself, oh, okay, I have to deal with the Slark, but then there's just this Tiny with the Wind Waker that we talked about. There's this Enchantress beating you up from a distance, and the 2 cores also are just giga farmed. When you're a Void playing games like that, the way back into the game isn't easy. The comeback fight that you're waiting for to even out the net worth lead doesn't really happen. You need more going on from your Wind Ranger and your DK, and that just wasn't there.
Yeah, they tried for quite a while. I mean, they drew out the high ground defense quite long. Actually, I thought that wasn't a bad thing, but you could tell that they were just struggling. They couldn't get these pickoffs, and then they end up making a little bit of mistakes. Because I think that happens when you know what you need to do in order to defend your high ground. If you try to force the issue, it normally is not a good thing. You have to hope for the enemy to make a mistake.
Yeah, there's also certain heroes that are just hard to push high ground against. Like I think Windrunner getting the Aghanim Shard and like disrupting the Tiny initiations is one of those situations where like if you don't do the toss back perfectly, like even if you do, you might end up dying. And so there's always comeback potential with these heroes. Magnus is one of the obvious ones in this meta where it's hard to high ground against. But they did a really good job at not getting team wiped when that happened. Like they were disciplined and okay, our Tiny got picked, like let's back off, let's not overfeed, let's back together. In Europe they call it a small back. There's small back and then big back. That's
fake back.
And there's fake back, but they did like the small back where they backed together and they didn't split into like 4 different locations where IG could then chase out and like get these individual pickoffs. They backed off as a team and resources were used, so sure, maybe the Tiny went down, but they still couldn't take the fight as long as they went together.
Yeah.
Also, not to add on to that, but there's just, it hurts to do this, but I have to call out Nothing to Say. I went over all of the G2IG games over the last few days, and it really feels like when you think of Nothing to Say as a player, he's usually that anchor in his team that gives them the turning points that take them to the late game. He's the player who's making these decisive moves and, carrying his team out of difficult positions. And I have not seen that out of him throughout this entire group stage. It doesn't feel like he's playing like himself. So I'm not sure what's going on there. If it's like hero pool thing where he's forcing these coddles and these Wind Rangers and he's not playing, his playmakers, but something doesn't feel right. I'm not sure what it is, but I just don't feel like he is bringing us the Dota that we're used to seeing out of him.
No, he needs to maybe step up together with his team, because it's a team game after all. Obviously, the end of the game there didn't go too well for G2IG. They weren't able to get the ending they wanted, but maybe that all started at the beginning, as we might hear from Brian.
Thank you, Shiver. For today's Acer Predator head-to-head, I want to focus on Low versus JT and what happened in the bottom lane. We're looking at the net worth at 10 minutes, the Slark versus the DK, 4,600 versus the 3,100. That is a 50% difference at such an early portion of the game. We have a few clips coming from the laning stage showing that, G2IG, they had a plan to get JT out of this laning phase. They had the Clinks versus the Enchantress, and it was his role to basically alleviate this pressure for JT. As you see that, like, every time Enchantress in the early game is trying to push towers, trying to pressure, that Clinks is able to shut that down. So it looks like on paper in the draft that G2IG had a way to deal with this. But we're going to see as the game goes on, even though that this pressure was relieved, that DK is going to be struggle busting it up, as this is his first death coming in the laning phase, and the second one coming at 10 minutes. We're going to see this is what seals the deal for the 1,500 net worth difference, and it looked like JT was kind of just food for Low throughout the course of the game. And one thing I wanted to highlight when we mouse over these spells in game is that they line up perfectly, because the Death Pact, the levels of creeps that it can eat are 4, 5, 6, 6. And then when we look at Enchantress's Enchant, it's also 4, 5, 6, 6. So like a lot of Dota is theory crafting, and a lot of it is, so you see here the spell level for Clinks and the spell level for Enchantress, and a lot of it is theory, but at the end of the day, you have to
play it out.
Yeah.
And that's what's so beautiful about Dota. And sometimes the picture that you're painting is just not going to be as you envisioned it.
Yeah.
And that's what happened to G2IG in game.
I do also wonder. I mean, we see DK. He's like one of the most banned heroes so far this DreamLeague. The DK, and also one of the most contested ones. But he's not doing too well as a hero just in general. Like, is it time to maybe let go of it a little bit? Because we know it's good, but it seems people are so prepared to deal with it, and it's so countered that maybe not that good.
I think the issue for DK is that he does need those items. Like, that's what makes him really strong. The Mage Slayer, Manta, Ags, hitting that critical mass where you eventually have this guy with 4,000 HP free pathing that you can't close the gap on because he's got all that range and the slows. But what people are doing is they're picking on it in the early game. So if you're going to first pick DK and then it's going to get hard countered in lane, it's something that I think you're going to have to look to swap it up, put it in the mid lane or the safe lane. But in this case, like, it didn't feel like JT really even got to play Dota.
No, did you feel like maybe there was a chance for them to still make the DK play somewhere else rather than on the offlane? Or
yeah, the Slark was revealed before they had committed the DK to where it is.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of thinking maybe they haven't scrimmed that. Maybe for this particular team, G2IG, DK is not first pickable if you don't have that option. At the end of the day, some teams are making DK work consistently.
Yeah.
So even though his win rate's not like stellar, it doesn't necessarily mean the hero can't work.
no, so it's still considered to be a good hero. I mean, that's why it's so highly contested, I bet. And then only people let it through when they think and know, and apparently have proven that they can counter it. Maybe a little bit more flexibility from G2IG for giving that DK a different lane potentially might have been a better shout. But we'll see what happens in game number 2. Will we have a Dragon Knight? Will we have a completely different lineup? We'll find out after a break. from the
That was
Quack
awesome.
Panas, and we need some fast-paced Dota also from some G2IG, as they are one game down here in the series. Although I will say, them winning here would sabotage both squads. Is that fair to say, Jenkins?
That's fair to say. I definitely know what is going on in the groups and what the scores are. Brian, can you give me your best air guitar? Can you guys play an air, Bob, can you get an air guitar thing going?
Yep. He's not,
That was good. Brian, you are so talented. Anyway, Brian, what do you think about sabotaging and going on in the groups here today?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Both teams would be left at 3 and 7. And I think that pretty much would numerically count them out. So,
yeah.
I'll just pat back to it now.
Already. Boom. Got him.
You could do the air guitar, you could do the stats work.
Well, that was what I was already thinking, the air guitar thing.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, Jenkins does not tell you ahead of time that he's going to say these things. He doesn't prep you for his
All right,
bits.
Mira, now it's your turn. Do a drum solo.
No.
Fever?
Go Fever!
Got him.
Wow, that was
Thank
actually
you.
good. All right.
I can't pretend to be
Jens did not
talented.
participate in this.
I'm not.
That's my
that's
entire
what
job
we
is
all
to
do every
pretend
day.
to be talented.
Improv.
Yeah. Nobody's ever gotten mad at improv is a quote that I've heard.
Say again?
Nobody's ever gotten mad at improv.
I don't believe that that's true.
It is.
I watched The Office again, and people did not like Michael Scott's improv. Do you remember this? Anybody watch The Office?
No.
Okay, back to the game. Yeah, thank you.
I can prove that wrong because this improv session of the last 2 minutes probably got
It's been great.
blamed.
It's been great.
It's been fantastic.
I know
Nobody's
there's
mad.
at least
Probably
2
angered.
people that say cringe.
At
Which
least
in
2.
some circles at the moment is positive.
Yeah, my parents are watching. They usually type that, so.
Start the game.
No, the game they will start the game very soon. But yeah, it would be a shame if the teams tie because groups they're not doing too well in the group, guys. At the start of this series, we called this a toilet bowl because both teams are at the bottom of the group, and clawing yourself out of that is possible mathematically, but you gotta win 2-0 every time, and then also hope that some other
Things have
people
to happen.
lose. Yeah,
Yeah.
things have to happen. So it's an uphill climb. Azure Ray is 1 game up in the series, and I do think this first game, it did not inspire me of confidence for G2IG.
Yeah, it was rough for sure. I mean, looking back at it, probably they needed like a slight tweak in the draft to hero to help them win a team fight because they were playing very pick-off oriented Dota with the DK, the Clinks, and you can't really depend on the Faceless Void in the early stages of the game. But honestly, I don't think G2IG is out or bad in any particular means because there were some signs of life there, but I don't feel like they quite enabled themselves for success.
Do you want to have some extra information about the chances of these squads? Obviously, I just said that they have to 2-0 everything. So their last opponents, I know them, for G2IG. Spoilers. Later today, they'll face BetBoom, and tomorrow they'll face Gaming
Yeah,
Gladiators.
BetBoom hasn't done
Oh,
very well so
they
far.
are done. That's it for them. Jack Chen, you're going home. Sorry about that.
BetBoom is the top of the group. They've only dropped 1 game so far. Gaming Gladiators, I feel like yesterday they figured something out. They're now also starting to rise up once
Yeah,
again.
the classic game.
Here's a theory though. What if BetBoom's record is so good up until that point that they don't care about winning anymore because they're already secured top bracket?
Good point.
So maybe they'll try some strats.
That's not a bad theory. Maybe we'll get the shave Pudge coming out and he'll
Shave?
Yep, because he shaved his head.
Yeah. Maybe they shaved Huskar. He played that position for once. It was once, and I remember it ever because it was amazing.
It ruined pubs for
Yeah,
the
I
next
bet.
like 2 weeks. Everybody was like, "It's good if you jungle. You just go
Please.
6-minute Roche. It makes up for the
Jungle
laning.
Roche.
It makes up for the laning phase going terribly for your team. Like whichever lane you're, griefing by doing that. Yeah, thanks Shave for that. Really appreciate it.
All right, the last teams that Azure Ray is facing later today and tomorrow. Today they'll face OG, and tomorrow they'll face Virtus Pro. Both teams are doing quite well as well.
Not looking good. Not looking good. This remains the toilet bowl, it seems, but I think both of these teams have players that will absolutely give it their all for pride's sake. And also this is just like a stacked year of Dota because of all the third-party tournaments.
Yeah.
So the moment this tournament ends, there's another one, or there's qualifiers for another very important tournament, and all of them give you, the ESL tournaments give you these EPT points. So I do feel like everybody's still gonna try hard.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, the only way to get a break is to actually lose in the first group.
True.
Because otherwise, like the next event after this,
That's
would be
true.
pretty
You
quick.
get like a
So,
2-week vacation.
Strategic vacation. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Faith Beyond is definitely the type of guy to lose intentionally, to get a vacation. He
Yes.
doesn't work very hard. He really likes to take breaks.
Yeah, that's the vibe you got from
Yeah,
him?
that's totally the vibe.
No,
I
he's
got
an
from
incredibly hard worker. That guy never stops grinding.
No, I mean they'll need to grind. They all will do for the next game. Again, we have some delays, but it's fine because it gives us a little bit extra chance to dive a little bit deeper into the teams because we haven't had them on the mainstream here yet, at least for our panel. And I do think it's important to note that for Azure Ray, you mentioned it earlier today, Jenkins. This is a squad that. They did great at ESL Kuala Lumpur, but losing 3 players, swapping 3 players, it's basically an entirely different team right now.
It is, but then they went on to do very well at Boom, top 4, which, especially with Bach, like knowing him personally and how out of touch with Dota he was. Like he wasn't playing. He told me he was looking at my videos to get back into the game, and that's how I know that he.
I can't believe he won this game. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's moved on. He moved on to the BSJ videos.
Oh, that's why.
Okay.
After that, moved on to the Purge videos. So he is, moving up in the ranks, and so is his MMR and his play. And so I do have high hopes for this team just because they're so fresh, and yet their debut was amazing.
No, seriously though, you can't count them out, honestly, because Faith Beyond brings so much veteran experience to this team and in-game shot calling, and that's what really matters when you're in these make or break situations. When you're at the bottom of group stages and you'll have one day to correct it, this is when you want somebody like that. And I mean, what they showed us in that game 1 is that they can play aggressively, they can choke people out. They don't necessarily have to draft in a way where they only play for late game.
But then I want to also highlight G2IG because they also played at ESL in Kuala Lumpur, and they came top 6, which is halfway down the pack. There's 12 teams, so top 6 is decent. But they didn't qualify for Dasha, and we haven't seen them really since. And if they're not gonna get top 6 this event, this rate. So, like, Brian, what's the deal with them? Like, where do you feel like they're lacking at the moment?
I feel like their drafts are a bit too responsive. Is what's kind of happening here.
Not really an own identity with that?
Yeah. Like, I just don't, even the Terrorblade support from yesterday kind of just says that, right? Like, the whole vibe of, are we doing our own thing, or are we trying to catch up? Do you know what I mean? Like, you can see the teams that kind of feel comfortable in this meta, and then you see the teams that are really finding their way, and I feel like that's where they're at right now, and it doesn't seem like they've really locked in.
I will say, nobody else is doing Terrorblade.
Well, what I'm saying is I put it as they picked it as a response to DK. Like, it's a response to the meta rather than making their own version of the meta. And I think, in theory, the Clinks was nice against the Enchantress, but yeah, there's a reason that nobody else is doing these things.
Yep. Well, let's find out what they got going here. Cooking in game number 2, as we have Azure Ray on the Radiant side, G2IG on the Dire side. They opened up with the Undying, then the Tiny was the response from Azure Ray. Other way around, obviously, Tiny first, Undying second. And we're already in the second ban phase as well. Are you happy with these openings, Effie?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong. The Tiny looks great as position 4. It opens up combos like Tiny plus Batrider, Tiny plus Magnus, Tiny plus Enigma from the offlane, which is really good. And I think Undying conceptually makes a lot of sense for IG because they should play around their carry. And that's something I wanted to add on to what Brian was saying. 100% agree with everything you said about the draft. And I really think where IG goes wrong in their draft is they're not enabling their win condition player, which is Monet. I really feel that IG should be drafting a little bit like XG drafts where they heavily try to enable their carry player instead of just thinking about the game on these minuscule levels. Because I think Azure Ray are in a different position where they can play around any 3 of their cores and they can play for a more aggro game. But if you're a team with Monet as your carry player, just put your eggs in the Monet basket and let him play on his meta carries. Because yesterday we saw Baboka playing carry Terrorblade and taking all the farm.
Yeah.
All the farm from his Slark, right? We see things like that where you pick a Void as a response to the late game, but you don't have a means within the draft to take him to that late game.
I agree. Every Monet team for the history of Dota has played that way around him. And I feel like at this point, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Just play around his strengths, and you will have a carry that is fully capable of 1v5. And yeah, these two clearly actually talking about the game. They weren't just on their phones 30 seconds ago. Good acting, guys.
Keep it up.
Really good. Anyway, back to you, BSJ.
Yeah, I'm just glaring at them across the room, trying to send a message.
What I like about Mars here is that as a carry player, I love having Mars on my team because of heroes that traditionally get ran away from, like Lunas and such, Terrorblades. It just means that I'm going to be able to lock onto my targets and take the fights that I pick and choose, so it gives me a lot more options. Like, you don't have to pick the Voids, the Slarks. Your offlaner's kind of doing that for you. DK is like more of the farm-heavy guy that's going to make you play the map, while as a carry, I can just worry about playing fights
Yeah.
because of that.
It also gives IG some much-needed early mid-game team fight that they didn't really have in the last game. They were getting run at by this Enchantress and the Slark, and they had a DK offlane who wasn't really... It's not the same as a Mars blinking in, getting a good arena, and enabling your team to take a fight. So
Absolutely.
Conceptually, it's a much better pivot for them responding to how Game 1 went bad.
Lesh has always been a good counter to Mars. All of his damage is magic. Even if he's stunned, he'll still be killing you in the meanwhile. Like, it's kind of when Mars arenas you, Lesh is the kind of hero that's like, are you trapped in here with me or am I trapped in here with you? Kinda.
This is a rough Mars game, actually, looking at this so far. Pango also just rolls through the arena.
Is this
doesn't
a support
really care.
Lesh or is this offlane Lesh? What's going on?
I think either is good with Tiny. Like,
I know you're an offlane Lesh enjoyer. Did Bach see this in one of your videos? Or?
He may have. He may
Okay,
have.
okay.
You know, we speak a lot about, you know, that's why he's playing the Tiny Mag offlane. I was like, who cares about winning? It's the most fun combo. The second most fun is Tiny Lesh, of course.
Of course.
What about the combo is fun for you?
Tiny Lesh?
Yeah.
I think that they're like complementary heroes to each other. Like a lot of the things that Tiny can't do, Lesh does. A lot of the things that Lesh can't do, Tiny does. Like Tiny can just, you know, sit in the trees and set up stuns and gank for the Lesh. Lesh wants to be in lanes and pushing lanes, which Tiny's not that good at without using all of his mana. And Tiny can protect the Lesh while he's doing that. Some other combos I really like with the Lesh for similar reasons, like Nyx plus Lesh, or Nyx Lesh, Clock Lesh. Like I just feel like you have these two heroes and it covers everything. And then the lane is decent as well. Like, I don't see how you lose a lane as a Tiny Lesh. You're at least going to go 50-50.
Yeah, but I also want to bring up to you guys that this isn't necessarily an offlane hero. This could be a position 5. Teams have been experimenting with Lesh 5. We saw Celery on Gaming Gladiators play it. We saw Snaking on Falcons play it. And keeping that flex open to a potentially position 5 is going to be really important here, because you don't necessarily want to put this Lesh on the offlane this early on in the draft. So that's an option I'm putting out there. It has been happening. It's not just a one-time thing. It's happened, I think, 4 times now.
No, I definitely agree, and I think that's where like the complementary factor comes in, where like you can pair the support. Like Lesh is better as a 5 when you have Tiny as a 4, because you can pair them together and they can actually get kills. I also like the Lesh shard against Mars, because Mars does this area control, and Lesh is like, all right, you want to stand in a circle? Well, guess what? I'm gonna put a bunch of stuns in that circle, you know, over and over again. But they picked the Mirana plus Ember. This is a tried and true combo, the Searing Chains into Arrow, easy kills.
I wanted to highlight the combo of Lesh and Tiny, and exactly what makes it so strong as a support duo, but also as a laning partner, is that Lesh, when you toss onto him as Tiny, you can set up the stun on top of yourself like this, and it's a very easy combo to land. So this is something where as support duo, whoever's getting tossed in during the smoke will likely go down to that. But if it's in lane as like a carry or a 5, like Undying, that doesn't want to be isolated, then this combo will be very potent in regards to the kill potential.
Way to go, Sophie.
Very cool. That was like a cool feature. But I also want to talk about how the game plan for IG looks a lot simpler than the last game, because now they have this Ember Mirana running around, actually able to fight in that early mid game. They have this Mars who's going to be able to set up for picks or for team fights, and they have the Undying to enable Monet. So this looks like a much more easy to execute draft where you just pick a win condition carry on overall last. So it seems like an easier way for IG to move forward. What do you guys think about this Void that just came out?
It's nice against Mars. Generally, is against Mars, you don't want to pick ranged carries because they can't hit through the arena, and also Hurricane Pike is usually their main form of survivability, and you can't force your staff through arena. So usually you want to pick really any carry that can jump out of it, like Morphling, Faceless Void, or BKB guys like Lifestealer and Jug. They just naturally don't have to itemize against the Mars, which Mars is a hero that most carries do have to do that.
Yeah. It's a natural Manta builder as well, so you can
Searing Chains Arrow combo.
Deal with the Searing Chains Arrow, yeah. And then also on the side of G2XIG featuring Jack Chen, KBBQ, there's also a lot of spammable abilities, you know, Ember, Undying, Mars. Like these heroes have really low cooldown abilities where you can time dilate them, and all of a sudden that spell has a lot more effectiveness. It's not even just about jumping out in the chrono. Lesh is decent also, even as a support, at like pumping damage into the chrono.
Yeah, you don't even mind if you get chronoed as well, as long as you have your ult on, your
you just
edict
chrono
on,
the
you
Lesh.
just stand there and it's like, I'm doing my job.
You're good. You're the disco ball in the
Yep.
center of the disco.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Easy.
Honestly, with Void Taunt going in circles around that'd be cool.
Yeah, you really like to walk around in circles and chronos, Brian.
Yes, we saw that last game.
Yeah, you're
So,
good at that.
Thank you. That moment of hesitation where you're not sure if you will survive the man fight, so you like run away and then you run back in
Yeah,
as
yeah,
Void,
yeah.
and it looks so funny because you're just 1,000 move speed in the
You can see the cogs turning in somebody's head, especially Void players. Very slow cogs, but they are turning.
But the hero is panicking very fast.
Yes,
so the dichotomy there is
It's
fantastic.
very clear that they're debating.
Okay, you know what?
internally.
I actually I'm gonna show this disco pony thing.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to
really
see
important.
the disco pony.
Really important.
This is very
So
important.
this is the highlight for sure. All right, while
Looking
he's
forward to that.
Yeah, send it up.
I want to say that I think G2IG's last two bans make a lot of sense because I talked about the potential position 5 Lesh. Enigma is a hero that can be run as 5 or 3, so you're covering your bases there. And the 3 Brew actually would have been very good versus the strategy that G2IG are going for, which is like they're all inning on a Monet win condition hero, and Brew naturally counters that because you spin it in the air.
And what do you make of the Winter Wyvern then? Because it doesn't really tell us that much
It does
more.
not. Yeah.
It keeps their flex open on Lesh, which I think is really cool, which makes this overall last pick a lot harder for IG because you don't know if it's the Lesh offlane or the Winter Wyvern offlane.
All right,
But-
Brian.
So I want to show this real quick because it's really important for the gameplay.
Yeah.
As somebody who's going to be looking for this in the Chronosphere, if we do chrono the Leshrac,
Yeah.
and then Void Taunt,
Which
are we
it is
able to pull up on screen?
It is a 5 Leshrac, so this is a very likely
This is-
thing.
yeah,
that
this
you're-
is very
you're
likely to
talking
happen.
about. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can get that up here real quick.
We should get it up there real quick.
Morphling guys got picked.
It's fine.
though.
Morphling got
Good.
picked. He's going to be against the Void, so he can steal Time Walk and Time Dilation, or the Wyvern. He's got really good targets to choose from. Both of them are like spells you use very quickly and then morph back into Morph and be useful. So one thing is Morph you want to be careful of is getting trapped in the other hero form because you can't shift attributes. So heroes that you pop their spells and then quickly go back. Morphling really good in these matchups, so I'm liking the pick.
Yeah. Are we not gonna see it?
I
think
really think we should get into the lobby here and see the disco pony.
Yeah, I do think we should see the disco pony. Now that
Sorry,
we've
Effie.
we've set it up like 3 times. Can we show
Time for the
Brian's
disco
monitor?
pony.
No, let's not. That's whatever. That's
I do like this Morphling though. I think it makes a lot of sense in terms of like these brawly heroes because G2IG has a lot of poke, right?
Oh, here we go.
sorry, Mira. This is very important.
This is more important, I
So
think. Yeah.
the Void Taunt's really important as you dance around the disco in the middle. This is what we're going to be looking for
Yeah.
in the middle of the game, guys.
I think that's
Right.
Wow. Okay.
I'm really glad we derailed Mira's
I
analysis for this.
No, just I think Morphling fits into the playstyle well. He's a hero who can carry this game, but Azure still have a lot of really good brawly, really good aggro heroes. So it's going to be a matter of execution again, but I think G2IG do have a better draft this time around, and they're playing around Monet, which is essentially how they should be playing.
That's
so
what
we'll
you
see.
wanted. That's what you wanted indeed. Now
Let's
the
go.
question is, will this indeed be the tie? Will the sabotage happen, or will Azure start clawing themselves back and taking this one 2-0? We're finding out in game number 2 with Lacoste and Sunspan.
Azure versus G2XIG, brought to you by Korean Barbecue, the greatest of us all. Legend in the Dota scene. Sunsfan here with Lacoste. Some interesting picks here, man. We get to see Core Wyvern. It's been a while for me. Happy to see Faith Beyond on that. What do you think of this?
They kept the flex until the last one.
Yeah.
Potentially Leshrac could have came out, but now after seeing the Morphling, they're like, okay, we want to have something with the potentially higher range. There's been a lot of Leshrac picks so far in the tournament, and I've seen a lot of flexes. This hero as a position 5,
seconds
it does feel good. You're playing off your stun, you're playing off your edict. Maybe you want to put 1 point in Lightning Storm just for a little bit of extra slow. It's a setup for your stun. In this lane, Against Mars, I would say it's not going to be as great. Same goes for Mirana, so he might need to pick up something differently, switch back from Diabolic Edict, because you don't get the full value. Mars will either bonk you, spear you away, Mirana can easily leap away, so the damage is not going to be there.
The battle begins.
Overall, I do like G2 XIG's draft more in this second game, because they probably had a talk with their coach, had a talk with their general manager, Korean Barbecue, about what needs to be done. Not sure what Jack said, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, it's probably not very useful information from him, but maybe they were able to dissect whatever he said and made it useful in some capacity. As Ori's going to be fighting off against nothing to say in the mid lane, Pango versus the old Ember Spirit. Haven't seen Pango in a while because I feel like I've been casting Gaimin Gladiators every game, and it is banned just for Quinn. But nobody else really seems to be favoring this hero as much as Gaimin.
Yeah, I think I remember the stats from Bad Boom Dacha. He was playing 5 games, when that is, on Pango, and all 5 wins, so we're definitely not going to see that. Another hero that has been OP for like good 2 years now, I would even say. Remember back in the days that this hero had pretty much everything. Silence, disarm, minus armor on one of his spells.
Wait,
good
silence?
times. Yeah, he had silence.
Lucky Shot used to
Lucky Shot used to silence.
Oh.
Free Mindbreaker.
Yeah, it was kind of like a roulette wheel where you just pick a different mechanic and you try it out on Lucky Shot and see what sticks, and now seems to be in a good spot, I would feel, as X Nova gets dropped by Bach. So Faith Beyond with the first blood on the position 3 Winter Wyvern. Now, let's talk about Wyvern as that 3 a little bit more. What kind of itemization should we be looking forward to? Like, when this was more of a prime pick as a core, I would see Ags, but I think that was nerfed a long time ago.
It's still very good. I think your core item is going to be some stats for the start because you are universal heroes. You want to come online as fast as possible. And then pick up Mage Slayer.
Oh, of course.
It's very easy to apply Mage Slayer as Wyvern, having that extra range, hitting people once in each fight. Easy peasy, plus maybe a Witchblade, Aghanim Scepter. I think it could be a good Witchblade game. You're playing against Morphling, so you want to have that extra damage. And he does have First Blood. And one more time, FY will be playing Tiny. This is a very strong lane. Every single time you have your combo available, I want to see if FY maybe gets a toss. He maybe is thinking about it. If he can get a hands on X Nova. Because these 2 heroes, they don't care too much about Undying. Undying's not going to get too close. He's going to get harassed, and Monet will try to get some Monet for himself, pulling the small camp.
Nice one.
A good one. So creative.
Have you used that one before? I'm sure. As FY Avalanche on both heroes, in fact. X Nova continue to take harassment from Faith Beyond. FY will walk away. The supports will kind of heal up a bit.
What do you think M88 in Monet's name stands for? Oh, it's the sponsor. Never mind. X Nova also has it.
That's right. Very good. Quick to decipher that one.
Very good at
the
these
hot dog
things.
is my favorite sponsor, though. I forget who does that. Is that LGD?
LGDs.
And it's not actually a hot dog. That's the best part.
Really?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a gambling thing, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
They like to gamble with hot dogs over there, I suppose. Understandable. They are quite delicious. If you can find more than one. And okay, let's get back to the game.
Got back to the game. Mid lane. I know that this is slight in favor of Ember Spirit, but so far he's doing much better than I expected. 24-5 against 15-0. Ori suffering a little bit, but as Pango, you do manage to catch up.
And JT on the Mars looking for a bit of a comeback in this game, as it were,
nice
because
play.
his performance in Game 1 was left a lot to be desired for sure.
Good play from Tianming, faking like he's going to use his spell. JT immediately spears him away.
Support Lesh. Why is Support Lesh all of a sudden thing? I feel like this hero's only received nerfs. Like when Bloodstone came out, they nerfed the AoE of Split Earth. Like, what has changed with this hero?
Bloodstone got buffed. You have mana regen now, so that's good.
Yeah,
Diabolic Edict.
You're not getting that.
Damage per explosion has been increased, so that's great. Great against towers, of course, and also activation mana cost has been decreased on Pulse Noah. Pretty big. Level 120 less mana.
Very nice. Nice quality of life for the old Disco Pony. Be able to pick up a bounty rune here.
A tithe to the impurities.
And for this mid lane, it's been a while since we've seen Pango. As weird as that is to say.
It's been a while since you saw anything. Like, you just came from an event. It was a long 2-week event. You're like, yeah, I haven't seen
Pango was
Vibrant
picked
on the offline.
every game, and then halfway through the tournament, we didn't see it again. You know? But yeah, what do you think of Pango versus Ember? Because typically, Ember is going to be A-okay against these melee heroes, but Pango's a little bit of a different beast.
Yeah, has an upper hand, definitely in this matchup. He can stop you from using your abilities with 1 point in Searing Chain, so you want to put that one. Aggression.
Yes, wow.
X-Nova, FY again, peeking in.
Toss just in time as the leap was coming through. It's going to be a support for support trade at the current point in time. Trying to focus on this Undying Tombstone. They'll get it.
Nice
Lou gets the money.
Double hit in the end, FY. Very quick with the rotations. You're like, oh, we killed Lash, but this is a position 5 Lash, so they don't care too much about it, especially if he's low mana, so he can TP mid, refill Ori's bottle. Boboka will do the same thing.
Wow, what a play.
Love
what a
that.
mechanic.
Absolutely loving this one.
Terrific bug
Very
that turned
interactive
into a
gameplay.
feature. It's JT getting harassed now by the Christmas tree and Lou. We forced into an awkward spot if they want to continue to chase.
He might be going for Roche.
Misses.
He might go for Roche.
Yep.
Check if he's home. He's not.
Not yet.
It's a long chase, though.
Yep, they'll eventually get it, but the creeps will actually cost them the avalanche. Rebuke is going to slow down.
Just feel it at this point. Here we go. Take it.
That's why finally, as Ori will use the Rolling Thunder to be able to secure the Arcane Rune. Probably won't pop that until his ult is back up again. In terms of the Mirana gameplay here,
absolutely
setups
beautiful.
We have Searing Chains and the Arena and Spear.
Yeah, we also have level 3 Mirana, who doesn't have a point in arrow at the moment, so we'll get that at level 4, so you can have something to play off your Searing Chains. There it is. I don't like Mirana as position 4, I gotta be honest.
Why is that?
Why is that? Because she does the same thing from position 5. It's just you can't really scale as Mirana 4, that's my problem. I've seen a lot of snaking Mirana position 5. They've been picking it a lot. I think a lot of teams will start to copy them because Falcons did do well. So
you prefer it as 5?
I prefer it as 5 because it does pretty much the same job. I think we've seen that throughout Dota history.
And Fate Beyond, Searing Chains will connect from Nothing to Say. Will Cold Embrace himself, but...
As a Lotus as well.
Okay, we'll see if he can survive. I highly doubt it.
Oh, no.
He's dead. Nothing to Say, able to Remnant back. And we're getting some nice farm now. That's actually true, though. I feel like 4 and 5 are kind of interchangeable for the... But I feel like if there's a position 5 that can scale a little bit better, maybe they just swap at some point.
Because we had this with, let's say...
Undying's not really that.
Batrider, Clockwork.
Yeah.
So you want to play those as position 5 pretty much. Because you're going to do the same thing anyway, just slightly less efficient. And Ming making a rotation through the gates. Boboka mimicking that.
And Monet did
Good
take
pressure.
Pretty damage. Tombstone is getting pretty low as here comes Nothing to Say again. Faith Beyond. Oh, he's going to get some help from Ori. Gets a nice swashbuckle onto Monet. As the Lesh looking for an opening to get a stun, but is slowed to a crawl. Looks like that Lesh is just donezo. Ori will get the Rolling Thunder off. Boboka will get hit once, but I think, yeah, they're going to try to take out the Undying instead. A little bit easier of a kill at this stage of the game. And the Avalanche should secure things.
You see Leshrac going in, you're like, oh, we need to fall back, but that's level 3.
Oh, another
Lesh.
Cold Embrace. Nothing to Say.
Saved him from the arrow,
out of
actually.
mana now. Has to be careful. Swashbuckle's there. Shield crash as well. One more right click. Double kill for Ori. Pretty big mistake for Nothing to Say. They do get FY in the, because of Boboka. Actually, might
Another
deny
leap.
himself to the Ancients.
Gonna
He
deny
does.
himself.
But still, all of that effort to try to kill a support Tiny, costing the Ember his life.
Ori got back into the game with those 2 kills. There was a big CS discrepancy in the mid lane, but now you can see that he's doing much better in terms of net worth. And this also relieves some pressure from Low in this bottom lane, who's going to be level 6, has mask, so that's going to be some extra regen in the lane, has a healing salve of his own. If he is full HP, he's definitely not going to die. And I like that these carry players are also picking up Trusty Shovel as their neutral item, because it does amplify your farm. You don't need to go back. There's the combo, a failed one.
And not much of a combo there, that's for sure. Ori gets off his Rolling Thunder. Trying to keep them at bay here. Lou was actually almost going off with the Chronosphere.
They really want
chased
FY.
down. Yeah, they really hate Tony. And Chronosphere is placed on JT, and Lu's just going to run away. So now big ult for Lowe's down.
And the reverse Giga Chad move coming out from G2XIG. Not landing the combo there, but still getting one of the kills. I think Azure Ray are pretty fine with that. They're losing support here and there, but they're getting a lot from the map at the moment.
Overall, still a lot closer than it was last game. Even though it's only 10 minutes in the game, it feels like Azure Ray had a 3K lead or so at this point. So G2 definitely off to a better start. And especially JT, who second net worth on his team right now on that Mars. See how fast he wants to try to get a Blink Dagger this time around, if he's going to be greedy and go for
Midas?
Oh,
No,
Midas.
not this time. I think Mars nowadays, there was a big difference in itemization a month, 2 months ago, where people were picking up Vlads, going for Mage Slayers, sometimes both of them, and then getting a Blink Dagger. But then a Mars says, you know what, screw those builds, I'm gonna go double Bracer, pick up a Yule Scepter maybe if necessary, then go for a Blink Dagger, upgrade it to Wind Waker, or whatever it's necessary, Octarine Shard. But I do feel like you need to have that Blink Dagger because of the recent changes to Mars, where you can easily arena into a spear combo. Before it was much more difficult. Now it's like very easy.
Yeah.
Tianming.
Nice split earth. Monet wants to try to finish it off, as the arrow will not hit for Baboka. He'll have to retreat in shame.
Shame.
Radiant's top tower is
Quite
under
shameful
attack.
indeed. Haven't really seen the arrow really have much impact on this game.
Need to land those.
Yeah.
Moonlight Shadow, I mean, they saw this. Nothing to say. He's farming in the mid lane, so they know something's cooking.
Looking for his first arena of the game. Ori will sense things and exit the premises. But the tier 1 tower looks to be the focus for, nothing to say. JT trying to backstab FY. Man, they love him. They absolutely love him. Ori gets off the Rolling Thunder. FY taking the brunt of the damage. Will die first. Nice curse coming out from Faith Beyond. Gonna let them reset a bit. But yeah, nothing to say with one more burst of damage to take out the Lesh. So 2 supports dead for Azure Ray, as G2 continuing the pressure now. Spear not going to fully connect, but Ori is likely done. One more Sleight of Fist will do the job. Double kill for nothing to say. That certainly will help his game, as that last death, I think, set him back just a little bit. But now top net worth.
Absolutely. Some good moves from G2XIG. They are making 5-man rotations, the last 2 team fights pretty much. Monet was also very close to a fight. I'm not sure if he dealt any damage. He didn't, but he was close. One waveform he could have easily joined. Low, we still haven't, Low is the type of a player, if he has a bit of a slower start, he's not going to be as active. There was one game during Bad Boom Dacha when he was playing Slark, ended the game with 0-5 and 0. Literally did not play the game.
Good. I'm guessing
good
he lost,
for him,
right?
yeah.
I would hope he lost that game. Winning a game where you're carrying 0-5 and 0. It's probably happened at some point, especially for Korean Barbecue, legendary figure of the Dota 2 community. Ori getting initiated on, but will be able to swash away. I'm sure Korean Barbecue has slept through many wins, in fact, not just losses.
Absolutely. Even slept on panel. I was on that panel as well. I experienced it. It was China Super Major, I believe. Oh, I couldn't believe my eyes. I heard the stories before, but never seen it. I'm like, is this real? And it was. We had to wake him up.
Okay, that's just too much. Faith Beyond, he has his Orchid, will use it, but the arrow connects via the Searing Chains, and down he goes. Oh, Chronosphere, Lu, he's not going to have the damage to get this kill, but you can see the Lesh on his way over. But the arena is going to kind of break them up a bit as Ori is coming in.
Inhibit.
And that's going to be 4 members be able to take out JT. The Wisdom Rune was taken by Baboka, by the way. So G2 might be able to secure both Wisdom Runes. In all likelihood, will be able to.
Baboka has one job pretty much in this game. Click follow on your Ember Spirit and find the angle. Use an arrow on this Searing Chain combo. Now it's going to be much more easier. Nothing to say. He's really feeling himself in this game.
3K lead. Getting a bit scary for Azure Ray. Feels like I've seen a lot of these games. This nice stack being taken out by the support Lesh. Classic.
Even from the
Okay.
brightest.
And that's one benefit of having this hero, I suppose. You just run into a stack. Oh, I can actually take it.
I can take it. Even if they kill me, that's pretty
Still
much
works.
fine. So Tiny has a Blink Dagger coming. He got killed multiple times, so this time around, completely different item build. Not upgrading his boots, just a casual Windlace for now. Smoke also available. It's time to hunt. Try to hunt them down, get another kill, reset until your Chrono's back online. But it does look very good for G2 IG. Oh, what a hero, huh?
Yeah, that's a great interaction. Oh, he gets off the attribute shift in time. Still silenced up. Will waveform away, but actually turns into the Pango as well. TPing out in the midst of things. FY. Oh, they get off the curse, so that's going to cancel the TP.
Go back. There we go.
Monet blood grenaded. One more swash and shield crash for the road. Meanwhile, Lesh finally punished on the opposite side of the map, but still not a fair trade at all if you're G2 IG. So they lose their Morphling.
They already revealed their Orchid when they killed Myvern, so maybe Monet needed to farm slightly less aggressive. Once you pick up that Manta style, the panel did talk about some good heroes he can target with Morph in this game, mostly Pango. You can also turn into Faceless Void, low cooldown abilities, so anything is going to be good. But we've seen the power of the Fusel Blade so many times where you're like, okay, I'm going to use a couple of spells, and then you get stunned. You get another Swashbuckle in your face, Orchid again.
Yep, that should be a dead Mirana. Indeed. Faith Beyond takes that for himself and starting to cut into this lead that G2 did such a good job with early on.
We're going to see now FY playing with Bach together. Just go for that combo.
Yeah, very classic here.
Very cool. That tree is going to get removed in the D-pad for sure.
They've been
or
moving them
or
left
they're
and
going to do
right.
something to Lesh.
Yeah, another nerf for the old Lesh. The GOAT. Literal, of course. Almost has a mech finished, actually, so farming really well. There's nothing to say. Not able to find anybody on this connection, but the lead is essentially gone for G2 IG, but this would help out. Arena is going to be disrupted a bit thanks to the Orchid being placed as Ori coming in as well. Faith Beyond able to cold embrace himself. JT, he's the one taking the brunt of the damage now. Swashbuckle not quite enough as he gets off the spear. Faith Beyond dies and Ori won't finish the job on the Mars. And now he might be the one in peril. Searing Chains into Arrow connection again. Two big kills for G2.
If Azure Ray has another member of the team, let's say Tiny's there, they definitely get a kill on Mars. Maybe they get even one more kill, and none of them die. But so far, G2 IG, they've been bringing extra numbers since the start. Monet getting close to that Manta style, so that's going to be a big item, removing the time dilation, removing the slow from Inhibit, and also the big one, Orchid. That's the massive one.
And for Lou, Maelstrom, just casual Morbid Mask for now. We'll see what he progresses towards here. I mean, the thing about Faceless Void that I felt like going into, well, we have to hold that thought. Speaking of the Faceless Void, Low might be in some trouble. Searing Chains, Arrow again. He gets off the Chronosphere to buy himself some time. Will it be enough? Split Earth is there to help out as well. He's able to time walk away. Does cost him a Chrono. Let's see if G2 can get out, but there's the Orchid being applied again to the Ember Spirit. Nothing to say he's in quite a bit of trouble. Will be traded in all likelihood with this Lesh, but Faith Beyond doing massive damage with that Arctic Burn. They get the toss back, but Boca is dead. So 2 for 1 as X-Nova somehow able to TP out, surprisingly enough.
They have no stuns available unless Low gets the bash, but this was a nice move. Like, this could easily go wrong if Low gets another spell potentially. He dies, just use the Chronosphere. They can't take that fight, but nicely used Chrono, buys him enough time to get the time walk off, and then Bach. This Orchid pickup has been massive.
Yeah.
Like, you can see the itemization. He was really having a great time on Ember. Now picked up the Yule Scepter to have some kind of a dispel mechanic, so that's good. But yeah, it could also be potential setup for a Splitter, the Rolling Thunder, Chrono, anything from Tiny.
Swash will not really hit here. Ori's going to be forced to use his ult to try to get this Undying. As the Orchid already used on Nothing to Say. Bach, ooh, just dodges the arrow. And Ori will have to try to exit now. Spirit Vessel applied. Able to swash to the high ground, but here comes the Avatos onto 2 members of G2. Nice cold embrace onto Ori.
They're gonna
nice
get
split Earth, be able to take out Nothing to Say. It'll cost them FY, but I think they'll take that trade any day.
And I like that Ori picked up Shard of his own, because he's playing into Ember Spirit, immediately uses that roll-up, gets out of the trouble, Rolling Thunder afterwards. So most of the time you'll see him use Rolling Thunder like defensively to try to get out of trouble, and then maybe get a connection. So, 2k gold lead for G2IG.
And we're at 20 minutes, so getting to the point where maybe the first Roche will be attempted in the next couple.
Yeah, I think they might go right now, because they have enough damage. Chronosphere is still on cooldown for another 30 seconds. With Morphling, you do have enough.
Radiant,
they're thinking the same. Using the scan. Don't walk in.
They do.
Just
It's
walk
red.
in.
Red alert. Probably will not matter, though.
Yeah.
They're just going to farm out the lane, so first Aegis should go to G2. And likely Monet will be the recipient, unless they want to put it on.
Oh, Tian Ming, does he want to kill the courier? He does. It's a full BKB.
Oh, all right. Wow.
So that's not going to be there
BKB.
for 2 minutes. And he might steal the enemy XP rune, so he just farmed it. Never mind, he's not going to go for it. Too afraid.
Understandable. Monet will secure the Aegis, as Ori was forced to ult apparently in the top lane. So JT has his blink, and you talked about the BKB. He'll get that from that courier eventually. And now he's going Deso, so kind of an older skill build, or older itemization for Mars. Haven't seen as much lately. I've been watching a lot of Amar, actually.
Yeah,
feels like he was the first to do Deso, but he's not doing it anymore.
Going for a different item build. Like, if you go for Deso and you still want to pick up, you know, there, I would say 3 different builds on Mars. This is the old school one, if you want to scale with damage. But then, like, what is your next item after that? Do you go for the, like, new combination of the newer build with Revenant's Brooch for some extra damage? Or you want to go, you know, some AC route? It depends. I think the Revenant's Brooch one with a couple of Divine Rapiers is really good. It's a risky one. And then you have the Octarine, Yule Scepter, Wind Waker type of a thing with Refresher.
Look at the damage on Nothing to Say. Get healed up a bit thanks to the Soul Rip. And the Orchid again, this time onto the Mirana, but it looks like they're going to try to back away as Low gets the Chrono onto 2. They're going to secure the kill on the Mirana first, as Mars now, JT at half HP. Bach gets off his ult, but it's only onto a single target. It's going to be tossed back, though. It actually works. Beautifully done. They're going to lose their Lash, so support for support right now. Manta used to Dispel as Low. He's in a lot of trouble. They're going to waveform in and destroy him. So despite that fight actually looking pretty good for Azure Ray, G2 with that Aegis advantage able to come through.
Yeah. Ori was not in that fight. I just clicked on him. He does have TP available. He's in the bottom lane. Maybe didn't have it at the time. Another good Chrono. They get 1 kill on position 4. Going for JT immediately. This is a really nice thing. I don't think I've seen it before.
Seen that. Yeah.
So FY still has a couple of tricks up his sleeve, even though being an older Dota 2 player. But if Pango's there, I think this fight is completely different. Rolling Thunder connection, Faceless Void would probably not die, but so far, G2IG, toss back onto a creep.
Yeah, good attempt. JT might be the one to suffer, though. He's going to get stun locked on the opposite side. Monet with a really quick fingers on the initial jump with the attribute shift. And Nothing to Say with the Searing Chains that might just end the fight here. But Ori will pop the ult to try to find something, but this will be a little difficult. Uses the inhibit and hits the corner and will back away.
Yeah, Ori still doesn't have the driving license, so
yep.
It was a nice attempt.
Cinder also doesn't have a driving license, so it's
really
understandable. Yeah, it's only like 80 years old or so.
But do you drive? You do have a driving license.
Yeah, I drive. Of course, I live in America. You have to drive.
Can't really take a bus.
Nice.
Public transport, non-existent.
Oh, God, no, it's terrible. It's horrible. The G2IG sitting on a, I wouldn't say it's a sizable lead, but nice little advantage for them right now. And their fight execution feels like it looks a lot better than game number 1. Game number 1 was really bad all around.
Yeah, most definitely. They started off slow, I would say, but then Baboka started to follow. Nothing to Say, landing those arrows on Searing Change.
That could be a cosmetic.
It could be, yeah. But
coins.
It gave him a lot of kills. And so far, they are controlling the tempo of the game, going for these kills.
JT, he's going to find a Lash.
BKB.
Force the BKB, and wow, that...
BKB had not even
he was
get a kill.
alone. Position 5 Lash forcing a BKB. I think Azure Ray are super happy with that. Low will use his Manta, time walks to the other side. The fact that he played so confident, he's like, surely he's not alone. Surely.
Immediately pops a BKB. Sometimes it's difficult. If other players are not showing in the lanes, like the map is dark, and you see one guy initiating with you on a stun, you're like, okay, if I don't pop a BKB, the casters are going to make fun of me. So he's like, yeah, I better do it right now.
Yeah, that's the main reason for using BKB is so the casters don't make fun of you. But now we're making fun of him for using the BKB. You just can't win if you're a player. FY will not be spotted here. It's able to TP here, but in terms of the Aegis, not much time left, less than 30 seconds to go.
They could potentially time it, yep.
Have they gotten good advantage out of this?
They got some, but I still feel that Azure Ray will take a fight when the Aegis expires. They do have Low bringing one big item that's going to be full Mjolnir. They have Mech, they have Tiny with another save, and he does have buyback available, so he can potentially come back to a fight twice if necessary. For now, it's going to be G2IG using the smoke, but I want to see them mimic the movement and go for the same thing. First, they're going to take the Tormy.
Who will be bestowed the shot upon? It is Faith Beyond, so Splinter on Cold Embrace. Not too shabby.
Also, Cold Embrace, a lot of value so far that they got from this spell, considering that they don't have much magic damage.
Yeah, that's true.
He drops that down. Spirit Vessel, good way to deal with some of that healing. Bobuka just loves this item. He's like, okay, Clanks with Spirit Vessel, sign me up. Anything that can build into Spirit Vessel, pretty much you can buy it on any hero. It's not going to be great, but...
Yeah, it's actually surprising that Faith Beyond did not go for the Mage Slayer, by the way. You were mentioning that. Maybe the nerfs were too much.
All I can give us.
As the smoke now comes out from Azure Ray, Lesh will pop it. Searing Chains opener. Arrow will not be used on the Lesh because he's just that easy to kill, apparently. Azure Ray will have to
It's a good excuse when you miss that arrow. It's like, oh, I thought we got this guy.
Yeah, of course.
It was a scouting tool.
Faceless Void, just one of those heroes in this patch that feels like it's a slow start, but then once, if you're able to get to mid-game, it feels really hard to stop.
Absolutely.
If they have any kind of an advantage.
They have nothing that builds into a silence. There are no Hex fires. Maybe I would love to see JT pick up a Hex instead, just so you can initiate on either Wyvern or Faceless Void.
FY and JT respecting each other, knowing that it's not going to bother trying to go for this, as Bach will get the instant Orca on the Mirana. Has the Aghanim Scepter now, so Arctic Burn can be basically spammed ad nauseum. Toss back, FY, or toss in place, I should say. I'm going to say, do they want to continue here? Yules is going to be able to dodge the arrows. The Rolling Thunder being used by Ori, but will not get the lockdown they need on the Morph. Wisdom Rune is available.
JT in a bad
G2
spot.
will be able to grab that as the Mars Arena comes through for JT with the BKB. He's just running away though. There's a 1v1 battle. Lou versus the Morph. Chronosphere is there, but the Attribute Shift is doing so much work, but the Swashbuckle destroys him, and that is a huge kill onto Monet. FY will be the trade for now. There's nothing to say, getting gone on, and he's just going to be casually right-clicked by Ori.
That's
now the curse from Faith Beyond. And the Mirana does have 2 leaps available, but it matters not. Double kill for Ori. 1 for 3 advantage Azure Ray.
They split that fight so nicely. They are going in, poking. They know if they commit with like Arena, that's their big thing. They can easily reset with either Chronosphere or like one good ulti from Winter Wyvern, a toss back. But yeah, JT already down to half HP, needs to pop a BKB. No real follow-up onto this Arena. And on the side you see Low chronoing Morphling, who drops down. Monet, that's also the problem. You're playing into Faceless Void, and you don't have any kind of a save. No grab ally this time.
That's right. You could remedy that situation, of course, with the old Tormy situation, but not to be for now. And, I mean, I don't know how much damage Faith Beyond did, but it seemed like a lot. I mean, just percentage-based damage against the likes of Morphling is insane. Then you got the Swashbuckle with Diffusal combo. If you get a full swash on Morphling, that's going to hurt.
The big one is this move speed on Winter Wyvern's Arctic Burn, because it does give you extra 25% move speed, plus boots of travel, has enchanted quiver, so he can really keep the distance.
He got lucky.
He's basically a Dragon Knight with Aghanim Scepter at the moment.
No Manta, though. Not yet.
Maybe later.
If it worked with Ags, that would be something. That's what we need in our life, apparently. But yeah, he's had some very good impact on this game for Faith Beyond, and Azure after that fight now take the slight net worth lead. And if this goes into like extreme late game scenarios,
Faceless Void is the king of this game. You also have,
but like, sometimes like the supporting cast can be more important. I think that's maybe something to be said about that in this game.
Yeah, Undying plus Mirana, these heroes don't scale as much compared to others. Like Leshrac, I'd say that he had huge impact, taking some of these towers, and also providing the follow-up stun on a Chronosphere. Tiny, of course, is always going to be the big one.
I fear nothing.
Roche does roar, so Azure knows that this is happening. They're going to be too late to stop it, it looks like.
Roshan
will
die in the end. I can't even hear that noise. I mean, I can, but it should be something better, I would say.
Okay, well,
it needs to be louder.
Oh boy, the counter initiation onto the Morphling, but he gets out his attribute shift just in time. Has his Aegis intact as well as low with the double chrono, able to kill off the Undying to start things out. Already doing a lot of work with that ult on the back line as well. As Morphling, life number 1, close to being done here. Uses the Manta style as well, as Lowe's continuing to try to find him, but he turns into the Morphling, able to time walk away. Lash is dead, JT attempting to TP out, but the curse is there, and a swashbuckle, not quite enough damage onto the Ember, so nothing to say, able to TP out successfully. And G2IG able to secure and maintain the Aegis, surprisingly.
Yeah, they didn't kill Morphling, but they killed the rest. Also by Bach coming out from Wyvern in this one. They needed to focus him down. I think that's the key. They need to kill him immediately, because when they try to initiate, Fate Beyond uses that heal immediately, and they don't have enough damage. Morphling is pretty much all physical. Ember, I would say as well, you don't have that like burst instant damage coming out. It's a setup for the arrow, but that's all it is.
I mean, that's potentially where that Revenant's Brooch could come into handy with with JT. But
I like that. I said that I do prefer this build for a good reason. I've seen it recently so many times, and it feels really nice. He still has a BKB, so
yeah,
it's gonna
he
be fine.
does, and he uses it. Interesting. And Monet, he wants to try to chase. Makes it high ground. Will waveform. Not done yet. Adaptive strike. Doing considerable damage. Lesh is coming in to help out. So low. Really wanted to fight. The Conda is pretty scary now for Monet.
It is. It is a lot of damage. This is basically the old Ethereal Blade build.
Who are your Conda heroes?
Conda heroes, you did mention Clanks. Morphling, most definitely. Let me just go through the hero list real quick.
Yeah, very important. There's Luna, right?
Luna, yeah.
Do you believe in a sniper Conda? That's really what this conversation is.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do?
Yeah.
Awesome. That's my boy. Gotta teach Cinder a thing or two about that.
He doesn't like it?
No. We saw it yesterday too, and it won before he purchased it, of course, because it was such a stomp. But Aghanim Scepter.
Bounty Hunter with Conda is nice in your pub games.
Yeah, not in the actual game.
I don't know if you tried Axe with Conda. That's great. You hold on to Fairy's Trinket, you buy Kaya Sanj, you play off your Culling Blade. It's like 1000 HP. You can one-shot people with level 20 talent.
That's good stuff. I think I got scared off because the mechanic didn't work properly at first. But they fixed that, as Valve usually does in this game that is beta. 2K lead for Azure. Still Aegis, though, on Monet. Try to take advantage of that as FY jumps in with the avalanche and will force that back up to the high ground. It's like, I know you're here.
5 heroes, pretty much.
They were smoked. Very interesting.
He knows this stuff.
Another smoke incoming for G2XIG, brought to you by Korean Barbecue, legendary figure of the Dota scene.
Yeah, KBBQ. Very good at being a translator, being a pub star, being an analyst, whatever is necessary. Manager.
Yeah, X-Nova, he's good at being dead for now. Just like that, it's 5v4. Monet getting stun locked, but JT comes in with a big arena onto 3. Huge rebuke, but the save onto Lesh for now. FY would be the first to fall, but there's the Chronosphere. JT is dead. Morphling, that's life number 1. Nothing to say. Has to stay alive here. Has a remnant, but it's in slow motion. They get the stun off, but turns into the void for now as Monet. He's going to get solo cursed. Do they have the damage to follow this up? But do they have the stun lock? Indeed. Lou rips him a new one. Nothing to say. Will be able to TP out, but Boca, though, the cancellation thanks to the Yules. And that's 4 dead for G2XIG, brought to you by Korean Barbecue, legendary figure of the caster scene. And they get rid of the Aegis as well.
Yeah, Korean Barbecue, he will need to step in. Like, they're going to need someone to have extra hero in this game, pick up some Venomancer. It's just looking very bad for G2IG at the moment. They can't really take any of the fights they're trying, but every single time they're losing. You can see JT one more time. I think we've seen this fight before where there's no real follow-up. Nobody is inside the arena dealing damage, and then Low manages to get a really big chrono. So pretty difficult fight. Time dilation also destroys, nothing to say. He gets out of that. Already down to half HP, and Bach, what I really like about him is he's waiting those curses until, like, very
patient.
He's very patient indeed, because they can't really burst him down. Tian Ming, some big smiles coming out from him.
I'd be happy too if I was playing position 5 and I got to play Leshrac. Farm-intensive hero to some degree.
Also, I think what Tian Ming does, because he does have this shard, is whenever he sees Arena being used, he just drops the splitter in the middle of it. So if there's a follow-up, eventually you're gonna get stunned. So maybe Mars won't, but there's no BKB on Morphling at the moment, and there's no BKB on Ember.
A tithe to the impurities.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, that shard was nerfed from the Lesh perspective, but still showing its worth. There's nothing to say. Getting very aggressive, but so many TPs coming in. They really want to kill Faith Beyond. Arena comes down, Faith Beyond with the ult, but he will die to the adaptive strike. He's actually dead for 90 seconds. So G2 have a decent chance to try to take a little bit of control now. Nothing to say. Showing off that Aghanim Scepter all over the place now. Arrow will be dodged by the Lesh. Out of mana, though. And Monet and company on the high ground with that Diabolic Edict stolen as he turned into Lesh. Now they're going to try to force this out. The fortification is used.
Low
out. Faith Beyond for 70 seconds. This is pretty scary for Azure Ray. FY blinks in. Arrow not really going to be communicated correctly. JT gets off the spear. Here comes Lou with the Chronosphere. Only onto 1 though. FY dies early on. Trying to focus everything onto JT. He's getting really low. Enough right clicks from Low will suffice in the kill. Monet, he gets stun locked. They're actually going to be able to burst him down as well. No racks for you as Lesh barely walks away. Nothing to say. Going to try to continue with the sleight of fist.
Dragon keeping him alive.
Nothing to say. Attempting to TP out, but it's not going to happen. Double kill for Ori. Somehow, Azure Ray defends 4v5, and they only lose a support.
Basically 3v5, because Tiny
died right away.
Immediately.
True.
He doesn't have buyback. He used it in the previous fight. But yeah, you can see the power of their heroes. These multiple instances of damage. Lou goes in. I want to see how much damage he dealt. 7.5 tap, more than the whole squad of IG.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. And this is where Void starts to look absurd as well. Now we're at the 38-minute mark, and his farm is really getting there. Scotty's going to be next on the list. Not even that far away now for Low.
I like that he has Grobo as
I was going to say, that's
pretty interesting.
Very magic damage heavy for himself.
Yep. Paladin Sword, just in case he needs to like farm up, go back to full HP.
That's when you know this item needs a nerf, when a melee hero is picking it. For God's sake, come on. Ridiculous.
I'm really this item has not been touched in like 2 years. Yeah. I think it got even buffed last time. Like last change to an item was some kind of a buff.
Yeah, pretty insane. They could steal the Tormy as well if they want, but everyone is alive now for the side of G2, so Azure will back away. 13k lead now. So really the only thing that feels like it could bite them in the ass is this lack of buybacks, but that last fight, apparently they just didn't even need half their lineup.
Buybacks will reset shortly on their side, so that's going to be a good thing. Roshan will be up in 50. This will be...
That's the banner. Well, I guess it would be the cheese if it's on the Dire side.
It's going to be on Radiant side. 42nd.
No, the original patch notes did say that the banner was on Dire side. Nobody seems to notice that, though. JT gets off the arena. FY will be taken out swiftly. Dead for 50. I mean, it makes sense, though, because Dire side, it should have the banner. It's like a Dire. It looks like it's from the Dire side.
Yeah.
And cheese, you can't grow that on the Dire side. There's no life there.
The soil
There's no
is
cows.
not fertile enough.
You need milk.
Feed the cows.
Yeah. Shivas now. One of the few Shivas purchases we've seen in this patch, this letter patch that is, for Ori.
I think we're going to see Veils being picked up and just keeping that until like later
Late game.
stages of the game, and then you upgrade it.
Yeah, I think so.
There it is. Roshan.
Yep, he will have the refresher shard as well. So wait, the second Rosh, was that taken on the Dire side? That was cheese then? I don't remember seeing a banner. Of course, no one ever remembers seeing a banner unless we talk
You
about
don't
it.
see it, ever.
That's right.
There should be a sound.
There's the roar, speaking of sounds.
I haven't heard it again.
He's very silent, otherwise. He's taking this beating like a man. As G2, they will get another Aegis. Refresher shard on Ember, which is scary.
Nothing to say. He's so bored. Just went inside the tombstone.
Yeah.
To grab himself.
It's a misclick and you just get lost.
Yeah,
like, where am I?
They can't see you. Like, we could not see him on camera. That's why he went inside. Keeping it PG-13. Butterfly now on Morphling. With Kanda, with Mindbreaker, Scotty. So, pretty much fully jacked on Morphling. Deals a lot of damage. Faceless Void is level 25. Has that backtrack talent, which can be broken. But the only talent in the game.
It's the only talent that can be broken. It's probably because it used to be a passive.
Yes.
And they just kept the code, right?
I think it would be too OP. I think that was added afterwards.
Oh,
One of the
okay.
patches. It said, no, his level 25 is affected by break mechanic.
I see.
What if?
But it doesn't like add a skill, technically. Like it kind of does, but it's hidden. You know
Yes,
what I mean?
it's not
Like, it doesn't
here.
show up. That's kind of interesting. They could have added that. They have that icon done, but then they have to add it for the Arcana. Yeah, that's too much work, actually. Understandable.
What if some of these talents could also be broken? Let's say you get extra 25 move speed. Suddenly, they break. You're like, okay, I can't move.
All your
they
talents
broke
break?
your leg.
Hey, that used to be what Saint Joshua did, right? It maimed you.
It did, yeah.
Remember that? The old slow. Kind of miss that. Olden days for us old men.
When things were not complicated. Now you read Kaya Sanj as a description. As a new player, you're like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
What did I just read?
That's true. And after you read it, you're underwhelmed, but it is a good item.
It's a lot of numbers. Like, ooh, 20%, 16% of this, not too bad. Back to the game.
What do you think about G2 getting the Aegis consistently this game? They've gotten all three, haven't they?
Yes, they did. But they
they've been
haven't
behind
managed
for
to
a couple of them now.
do much. Every single time it was Monet who picked it up. He revives and dies immediately.
Yeah. Oh. Find the Yules FY, dodging an arrow. Ori coming in for some help. Swashbuckles there. Monet actually turns into the Arctic, the Wyvern, Mr. Bach. He's trying to fly away with
It's a
that
lot of
BKB. Leshrac, he's going to be left alone. But the Avalanche, nice timing for FY. Morphling at half HP now. Still, that second life, of course. It looks like the Lesh Cold Embrace from Bach. Man, he is having such good positioning as the style's applied to low. Nothing's taken to get some help from JT. Finally, Arena comes through, but the Chrono right on top of him. JT is dead. Ember might be next if he gets the lucky bash here.
He
The
got
silence is there, but
silenced.
the Yules keeping him alive. There's the Cold Embrace, though. Down goes the Undying, and Ori turns into a shield-crashing little boy, whatever the hell that means.
Oh,
Monet,
he got the time walk off.
He's trying to cut through this. The Cold Embrace again. Faith Beyond is just all over the place. They cannot catch up to him. Monet still alive with that first of 2 lives. Low gets off the time dilation, finally able to cut through that Aegis and able to cut
Where's
through
the heal
Baboka.
at?
Nothing
There
to
it
say.
is.
All the remnants coming through. Refresher shard as well, but the Split Earth is going to connect for the time being. Low, he's going to get Cold Embrace, Time Walk off all that damage.
heal
And
nothing to
Monet,
stay?
yeah, this is going to be trouble for the likes
Disperser.
of Azure Ray because Monet, well, he's getting stun locked now, though. The toss is there from FY. Buck finally out of mana, but he gets the Cold Embrace on himself again. And Monet now You would think he'd be able to finish off with the health of Nothing to Say, who's now gotten refreshed, good to go. Very long fight. G2 IG. Looks like they've won it. I don't know how many buybacks came through, though. We'll look at that after the fact. As FY has this blink up just a bit, but they cancel it. Lotus reflects the Yules.
Another Yule.
There's about 20 Yules in this game. There's the sheep to follow. And this is going to be a dieback for FY.
Oh
So
man,
G2
what a long
IG.
fight. Bach has been owning this fight. I think what's the goal change? Okay, 4,000, but yeah, it's, I think that Azure Ray, it just shows what he's doing in the fight. Like Bach, all eyes on him in every single team fight. He's keeping the distance, hitting you once or twice, silence. How many cold embraces was that? That was
Like
basically
six?
like 5-6 of them.
Yeah.
Because they don't have enough. Like, they need JT to turn into this mode with Revenant's Brooch, where he can hit people with magic damage, so that's going to be good. He has Divine Rapier, but it's locked up for now.
Oh, okay. And Monet taking advantage of the numbers. Gets the bottom set of racks. Who knows what's happened to the banner? Nobody cares. Again, fortifications there. Tombstone placed ahead of time to be able to grab the ally. As the smoke comes out from Azure Ray, Chronosphere is up. No second life for Monet this time. Going for this melee Rax. There's the stun from Ori, but the waveform away. They're not going to take any chances. Melee Rax will survive as a result. Although Nothing to Say is kind of sticking around, but feeling a little cheeky knowing that he has that Axe. Oh, there it is. We found it.
Finally.
Very tough creeps. Wow. Huge impact.
Makes absolutely no difference. We need this change. I think the previous one, when second Roshan was dropping Shard, that was slightly OP.
Yeah.
Now we have these Stormies, but overall, it does feel underwhelming compared to either Cheese, Refresher, whatever.
I think it's a good concept. It just needs some tweaking.
What about charges? Having like multiple charges on it.
So you can stack them?
Stack them? Ooh.
Just put like 5 stacks and make mega creeps right off the bat? Sure. I think the idea of it being a flag that you can kill, I don't see the point. Just have it as like a base upgrade. I mean, if it was unkillable, would it even be good? Nobody's killing them anyway. Like it wouldn't change anything.
But you could drop it like closer.
Yeah.
So you would not have to put it inside the base, so it would be safe.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be a flag in that case. I'm just saying, like, the barracks would just be upgraded temporarily.
Okay.
Right?
Temporarily?
Yeah, it's like a temporary upgrade.
Okay.
It's like you're playing StarCraft, except it gets reverted after 5 minutes.
Never played StarCraft, but I did watch a lot.
That's great to hear.
Good to hear.
Good
Very
story.
important for this cast. Yeah.
Very even game here between Azure and
30-30.
IG.
Yep. In terms of score.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, it's still even. I don't think a set of racks really changes anything in this game.
No, absolutely not.
They have
The
such
big
good wave
change
push.
is this Refresher Orb on low now. So, Faceless Void with Scotty, with stats, you do have enough mana to cast double Chronosphere, so that's not going to be an issue. And also having multiple Dispel mechanics, Manta style, BKB, Disperser as well, because let's say they turn, like against Searing Chains, he turns into Faceless Void, time dilation could cause some issues. So he's waiting for potentially a second Rapier.
Okay. So if he dies, buys back, he'll have one again?
Yeah.
Oh, damage
Or
rune.
AD.
Ability draft, everyone's favorite mode. Okay, might have a connection here. Smoke. They don't. I'm not sure if they know about the damage rune.
They don't have vision there. But maybe if they're keeping an eye, they could know that DD rune is going to spawn.
He's got a lot of rapiers in his sights here.
A lot of radiances.
Oh, is he going radiance?
Yeah, multiple.
Oh yeah, it was a radiance. You're right. There's no demon edge. I don't think radiance is going to change anything here.
Dire are scanning.
Scan. Does connect. So they have an idea where each other are. Roche is going to be up in 40 seconds. I don't think Azure Ray secured one Roche for themselves as of yet.
They want to fight for the next one, that's for sure. That fourth banner, so good.
I mean, if they had gotten the last couple Roches, the game would be over, I'm pretty sure, in Azure Ray's favor. But that's given a second life to G2 for sure. FY spotted. Conda ripping him a new one. That's half HP already. But still a bit of a stalemate now, as it tends to be with these Roche-offs, although they're not really close to the pit. Of course, Roche would be top right now. But daytime's coming in 20 seconds, so getting...
Low doesn't have a
this area
buyback.
secured
That's the big one. He's the most farm hero in the game, very far away from his buyback. Needs 2,000 gold for it.
Oh, wow. That could be an issue.
They could potentially like hex him with Mirana, but they also need to control the backline because Bach so far has been doing an amazing job.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder down, so they have a little bit of a window here to not
It's
have to
low
worry about
cooldown.
that spell.
It's 48 seconds with Octarine and level 25
They could
talent.
kill Roche in 30 seconds, though.
They could.
They're
And
going
they
to
will.
spot it now. And Azure, I feel like they really need to fight one of these Roche battles. But it looks like they're not going to get here on time again. So 4th Roche for G2 IG. There's the roar again, in case you missed it, which sounds like you did.
Yeah.
Refresher Shard again for Nothing to Say, who went absolutely crazy in that last fight.
So double A on disc, bazillion fire remnants. Pretty difficult to catch. When are those rapiers coming in?
Yeah. When are you hitting the unlock button?
I think once you hit level 25 with that God's Rebuke plus 65% crit.
Okay.
Or if you want to close out the game, because this right now just gives you a lot of damage, but you don't want to risk it too much. You do not want to give it to Faceless Void, Pango. Even Tiny, like Tiny packs a punch. He's not building into these like right-click items, but FY did go for the other talent on level 20. Grow damage talent, grow bonus damage with tree talent.
Another Wind Waker for FY. Really likes this item. Very good against Mars. Gives yourself the ability to use your teammates, of course, which is almost like a grab ally type of
better version.
Functionality. Better version. Oh,
I would say better version.
Okay. Not as cool though, because you're in a tombstone and it gets really thick.
Have you ever been inside one?
No. BKB picked up by Monet, so that's going to be a use and then backpack type of item. Although I guess he does have room still, once the treads will be sold. Yeah, this is a very important game, like we were talking about when this game started. Azure, I think, pretty much has to 2-0 to be able to have a chance to continue on.
Not just
in
important for the players, but also for the management. I'd say
for Korean barbecue.
For Korean barbecue, if things don't go too well here, if they get eliminated, he might get replaced.
Wow, is this some inside knowledge? I think he just started.
Jack is doing one hell of a job.
Yep, great job, Jack. Hopefully he's providing Korean barbecue for his players as well.
If they win, yeah.
If they lose, McDonald's. Cold.
If they lose, just soup.
Okay, and the buyback is now there for Low. But they're going to have to fight into an Aegis. And
if they lose, he eats Korean barbecue and they watch. They get to watch.
They watch him? All right, I see. There's a nice mukbang channel or something. Makes them watch that as well. Good content for Korean barbecue. Nullifier. Okay, not an item we see all that often anymore on Nothing to Say. I mean, all these Yules, I can understand that for sure. Counter to the Wind Waker, of course.
Now, he's also going to be like in the middle of the fight, so he can use it on the target that they want to focus. Blink picked up by Baboka, so Blink Hex coming out from position for Mirana, and then Ember Spirit can follow it up. Use that Nullifier. Nullifier, an item that also got massive buff. The projectile speed has been increased by 700.
700?
Yeah, it's almost double.
Wow. That is quite fast.
700 what?
That's move speed, I guess. Yeah. Very quick. That's like a Bloodseeker. All right, did he hit 25 on Mars? Like, what are they waiting for exactly?
He is level 25. He's waiting for 2 Divine Rapiers, I think. He can sell his Soul Ring.
Oh, well, he certainly has something on his courier.
Sacred Relic, which he locked.
Yeah, okay. All right, so the second rapier is there. Just gotta be careful.
Radiant's top tower.
Once
is
you
under
You
put that
remember
together.
back in the days where you, like, somebody killed your courier
Dropped
and
everything.
items dropped.
Yep,
Yeah.
all of them drop.
ZSMJ Medusa, back in the days, he lost his rapier, farmed another one in like 5 minutes, and managed to win the game.
Oh, wow.
Never refuse.
Legendary. Not as legendary as Korean Barbecue, of course, the great general manager of G2XIG. Yeah, a lot of crazy stories from back in the day.
Shout out to him. I don't think we gave him a single shout out today, but...
Yep, shout out.
So Divine Rapiers, all eye on JT. He has 2 of them.
Yeah. I mean, they waited out the whole Aegis. It's about to expire. They didn't do anything with it. Very interesting. I think most players, Azure Ray are very happy about this because they get to wait out for their buybacks. Now the buyback available for JT. So basically everybody has a buyback in the game other than X-Nova, but he's only 100 away now.
JT also has Arcane Blink queued up. Oh, initiation.
Yep. Nullifier. Arrow is there. Fake out of the split earth. It's coming with that shard. There's a cold embrace to keep FY alive for now. Rolling Thunder used by Ori. Will connect onto the Morphling as the Aegis expires right now. Tossed up
might
FY.
be able to kill him immediately.
Continuing to stun lock him. There's the Chronosphere.
He's dead.
Death number 1 for Morphling. Gonna turn their sights onto the Undying as well. Tombstone will drop. They do have buybacks on both. So they wait for the Aegis to expire.
And then go.
And then go. Makes a lot of sense. Did he make the rapier? No.
No.
He also has not put together
There it
the
is.
rapier.
He's making them right now after they just lost the fight.
Oh.
It's go time. JT, let's see the damage. The Maj.
Okay. The rebuke will
No,
do a
not
lot
ready
of
yet.
damage.
He's not ready yet.
Okay. Gotta get some more creeps. Oh, yeah. Get some practice. There we go.
3.5k.
That's some
Big
fried
crits.
chicken right there.
We've seen Notice the other day instantly killing 2 supports with it, but he had 3 rapiers, almost 5,000 crits coming out.
Okay. Needs so you think he should go for that third rapier?
Absolutely.
Okay. It's going for Arcane Blink right now. Very underwhelming.
Doesn't give you damage, lowers the cooldown of your blink, which is nice. Synergizes with your God's Rebuke. 7-second cooldown blink, 6 seconds on God's Rebuke.
Oh, okay. Hello. Trying to force some buybacks.
This is going to be
Fortification
so
number 1.
underwhelming if they lose the game. He had 2 rapiers this whole time, didn't deal a single instance of the damage.
2 games in a row for JT. Low, able to dodge out the arrow. Looks like they're willing to trade their mid set of racks here. Fortification number 2. I mean, these buildings are dead anyway. And we'll see. Azure Ray will probably fall back. And they do.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
JT just chilling. I mean, this is really risky. He's all alone on the other side of the map. I mean, I know he's smoked, but still, there's a possibility.
If they catch him with any stun, faceless void with the follow-up, he's dead. That's 2 divine rapiers that could be picked up by, let's say, Vibrant. Still has Great Band and Bracer in his inventory.
Yeah.
So,
all right, he
quite a lot of damage.
TP's back to base, so continuing on. Double rapier pickup. Will it pay off? Now, we did lose the buyback.
You gotta use
doesn't
your
have money.
abilities on enemy heroes, otherwise it doesn't.
Usually,
as good.
yeah, usually that is the case. As
You
Faith
don't
goes,
if you're playing Zeus with like some Kaya, Refresher, a couple of Divine Rapiers, since Divine Rapiers now also give spell damage.
Yep, of course. That's the most important aspect.
25%. Big numbers.
So Ori purchased something. Might have been the nullifier for him as well.
It is
'cause
nullifier.
He does not have buyback currently, so now they have to wait for 500 gold. And this is going to be a 60-minute game. We're going to see those big, juicy items.
I'm having so much fun right now, didn't even notice that it's a 58-minute game.
Yeah, that's right. These tier 5 items are always pretty damn hype.
Thank you, Suns fan.
Are we going to see that that 95% magic resist tier 5 item that was just buffed?
It's great against Mars for this build because he's dealing magical damage.
That is true, actually. That is actually true.
What's it called? I keep forgetting.
I don't remember. I've never seen it in a game.
Unwavering condition.
So it used
Plus
to be 1500 HP. Now what is it?
1800.
Yeah, it's the 300 extra HP you gain. Like Lesh. Wouldn't you just pick that up on Lesh?
Surely.
Maybe, so you don't get one shot by bars. But he can also go for physical damage. It still deals quite a lot.
That's true. He just has to toggle it. Very difficult.
One click. So.
That's too many, I think. When you have 2 Divine Rapiers, you can't click more. 0 clicks needed.
Ever since he bought those rapiers, he did not click the heroes.
That's true. He has not been seen by anyone. Nothing to say. Will be seen. Toss up. Rolling Thunder being proc. Trying to get the stun locks. Actually a pretty good spot for it, but no. Right, gets off the use temporarily, but now gets silenced up. Do they have the damage? The grab ally from X-Nova, keeping him alive for the time being. Nothing to say. Gets split earth again. There's the Chronosphere number 1. JT's dead! Both rapiers on the ground. He never clicked a hero. Are you serious?
1,000
what
damage.
What are we watching, JT? Why? Why have you done this to us? Arrow is there.
Oh my God, look at this damage.
This is a disaster. Nothing to say. Drops to the deck. Solo curse onto the Morphling, and Low with his double rapier is something to fear indeed. Unlike JT, gets off the arena, but there's Chronosphere number 2, and now the rapier is being used against
dead
JT.
again.
Absolutely pummeled into the ground, and Monet with a sliver of HP will drop finally, has his buyback. The Ember Spirit not so lucky. That is a dieback from Nothing to Say. One of the worst rapier purchases we've seen. The execution was not there at all. And out of nowhere, a 46,000 net worth league.
They might call it
what
46,000.
was this?
JT will be known from now on as Just Throw. I can't believe that he didn't deal a single instance of damage ever since he picked it up. Even he had Ming stunned. And we can see JT on camera, not too happy about it. Yeah, just give us his camera on full screen, because I think this game's over.
This game is so over. Oh my goodness. Low dealing so much damage now thanks to JT. The toss-up, they have the stun lock. All they can do is look on as the GGs are called. Azure get a 2-0. They don't even get the tier 5 items. They don't need it. 2 rapiers are stronger than all the tier 5 items.
Yeah. And Low, very happy about this one. He had some amazing chronos, Bach as well. FY, he's dead inside. This guy's been playing Dota for way too long. He's like, I've seen everything. He probably experienced something like this before. Those Divine Rapiers dropped. And also they're playing with their coach, Big Dota Lanham, and also known as Big D Lanham. He is behind them, coaching. One of the reasons why the team is doing well. He was not there with them at BB Dacha. But yeah, JT, game winner, Azure Ray. JT's on camera.
Oh man,
that's good content.
Oh man, that feels so bad actually. That feels so bad. I mean, it's risky. You go late game. I mean, I know this Divine Rapier, but it's not like it's that crazy, right? We've seen it, but against a Void,
yeah, it is like risky against
Chrono.
Void.
Like surely gonna get Chrono at some point. Whew. But yeah, that was quite the game. Let's see if the studio can try to break down the double Rapier.
Well, I don't know if we can break down the double rapier. We didn't see that much of it. I mean, it just, basically a one and done here. Just one fight, one chrono, and it's gone. We did see him one shot a stack of Ancients. Or another stack. It was just one stack of Ancients.
Just an ancient
He did it, though.
It was a couple of dragons. In a game like this, Shiver, there are not 5 winners. There are 6 winners because JT, of course, won that game in his heart. One of the most satisfying things to do in the game is do a build like this and absolutely grief your team. The setup of locking the Sacred Relic, 2 Sacred Relics, until you have roughly 30,000 net worth, and then almost immediately losing it in the next team fight is one of the most hilarious things you can experience in a Dota game. So JT probably right now is absolutely thrilled. His team isn't. So if anybody's looking for an offlaner...
Did you see him on the camera? I don't think he was.
If anybody's looking for an offlaner, JT will be available after this match. I can tell you that much.
No.
I've been in these games before, but he's not going to feel too bad about it because what a rush it is to have that sort of thing play out in a game. Just a huge rush.
I think he will feel bad about it. And he looked like he felt bad about it, and he honestly should, because this one was really important for G2IG. I mean, before I talk about this a little bit, Jenkins, could you explain what this double Rapier Revenant Spurge build is for people as the off-lane connoisseur that you are.
Naturally. So offlaners get bored and they do dumb shit. This is one of those dumb things. This started with Amar the fucker that did this first. He saw it in a YouTube video of some 3K MMR guy smurfing in 1K doing this. So the idea is that you get the Revenant's Brooch, which of course converts your physical attacks to magic damage, which works with attack modifiers. So you can do this on Tiny as well, and it works with his Tree Volley. You can do this on Mars. It works with his W. You buy these rapiers, but you lock them. You lock the sacred relics, so that way you only combine it into these risky rapiers at the time where you're actually able to one-shot people. With the Mars W, and then the converting to magic damage. Of course, people have much less magic resistance than they have physical resistance in the late game, so you can often one-shot carries by doing this. Incredibly risky, a hugely risky strategy, but what a rush. The dopamine is huge. Huge.
Now that Jenkins has, kindly explained that to us, I want to point out that when we've seen this during DreamLeague or competitive Dota, when we saw Mar do it the first time, he was very much ahead. His team was very much ahead, and it didn't look like they were in a position to lose. And then when we saw this in DreamLeague a couple of days ago, I don't remember which team it was that played it.
I think it was VP.
But there was a concept there that was very cool, which is that they had a Kunkka X-marking the Mars, who would then blink in, do the one-shot, and get X back. So the draft was somewhat built around the idea that they could potentially do that. But in this game, for JT, I honestly cannot see the logic in doing this. The game was not won. It was not secure. There was so much net worth that was just sitting idly in his inventory when if he had gone Refresher Hex, he could have had so much more impact in these fights, and they would have been able to fight more in the period that he was farming the Revenant's Brooch and the double rapiers. And also, it wasn't even a good game for it. Like, you're going to get chronoed. Okay, let's say you blink in one shot and you want to BKB TP out. You can't really do that. You're playing against Pango, Basher, you're playing against Faceless Void, Chrono, and Bash. You're playing against Winter Wyvern. You're not really in a position where you can get away with going in and doing the one shot. You will pay for it. So, what was the logic there?
I almost feel like
I have the logic.
Desperation, because they tried high ground. They had 3 different Aegises and they couldn't break high ground. Gotta try
here's
something
an analogy.
desperate. All right.
Who's the coolest superhero?
Batman.
Correct. What does Batman do? He has no powers, but he uses tools.
He has a lot of money.
He uses tools. He's got a lot of money. You know what costs a lot of money?
Rapiers.
2 rapiers and a Revenant's Brooch. That costs a lot of money. He wants to be the Batman, the savior of this game, the vigilante that's doing justice. Batman doesn't have any sidekicks, Effie.
I see.
Nobody's known Batman to be quiet, Cheever. Nobody's known Batman to have any sidekicks. He doesn't need any help. He wants to carry the game on his own, be the cool guy, and then even though they're getting eliminated, he still gets his time to shine, just like Batman.
Oh, so JT plus 4 Robins is what we saw here.
Who's Robin?
All of them. But no, I don't want to make this only about this build because they were running into some walls. I just can't help but ask all of that empty net worth
Not
that
the Mars
wasn't
balls
being
because he
used.
wasn't fighting.
Could that have been more helpful if he had built some Refresher Hex build that makes it easier to team fight? But just really quickly, I think Azure played incredibly well. We talked so much about JT's item build, but I think Low had some excellent chronos. Azure played the prolonged team fights very well, especially around their Tormentor area. We saw them win 2 fights there, and the Curse came into play, the Leshrac Shard came into play. It just seemed like when they were able to take fights on their terms, they actually won these long and drawn-out fights, and that's what took them to this stage of the game where they could actually win.
Lesh 5 seems unironically pretty good in the games that we've seen from it. It's like pumping out just as much damage as a Lesh core, but then you're on a roll where you don't really want to invest to kill the Lesh, and so therefore you don't need the Bloodstone as much. You can just kind of play around the Guardian Greaves. I'm being more and more convinced on Lesh as a hero just because of this ability to flex it.
I will say it took I don't know how much of this game was because they were defending high ground for a long time. Azure was.
They were, yeah.
And even though they won in the end, it still doesn't seem like the ideal way to play a game of Dota, you guys. We're gonna win 60 minutes in. We're just gonna sit in our base for like 20, 30 minutes because that's what it felt like.
With Wyvern Lesh, though, I do feel like that is, from my experience playing Wyvern in the offlane, like a lot of games do go like that, and then eventually you get your range items, you get your, parasmas and that sort of thing, and you're just hitting people from, 1,000 meters away, 1,000 feet away for the Americans out there, and it's very hard to push into because all your heroes are just like 30% HP trying to push high ground, and you take some initiation off of that. So it is the way she goes for this hero.
And I do think wins like that actually feel really good when you're playing from behind. The enemies have a really great start and they're just bringing the aggression to you. So a lot of these fights, you feel like you win through outplays, through good chronos. Low, for example, was playing on the edge. In a lot of these fights, he was playing until he was 100 HP, time walking out. There were a lot of times where it looked like he could die, and then he didn't. And there were some cool things that they were doing. There was like a toss back from Tiny into the Wyvern Curse.
Oh, that was sweet.
It's cool. They play these long fights very. That nobody died though when he did that, but it still looked awesome.
Yeah.
And I feel like when you're doing these outplays and these like heavy mechanical fights, and you win in the end, you still feel good, regardless of how long it took.
Well, I will tell you that G2IG will not feel good because they're now 2-8, which I think is as good as almost mathematically eliminated, but don't quote me on that. What I do know is that Azure is now 4-6, which sounds a lot better than 2-6, which they were this morning. They still have 2 series. Later today, they'll go up against OG, and then tomorrow they'll go up against Virtus Pro. So the chances of them still being in that middle pack are still there. We'll have to wait and see how the group plays out, of course. That's all Group A. We're doing it Group A, Group B, Group A, Group B, and that means it's now time to shift over to Group B. So if you stick around, you'll be in the right place to watch some Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid. Group A paused. It is time for Group B to take the stage here. It's the third day of group stages here for DreamLeague Season 22. And that means it's time for some Shopify Rebellion and Team Liquid. That's right, we go from the top of the group to the bottom of the group and see who comes out victorious. Can Team Liquid turn it around? Let's find out. Because they do need a little bit of extra something there on Team Liquid. They did end the day really strong yesterday. If you were tuning in this morning, you would have seen a 17-minute victory against Extreme. That's how they ended. So then sometimes Team Liquid just needs to get kicked into gear and then, they'll cruise through to the grand finals. Somehow that happens very frequently. But before we dive into what's going to happen in this series in terms of draft heroes, what's going to happen, I first would like to hear what our technical analyst has cooked up.
Yeah, basically, I wanted to talk about exactly what you just alluded to, which was the Team Liquid's group stage performance has not always been so hot. So I looked at some of their recent tournaments in the Betboom Dacha tournament. They lost their first 2 games, then proceeded to go 6-4, barely making it through groups. In the KL Kuala Lumpur tournament, they started 2-4 and then ended up going 5-5, barely making it through the groups. We saw at Berlin Major a similar story last year. Also the similar story at DreamLeague Season 21 and Season 20, which they actually got knocked out in the first group stage, going 2-8 and 5-9 respectively. So not always the hottest performance coming out from Team Liquid during the groups, but Shopify is 6-2, their opponent, and Liquid's 2-6 right now. But when we look at their history between the 7 series these two teams have played, Liquid has won 4 of them. Shopify has drawn the other 3. So not once has Shopify taken a series off of Liquid. And the last time that our TZ beat Liquid in a series was 2020.
Woohoo! So, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, we're looking at quite an interesting, look at the records, look at the history. I have no idea who's going to win.
That's going to be very exciting because I know that I think last year Team Liquid and Shopify, they were often scrimming partners. I have no idea how that is this year. So maybe that also, of course, makes it that the matchup is a little bit of a different one than people would normally expect. But Effie Jenkins, Effie, what are you thinking here? What's going on with Team Liquid?
I think, like Brian mentioned, Team Liquid historically don't really have good track records during group stages, but now today's the day where it really matters that you pull it together. And Liquid are notorious for pulling it together in the nth hour. So if they want to continue through this DreamLeague, they probably have had this conversation yesterday of, guys, we've been playing bad. What's going on? Let's channel that last game we played versus XG. But I'm not too concerned about Liquid because I feel like they're a team that sometimes they'll go into tournaments a little bit lax, a little bit less motivated than usual, but if they can, have those conversations internally, it's corrected almost instantly the next day.
Yeah.
The question is, what form of Liquid are we going to see?
Yeah, what form will we see? We're diving into Shopify Rebellion first, and before we do that, let's just learn a little bit more about the state of the team.
Shopify Rebellion has had a very turbulent first year in Dota. Entering 2023, they were looking like one of the strongest teams with good placements in the Lima Major and DreamLeague Season 19. However, their success didn't last long, with placements gradually getting worse and worse across the year. It was clear that they needed to mix up their roster and make some changes, and they did just that.
I think we have a lot of potential. I feel very hopeful about what we can achieve. It's they're pretty fun to hang out with and just to have on team. So it's cool.
Newcomers to the roster include Yopaj, a new Filipino mid player to replace the void left by Abed, as well as a new support duo in Theolacor and Kitron.
The team feels quite fresh for me, and I think for everyone. From that standpoint, it's been a lot of just building from the ground up and trying to get better.
Their new roster still contains Saberlight on position 3, who recently performed incredibly well as the stand-in for Team Liquid at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, achieving 3rd place with them.
I would like to send a message to Boba. How do you lose with this man on your team, man?
What's up now, Saber Chat haters? And how could we ever forget our boy Arteezy? Maybe this will be his year. Right, guys? Right? One sec, let me get a quick hit of that copium. Oh, that's the good stuff. Either way, their new roster is off to a solid start. Despite their best efforts at throwing and fountain diving, they managed to qualify for this event. As well as ESL 1 Birmingham, beating out Nouns 3-2 in Grand Finals both times.
Shopify will be the ones to play at ESL 1 Birmingham later this year in April.
We are all dying to see if this new roster will be the revitalization that Shopify Rebellion needs to bring them back to the top.
And this will be the first
Why? What's your problem?
This will be the first time we'll see. Well, this is so far, obviously, we're already 2 days in. We're on day 3, but Shopify has not played in the tournament since this DreamLeague. So it's very cool to see. And it is maybe a little bit foreign for you to see the squad playing from your home base.
Yeah, there's something about that Spotify or Shopify. There's something about that Shopify reel.
When they're winning, you call them Shopify. When they're losing, they're Spotify.
Yeah, sorry.
You have
Right
to
now
get
they're
it right.
Shopify.
They're winning. I know you're used to them losing.
Yeah, sorry. So they were at the Liquid facility. Saberlight's in a Liquid jersey after standing in.
Yeah.
I mean, I also know Arteezy and Blitz are like really good friends. They talk a lot and everything. They've scrimmed against each other in the same facility. So there's a lot of history between these guys. It's very friendly, but yeah.
Yeah, actually, it's funny because you talk about the friendship between Arteezy and Blitz, and you can really see that in the draft somehow. I remember during the Lima Major, every draft that Liquid did, Shopify would copy, or vice versa. There was just some weird drafting exchange where the same exact ideas were coming out, but at that time, Liquid was just executing better.
Yeah, and they were at that point scrimming partners very intently, so that makes sense as well that they had the same ideas about Dota 2. The question is, do they still do that?
Yes.
And do they still have the same ideas? Like when you see them play?
When I see that, I just know they hang out all the time.
Oh yeah, they do have that.
They share ideas very openly. Blitz is anybody knows him, knows he's a very open guy. I think his team has criticized him a few times for this. Like, stop talking to Shopify, not Spotify, Brian, because they're winning, of course. But yeah, they and of course Saber Chad was standing in for Liquid.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of friendships here, and I think that overrides any respect that can come out when it comes to like copying each other's drafts. Like, there's a friendship copying that's happening here.
Yeah, I will say though, at this point, one team's a little bit more successful than the other team. Let's focus our attention on Team Liquid because they've struggled, as Brian highlighted. That is not an uncommon occurrence, but it's really time to start winning right now. Their former or their future opponents after this is still Tundra and Team Secret. There is still a chance to get in the middle of a tiebreaker, but Group B is so even that it's gonna be hard to wedge yourself in between the already now even packs, and who knows what's gonna happen, of course, in the games that are happening at the same time as these ones. So it's not entirely in Team Liquid's hands anymore, which makes it extra super duper scary. And when talking about Team Liquid, you mentioned him earlier a little bit already, I believe. Effie, you talked about Mickey, and I would like to spotlight him.
Yeah, Mickey is a very interesting player these days because sometimes you watch Liquid and you think that this is by far the best player on their team. They're so lucky to have him. He's carrying. Then other times you'll watch Mickey and you're just wondering what is going on, what is he doing? Because he's had some very polarizing carry performances recently, but I do think that when Mickey brings his A game, he is an S tier carry when he's in that mode. The question is, how do you get to that mode, Brian? Because earlier you were telling me that he's an externally motivated player, more so than anyone else on his team.
Yeah, I feel like Mickey. I've talked to this guy a lot, and when you hear him, his thoughts on Dota, you're like, damn, this guy just sees lines that nobody else sees. And I think that natural talent and just knack for kind of like seeing the way to win is something that very few players have. And when I watch Mickey, like, there's games where he's commanding. He's like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Like, he's literally laying out the entire game for his team. And then there's other games where he's more reserved. And I don't know exactly why, like, which Mickey you're going to get and why. And it's just like, like you said, when he turns it on, it's like, as a carry player, I just have immense respect for it, because not only is he getting all the CS, pushing all the buttons on a hero like Morph, but he's also saying exactly what's going to happen in the game. So I don't know what we're going to get today, because they're 2-6, backs against the wall. what
Maybe
more
that's
external
what they
motivation
need.
do you need?
Yeah,
Right?
Maybe that is what they need. One thing that we do know is that Team Liquid is not on bootcamp right now. Obviously, it was Shopify in the Team Liquid facility. So I also wonder how much that impacts the ability of his teammates potentially to, rally him up and say, guys, really got to win this game. A little bit of team building sometimes, Jenkins, can be important.
I think it has an impact, especially when you consider that 33 is new to the team. And I know during Bet Boom, Blitz was saying that he's kind of like speed running the friendship with 33, spending a lot of time with him intentionally because he has a lot of ideas about the game, very strong ideas.
You mean 33 or Blitz?
33.
Both of them.
Yeah, both of them.
Okay,
They need to like fit the puzzle pieces together.
Yeah.
So they were just kind of speed running that to try to figure out how they can communicate and then actually implement that into the game. And so I do think a couple of weeks at Bet Boom is, you hope that it's enough.
Yep.
But often on teams, it can take many months for an integration to work. So not being on boot camp, it definitely hurts there. But I think with the external motivation of having their backs against the wall, and then also with the practice that they had at Bet Boom, I do still have high hopes for them.
Yeah, and they did start yesterday or end yesterday very strong, so maybe indeed they can carry that momentum forward. Speaking of ending momentum strong, I think Arteezy ended strong as well with Shopify yesterday as we saw him getting a rampage, so he had a great day. I think overall we talked about group stage results in the past, and I forgot which one of you guys it was, but Shopify group stage results.
I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of it. Just get like fourth in the groups. Every time they get first in groups, it's the next stage just goes horribly, dude. Yeah. Volleyball, come on. Stop showing all your cards right at the start. Let's get through.
Take it slow.
To the top 4 of a tournament. NA needs to be back on the map again. People can't even find North America on the damn map.
North Americans can't find anything else on the map.
That's fair. It's just reciprocating the same effort.
Indeed.
Right, we are in the draft. We got ourselves Team Liquid on the Radiant side, Shopify Dire. And first pick goes the way of Shopify. They open with a Rubik. Effie, you want to sing praises about Rubik once again?
Yep.
I think Rubik is a wonderful hero. I will continue to repeat this. I think a lot of the heroes in this meta they struggle versus Rubik, to be honest. There's a lot of good spells to steal. This hero is very disruptive when you can give him one good spell. One Leshrac Splittereth, one Black Hole, as funny as that sounds, but Enigma is being played a lot, right? Even any kind of stun, Rubik can amplify the game. We've been seeing ODs, and then Rubik's picked against the OD as a response to that. So I do feel that this hero should be in high contention because both supports on both of these teams do love their Rubik.
Mm-hmm.
And it never reveals too much to pick it early because Rubik is a decent laner. You can always just shove out the lane with Fade Bolt. It's a ranged hero. You're not committing to like a melee hero. And even in a game where there aren't like good spells to steal, you're never like, oh god, we have a Rubik. Like he's got a stun, he's got a nuke, he's gonna steal something useful, he's gonna build good items, Force Staff, Blink Dagger, Glimmer Cape. He always has a place.
And he has a save as well, which can't be underestimated.
Yeah, that's true.
It did get nerfed over the last year, but it still can be useful in these situations.
So there's a pretty small pool of supports I feel like that are getting picked in the first round, and Rubik's one of them, Tiny's one of them, Mirana's one of them. Batrider's a bit of a flex, but he's also getting picked a lot early in the draft. And I'm seeing pretty stark win rates between them. Rubik's actually gone slightly below 50%, so he's still strong since he's getting first picked. But like heroes like Techies, Tiny, they're all like 40%-ish, and Batrider's like 67%, Mirana's 70%, all these heroes with like 15 plus games. So I'm just fascinated this tournament with how it seems like much impact the supports have on the win rate. That's pretty stark. I don't know if you guys have thoughts, because I haven't noticed that until now.
I think that if you can start out your draft with a strong support that doesn't necessarily give away anything in this drafting phase when so much gets spanned out, you can put yourself in a better position. Like we see this with XG and their Crystal Maiden. It doesn't really tell you that much because you already know how XG is going to play. You know who's playing the Crystal Maiden, but there's not necessarily a response you can do in the first phase to a Crystal Maiden. Like, what do you think to yourself? Oh, a Rubik came out. What do we do? Oh, a Crystal Maiden comes out. Let's instantly counter it. If anything, first picking this Rubik just offsets a lot of the, potential Doom picks that might come out or things like that that are nervous to play against spells.
It is also worth mentioning that Theolacor is, like when he was just a pub star, he was famous for his Rubik. This is his best hero by far. So it's if you have a player that's just like, give me Rubik, like I'll play it in any game. Like you listen to that guy,
I feel like a lot of patches, even 7.35B, there were like broken enough cores to first pick like every single game. Like every first
That's
round
true.
would be like Timber DK, you know?
Yep.
But I feel like as this tournament's going on, I'm seeing more and more teams prioritize a support in the first round. So I'm wondering if that's because these supports are good. The Mirana, 70% win rate across like 27 games.
At least the winning teams
Yeah,
are doing that.
Yeah, so it's interesting that like, is that because the supports are considered more impactful, or are teams realizing what Mira's saying, where you don't really get any information and the cores aren't broken enough to give them that information?
And you
worth
get
it, know what I mean?
a better matchup for the core.
Yeah,
later on.
you'd rather prioritize giving no information with like a pretty solid hero than like a broken.
Like these cores are broken, but in good matchups.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, makes sense with all the nerfs. You know, that's what this.
I feel like
what
the
letter patch
item
does.
nerfs had a large part of this because the heroes that were broken because their
Kivas,
items were
Mage
so
Slayer.
reliable that they could just do that even in bad matchups.
No matter what. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, it's the cast of Friends.
They're not friends. They're totally acting for camera right now. That's really good content.
Great content.
Imagine just pointing at a phone and laughing at Keck W. That's true friendship right there.
I don't have to imagine it. It happened right there.
No, that was very real.
Have you
That
ever
was
been on the
very-
Reddit of like guys just being dudes or something?
Yes.
That reminds me.
That's a good subreddit. There was some guy with, what is that, bagpipes or something, running behind a marathon runner.
playing the Rocky music
Nice.
behind people
That's
that are running.
really good.
Yeah.
That was awesome. But speaking of awesome, do you know what doesn't feel awesome to play against? Vengeful
Venge.
Spirit and Luna. This combo, even though Venge got nerfed slightly on lane, she's still an incredibly strong hero when she pairs with something like Luna, and her swap is always going to be useful. Regardless of what you do to this hero's laning stage, swap is such an important ability when you're playing with a carry like Luna that she will always be good.
Yeah, be able to reset positioning on cores that can't do it for themselves.
Yep, it's instantly a save against the Bat Rider as well, so they got that sorted out. So
And a Mirana arrow as well.
And the Mirana arrow.
Single target, you know.
Yeah.
You save one person and it screws
Get
up
a little
the
bit
whole
of a
fight.
shield on them as well. Bonus
This
health.
is a really nice Darkseer pick because the wall itself. I wonder how. Do you play Venge 4, Mir? Like, do you play this very much? Like, do you have to practice hero portrait targeting? Because, like, I imagine trying to save swaps on a
Yes.
Luna that's like stuck into a wall, right?
It's actually, it happens so much more often than you think. Even in something like an LC duel, it's pretty easy to accidentally click the LC and not the hero that you're trying to save. So you should get into the habit of clicking the swap on the hero portrait from a distance. I mean, easier said than done, though. You have to flick your mouse up really high. But that is something to think about. I mean, misclicks do happen even in competitive settings, and playing against the Darkseer illusions could be difficult. But I love the combination of Darkseer plus Batrider. The surge on the Firefly early on makes Batrider able to run down so many heroes in the laning stage.
Yeah, and then outside of the laning stage, the Darkseer Slark is a very strong combo. Like just keeping the Slark on somebody, stealing a bunch of stacks. I really like Slark against Luna. Playing into the Shard, you know, you make yourself tankier with this damage reduction, and it's just more stats for Slark to steal. Also, you can, of course, dodge the Luna ult with the Slark ult, and you can get the Shard and then save your team also from the Luna ult.
Yeah, that's a great point, especially if you have other heroes like in melee range of Luna, which you do have with the Darkseer. And Mirana and Batrider shouldn't run into this issue, but the shadow save should be really good.
Let's see how Shopify reacts to this one as they get a puck.
That's a good pick. There's virtually like no lockdown for the puck here. No good lockdown. This means that I think Mirana's probably going to be picking up a Yules at some point in this game if you can get it.
Yeah, so I wanted to show real quickly just how important this hero portrait clicking is going to be, because you have a moment where there's a wall illusions and 3 people sucked in, that the Venge can make sure that she pushes swap on the Luna portrait as so, and it'll be able to get him out. So in these chaotic team fights, I think this is going to be absolutely essential, because Slark, Darkseer, Batrider, like I can't think of a more
There's
shit
just
all
cha-
over the
there's just
screen.
chaos
Like,
going
yeah,
on.
absolute
Yeah,
chaos. So it's going to be largely on Vengeful Spirit here to keep composure, and these like critical swaps might just make or break this game.
For sure.
10 seconds remaining.
I like what Liquid have going in terms of just these really brawly, aggressive, run-at-you Liquid-style heroes, because once you hit that nice timing when Darkseer gets, you know, 1 aura item, Slark gets his Diffusal Blade or whichever item he decides to go for first, they can just run around together. They have this Mirana and this Bat doing always doing damage consistently without any cooldowns. And this mid-game timing might be hard for Shopify, especially if they're going to farm up on the Luna. So there's a lot on this Puck's shoulders to make things happen for his team, to rotate to side lanes, to have a good lane, to play into the aggression coming out of Team Liquid. But like you mentioned, Brian, the lockdown isn't very reliable right now, so this puck does seem primed for success.
I'm a bit concerned, like when I think of Mirana as a 5, a lot of teams, I remember Tundra, the TI winning Tundra was like one of the first to utilize Snake King's Mirana all the time, and they always paired it with like CK, Naga, Spin, like some carry that's going to set up the arrows. And so I guess I'm a bit concerned since they don't see the offlane coming out from Shopify yet, that Slark doesn't really enable like Mirana to do anything in lane. So I'm a little bit concerned for Slark getting off to the start that he needs, because Darkseer, albeit it's very good against Luna, creating the illusion and chaos and fights later, is also considered a bit of a weaker laner. So there might be some side lane issues for Liquid early game.
Shopify needs to ban Void Spirit right now.
Shopify Rebellion.
They'll ban out the Kunkka instead.
And that makes sense, right? They needed setup for this Mirana arrow. Ember, if you pick it to setup instead of Kunkka, you have the difficulties of playing into puck. And then if you choose to pick this OD to set up, I think that OD is going to really struggle this game.
The Kunkka ban makes more sense since they picked
Lycan pick,
yeah. Do you have to go something like emergency level of like bristleback type dealing with Lycan? Because right now nobody on Liquid can like if you have a wolf and a creep running at you, they only have AoE slows as control. Okay, Pango. I actually didn't think he was in the pool still. Yeah, okay. You need like AoE physical.
Yeah,
basically.
Yep, that threw them a little bit of a curveball at the end, but I feel like Nisha's always happy to play Pango.
You're also picking Pango into puck.
Into puck, yeah.
So you had to pick it for the Lycan, but it's not the best lane matchup. So not like it makes sense why they did it, but it's not like I feel amazing picking this Pango on 10. So
we've seen Nisha pop off completely on Pango though, just based off of his rotations. So maybe if he can get a couple of good rotations, go on the Lycan early on, shut down his tempo before he gets really strong, Team Liquid can hit that mid-game timing that we talked about. But it does seem very difficult. And something good Liquid does have going for them is the Mirana ult, the Moonlight Shadow, to maybe disengage from the Lycan ult. It makes it harder to play. It's not like when you're a Lycan against the Lion or Sky Mage and you're just feeding them for breakfast every fight. The supports do have a little bit of punch, but overall, I do like Shopify's draft.
I do worry that the puck is a little unanswered. I'm wondering, is there any hero that can go for Orchid against the puck? Like, I remember there was a patch where Darkseer Orchid was the thing people were doing. Like, maybe that could come into play here, so that way they have some answer for the puck.
So question, what are you more concerned about? Stunning the puck in the mid-game or this Lycan running at you? Like, do you need like Greaves and like Shivas type items to mitigate that damage? Like, because they're both problems,
I guess
right?
if you last pick the Pango, then you already feel like you've answered the Lycan to a degree, and maybe then that's when you itemize for the puck. It's because Orchid just got buffed. It's a cheap item, so it's not a huge commitment to do that.
I think your Mirana is most likely to buy anything utility-based. Like, her item build is quite flexible, so maybe it'll come out of Insania here.
Okay.
Yeah.
A little bit of item questions that come into play here for Team Liquid. They gotta answer a couple of questions that Shopify Rebellion posed with their draft. Let's find out how Game 1's gonna play itself out. We're heading over to our commentary team.
Number 1 between Team Liquid and Shopify Rebellion. Suns fan here with Kazoo. How are you?
Doing great. Wow, nice rhyme.
Thank you. I worked on that all night long. One of these teams is 6-2. The other is 2-6. Can you name which one?
It's
associated with
quite
score?
simple. Liquid have looked pretty dog shit.
Yes,
so
they
they're the
have.
2-6 team currently. But in their most recent series yesterday against, I believe it was Extreme Gaming, they're on the up right now.
They are.
Yes.
I would hope so. Because if they don't, I feel like even if they don't, if they won this, they're going to be in trouble. They're at the very bottom of their group.
Yeah.
It might not be enough to just get to the next stage of the tournament. Because remember, the group stage is absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
Half the teams eliminated from the tournament outright.
Yeah, and obviously 2-6, not the greatest score, so I do think you're right. They need to get a 2-0 going. But I like what Shopify is cooking here with the draft. They've been winning a lot with Luna, so some early tempo. You have more tempo from Lycan as well, a lot of minus armor with the Howl, as Insane is taking a lot of body blocks.
Oh yeah, look at that. Nice micro from Saber. I mean, they have a lot of push, don't they?
If you can.
Oh, they do. Like, they're...
I mean, this is actually an old school trio of Luna, Venge, and Lycan.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Like, you have a lot of minus armor, you have like auras that will come out for Luna as well, so I do think this mid-game mark, like 15 minutes, if Liquid are not in an at least even state, it will be very difficult for them to fight into Shopify.
Mickey playing the Slark, seems to be the hero of the tournament so far. Void has made a little resurgence, much to your, I don't know what the opposite of chagrin is, to your delight, sure?
Yeah, I guess so.
With that?
Like,
you said that was going to be
the
carry of the last tournament, and it was not.
I mean, he was banned a lot, but yeah, then he also started getting ignored. Maybe he's cycling back in, 7.35C, new patch. But yeah, Slark, I'm not too sure what to think of the hero. I would say he's very, very strong, but I feel like he's also not always had the easiest games in this tournament.
All right, talk to us about Lycan as a whole. This hero, historically at least, very good at laning. Has anything changed?
Not really. It's very dependent on which matchup you're going into, but they're not very good at dealing with wolves. Like, unless you're arrowing a wolf in the bottom lane, you're not really going to deal with that very much. And you want to play with heroes that really abuse your early tempo.
Easy, getting quite low. Boxy as well. Try to turn this around to 33, who's I feel like one of the few players these days that's willing to bring out the Darkseer.
Yeah. It's more of a specialist hero, but it has purpose in this game with the Luna. You can build many items. I think Jenkins was also talking about maybe getting an Orchid. I think that's very like player dependent and tempo dependent. So whoever will kind of pop off more. If Puck pops off, like maybe you need to think about it more. But I do think we're going to see a lot of auras as well from Liquid.
Arteezy trying to keep his distance right now, and Batrider, another hero that has gained a lot of popularity since Dacha Dubai.
Yeah.
Especially as a support.
I mean, it's one of the better like range heroes, I would say as well, to abuse Iron Shell, right? He's very tanky, he wants to be on top of you anyway with the Firefly. So I do think this top lane from Liquid it's quite strong.
And an old school combo here. Pango versus Puck in the mid lane. Puck eventually becomes a real nuisance for the Pangos of the world. Are you able to use your shard in... I think we've literally had this discussion.
Yeah, we did. No, like they've
Did
changed
we come to a consensus?
Like they've changed it so many times. I think nowadays, right now, when you're rooted, you cannot. Uh-oh.
Not. Okay.
Arteezy
and Kitrak taking tons of damage. Kitrak will be the recipient of most of it, trying to run off the Firefly, but pops the Fairy Fire to stay alive a little bit longer. But now there's a circle, a ring of fire will be placed, and that is first blood for Boxy. Johnny Cash will be really happy about that. Yeah, the Ion Shell continue to do damage to Arteezy. Flame Break back into the arms of the Batrider. Pops the wand, looking for a high five. Probably won't find it, but they will find the kill. 33 picks that one up as Kitrak coming in to try to get the leftovers of Arteezy.
Now even a double wave, they can just farm with the double shell. Not sure if Kitrak and Shopify will squeeze in a nice little glyph play.
At 33. Oh, there's a courier there. Might be interested in just getting the kill on Kitrak. Dies to a very casual right click instead. Okay.
This death looks really stupid, but don't worry, it's all fine. He got a lot of XP and gold. He just wants to come back full HP. Kitrak.
Yep, easy.
All right, Kitrak's back.
All right, that's our carry. That's the carry for Shopify. Kitrak, Vengeful Spirit, owning it up now. He's already a level ahead of Arteezy.
He's level 4. Honestly, this could actually change the way the entire lane will play out. Let's see how soon Boxy can make it back up here.
It's taking a nice
Radiant's courier has been
little minute there. So 2 levels of Magic Missile, 2 levels of Wave of Terror.
Yep.
Going for the burst. But I feel like it still might be difficult to find, especially with Insania now coming in through the gates. Gonna apply more pressure. Kitrak. That's their focus to start things out. Lucent Beam from Arteezy. Here comes the Alakor as well. Gets off a nice Fade Bolt, but not enough to find the damage, not enough to find a kill quite yet. Telekinesis from up to 33, actually stunning Boxy as Arteezy able to turn around Insania, but dies shortly after. And Boxy...
They're not done yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Healing now. Theolacor gets off the Fade Bolt. Theolacor will eventually drop, you would think. One more sticky napalm for the road. This top lane is a bloodbath.
This is the most aggressiveness I've seen out of any team in like the first 4 minutes. They're playing this Darkseer really nice. Like just pushing in the wave, going with the shells. And I think Theolacor not too happy overall with what happened. Of course, he TP'd top and now ends up dying. So Saberlight at least will be in a 1v1 versus a little fishman down bottom.
I think Slark's not that sad about it, but I mean, in terms of the melee heroes, Lycan is definitely a hero that can push you out for a bit. He's getting close to
Not too far away from 5.
Ah, no, they're going down bottom, so just Liquid are doing a good job at playing the situation. They know that Theolicor doesn't have a TP ready. I don't know about Kitrax, it could also still be on cooldown, so just checking if Saberlight will maybe go a little too far up front.
Yeah, Flame Break back into the fray. Pounce from Mickey. Howl goes off. Saberlight is just going to get burned to a crisp as Mickey gets his first stack of Essence Shift.
The Liquid are in the zone right now, but here comes the Shopify bros.
Arteezy making a rotation. Lots of damage on Mickey.
I love this game.
Genuinely feels like a low-level pub game, if I'm being honest. Just
this looks like
action.
one of those like first games when they introduced the Twin Gates and was like, you need to pick carries and run through the Twin Gate.
Just constant rotation.
Anyone going top? Saberlight will go top now.
Right. Musical chairs being applied. And we'll see how this works out for the carries of each side.
I mean, I kind of like this for, I think, Shopify. Like Arteezy with a natural rotation out. The only problem is that Saberlight's on the receiving end again.
Yep, we're going to see this.
Here comes the fish
story
man.
again, but this time it's onto Saberlight. TP coming in from Theolicor, I believe. That's a really long TP. It's like 10 seconds. So just like that, actually, Mickey is going to be in trouble. So it's a double kill for Boxy, surprisingly enough, continuing on. Flame Break, Boxy destroying. They lose their Slark, but they get 3 off the... I mean, these TPs are going to be half an hour if they're not careful with how much they TP
hello
this
there,
lane.
Arteezy.
Arteezy greeted by Insania. Arrow will not connect. Trying to run this off. This game is so chaotic.
Did we miss a patch?
Was there something in the notes that we're not really understanding fully?
Looks like an overthrow game, but you know, I'm all for it.
That's exciting. I like it.
But it's this Darkseer Batrider combo. It's very obnoxious when you abuse it nicely with these towers, like not taking tower aggro and just like diving with the creeps. Liquid's just abusing that very nicely.
Arteezy forced to take the Wisdom Rune because nobody can TP to that. Everyone's TPs are on cooldown probably. Yellowcorn Kitrack teaming up with Yopaj, able to get the coil only onto 1, but it's a very important one in the Pangolier. Magic Missile, Nisha goes down, Telekinesis not able to get Insane out of the high ground. He does not have Leap though. Illusory Orb clips him and that's a kill going the way of Shopify. So more action, but this time it's congregated finally to the mid lane.
That's nicely done by Shopify. Like the first time where Puck kind of has an edge over Pango is with this level 6, so they bring their supports. Quite the easy kill. Had a good timing on the silence because Nisha was looking for a 2-man shield crash.
Is under attack.
I mean, Boxy is level 6.
Yeah, he's really bad. He's really bad.
He's also one of the only players who like still abuses his Tranquil Boots. Like not only not assembling it early, but even now putting it in a backpack, then putting it back in.
But the Wolves can counteract that.
Uh-oh.
Kitrack is here with the Magic Missile as well. And without that move speed, Saberlight and company, well, it's going to tick in here shortly. There's the swap. A couple more right clicks. The Pine Cone is continuing to chase very fearsome and thick creatures. The Magic Missile, global range now for Kitrack. Able to find, surprisingly, a mega kill streak ending for Boxy. As Insania, last right click from Yopaj, ends up taking him out.
Okay, I think all this early...
Coil, it's not done yet! Sorry, Kitrack! Coming in with the Magic Missile ready to go very shortly. There it is. Illusory Orb is enough. Double kill for Yopaj. It's 33 now TP's in. Clown Show Fiesta gets off the wall, but no kill to come for him this time.
Okay, Liquid are, with the start they had, they're bleeding too many kills right now. They're basically giving up their whole advantage. Like, Boxy gave up, what, like a 4-kill streak up top, then they're killing mid again. Yopaj had a nice timing as well. He dodged the shield crash to not give Nisha a bigger shield. But yeah, because Liquid were up like 2k gold, I don't know how much XP, and now it's straight up even.
Yeah, it's definitely turned around very quickly. Now that everybody realized that there is a mid lane to contest.
It does exist, it is real.
The side lanes were very hyper-focused, I think we could easily say. But that's definitely evened out now.
We have a new active rune soon, so it looks like Shopify did, of course, get the memo from the last few minutes. Let's play through Yopaj whenever he has coil. And soon they can also start to really use Saberlight. I think like 10-minute mark, he's getting levels, starting to get like his first couple items.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We've yet to see the lasso come to fruition, despite him being level 6 now for a couple minutes. I think they want to take advantage of that, but was farming away. Arteezy, speaking of which, will be farming as well. And will not be connecting with the rest of his team as they look for a smoke attempt. Connecting with Saberlight, it looks like.
I do like the smoke, because generally when you play against Lycan, the enemy team, they need to like stop Lycan from really ramping up. And I think when you smoke to him, as Shopify, you're not only helping him, but in case Liquid were coming, you're really like double downing on a fight, and Lycan loves it. But looks like it might just be a free tower.
They did scan this out, so they have an idea that this is occurring right now. They might go through the gates.
Dire are scanning.
They will. They won't find anybody initially, but close to the tier 2. A couple Liquid members are there. Form of Mickey.
Mickey's not the easiest catch. Let's see.
Yeah, he's fast enough to get away without having to use any abilities.
They could still go mid, as they do have a 10-minute siege creep there. Like, Saber could now move to mid, whereas Yopaj and Kitrak, even though the smoke failed, they can all kind of just walk to mid, I think, and still force a fight here. Because I do think they're in like the stage where they can take over the map a little bit.
I'm still surprised. We have not seen Lasso. I thought they would try to, like, an 8-minute Lasso on your position 4. I feel like, is that not something you want to take advantage of, like, right away?
It's about this one death, I would say, that he gave up in the enemy side, and now he's too close to his blink.
Yeah, I guess
where he's like,
true.
yeah, guys, I'm just going to farm my blink.
That's how Boxy sounds?
Probably not. That was pretty pathetic.
Hey, guys!
Hey, guys! Maybe he's voice cracking. That happens.
He gets really excited about that blink dagger, which they have now. Yeah,
there's
smoke probably coming.
Oh, there's a roly roll.
Yep, connection to start for Theola Core. They get the tower. There's the lasso. Not really needing that, I feel like, on the Rubik, but they'll take it. Yopaj now, coil onto 2. It's going to instantly snap. As Saberlight coming in with the shapeshift. There's the swap onto the Bat Rider. Gets stunned up, but they don't have vision. No vision at all, and Shopify have to run away as a result.
Well, it's going to happen once and not... hold, Nisha.
Yopaj ends up taking the Invis rune. Nisha takes a ton of damage. Illusory Orb to try to get away. Swashbuckle not quite enough. Kitrak will likely drop, although...
He's invincible.
Invisible, invincible. What's the difference? Yopaj running through fire to try to get away. Actually going to show himself. Gets the Waning Rift off. 33. Not able to help his comrade out as Nisha will fall. Yopaj, very aggressive play. And now Boxy will die to Arteezy's hand. This game is continuing to deliver over and over again.
Careful. Silence.
Yopaj, that's a lot of damage.
My idol,
High ground,
Yopaj.
double kill Yopaj. Beasting it up.
Yeah, he is doing some very nice stuff. Like, even just on his own, playing there, squeezing in a couple of these kills. First on Nisha, now the bottle refill. But yeah, I think this first Moonlight Shadow, it was very strong. They will buy some detection now, we would hope.
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
The way this game's been going.
Saberlight, he's on the money. He's like, guys, it's all right.
He has Helm of Dom. He's actually going to finish the entire Helm of the Overlord, which I think, yeah, that got buffed in terms of the price being lower, but still, the stats are not typically... You were talking about how this was the worst item.
I think before this patch, it was the worst item in Dota, actually.
And with, is it like a 300 gold decrease or something?
I think it's maybe even like more, like 500. I would say it's still not incredible, but it works on some heroes that can use the right click, with Lycan being universal. Theola Core.
Shield crash upon him, Swash as well. Coil comes out just on the Bat Rider for now. It's the Rolling Thunder from Nisha. Nice swap. Theola Core might live as a result. Kitrak, he's going to take the damage instead, so he'll sacrifice himself, although Theola Core might end up dying anyway, and indeed that is the case. So both supports for Shopify dead.
I like the itemization from Liquid at this point. 3-3 has a 13-minute Crimson Guard. There's a lot of damage mitigation going on. And I believe that Insania is also building up a mech, so they have a lot of early sustain.
Yeah, Crimson, not the most popular item in this patch.
Yep.
Vanguard, especially.
I mean, with some of the nerfs, perhaps like Helm of Ironwill and Whale, you need to look around to like other items. So I do think it makes sense. And Crimson is just very game-specific. So like the 3-3 has the brain capacity to think of it.
Good for him.
Good for him indeed.
Must be nice. Meke has his defusal. Going to be going the Orchid route this time. Yopaj with the Witchblade into an eventual blink.
I would say there's a high chance that this next item for Meke is not set in stone yet. I think if they can speed up the game and take control, then I would say the Orchid will be good. But if the game stays even, I don't like the...
Yopaj, Illusory Orb. He's out.
Radiant's middle
the fact that Yopaj is going for an eventual blink here won't have any sort of dispel. The Orchid, based on the timing, could be very strong.
I mean, Yopaj has been doing very well, not just with the kills, but also in the last fight. He kind of out-timed Boxy, and just now reading the move as well. Because it is the main way that he can die right now. Blink Lasso. There's no other way.
Mickey, knowing this is coming, smoke from Shopify will... Okay, they're going to go for it. Coil is there. They have the damage, my goodness. Even the Eclipse being popped, that is, from Arteezy. I mean, Luna, I feel like this hero that can get involved early if they want, but it feels like it's kind of player dependent. Some heroes, or some players we just see farming the entire game.
Yeah, I would say it has a lot to do with your team. Now that your team is so strong, they benefit a lot from you actually coming, and one kill could turn into like a tier 2 or Roche. So I like that Arteezy is more active in this game as opposed to just sitting back and like getting some butterfly. Like, no one cares. Just go with your team. You're super strong.
Nobody cares.
Literally no
one.
one.
Noob.
No.
He is top net worth in the game right now.
Yep.
And now he's going to start to jungle a bit.
The game should revolve around Roche very soon.
The Olakor will get picked off, and the tier 1 tower probably next.
Because, okay, I wouldn't say Liquid have the best Roche. I mean, you have Pango and Darkseer with shells, but Shopify's Roshan is really strong. You have Luna, you have Venge on your... Vlad's on your Venge, a lot of auras minus armor. So Liquid need to keep this in mind.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Because the Manta is online for Arteezy. What would you like to see on him next? Do you think he needs to go for an early BKB? Go for the damage?
I would say if they feel like they can get the next Roche, I wouldn't be opposed to him actually buying a potential Butterfly. I feel like otherwise you just go Shard into BKB, I think, and you like kind of just solidify your team fight.
Could go for the Phylactery build as well as 33. Gets off the Crimson after the swap, which means Shopify maybe does not want to fight this. And yeah, they're going to lose Kit Rack right off the bat, but Yopaj coming in with a huge coil onto 2. Nisha will not be affected. We'll be able to get one proc of the stun on Yopaj, who might be in a little bit of trouble now. Second comes through as well. Illusory Orb should be able to get away, but you can see Shapeshift is activated now. The arrow will keep Saberlight in place. Kind of an awkward fight overall.
Yeah.
Mickey and company look like they want to fully retreat, although 33 spotted in the trees. Saberlight really wants to catch up.
They have a new Crimson again.
The Howl activated again. The Swatch not really going to do too much. The Olakor gets have a nice shield crash as Eclipse comes through as well. Nisha gets destroyed. Lasso right now applied to Arteezy. Looks like he's going to be the first to fall for Shopify. Stolen Lasso onto 33. Enough burst damage from Shopify to rip through him. And if they can get this kill on Mickey, this would be enormous. The silence wears off eventually. Gets the swap as well. They have the damage. The Olakor with a double kill. And Insania now trying to walk things off. No more leaps to go. So he will be the next on the list for Yopaj and company.
I mean, it's just a good fight for Shopify. Liquid may be overestimating how strong they are because the Crimson Guard did come off cooldown. But if you look at Shopify, their supports are putting in like a lot of work. They have levels, low cooldown spells, a lot of auras. Like even with Luna Aura and just Howl, like they're dishing out a bunch of damage.
And the Olakor did a lot of work in that fight. Very well played. And going back to the itemization of Arteezy, how much do you worry about the wall in this game? Like building to make sure the wall isn't particularly good? Because that's where like the eventual Conda is something that doesn't really benefit as much as a Butterfly would, right?
I would say the wall, it shouldn't alter your itemization too much because I feel like later on it's actually super strong if someone can just buy a level 1 Dagon. You just zap the illusion, no cap when you have some TB, Lunas, whatever, like even Puck or Yopaj later on just building level 1 Dagon or Rubik with high range, you can just clear with it.
You can't kill normal punch though.
You cannot. Are you sure?
That's not a, I mean, it's a temporary illusion. It goes away on its own, doesn't it?
Well, don't get punched.
Wish we had Lyrical here to make sure that we were correct on that assessment.
All right.
Nisha? Yeah, he just gets
Easy
killed.
Clap.
Wow. The Olakor and company again getting a very valuable kill on Nisha. He is top net worth on his team, but you can see the top 3 in the game are on Shopify's side, and 33 doesn't even have time to cast a single spell.
They have Stolen Arrow. They have really nice vision too. Like, I don't know if they got this Triangle Ward in earlier after winning the top fight, but they're just playing the map better, at least for now. Like up 4k gold. They're looking for something bottom, but it's like Arteezy is kind of, he smells it.
Yeah, Boxy. Oh, he's going to take an Eclipse. Oh, boy. All right. He bit off a little bit too much to chew. I've been there before. That comes with obesity and whatnot, being American or whatever. But Arteezy...
or whatever. He was ready. I don't know if he had seen Boxy prior on a ward, because, yeah, he instantly pressed Shard Beam, Eclipse, and just basically got himself a free kill. Because this game, it actually kind of exploded within the last like 2 minutes.
Tower is under attack.
Oh wow, Saberlight. Can he actually solo this? Is that a Lycan specialty?
It looks close, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, you can.
That is super nice. I had no idea this hero could do that. And that is double Tormy, in fact, for Shopify Rebellion. 33 does not vacuum in time, didn't have the vision.
Oh, he nearly paid the price.
So Kitrak and Theolokor each get a shard for themselves. This is the state of affairs when you have to lasso the Black Dragon.
I think Boxy got the gold. Unluck. Sure, 3-3 would have liked that one.
Yeah, of course.
For his pipe.
So now you have the telekinesis save, you have the double magic missile, or the bounce, I should say.
Yeah.
Those are pretty valuable shards, I would say, overall.
Okay, so right now, like, if you're Liquid, you need to think about this Roche, which I think is definitely on the menu for Shopify. They have map control, they're up 10k. They're kind of already in the most natural area anyway. I am not sure if Liquid can fight this one. I feel like they should give it, but they will decide to fight. This is an incredibly hard fight for them.
Well, Eclipse is up in 10 seconds.
They need
Question
to...
is, can they do this fast enough?
It
It's only
will
a really long round.
It will turn into a fight. It looks like that Shopify are kind of reading it, as nobody from Liquid are showing themselves on the map.
Yeah, they're going the wrong way. Although, Shopify not committing. Obviously don't have the same information as us, but both teams kind of...
I mean, Liquid should know
misreading.
now. I see that Boxy is pinging the map, so they had a wrong initial read. But now I would say they should
they're
be up to
scanning the
speed.
pit right now, and they're not inside.
It's not actually... Oh, someone...
Oh my god, at the last moment. All right, so they don't get confirmation. So this will be a free Roche for Shopify. I would assume this goes to Arteezy.
Yeah, it has to. He's close to his BKB too, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, Liquid Arc, they really need to catch Shopify by surprise. Like maybe someone TPs out. Okay, so 2 people have left. Well, hopefully they catch someone before everyone leaves. Because yeah, a 5-on-5, it's not in the books right now for Liquid. There's no way.
Looks like Shopify will dodge them completely. And Liquid, it feels like they've been smoked for the past 2 minutes.
They have.
And have found nothing.
They've barely even been killing any creeps. Saberlight as well, he picked up a nullifier, so the Crimson Guard, which was good for like a 10-minute period, now with the nullifier will instantly get purged, which will make it even harder for Liquid to take one of the next fights.
Yeah, and like you said, the BKB for Arteezy, just a couple hundred away now. And he'll be in fighting shape. We talked about the push potential. There's only the 3 tier 2s remaining now for the side of Liquid.
I mean, the whole map is now basically Shopify's, of course, with the stage of the game. 11k gold, you have everything you want. Vlad's on your bench, you have Aegis. Liquid will definitely have to really think about how they want to execute one of their next fights. Boxy can't just go in and blink lasso. It's gonna get broken by a revenge swap immediately. They need to somehow set up 3-3 for like a really, really humongous wall. Like, he needs Lycan and Luna, maybe Venge. Like, steal every aura possible.
Yep, scan. Will detect a bit. Both sides smoke. Moonlight Shadow deactivating now. 32. Wow, that's a big coil onto 2 heroes. That is going to deal a lot. They try to get some... Oh, it looks like they're actually going to get a connection onto the lasso, but Mickey is destroying Kitrak on the sideline. Arteezy already expended the Eclipse as Nisha now completely surrounded by Shopify Rebellion members. They're going to buy back on the Vengeful Spirit. There's the Lucent Beam. Nisha, a couple more right clicks will suffice, but he's doing so much with that swashbuckle. And Arteezy is still alive. Lucent Beam's continuing to reign free. 3 dead now for Liquid with the buyback coming through on the Shopify side. Kitrak rejoining the squad. Still with that Aegis. Shopify not going to be too upset.
No, that was nearly as good as it could have been, I feel like, for a Liquid. Mickey did just pick up the shard, which helped a lot to just like offset this initial coil from killing both 3-3 and Mickey. But it's kind of hard for them to follow up. I think Boxy may have to play a more, like a slower-ish fight. I think he's maybe over-jumping at the moment. But yeah, you can just see that Shopify are too strong when they get to hold their ground. Yeah, you kill their supports, but then what? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Good old Artur. Looking like he got a little bit more sleep. It's
good to hear. Good to
Sure
see. Mickey,
Oh.
do they have the damage? Wow! They actually had the damage. That is not very often you see a Slark get that, feel that squishy. They take out Boxy as well, and Yopaj is destroying this game.
I mean, they have just so, like, even heroes like Rubik and Venge are gonna deal a lot of damage. You have the global Luna Aura, minus armor as well from 2 heroes. They're not done yet. Yopaj is looking for more. No coil, of course.
Is Mage Slayer that bad? We'll talk about that in just a moment. I feel like Slark could really use it. The Olakor take some damage from Nisha's ult. Should be able to find the Rubik as Instantly gets one more Starstorm, but it's going to cost him his life, so it's a 1-for-1, and Amnesia.
He's alone.
That is a nullifier applied to him. He is dead. Saberlight with a really early nullifier.
He even stopped moving. I'm glad you picked up on a nullifier that I called out like 5 minutes ago.
Wow, I can't believe he has a nullifier.
He just picked it up. Well, he nearly has an AC,
It just delivered it to him.
Look, he nearly has AC. This guy is farming real fast.
Saberlight is destroying as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
So about the Mage Slayer, I think Mickey needs a lot of items. I mean, I think the...
Well, what did they nerf in the last patch? Was it 5% magic resist and what
It's
else?
lower magic resist when you apply it. It lasts longer.
Hold. Lasso, Arteezy swap immediately. Still has the Aegis, of course.
Oh,
Big
there it is.
vacuum wall onto 3. But here comes the Eclipse from Artur. Saberlight is dead, though. Remember, he has that nullifier, Kazu. Yopaj coming in from the sideline. It's the coil off to try to buy some time for the rest of his team to get away. Doing a lot of damage in the meantime. Very low on mana, though. Has the illusory orb in just a moment, along with the blink, so... Oh, he's getting silenced. Oh, and he might pay the ultimate price now. Perfect timing. With the phase shift.
He's dead.
Yeah, he has nothing else to offer, so he will get dropped, and that is a 10x kill streak ended.
That could be the comeback kill that they're looking for. Nisha now has Blink as well. I do like the way that they set up the fight this time around. Like, Boxy going in, it's not to like... It's kind of to start the fight, but not really drag in the Luna. Now with the response that Venge has to swap, they walk in and that gives 3-3 this great vacuum wall. It's literally the 3 best targets he could get. That's a lot for Mickey, who was definitely struggling.
And the AC is going to be dead for a bit. So it will just be the nullifier on him.
Which he, once again, just picked up.
Yeah. That's how fast he's farming, man. Can't keep up.
This guy's really good. It's that Divine Rapier now. Careful, everyone.
Don't tell JT.
Okay.
A little too soon for that one.
Well, Mickey is getting closer to an Aghanims, which of course will help him like flip-flop in and out a little bit more, which is of course good. You want to play prolonged fights against Luna and Lycan.
Anyway, back to the Mage Slayer.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I feel like one of the big reasons it was good on Slark is the magic resist. It's not something you typically, but obviously going to get a BKB at some point. But
yeah,
look at the enemy team. Like, the things that are killing him, Puck and Luna are mostly magic damage at this point of the game.
I would say that he's dying to a lot of hybrid damage. There's a lot of physical that is maybe not as easy to spot, because literally everyone's attack is like plus 50 more than it should be, with Luna Aura and like Venge Aura, Vlad's as well.
That's true.
And it's kind of awkward to build Mage Slayer and Diffusal. That's only good if you're like setting the tempo, which they have not been. They've been on the receiving end for a while. We might see the Conda.
Now, do you? Yeah, of course. We always see the Conda on.
Sorry to nearly interrupt your thought there. Please continue.
If this, we're going to see a scan come out. I was going to see how well does the Shopify lineup scale. Like, is there a time limit? Because typically when you have like a push line, we're like, oh, we got to end at a certain point. But I feel like they scale really well.
I would say they do scale very well, and I would say there's less... I don't think it exists as much as it did back in the day where like, oh, one lineup outscales the other. I think a lot of lineups are just about when you're strong, like you push the advantage, because Shopify is more about having a lead and keeping it. But if they go to even, it's not like they'll insta-lose the game. Like Luna scales very well now. Puck is a monster in the late game. So they're fine.
Yeah, especially with this build that people are going with.
Yeah.
The eventual Mjolnir, the eventual Parasma.
Of course.
And then the Aghanim Scepter.
I mean, Puck just has like a very sick like 6, 7, 8 slot, because all the items he builds, they all turn into more. He has a great Aghanims. Doesn't have to play with boots later either, so yeah. Mr. Yopaj will be very well equipped for a longer game.
And for Liquid,
What do they need to do to get back in this game? 11K is getting to the point where this is quite severe. They're definitely at a disadvantage, and I mean, as Darkseer players always say, the longer as you turn the enemy's strength against them with the illusion.
You scale with the enemies.
If you get the good wall.
One of the few heroes. Liquid scaling is very good. It will boil down more to how they really team fight. They need to allow 3-3 to take a less rushed fight, because he needs to be patient. It's all gonna be about this vacuum wall. Like Nisha needs to make some space, as does Boxy. Mikit like jumps in and jumps out, but it will all boil down to how 3-3 gets to use his spells.
Shopify take the tier 2 top. And they should be able to get another Tormentor and another Steal.
You just nearly killed me in real life, Shannon.
Saberlight with the shard. Now, okay, we get that little extra wolf.
Extra wolfy. It's
nice.
not. It's basically okay. What's better, the wolf or Roshan's banner?
The wolf, because it never ends.
And it gives you gold.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the wolf is better.
Yeah, of course the wolf is better.
Okay, someone mentioned this. You can use it as a ward. So second Roshan drops an observer ward. Like, listen to that.
Yeah, that's good.
Anyway,
very good. And they're already out of shards. Would you look at that?
Yeah, they've been on the money. Of course, they took Liquid's Tormy twice and their own. Liquid are looking to hold this ward. If I'm not mistaken, they picked up a gem earlier. Or they wanted to. Yes, they do have one on Mr. Insania. Because yeah, when you play this mid-game against these Lycan Wolves, it is obnoxious. Like, Lycan TA, it screams for a gem at minute 25. So I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, we got the Rosh off. 33.
He has to be careful about baiting. If someone gets swapped in, they are insta-dead. We have a different bait going on. But they should know.
They spot out another illusion, thinking it might be real.
MRTZ is
trying to
real
bait
hard.
it out, but the smoke is going to basically ensure that they know. The arrow does hit Arteezy!
They know it's real.
Oh boy, but the swap is available. Are they going to use it in time? He pops the BKB instead. Has the Eclipse as well. Finally uses it. There's the wall. Lots of stun, but the Yopaj pops his BKB as the Eclipse is ripping through them. The Darkseer already died. Buys back into the game instantly as Mickey. Okay, they're on the cliff. This is a really awkward fight. Nullifier applied to Mickey. He gets killed off. Enough right-click damage. And now the rest of Liquid trying to run away. Nisha stuck in place. Gets the swash off, but dies mid-animation. And Shopify destroying yet another fight. They don't lose a single member. And Liquid lose 4 with the buyback coming through on the Darkseer. And now Roche will go the way of Shopify.
I mean, Kitra against the Olikor, I feel like they're destroying Liquid in these fights. They're really patient. They just save with a force. They don't rush the swap or anything. They play a very slow fight. He stole wall as well on Rubik. They're playing really well. Yeah, they picked up the important thing, which is the banner.
Where will they put that banner? Very important.
I mean, they couldn't quite get the follow-up.
Wait, it doesn't buff your wolf though, does it?
I don't know. Well, I don't think so. No, I'm pretty sure it's just lane creeps.
That would be nice. Very specific change needed.
I'm gonna do some reading here. Lane creeps. Lane creep.
It is a lane creep though. It's join the club.
It's a summon in the lane.
It's a summon that is part of the melee creep.
I will pay attention whenever he will place the banner.
Yeah, tell me where they put it.
They have not yet. Remember to look at the relocate on the map. Then you'll see where the banner will be.
Okay, everybody pay attention. Otherwise you'll miss it.
Yep.
I'm sure everybody's forgotten already. Lasso initiation, Boxy. Find Kitrak, who's been a thorn in their side. Yopaj with an instant coil, though. Nullifier now applied to Boxy. He's dead just like that.
Holy damage.
And look at the burst damage onto 33. That's a dieback, essentially, for him. Mickey completely surrounded. Tries for the TP play. Will be successful, but basically the rest of his team is dead. Nisha, the only other one to join the party. And now Shopify on the doorsteps of Liquid's base. Roshan's banner still there. Who gives a shit, to be perfectly honest.
Buyback.
The Conda destroying Nisha. Swashbuckle from Theolacor of all heroes.
Arrow.
And we'll steal arrow now. And these buildings will absolutely melt.
Banner on top.
On top?
On top lane.
In the base?
Top lane. Did you see it? Dude, you are colorblind. There's like a green relook. There it is, baby.
Wow! Unbelievable placement of the Roshan's banner. They get the mid lane. And now bottom is in their sights, but without 33, I just don't think they can fight. They might just have to give up 2 sets here. But they might not be able to do that because Yopaj is just killing them in their base. Nisha's dead. 33's courier died as well. Very important to talk about. And the Eclipse not doing a whole lot, but it matters not for Shopify. They get 2 lanes of racks, and I think they can just throne this if they want.
Yeah, they have
as
Luna.
Liquid, their group stage woes continue. As they go to 2-7, this will be Shopify at 7-2. Who would have thought? As Mickey going in for one last dance here, but Yopaj and company literally ignoring him. But Vakwall onto 3, trying to finish this game. Arteezy pops to BKB, now focusing on some heroes. Creeps is there. Remember that banner was placed top, so those creeps will be slightly stronger, which is very important to mention as the Ancient is exposed and the GGs come out. And game number 1 to Shopify.
I was afraid for Liquid in this game, just looking at the draft, but I feel like their early game was pretty good until like, what, minutes 7, 8, 9, and then they just kept giving up their entire lead with more just deaths, where Shopify started to identify, okay, let's play through our bro Yopaj, who he had a banger of a game. I feel like Yopaj and the 2 supports, some shining stars. I personally have not seen too many. Oh man, Voxley looks despair. But
yeah,
that
Liquid,
is life.
They're not doing great.
Liquid are not doing it.
I don't know the math, so I don't want to say anything that definitive, but I don't know if it's even possible for them to make it to the next stage.
That's why we have Brian.
Yeah, maybe Brian will do our technical analyst, as we like to call it. But 2-7, that is gonna, like, you have to rely on other people to lose.
Yeah.
So that's what I feel.
I know
like
that one group is like closer with the standing, so maybe they're in that one.
It might technically be possible to be an uphill battle for sure. As Shopify take this game number 1, and let's see what the panel have to say about it. Well, I first want to say that technically it is possible for Team Liquid that now have 7 losses to maybe still get 7-7, and then they have to hope that other people lose hard in order to get a tie somewhere, but it's starting to get a pretty, unlikely story at this rate. They'll also, of course, have to start winning, which is coming pretty hard with Shopify being on fire as they are. I'm here with Jenkins and Effie in this game. I felt like the 3 cores of, all 3 cores actually, Effie, on the side of Shopify just had a fantastic performance.
For sure, they definitely delivered the way that you would want them to. I mean, the Lycan pick in the first place put Liquid in a very difficult position where they had to deal with it while also thinking about a way to deal with Puck that basically they didn't really have a solid disable for. So you have Yopaj just styling on this Puck the entire game. You have Saberlight, who's hit his timings, and then you have this Luna, who even though got off to a rocky start on lane, managed to come back very quickly and then just outfarm everybody else. And then when you have the combination of these three heroes grouping up, it was very hard for Liquid to take a fight in spite of the start that Batrider gave his team.
Yeah, that was a nice Lycan pick. Like, you know that the last pick coming out has to be something that answers the Puck. It's the mid lane, so there are a lot of Puck answers on the mid lane, but then you pick a Lycan, which there's also not an answer for, and it's like, okay, do both now. There's very few heroes in Dota, if any, that do both. Like Kunkka, I guess, because Kunkka beat that, which is why they banned it. Kunkka beats the Puck in lane, and maybe you can get an Orchid or something like that, but yeah, that was good. And then Saberlight, like this is just one of his best heroes, the Lycan. Like he was the original summons guy when he came back on when he came onto the scene. So it's nice for him that this is a patch where Helmdom 2 is very powerful, and we're probably going to see a lot of the summons heroes start getting picked.
And we really saw Shopify's draft come together so nicely in terms of just grouping up with those auras and those items, right? You have the Luna aura and the Vengeful Spirit aura. You have the Vlads coming out of the Vengeful Spirit. Eventually, even Rubik got a Greaves. And about the time that Shopify was ready to group up and fight, Liquid had to fight them, and they couldn't take advantage of that Darkseer mid-game timing, because guess what? The wall gets offset by the Lycan Howl. There isn't that much damage coming out. And we saw that in the big team fight that happened initially in that Radiant jungle after that skirmish in the mid lane where they took the fight, but they just couldn't do enough damage. And after that, it was an uphill battle for Liquid. But again, I want to highlight how well Yopaj played. He was styling on that Puck. I mean, he was doing some shenanigans in that mid lane where people were teasing him and he was invisible and he gets a double kill, and yeah, hats off, kudos, very cool.
Yeah, there's a few times that I was like, he's dead. No, he's owning. He's dead. He's owning. Like he was playing at 10% HP for the first 10 minutes of the game, it felt like. And that's often when you get a huge advantage. And he ended up being top net worth, not from farming, but from kills. Also, the more that I see Luna, the more I'm convinced by it. This seems like a very strong carry hero right now, with a lot of the other carry items being nerfed. Mage Slayer, for example, got nerfed. Disperser got nerfed. Luna was not a huge Disperser enjoyer. It's like okay on her, but it's not like Slark, who really enjoys the item.
It's also a lot of issues.
Still.
You can't go high ground, which is with a lot of carries very hard, and especially if you have Avenge backing you up. You can actually
the Venge helps for sure to like kite out and let Luna get like multiple Conda Lucent Beams off in the fight, because you want to take long fights with this hero. And of course with the Shard, that helps her do that as well, the damage reduction.
Yeah.
So very solid hero.
And also, RTZ's Luna was like very heavily enabled in that draft. I mean, we saw that Boxy and his Bat Raider was able to run him down a few times with the cool combo of the Surge plus the Ion Shell. But at some point, RTZ just hits the triangle, and then you see this Luna farming the triangle. Once he gets there, instantly, you see a 3-man smoke coming out of the 2 supports on Shopify and Puck, and they're just hunting. They take the fight to the bot lane away from the Luna. They draw away the attention, and the timings are just hit. It felt like a very clinical performance from Shopify.
It did. It also, I feel like somehow Shopify's draft and gameplay highlighted the issues that Team Liquid had on their side. And then at the end, it's only 33 that potentially has a chance of making his team get a comeback with a good back wall. And it just, I don't know, it felt like it was a little lackluster on the Team Liquid side, Jenkins. Was that just because of the draft, or what's going on?
Maybe a bit because of the draft. I mean, when you're playing into a Puck who gets like a triple kill this early in his top net worth, because the difference, like if you're top net worth on a Puck because you're farming creeps, it's not the same XP that you're getting from killing heroes. Like this is a very difficult Puck to deal with already in a game where the draft, and I guess this goes back to what you're saying, where they had to answer both the Puck and the Lycan in one pick, and they couldn't. They picked the Pango, which answers the Lycan. So it's a Puck with a triple kill early on, top net worth, in a game where the Puck is unanswered. It's like, okay, you're going to get the Slark Orchid, but it's after the Diffusal. It comes out at a point where Puck is going to have like Sanj and Kaya if they're owning, or Yule Scepter, and the Orchid is not enough for the Puck at that timing.
Yeah, and I mean, we keep coming back to Puck versus Pango, and I believe we're going to do that even more with Brian.
Thank you, Shiva, for this game's Acer Predator head-to-head. Shocker, I am going with Nisha versus Yopaj in the mid lane, specifically highlighting the hero damage dished out by both these guys. As you can see, Yopaj, those early kills really snowballed into much higher impact in these team fights, more than doubling up Nisha here in the hero damage stat, as well as taking the victory. So I have a really cool clip from these two where it's a little bit of a mind game situation. So this is at 12 minutes, top rune. Nisha is currently Moonlight Shadowed. If you look in the bottom right, we do see a sentry for the side of Shopify, and we're on Yopaj's perspective right now. So he is going to see Nisha. He's going to grab the rune, and then Nisha's going to barely walk out of sentry range, so he loses vision. So now we're going to go back to Nisha's perspective, and he's sitting at 200 HP. He's then going to get both of his nukes off, and Yopaj is going to drop to 200 HP with an Invis rune. So what's going to happen here is you're going to see that Yopaj barely lives, and it looks like, from Liquid's perspective, that Yopaj is going to run away now. And we're even going to see Boxy looking to chase him and find him, hunt him down, right? And so Nisha, if we go back to his perspective, again, is like, oh, he's here somewhere, we're going to find him. He's looking aggressively as well. Lo and behold, oh, there he is, Yopaj with less than 200 HP, committing, getting the solo kill back on Nisha when Nisha was one of the most high-level players in the game at that moment. And I just really like these type of clips because very rarely do you get to see the back-and-forth mental game of two players where like, oh, I got you, no, he got me, oh, he got me. And then right there, Yopaj, like, that was one of the moments in the green room where Jenkins said, what is he doing? He's crazy. This man's unhinged. But those are the type of plays that win you games.
I sometimes get asked, like, oh, what's your favorite hero? And then I always specify to play or to watch. And to watch, it is almost always, I say Puck. Because if a player like Yopaj plays Puck, it has such a high ceiling, skill ceiling. You can really do so much with it and living on the edge because you have so many survivability. So that is, it's really cool to see. I do wonder, though, I mean, Can I just say it? Is that just a skill diff?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like with these mid players, it's the number one role where you can tell if they're just feeling themselves in like a given match, a given tournament. And we haven't seen the most consistent performance from Yopaj throughout the qualifiers that Shopify was playing, but this is my first chance to see him this event personally, and he looked super comfortable. Something's vibing on the side of Shopify, because I would often say that players in this situation, that speaks a lot about like the team dynamic, the confidence that each individual has, like the comfort they have, just kind of getting to be themselves. That looks like a player who's just embracing the vibes, you know?
Yeah, it was a fantastic look for Yopaj. We're going to see if he can look as good in game number 2, or potentially Team Liquid will bring it back. See you after a break. be solved for Team Liquid here in this series to have even potentially a chance here at DreamLeague, but I'm mostly interested in seeing where Shopify is going to take this one, because I think for the way this is going, we're going to see a lot more of Shopify versus Team Liquid in this DreamLeague Season 22. It's just the way it is at the moment. We'll see, obviously, if Team Liquid can prove me wrong. But for now, focusing our attention on game number 2, Shopify had a fantastic first game to this series. And Brian, I was curious to hear from you where you want them to take this, because oftentimes it's like, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of style. But I also know that Shopify does like to, you know...
They like to break things that are working, for sure.
Yeah.
No, that's they're going to save that for the playoffs, I think.
Okay.
As,
yeah, that's the typical. That's the Bulba.
I didn't mean break things. I mean, they normally do try to diversify their drafts.
No, their drafts have
No,
actually
but-
been pretty, like... I'd say in the past they didn't.
Yeah,
Like the
okay.
classic Abed Storm every single game. But right, this tournament, that's been the case. Like last series, their best of 2 against 1 win. They won their first game, and the second game had 5 different heroes in it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case again here.
Yeah, they opened once again with the Rubik. Worked out
Well,
great
damn
previous
it.
time.
My analysis.
No, I'm
Gotta
mostly...
look at the screen when you say things.
Yeah.
No, I'm also very curious to admit. I'm curious how Team Liquid's going to react to the result of previous game. Maybe they see different answers than what Shopify's expected them to.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. I mean, it feels like Liquid has been struggling with their drafts the last few days, but the first thing that comes to mind for me is, first of all, you have to think about this Shopify Luna that they keep running, especially this Luna Vengeful Spirit. Like, are you going to let it through? Are you going to just try to have a good carry-to-carry matchup? Maybe you could even pick a Terrorblade and play on the Reflection, and then that'll give you a good means to play against Luna. Or you could just steal the Vengeful Spirit, thereby gimping the Luna, right? Another thing to think about for Liquid is the mid matchup for Nisha. I really do believe that if you let Yopaj style on a hero that goes unaddressed in the draft, you're making the game so much harder for yourself. And we know what kind of player Nisha is and what he's capable of, but he needs to be set up for success in that his mid last pick is a favorable matchup. I think that's what Liquid needs to look at for now.
This is very Zen music.
Shopify?
Well, Nisha was also feeling the Zen music.
Yeah. I feel like it's so weird to see RTZ in the Liquid facility.
It's so
They literally
funny.
have Team Liquid
This
chairs.
just doesn't make any sense. It's
Yeah,
very
this is
confusing.
really confusing to
Should we
the
just give
viewers at
Liquid the
home.
win because they're in the Liquid facility?
I mean, they're literally winning from the Liquid facility, so geographically they are winning.
You add insult to injury. That's what's going on here.
Yeah,
Beat
but
them with
maybe
their own
they
PCs.
found Blitz's notebook, you know?
Oh! Sometimes there's notes up on the wall too, so
That's true.
maybe they're spying on
But
their notes.
if that would be the case, then that would explain Shopify winning, but it doesn't explain Liquid losing as much as they are.
True.
But nah, they've been playing great. We'll see if they can keep the momentum
They
going.
banned the Luna themselves
They
on
did.
the side of Shopify, so they think Luna Venge particularly is the ticket.
I mean, you don't want to give it away, right? Because you're not going to drop the Luna for yourself if you can't enable it with the Vengeful Spirit, and you don't necessarily want to play against it either.
Yeah, I wouldn't be super happy picking Luna into Venge, so... Yeah, that's how I'd be if I picked Luna into Venge.
Do you guys think that it's possible that Liquid
Yes.
has finally gotten tilted over getting second place every single time? That it's like finally actually getting to them?
Or someone's... I don't think that. I think maybe, if anything, they've gotten superstitious. They're like, well, if we can't get first while putting in the effort the way that they are doing right now, maybe we need to have a tournament where we're more relaxed so that the next one they come in well rested, better
Do
rested
you
than what
think
they
it's
normally do.
intentional then, but based on superstition?
I don't think it's intentional in terms of, hey guys, we're just gonna sandbag this tournament to do better the next. I think if anything, they'll just lower the time investment that they do before an event. I mean, they're not boot camping, for example, which is already a show of that regardless.
What if, Sheaves?
What if?
That their discussion going into this tournament is, feeding off of what Jenkins said, is we're not going to get second in this tournament.
We're going to get last.
We're just not going to get second.
What if they get second to last?
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
If they tie for last, then it's going to come down to where they get listed on Wikipedia.
That's true.
Because you tie for last,
But
right?
they own
Yeah.
Wikipedia, so they can change it.
They can make sure
Yeah.
that they're
That's
second to
true.
last
Yeah,
if they want.
really good analysis,
Or not.
Effie.
Yep, Effie.
No further comments?
Oh, Shadow Demon.
I think the Batrider looks pretty good for Liquid. I mean, all things considered, with how bad last game looked at some point, it was Boxy that even put them in a position where they looked competitive. Because if it weren't for Boxy being like 7-3, pressuring that top lane, going bottom, and getting that early Blink Dagger, they would have looked like they were in a much worse position. But Shopify counters that with the Shadow Demon, which I think is a really annoying hero to play against if you're bad. If you get purged, you can't move around in team fights, and that's where all of your power comes from.
I also like it against the Venge, purging the shield from the swap. You can continue to chase down the guy that got swapped and kill him, even though there's some distance. It takes the shield off, and then they're slowed for like 6 seconds. So good counter to both of these heroes.
Yeah. You also just have a disruption save, right? Versus Lasso and versus the swap-in. You have a means to save your team and set up for a counterplay.
Set up for Torrent as well. So with the pick of Kunkka coming out, SD was very nice.
Would you want to see Yopaj on Kunkka? Or is this Kunkka picked also maybe protect again another Lycan pick on the side of Shopify?
Flexible. It's flexible, for sure.
I mean, it's one of his signature heroes. A couple of years ago, he was playing a lot of Kunkka. He was very famous for it, but it's definitely a flex to the offlane if needed. But now you have these two setup heroes in the X and in the Shadow Demon Disruption. It would be nice if there was a hero who could take advantage of a setup like this.
Like a lady on a cat, potentially.
I mean, they already have both supports, so potentially not her, but maybe even something like a Leshrac could work.
Okay.
But he is playing against Doom, though, so might not be the easiest Leshrac
Yeah,
game.
Leshen to Bat, too. I really like to play Bat in that matchup. I mean, maybe it's different now that the Napalm is not as strong, but just pulling the Lesh out of position and taking a long fight versus him feels really good. Okay, now, this changes things up. There's very specific heroes in Dota that counter Monkey King very hard, and now you consider picking them. Something like a Phoenix.
I'd say it's probably a mid-game hero, but you have to consider that it's also, since Shopify has, since Team Liquid has overall last pick, this could theoretically be a Monkey King mid against Kunkka, if Kunkka is left mid. So part of this pick, I think, is that it counters Kunkka in both lanes, whether it's mid lane or off lane, but they can follow it whatever lane it goes to.
Could it even theoretically be a Boxy Monkey?
It could be core bat, yeah, it could be. But since they have Doom, I think that's less likely.
Okay.
Okay, so Naga, Mira mentioned the highlighting illusion heroes against Doom yesterday. It worked well in that game. You're also really good illusion heroes against Batrider and Venge because they're both very single target, rely on vision and hunting their targets. And you have a Dispel in lane against Batrider. So, and your Arteezy. This is like one of the, Arteezy still farming memes came from this hero.
Yeah, I mean, you can't doom a Naga if she's just not ever showing because she's farming and pushing lanes with illusions.
I really like this Naga pick. I think it's way too good. The hero's already got like a 90% win rate this tournament, so...
Yeah.
I feel like Windrunner would be pretty decent for Shopify.
It's banned. Really good. Really good looking at the screen.
Go ahead, Effie.
Yeah, I just think that Naga is really great here because we talked about how hard it is for Doom to doom illusion heroes just because you can't find the real one. But on lane, Doom Scorched Earth and his Veil build got nerfed in the first place. So when Naga would come to lane and use her illusions in the past and Doom would just phase boots, Veil, run down the illusions with Scorched, he can't really do that much anymore. So it does feel like Doom is in a position where he has to go late game versus this Naga and buy an Aghanim Scepter. Honestly, that's what you do versus illusion heroes. And I just don't think that they're in a position where they want to take it to the late game in the first place. Because you're looking at Shopify, they're going to abuse the Shadow Demon plus Naga combination where they're disrupting and pushing out waves with both the Shadow Demon and the Naga. And then they have a way to reset these fights entirely. There's no good lasso target because if it's not SD, he's going to save whoever. And now you also have the song as a reset on top of everything. So going into late game versus Shopify when they have so many good defensive capabilities in their draft looks very scary.
I'd like to go off of your point about the laning phase with the Veil build and everything. I think for the longest time, Jenkins is gaining MMR playing offlane. And this is because offlaners, they can just build literally the same thing every single game. Cookie cutter, face palm, based on the keyboard, say buy Veil, buy Vanguard, buy Greaves in the past.
Morphling offlane,
and,
yep.
Yeah, morphling offlane. And right now, I actually think is the first time in a while where I'll look at the two offlaners in a game and I won't know what item they will have in their inventory. We've even seen like some people trying like Radiance on Collapse, and we saw Whisper playing Doom, and he had like 3,000 gold saved up with phase boots wand
they
in his
don't even know
inventory,
what to build.
and like you can just tell they're all kind of
Ravenous
like.
brooch, couple of rapiers.
I wasn't able
that
to
works
start
out very well.
I wasn't able to queue up all of my items minute 0. What do I do as an offlaner? So
I don't know. Play support.
Yeah, exactly. That's retire perhaps or become talent.
Yeah.
like we did. But yeah, no, I think the fact that Doom doesn't have this automatic buildup and other offlaners, the Shivas specifically against Naga, was just so good for slowing down her illusions and farm in the mid game. But now, how do you really get past her illusions? Which means you can't get to her, which means like the rest of Shopify can just kind of do whatever they want. I think there's a lot of concerns on the map for me. Both teams banning out mids, so it looks like Liquid's assuming this is offlane Kunkka.
Oh, I know what you do. You go Bat as a core, and then you pick Lion. You can suck the illusions. Why did that noise come out of your mouth? Don't do that.
I think if
It was
you,
natural.
No, I don't think that's a bad idea, but the problem with Bat Rider Core here is that you're already countered by the Shadow Demon Purge, because this hero is very mobility dependent, and if you bump him up to core, and he's just countered by one Shadow Demon spell in fights,
But then at least
what,
you have a
what
Naga
kind of win
counter.
condition do they do? But is it enough of a Naga counter? Because I feel like with Orchid being meta now and Naga being able to buy it so quickly,
Okay.
she's not even afraid of Lion, right? She can just jump in with Orchid plus Listener.
Maybe
Dazzle.
Maybe Zeus.
What about
Dazzle?
Dazzle?
Dazzle's good for the same reason. You kill the illusions instantly.
Mm-hmm.
They will see what the lane is going to be mid, so they could run some Dazzle mid against if it's Kunkka.
Yeah.
I still think Zeus is good as well against the Naga. Does fine against Kunkka.
I actually think this is a sick Dazzle game, now that I think about it, for Team Liquid. So, unless Shopify picks a last pick like Jump You Guy. Yeah, this is a sick Dazzle game.
Why does the
No-
Viper makes it
Because they have no guy to jump in the back.
Also, this Viper is really important because Shopify has the 23 picks, so they're going to get countered on last, and there's still this Monkey King that's going to chase the Kunkka around. So they need a hero that they can play on the mid lane with the potential that this Monkey could go mid or to the offlane, and you can flex these two
Yeah, you can
heroes
swap
around
them. Yep.
depending on what Liquid pick here. So if the Monkey King goes
Smart.
mid, that's where you dump the Viper. If the Monkey King goes safe lane, that's where you dump the Viper. So they're just going to respond with their Kunkka and their Viper depending on this last Liquid pick.
It's actually a really cool pick. Yeah. It's a
Makes a lot
flex
of
hero
sense,
that can
yeah.
follow the Monkey King. Yeah. Well said.
I will say that Shopify's team fight is lacking with this Viper pick. Wow, you're so smart, VSJ. Holy.
That's
Well
actually my
done,
first
sir.
prediction of the tournament. So
Oh!
every dog has his day.
Do you wanna
I feel like Jenkins right now.
Celebration from Brian. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
The band to play Happy Birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yes, please. Happy birthday for SpongeBob.
Happy birthday to Brian. Happy prediction to Brian.
Is it copyrighted or is it happy birthday, Bob?
I don't know if it's
Happy birthday?
Is Happy Birthday copyrighted? I don't think so.
It's not.
Is it a mellow happy birthday?
He's like
Honestly, if I was
Is it a mellow happy birthday?
He's low key playing it.
But can you
The reason
talk
so
to-
it instant kills the Naga illusions, and that's why you guys were talking about potentially doing Lion. And then I would just say they don't have a guy that reliably jumps and bursts the Dazzle. So once he gets a single dispel, I think the Orchid from Naga coming out will be the only reliable way to bring him down. And so you have heroes like Doom, Monkey King that you can sit behind, Bat Rider running in for you, Venge to save you. Dazzle is a hero that if he's alive, you're usually losing the fight because the minus armor's building up, he's saving his teammates, the long fights always favor him with the heals. So I actually like this last pick a lot.
You've sold me. Easy Dazzle game.
Tisha is
Brian.
also a Dazzle
Let's go.
freak. This guy's psychotic. He takes any opportunity to play this hero. Graves about 50 times in a team fight, survives on 1% HP. You know he likes living life on the edge. When
He
you're the
does.
best mid laner, nothing gives you that dopamine anymore. So he needs to get that dopamine by playing Dazzle.
Well said.
I don't even. I mean, sure.
Analyze sheets?
Dazzle gives you dopamine hits, all right. So the Dazzle is enough. Jenkins, you agree as well for Team Liquid to take this game. They haven't taken a lot of games, so this would be.
No, this is going to be Shopify. I think what Effie said about the Viper is absolutely true. That was a brilliant last pick. Dazzle doesn't do enough to solve it.
Not solved?
No.
Not solved. We're going to find out Shopify versus Team Liquid, game number 2, brought to you by Sunsfan and Kezu.
number 2 upon us. Team Liquid versus Shopify. Stuntsfan here with Kezu.
It's me.
We have a Viper pick. We have a Dazzle. Very interesting picks overall. We have the Doom that has been nerfed finally.
Yep.
The 2 games that I've cast so far this tournament where Doom was picked, it was completely shut down and some would consider it to be complete garbage.
Garbage?
Yes. I don't think it's that far, but
now, this
it hasn't looked good so far in this tournament.
I'll say Doom is still a good hero, and I would also say that the Naga-Doom matchup is, it goes both ways. Naga, of course, helps you like keep the map nice, so it's harder for Doom to pick you off, and you can help your teammates with Song. But Doom definitely has a potential where if you just find Naga, blink BKB Doom, you can just run her down. So it's, you know, it goes both ways. Depends a lot on the mid-game state. But this Dazzle from Nisha, I think Brian did call out a pick. Very good against the Naga later on. Of course, with your Poison Touch, your Shard destroys all the Illus. But this mid lane, disgusting. One guy spits on the other, one guy puts some poison blab on you, needs to keep hitting you.
Yep.
I don't actually know who's supposed to win this.
Well, I think the one that's coming from the mouth, which is an orifice in your body, is probably stronger. I would think. We'll see if the lore...
But only if you get to spit a lot, because you need more than a few spits.
Yeah, that's true. You can see RTZ already taking heavy damage from Boxy. High fives all around. He'll just go back to base and TP in. So make sure he's not at a disadvantage in this early stage of the game.
Not there.
They reckon the Olakor teaming up very early.
Yeah, they're going for they're blocking the wave, which now it means that Mickey is trying, he wants to mirror the movement, which is why the 2 bros are here, to stop him from doing so.
Okay.
Trying to offset this annoying Monkey King matchup with the Conquer. So now lane goes into tower, which should give lane control to the Shopify Rebels. Very nice denies though in the tower with the disruption. I like it. Just making sure to call it out in case you didn't see it.
Yep, very cool. Very, very interesting for you to bring up. Are you surprised that I mean, Effie was kind of talking about how Viper could switch to the bot lane, try to match up against the old Monkey King, but doesn't look like that was on their radar here.
The Dazzle last pick kind of shuts that down a little bit, because now it means instead of having matchups where both Kunkka and Viper would do very well, Kunkka, he's going to take the L either way, whether he goes mid or bottom, right, in this matchup.
True.
So the idea was there, which maybe it narrowed Liquid's pick a little bit, but they did find themselves a good one. Another nice disruption by the core.
Mecha continuing on here, has the Boundless Strike, trying to dodge a little bit of damage with the Mischief, but see how the game ends up for him. I mean, late game scenario, I mean, Naga is the hero of, I feel like, this patch now, this letter patch.
Yeah.
One of the few heroes that was picked relatively consistently in the Dacha tournament that was not nerfed.
I mean, in my opinion, Naga's the best carry for so many different reasons. Something people like to mention a lot is the items she builds. She builds all the meta items. Like you go Manta, it's great. Then you play the map with your illusions and Orchid, suddenly you kill people. Then you can build tankiness and teamfight, you help your team. So this hero's also just very obnoxious to play against. So yeah, Naga is probably the carry of the patch at the moment.
Flame break action in the top lane. Boxy will be telekinesis,
good
but the
route.
net comes in. Kitrak looks like he's going to be... Oh,
something's going on mid.
More right clicks, but he will survive. But yeah, mid lane, Yopaj versus Nisha, Viper versus Dazzle. Looks like Dazzle is the one that wins.
I did
Big
not
first
see,
blood for him.
I did not see the lead up to that because Nisha, remember, the Dire Tower is not his. That was Yopaj's tower.
This is true.
So, well, nice movement there.
Well, he's got it all calculated. These Dazzle players are real sickos.
Yeah, apparently playing Dazzle gives you dopamine. I don't know what Jenkins was talking about.
Yeah,
I don't get dopamine
one
from playing
of the
Dazzle.
few heroes that I would think does not give dopamine at all.
Yeah.
Flame break onto Kitrak again, getting blocked by Boxy. Do they have the damage? Do they even want to dive the tower? They don't need to. Boxy finishes him off.
Doom with his,
left with the scraps.
Doom with some Monkey King attack range, which is very normal.
It happens.
It does happen.
It's the wind up, you know. Oh, Mickey going on top of the Olakor. Don't think he's going to be able to finish the job. Balance Strike does quite a bit. The Olakor will have to walk back to base in all likelihood.
I mean, I like what they were.
Get solo XP.
I like what they were trying to do there. He was hoping the Wave of Terror would hit, and then the Boundless Strike would deal enough damage, but it was slightly off the mark. But Sablite's doing very well in this lane. He's even out CSing, like 13 and 6. Of course, the Olakor has to go to base now, which should help Liquid a little bit with their lane.
Now let's see how many Yeah, they should be able to deny every creep while Theolocor is not there. So Saberlight not really getting that much XP in the end.
I do like this early movement already from Boxy, where he's very free in terms of where he's looking on the map. Because Viper, if this hero receives some early deaths or some early shutdown.
33. This would be a really nice kill for Shopify. The net comes in again from 33, able to just barely get out. Yopaj dead again, though. Boxy made his transition over to help make that a little easier. So second death already for the Viper.
Because the thing is with some of these heroes, especially, like, I mean, Viper is probably like the most go-to, just like a carry Ursa. When these heroes get shut down early on, they lose a lot of value.
And Mickey, 3 stacks of Shadow Poison now. Butt Grenade wearing off, make it 4.
4 stacks.
Not enough to get the kill outright. The other Shadow Poison, man, Theolocor is really all over this. Now it's focusing on Insania onto the tower. Still, just keeping them low. Pretty value for Saberlight to be able to right-click, but really the story is this mid lane.
Yeah.
And even the CS advantage in heavy favor of Nisha, Yopaj. All right, this hero, when it's behind, how does it feel? Is it a hero that can come back?
It feels... Either way, it generally feels disgusting to play Viper, but when you're behind, nowadays you can recover a little easier with the Aghanims, with the belly flop. It still gives you some impact.
Well, Blood Grenade onto 2, Insania. Shadow Poisons will be enough. So Theolocor having a huge impact on this bot lane. I feel like I have not seen him miss a Shadow Poison yet.
He's certainly on the money, because even right now, like, the CS looks fairly even, but Mickey is bleeding down bottom when it comes to net worth. Like, he's actually behind the Kunkka, and this is not supposed to... Like, this is not what they want to have happen in this matchup of having Monkey against Kunkka. You're supposed to literally dump on a Kunkka in this lane.
We're going to see TP support as Saberlight now taking heavy damage via Insania and company. Boxy, though. Ooh, nice torrent onto 2, so the Balance Strike is out of range. And now Saberlight should be able to walk away as a result. Flame Break will bring him back slightly. Boxy is actually continuing on here. X should ensure his safety. But still, very annoying to have to walk all the way back to base. And now you have to worry about that 7-minute rune as well. Theolocor might have to make his way over via TP to be able to get there.
Is definitely bleeding a little bit from what's going on in this laning stage, right? As Boxy, he's moving mid, he's moving bottom. They did miss out on this little play. But yeah, I would say if you're Shopify, they need to think about what you just mentioned. This Wisdom Rune, minute 7, it cannot go into the hands of Liquid.
Yeah, Saberlight just TPs in, and now the aggression comes. 3 members of Liquid still here hanging around. And Saberlight, the disruption on the enemy, so they're trying to turn this around, but Saberlight is definitely dead. Boxy burns him to the ground at the Theolocor. Now he has no mana for another disruption, and if Boxy just sticks around, he might be able to snag that Wisdom Rune.
I hope
they're going to scan out as well.
Yeah, I hope this trade for Kidtrack works out, because he decided not to TP bottom to try and steal the top Wisdom Rune. Will Theolocor have mana?
He gets Flame Break back, and it'll be Liquid taking both Wisdom Runes. Kidtrack trying to deny on the Ancients, but 33 snags the kill. So Liquid getting a huge exchange going in their favor.
That was big for them. First of all, they killed Saberlight after TPing back to the lane. So like bottom lane is being salvaged. Mid lane is an absolute dumpster fire for Shopify. And they lost both Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, that's only a 1k lead.
Yeah, but the problem is...
It's all on Arteezy right now.
And the XP we don't... Ooh, okay.
Viper Strike? No.
Oh, that's it. Just some fake hype.
Yep, very nice. Single target spell.
But yeah, the XP is what matters most, and sadly that is not really on the screen. We will see it later. There it is.
I always wondered if that would be interesting to have up there with the gold net worth. Like at least for the first 15 minutes or so.
I feel like it should be there. Or if it exceeds a certain number.
Yeah, true.
Of course. Poison Touch. 8-minute rune is spawning.
It will be bottom. It is Invis, as we're going to have... Oh, Saberlight dead again. Yeah. Oh my, just trying to get some salvaging farm in this jungle, or in the triangle, but it is not to be. Even his courier dies. Just rough start for him. But that's not even compared to Yopaj. Yeah. The Viper is lower net worth than the Kunkka.
Yeah, that just goes to show you how badly they are doing. Liquid also have a nice ward here behind the tier 1 tower. And this is what's so great about Great Dota. These earlier plays down bottom now allowed Liquid to really bring Mickey over to this triangle. Get another kill, 3k lead.
Viper Strike onto 33. This one actually might lead to a kill, but using the Wild
JK.
Wing to get to the high ground, but the telekinesis will cancel the TP.
It was a cute play and a nice try. I respect it.
And Arteezy, he is owning very early on. Top net worth on his team. He's tap dancing.
Notch here.
He's tap dancing his way to the top net worth. Tell you what, Steelcore will be found in the trees, completely surrounded. Yopaj is here,
fine.
but he's basically a support. Speaking of support, Kitrak is there with him. Steelcore is dead. Nisha doesn't have much mana to speak of. Magic Missile onto Yopaj. Has to be pretty careful. Nisha's going to be able to grave himself. Yopaj is dead again. But they will finally bring Nisha's kill spree to an end. Which, honestly, at this rate, that's probably worth it for Shopify.
Yeah, that has to be worth it for Shopify, especially when we think about that they are lacking in experience, like helping your Kunkka and your supports to actually get levels after losing Wisdom Runes is so crucial for their heroes.
Yeah, so Liquid up 2K right now, and we'll see how Yopaj's game continues here, because even though they get that kill, he died first, so he gets pretty much nothing out of that.
Yeah, he is continuing to be sad, and that's a bit of the problem with Viper. I will have to check which item build he does go for. Generally, what I've seen is the belly flop, aka the Aghanims. So we'll have to put closer attention to what he will do. Ace Rune being protected for the time being.
Yep, Nisha will be able to get it. Bottle that bad boy up. He is not that far off from an Aghanim Scepter already.
Yeah.
My goodness.
They don't have the most ways to deal with Nisha until some item timings come out. Like, Kunkka can be annoying for saving heroes because you get the Water Park later, the Shard to pull people in. And I would say most notably Arteezy's Orchid, which will come out. So Shopify have very good mid-game. But the next couple minutes, I'm worried for them. It's basically on Liquid now to kind of break this game open.
See if they continue their aggression, as Boxy's now level 6. Has not chosen his lasso quite yet, holding on to the point. Going to be opting for drums first up.
Okay, the drums I like. I don't see why you would not level lasso here on Bad as a support, but
he's thinking about it.
Yeah, he will think about it some more.
Oh, you get that extra farming capability.
Yeah, I guess you can go 2 levels in Sticky Napalm, which you don't really need, but you know, there's this new trend of holding skill points. I feel like Amar is the trendsetter of that one. Up there's the lasso.
Nice long-ass conversation.
Surprise.
No value to life.
I was kind of memeing. There's some heroes who have purpose in doing it. I don't see it on Bad. Arteezy being annoying with the illusions.
Radiant's middle tower.
Looks like this tier 1 tower will go the way of Liquid.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Mickey's still on the trees here. Disruption from Theolocore. Not really going to follow it up with much. Did he actually throw a blood grenade there? Yeah, he did.
He did.
Just wants to get rid of it.
Just screw you.
Yeah.
Kitrak is still level 5, so they need to just allow him to take the mid lane a little bit more. He will, of course, be level 6 soon, but you can tell that the Shopify support's not having the greatest time at the moment. And I want to talk about 3-3 on Doom. I feel like he is the best Doom when it comes to Dota. He had incredible performances back when he won TI with Tundra. And I'm happy that he's not going this Inferno Blade and Go Veil. Like, he's just scaling. Even with the worst lane ever, where he was 1v2, Max Devour, Go Midas, and just scale up into the BKB. It's the perfect build for this game.
And we don't really need to talk about Naga's items, because it's the same goddamn thing every game, pretty much.
Manta Orchid. Play the map, and then kill him on the map.
Okay, chilling on the cliff is Boxy.
Well,
Arteezy spun out the illusions here. Yeah, Mickey showing himself in the mid lane. Swap back into the Wukong's disruption, delaying the inevitable here. Theolocore's dead. Tier 1 tower as well. But 33 takes a tumble. So Shopify getting a good trade there. And the song now, can they find the bat? Yes.
Absolutely can.
Surround him. Yopaj desperately needs a kill. And you can see Arteezy was going to give it to him, but the illusions will do it instead.
That's good map play by Shopify. Just not having anyone important around the mid tower. You know Liquid will attack. Instead, they do find 3-3. And then Arteezy, he just abused, like Bad Rider has garbage day vision, so Boxy didn't know Arteezy was there. He sets up the play. And nicely done.
Saberlight going for a fast Aghanims halfway there.
Yeah.
We're seeing, I feel like, less Blade Mail these days on the offlane.
Yeah, especially with this position, Blade Mail isn't really gonna cut it. Like, you need to like be ahead and really be able to use it. So I like that he's rushing Ags. Because again, 18, 19, 20, ooh, some good Xmar into nothing.
Very good, you're right.
Very nice.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Nisha
attack.
making his way over to the bot lane. They want this tier 1 tower, does Liquid. And remember, coming into this, they are 2-7. I think they need to win out to have a chance. I think like 4th place being 7-7 is maybe a thing. Maybe.
Yeah, 7-7 seems manageable. 6-8, you're getting into Monka territory.
And unless like 1 or 2 teams absolutely dominate, which is typically not the case, need to go even at the very least. Yeah. So Liquid just need to win out pretty much, is sure their mentality. Shopify in pretty damn good position. I mean, coming into this, were you expecting Shopify to do this well? 7-2?
No, not this well. I thought they could be like middle of the pack and maybe breach into like top 3 of their group. But they are definitely exceeding my expectation. I think they've looked very good. Their drafts, their support duo, I think everyone is playing a little bit better than I thought they would.
Yeah, Yopaj absolutely destroyed that game number 1. This is pretty much the opposite.
Yeah.
In game 2. It is a Viper though, so.
It's definitely not the flashiest hero, and he has been quite shut down in this game.
Foxy will be working on a Blink next. So 33 did go. Did you mention the Midas a long time ago? I'm sure.
Yeah, I said it's a great build.
Yeah, I remember you went on like some monologue, and I just tuned it out completely.
That's great.
I'm sure the Hannah Midas was in there somewhere.
I think the Midas is great. Just like the Nullifier last game on Saberlight.
Yep. That Nullifier came in just in time for that fight that I was casting.
Good dewarding by Theolicor. Great X mark.
Again.
Up, Theolicor is dead.
Yes, he is. It feels really bad for the supports of Shopify. When you're getting this shut down early, it just feels like anywhere you go, you're just going to die.
Yeah, right now they just don't have too many playing capabilities when it comes around the map. They are waiting for this Orchid, I would say, on our tour, and Saberlight has to slowly squeeze in every little gold he can towards his Aghanims, because then I think they're really ready to take some bigger skirmishes.
Oh, Yopaj cancels his TP. Boxy showing himself is now going to get Viper struck. Will he make it to the high ground? No, because the X will bring him back. Nisha, though, the Grave is there.
Heal, swap.
Lots of damage over time, though. The swap comes out with damage mitigation. Not enough to save his life. Will he be able to trade Saberlight, though? Getting quite low. As the Doom comes out, maybe the first Doom of the game, if I'm not mistaken. Kitrak will be the recipient of that, and Saberlight does eventually tick out to the Poison Touch.
That was good overall for Liquid, and it's not over yet.
Insania showing himself, Theolicor inside that Wukong's again. Able to just casually walk out. As Insania attempting to run. It's that Grave off in time from Nisha. Theolicor will die. Yopaj can only look from afar. He's going Blink, so... Wait, does he have Ags already?
No.
Just the Blink.
Yeah. It's like Tread's Blink. I actually kind of like the Blink on the Viper. I think you're so slow, and how the game is going to go is they need to like single people out. You need to single people out and play a big map whenever you're not fighting. I feel like the Blink will help you to accomplish this task.
Bottom tower is under attack.
It breaks Jingu. Trying to think of what else Viper Strike will be important against. That's basically
Venge Aura.
Yeah, I guess.
Very important. Well, that's a free kill. They'll take that.
They cut down the tree. Arteezy trying to make a big play here. Shopify really need this kill. Ensnare is there. The surround tactics. Mickey done for. Huge kill for Shopify, and they need a little bit more of that, and they'll be back in this game.
That's some deep rest for Liquid, because the thing is, Shopify have been farming. That's a little chuckle. I mean, that was the freest kill ever on the enemy carry. You cut him off a tree. Mr. Saberlight sniffing for more.
Wonder if he just... Oh, Nisha! Oh! Close.
That was A little too close for my liking, because Shopify are getting some good timings. Orchid completed, Axe completed as well on Saberlight.
Radiant's middle tower is
I
under
hope
attack.
for Liquid that they don't fall into the same trap as last game. Build a lead and then kind of just get picked off randomly around the map.
Boxy still searching for that blink. A few hundred gold away now. Yeah, Heart is next for Mr. Arteezy. Seems to be a little bit of variability in the third item of Naga,
I mean, it did get buffed and Eternal Shroud got nerfed. Maybe you just want like a higher HP pool against like this Doom. Because it's like the only answer. If you get Doomed, you need to try and live through it.
Yeah.
Of course, you don't heal, but you have higher base pool.
Radiant's top tower is
Yep,
under
those
attack.
pools are huge.
They are.
Baiting the triangle.
Shopify are recovering. If you look at the map, how it's being played, SD is just cutting top all the time. They know Saberlight is here.
Okay, actually uses the Wukong's command. Saberlight should be able to get out. Instead, they're going to try to turn this around. The Viper Strike upon Mickey. He's just dead. Second death in just about a minute and a half. And now Shopify trying to take true advantage as Nisha gets silenced up. They have the X as well. We'll bring him back shortly, but there's no follow-up yet. And that's going to be a lasso applied, but there's the song. Not going to save Yopaj. But everybody else should be able to get out. They just want to get a couple shadow points, so Instania does fall. Now the question is, can Shopify retreat completely? Whipping Kitrak. 33. Drums will be popped. Kitrak slowed to a crawl. He'll be the sacrifice, although Theolacor now getting flame broken. At 33. Should be able to help clean up another support. So Shopify lose 3 overall. But that is off the back of losing Mickey at the very beginning.
Well, at least that turned into something good, because that started off as a disaster. Liquid definitely need to look a little more at being on the same page, because Mickey just rammed his head straight in there. Luckily for him, I would say that Nisha and 3-3 are still having banger of games, really. Like 3-3 having a blink soon should really help like elevate and get your team in there. And they are getting even another BKB on Nisha, and Boxy isn't sure if he wants Blink or BKB himself, so they are getting a lot of things to just help themselves.
Yeah, helping yourself is very important.
That's very good.
33. Octarine is next.
Do you like this new, like the new build-up with the Ring of Tarask and the tier of whatever
No,
it's called?
it's really weird.
I hate it.
I haven't gotten used to
middle
it.
tower is under attack.
Tiara of Salamane.
It does feel like whenever they come out with something like this, they end up changing it again later, so it's like...
Because the problem I have with it is that no one buys these items apart from when they finish that one specific item, right? Like you buy Octarine, you get this 6 mana region item. It just seems very hard to build. Like standalone items like that, they just feel bad, which just makes them generally not great items.
Maybe that's the point. That's part of the design. You can't have everything be usable by everybody.
I mean, it doesn't have to be usable by everybody. This item is literally only bought to finish my Octarine.
Right.
And even then, you're like, I don't want it.
You missed the old Perseverance.
Perseverance is cool. Now we have Cornucopia.
That's right. The worst Perseverance.
Okay, so 3-3 is not going Blink, which means he's just going to continue to scale and print the money until eternity.
Yeah, Nisha has had the axe for a while. Obviously the shard there, able to destroy the illusions, as you and the panel have brought up many a time. It's the main reason for this Dazzle pick in general.
It's at least one of the big reasons for sure. You clear the Naga's team fight. Also, Naga kills are generally fairly slow, right? Unless it's a Bloodthorn and you like focused on one guy. Dazzle can always help and kind of help you deal with the sustain. BKB on Mr. Boxy as well.
We got a smoke up from Liquid. Want to pick up the pace here a bit, as their lead has extended to 7K now. And we can see, in terms of net worth, I mean, Mickey has dropped off quite a bit because of those 2 deaths, but he's still ahead of the other 2 cores not named Arteezy on the Shopify side.
Good read by Arteezy there to dodge that gank. I wouldn't say that was the easiest. I do think 3-3 was showing a little bit down bottom. But they want to make their way towards Roshan. It is around the 20-minute mark. Teams are strong enough to take him down.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, and Shopify will smoke to get down into that area now. You can see, you mentioned the Ags for Saberlight. This is an incredible tool in the Roche pit area.
Ooh, they break.
Yeah, Mickey gonna give some vision on the trees. Want to try to find, okay, the tidal wave coming out, but isn't able to connect on anybody. They get the lasso on the correct target. Arteezy's there, but Disruption will save him, but he's inside the Wukong's command when he comes out. No song to come. He's getting bursted down, has to be careful. Gets it off finally after the Force Staff. They lose the Monkey King, so Mickey dead again as Liquid are crumbling here. They lose the Bat Rider, so not enough damage to rip through Arteezy completely. And this might just lead to Shopify Roshan.
The Shopify are just outplaying them. Like, I do think Liquid's teamfighting it's sus, actually. There's a stolen lasso, which I believe stopped 3-3 from casting Doom. Okay, so here perfect disruption to cancel it. Now there's a stolen lasso, so he can't continue. So he gets Grave, but Mickey just straight up dies. This just looks hella awkward.
Hella.
Yeah. No cap. For real, for real.
Yeah, very awkward fight for Liquid. And Mickey very frustrated as it's been 3 deaths now where he hasn't gotten really anything out of this hero.
I would say that this one is more on his team. I'm actually, like, there's no way that with this initiation where you find the Naga like this and he gets brought in, that it turns out this poorly. I do have to credit Shopify for the spell usage, but like maybe even going back to 3-3, like do you really need an Octarine? Like what if you have Blink and you just blink into everyone and you just get the Doom off?
Did you catch who was Viper struck? Was it the Monkey King?
I did not catch. No.
I mean, I know that we don't really typically think of Monkey King as being like the breakable hero, but he doesn't have Jingu. That's not really a hero, you know?
I mean, to be fair, he doesn't have BKB, so he's kind of not a hero until then anyway, but it's a good point. Like Viper Strike, but also SD ult.
Yeah,
like,
true.
It's just 2 ways of him being broke, so it's hard for him to play. Liquid rely on a good initiation. Like their initiation, it has to hit. Otherwise, their song, they'll disengage. Arteezy behind enemy lines.
Yeah, 33 is going to be spotted. Wait.
They know it's real.
They get the poison touch. Arteezy able to get off the Manta. Boundless Strike is there. Now Mickey is the one in trouble again, but there's a swap from Insania, keeping him safe. Insania, though, might be the sacrifice at the very least for Liquid. And Yellowcore gets off a very aggressive disruption onto Nisha. Mickey looking to use the Wukong's command, but Shopify will reset. Aegis is on Yopaj. I mean, they don't have the second break option with Shadow Demon yet. I don't know if is he actually going for Ags?
Oh yeah, he is not going for it yet. I don't know why I said that. He's breaking him already.
I mean, it used to break.
He will do it later. Oh, I mean, what I mean is not that you break his spell, but you purge him. So whenever he gets
it
goes in.
Yeah. True.
I thought you had me there for a moment. Made me feel real stupid.
It's okay. Everyone's stupid every day.
Close
Nisha,
one.
Yeah. Okay, well, they're in an interesting position here. I don't know if they can just steal the Tormy, but Liquid's lead is okay, they can't because it's not there.
No Torm.
Oh, Viper Strike from Yopaj.
No TP, so he is dead.
Yes, 33 will get off his lasso and then die. Yopaj.
Did you say 33 will get off his lasso?
Tower is under attack.
Maybe I'm
Boxy, yep,
yeah,
that's right.
We'll see later if I'm stupid or you, but
no,
that is what happened.
I probably did. He used to be a 33 hero.
That is very true. Well, Liquid are still in a good position with their 5k lead, and they are getting a lot of items that should help them to properly take a team fight. You get the BKB on Mickey, you get double blink now on 3-3 and Boxy. But they need to hit it properly. I feel like they have not been impressing me when it comes to this team fighting, and I don't think they have many more mistakes in them. Ooh, careful.
They don't have a Yules yet, I don't think.
Yeah, they do not.
The classic counter to the X. Not that it's been that big of an issue, I guess, but...
Yeah, not yet.
I mean, despite Mickey, I know he needs to be towards the top, but he still is slightly ahead of the mid and off lane for Shopify, which is surprising considering it feels like he's just died 3 times in a row.
Yeah, like he has Maelstrom, he's farming fairly decent. I mean, the thing is, with Liquid's draft, I wouldn't say Mickey has to be like top 1 net worth, because they have good heroes against Naga to like clear with the Illus. What's going on? They're scanning
just
him out.
broke the tree with Firefly. Mickey cannot find anything. Nothing's going for him this game. Boxy is trolling hard.
Yeah.
You can see that Viper Shard going to work on the tower as Theolocore will be the one to pop the smoke.
Oh.
Gets Boundless Struck. 33 looking for an opening. He's going to get Viper Struck though into the BKB. Gets the Doom off. Looks like that was on Saberlight as there's the song from Arteezy. Aegis is already down. Yopaj will be coming back shortly. Or Staff, but this might be a good fight for Liquid. Looks like Yopaj is just dead right off the bat. They get Saberlight as well. And that's everyone outside of Arteezy. So Liquid looked really bad in these last few fights, but finally get an opening here.
Yeah, I would just say that Liquid have a lot of items, and they took a very nice route into this fight, like coming through the left, finding Theolico first, and just getting this Doom off. I mean, even though the Doom is after the spells, like they just had a really nice separation. Also, this Monkey King ult from Mickey. Yeah, they just had a nice angle. I feel like that's just the game-winning move here.
Shopify lose a very big fight. Can Arteezy carry this team in this game?
It's a hard one. This seems like one of the harder Naga 1v5 games. Like, they're gonna have to start dealing with Nisha on this Dazzle.
Oh, he's got Octarine coming now too, so...
Because this game should be fairly clear for Liquid, like in terms of how to take fights. You don't even have to doom the Naga. I think you doom the Kunkka, and you just let Nisha deal with Naga, right? With some random poison touch, some heal is flying around. Because it's only... Saberlight is the only real teamfight hero for Shopify. If he's shut down, I don't see what they can do.
More poison touches coming from Nisha. And this is where the hero starts to become absurd. Do you still go, I know it doesn't work the same way, but do you still go Arcane Blink? Or does the changes to it make it not...
That's a good question.
Because you don't lower item cooldowns.
I think you still can go it just because it is naturally so low and it gives you HP and mana, which is not bad, but...
Yeah. It's not a must-buy now.
Yeah.
I think at this point you'd already be going for it.
Yeah, like I would say later, it's just kind of the... You buy it at the same time as other heroes where you value the mobility. Not because Arcane Blink is like GG on your hero.
Yeah, well they made that change. Tinker, I guess, wasn't really that much of a thing, but...
Thank God.
Yeah, there's a few heroes in Dota you can just delete, honestly.
Brute, Arc Warden, Tinker.
Yep.
Meepo.
I mean, I don't think Meepo's that big of an issue.
Not right now.
Boots of Bearing, a purchase for Boxy. Oh, they're going to see 33. He's going to be forced to use his BKB. Now he's going to get Demonic Purged.
Ogre flip
Will
flop.
Ogre seal away.
And
swap. And Sania making sure that was overkill. Better safe than sorry.
I do like.
They do have a lot of saves on this team, don't they?
That's another hard thing that Shopify have to kind of deal with later, right? As you're saying, you have swap out, you have heal, you have graves. Also the Boots of Bearing on Boxy, I really like them in this game. There's Torrent Slows, there's SD Ult Viper Strike. Like you just get people like hasted out of the fight. It's incredible. I love it.
How does Demonic Purge work against that?
I'm not sure if Boots of Bearing are purgeable.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because then
either.
it means you should, yeah.
Huh, that's a weird one. Actually, let me see.
This one I'm actually not sure of.
I always find some way to stump my co-casters.
Very nice.
It doesn't say anything about being dispelled.
It just says you're immune to slow. So I'm pretty sure that for the time being, you just...
So if it works against Shadow Demon, oh, that's pretty huge. But Nisha getting caught out here. Shopify really need this. They're using a full Torrent Storm to try to take him out, and they do. Big kill. It's going to cost them Theolicor on the other side of the map, but that's great news for Shopify. And like you said, the Dazzle is the hero you have to kill.
Yeah. Now he's going to be by far the best kill. I mean, the one thing they have going against the Venge Swap is maybe you can keep the X mark, right, on the guy that you go on. So that if he gets swapped out, you pull him straight back in. Hopefully he's still stunned and he can BKB. But it is one tool you do have.
Now, Roshan's up in 20 seconds. If Shopify are able to scout this really early, maybe they could sneak it.
I mean, it looks like Arteezy is kind of on the money. He's already TPing bottom to like fix the map in a position where maybe they can take over the area. At least for now, the illusions will do the work.
Might not be in time though. 30 seconds away for Nisha.
I'm honestly also not sure what Arteezy has to buy in this game. Like, you're playing against Doom, you're playing against Dazzle, you can't really buy... Like, you can't buy anything against Poison Touch on your hero.
Can you dodge Shadow Wave auto attack with the Ags? With like a Butterfly, for example, like evasion?
I think you can. But it doesn't, because your Illus just die to the poison touch rather than the projectile hit that gets shot out from
I mean,
the
if you
field.
time it, but yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a hard matchup. Tormy for Shopify again. KitRat gets it, so that's another save, this time for Shopify. And there's the Butterfly.
I mean, Butterfly just helps make you Illus stronger, of course, with the map play. Maybe even like a Blink later. I'll say Shopify still have to... The game plan will not change. They need to play a big map and try to single out heroes in the team fight. Like maybe pull them in with the Kunkka, get the water park going. So Roshan is up.
Now BKB for Yopaj. Still no Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think he'll even end up buying it in this game, I guess.
It's a shame.
Yeah. Always like seeing a flibbity-flobbity.
And Liquid will be the ones to go into the pit, and this will be uncontested. So Roshan's banner, gonna have this discussion again.
Yep.
Love talking about this item. And the Aegis.
I actually feel like people should hold it.
Yeah.
Keep it for later.
I agree.
Okay. Liquid are coming.
They steal the opposing Tormy, KitRat. Able to TP out, and the song ensures the exit for the rest of Shopify. So Theolacor gets the cleanse, which this game against the Sticky Napalm is against Poison Touch, it's good. Wow, it's actually incredibly good.
Yeah.
The Wave of Terror, and I guess that's it.
Yeah.
I don't think, wait, how does the Dispel work against Jingu when you're being attacked? Like, if you can you dispel the stacks on you?
No, those are undispellable.
Those ones are undispellable.
Yeah, just like Fury Swipes from Ursa.
But still, Cleanse is pretty damn good this game.
Yeah. Any Cleanse and Dispel has always been incredibly strong.
I wonder how the Cleanse works against Poison Touch in terms of the timing. Does it take off the sheep? Because you're taking off the spell, which is sheeping you, right?
It takes off the Hex and the Poison Touch.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it is quite
questions?
brief. It's, you know.
I am the tech analyst.
Mechanics are interesting.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive stuff from you.
Yeah. Doing great so far. Boxy, he is coming for your X.
Yep, using the tidal wave. Boxy, okay. BKB is not going to save you, along with the Doom applied to Saberlight. Mickey not really healing too much here, but he will get the kill.
What a great spell Doom is, isn't
Demonic Purge on 33. But they will be able to walk away. Greaves to reset, and no Saberlight for a full minute now.
It's a bit of a rough one, because I think Liquid are starting to understand what they have to do, which honestly is quite easy. If they grab Kunkka or Doom him, it's like already a condition to the fight, whereas for Shopify it seems a lot more unclear. They need to meet like a lot of random conditions to truly take a nice fight.
Oh, we're going to see the swap initiation this time with a 33 Boots of Travel 2 on top of Insania, and that will result in the kill on KitRat. Very cool. I mean, 33 is one of the best Boots of Travel 2 purchasers, I have to say.
Yeah, he generally gets a lot of gold. I would say he uses this better than other players. This can help you a lot with your map control, of course, because you can be anywhere at any time. And it only takes 2 seconds to get to it. Oh, the Roshan's banner, Shannon.
Oh, shit. It was placed somewhere.
At their own tier 3.
Wow.
I feel like it should...
Into the high ground.
It should last longer.
It should do a lot of things
Or it should be
longer.
unkillable. Anyway, Saberlight gonna pull himself back out.
Yep, the tower is in peril, though. Shopify's going to have their full lineup. This is against the Aegis on Mickey. Been having an easy time killing him once, but can he do it twice?
Oh,
Tidal wave. All right, that's
Another
one wave.
pull-in. Maybe not.
Yeah, displacement spell's pretty damn strong. The Torrent Storm not going to do anything, though.
Well, they're saving the racks because Arteezy... Oh,
Well,
KitRat.
say that now. 33 gets
force.
off the Doom,
Any
and the
more
Rubik
force?
will likely just tick out in the fountain as Mickey goes in really deep with the Wukong's command. Disruption will save, and the song comes out as well as Mickey ends up in the base. All right. Going to be X back. And Graved on top of that. Remember, he still has the Aegis just bouncing all over the place like a ping pong ball. Grave looks like it was stolen to save Naga.
Oh,
Arteezy back into the base, but he ticks out. Too much damage. They are literally fountain farming as the tidal wave brings everybody in there. Death number 1 for Mickey.
When's the next tidal wave?
Well, Mickey, that was a stolen balance strike. No, he used the shard to get out. That is sick. You never even see that usage. As the barracks are still healthy. And not often you get stuck that deep in the fountain and you survive. Nisha will try to push out the lanes. And somehow they maintain their barracks. But they did gain their lead. This is an 18k lead now for Liquid.
That's a Nagasarian buyback, a Rubik dieback. I think the banner was, of course, why all of this happened in the first place.
Yeah, of course. The creeps really played a big part in this.
Really nice usage.
And Arteezy had to buy back there, so I think one more fight and death without a buyback for him, and it might just be GG.
If they catch Mr. Artur, it is donezo. They do have good waves now, so they can just continue what they wanted to do before. And a Wind Waker. Yeah, this team fighting into Liquid right now, it's nasty. I'm not sure what they have to do. I feel like maybe you have to bait them to dive you or do like a pull in again with a tidal wave into a lift. Whee!
Rain tracks taken out. Tidal wave. Mickey resetting now. And they are having a hard time pushing despite this banner being placed.
That's why you should have held it.
Yeah, holding it once you get the barracks is actually pretty good. As see Arteezy doing a bit of damage to that tier 3.
Because the Naga split push, yeah, it will delay Liquid's waves, but they will never really apply a lot of pressure. Because Nisha, low cooldown TP, being Dazzle, you have Boots of Travel level 2 on Doom as well. Like, they can just go defend and then still join their team. But Shopify are looking for a surprise attack.
Yep, they're making their way over. Song is available. I haven't really seen it used offensively too much yet. No pop. As Insania is being spotted. Mickey on the trees. Has to be careful. He's still finding a way. Yopaj pops the BKB with the lasso onto Arteezy. Mickey gets off the Wukong's command, and Arteezy is dead. A dieback for him. Double kill for Nisha now as 33 will be continuing to take out the Rubik while Saberlight left to his own devices. Down he goes, and Shopify, we'll see if they call it GG. I mean, they haven't even gotten a full set of racks, I guess. But Arteezy dead for a very long time, and Liquid know this.
Yeah, and they're just gonna tickle them. Like, right, you have all the sustain from Nisha. He's level 25. He's got everything he really wants from his hero. I'm not sure how Spotify want to look to delay this one.
Yeah, they're gonna lose 2 sets of racks minimum. There is a tier 2 bottom, so it's either Throne or you play it a little bit passive and go through the bot lane. I think they go for Throne though.
Yeah, you go for the, you make them drop the G's here. Go down mid.
They've opened it all up now. And into the tier 4s they go. The Dragon inside the Ancient looking on uselessly. Should probably roar or something when you kill a tower.
Yeah.
Okay, it's moving around now.
They're going for a smoke.
Yeah, one last stand for Shopify. Still no Arteezy for 40, 15 for Saberlight. Kitrak is just dead. And with that, GG's called.
Yeah.
So this ends up being a 1-1. Liquid had to get it. Even now, it's still not clear whether they can make it out of this group, but...
Well, they have to...
They have to win basically out, yeah, I think at this point.
Definitely have to win out. Their mid-game still a little iffy, but it's always good to definitely squeeze out these wins towards the end. I would say that their draft was very good in this game, well equipped. I think the Doom is good, the last pick Dazzle, just to like help them out. I think they always had the scaling. But yeah, Liquid moving forward, gonna have to...
Boxy doesn't look very happy with this win.
No.
I mean, these guys are used to being second place, which I know is a meme, but that means a lot of winning up to that point. But this group stage just not looking like themselves, despite this last win.
Yeah, it's just, I feel like there's something missing when they're not on the, not on the same page. But of course, you know, they're playing Dota all the time. You take a short break, other teams are not. Because Shopify overall, they look very good, even with this loss. You know, doesn't really matter. But yeah, Liquid, it's crunch time. They have to do better.
That's right. So 1-1 split is how we'll leave it. Let's go to the studio, break this down.
Thank you very much, Decisive and Suns fan. 1-1 split. Indeed, it does not matter that much for Shopify. For Team Liquid, it could potentially spell the start of a little bit of a comeback, but they need to have tiebreakers for that, so they need other teams to lose. We'll see how that will unfold, but this game in particular, we saw the overall last pick of the Dazzle to be able to deal with the Naga Siren, and overall, this game, Team Liquid, it didn't come easy, but it did work out.
I thought it worked out so nicely, that last pick Dazzle. Shout out to BSJ, of course, for that suggestion. He beamed it to Team Liquid, but it gave them everything that they needed to win this game, honestly. First of all, it completely crushed Viper in lane. I didn't know that matchup could be so brutal, but it really did feel that way. And it gave Team Liquid diving potential. They were exploiting that early advantage of Dazzle and those early Graves, because you saw Boxy on that Batrider just diving towers. You saw Mike rotating in to take towers and fight. You saw them diving tier 2s. At some point, Boxy just runs in behind a tier 2 heroes. His team was behind him, but not close enough. Then he just baits 3 heroes to chase him. Dazzle comes in with the Grave, then Insania comes in with a swap, and all of a sudden it's a winning engagement for Liquid behind a tier 2 around minute 14, which normally doesn't happen.
In both games, Boxy looked very good on Batrider.
Yeah.
Even losing the first one, he was like 7-3-2 at a point. This seems like his hero. He gets a very early Blink Dagger. He gets to pick and choose the initiations, which really helps. In this game, he was able to make some space for 33, who, in my opinion, is like the best Doom player of all time. This guy just knows the hero. It can get nerfed over and over again, and somehow he always finds a build. He always finds a way to get into the late game where he's top net worth. He's got all of these items. You just feel like you're perma-doomed, has no cooldown. I don't know how he does it, because Midas is bad. Doom was just nerfed. Shiva's is bad. Like, the items that Doom goes for should be bad. Other teams are not favoring it, but if you have 33 on your team, I can understand it.
Yeah, and I love that he played to scale and didn't necessarily even think about the Naga in team fights. Like, when you look at 33, he was often just dooming whichever target was in front of him that he could doom. He doomed the Kunkka in that fight where Shopify chased to Liquid's triangle after they had Aegis, and then at some point he was even dooming Rubik, which is honestly what you should do. It didn't feel like Naga was a thought that crossed his mind in terms of how can I cast my doom on this hero, this pesky hero that counters me. Nope, he's like, Rubik, whatever, I'll doom you, you're not stealing it, and it just worked.
Yep, I think this team, they still have some kinks to figure out with 33 joining. That he's a very farm-heavy hero, and Doom got nerfed. They were able to make it work here, but once they do integrate him, I do hope they squeak through in the second group stage, because I think they need the practice, they need the integration time for him. And their peak, I think their peak with this guy, Blitz said it at Bet Boom Dacha, like he thinks their peak is, like Zai's a great player and all, but their peak with 33 he thinks is way higher than with Zai.
Okay, you're saying he needs more integration time. Why didn't they get that integration time from BB Dasha? Because they came second. Like they came through the whole lower bracket.
A patch came out. That was like a pretty crazy tournament in terms of what was going around the actual gameplay. It's a little weird. This is more of a normal one where it's like you get to get in the routine of things, which is why I kind of wish that they were boot camping. Maybe things would look different if they were.
I think people are overthinking it a little bit. I feel with Liquid, they will often just get to the grand finals of a tournament, and then one tournament later, they'll have a bad group stage, and everyone's asking, what's wrong with Liquid? Why do they suck
It's always DreamLeague, though. They always do it in DreamLeague.
But it's always the same
It's
thing.
the second time. Always.
They don't suck. This is just Liquid. We've seen them do this as a blueprint for all of the last year. We've seen them not do so great at group stages. We've even seen them drop out of a DreamLeague. So I'm not that concerned. They just got second place in a big tournament. Maybe they're not looking at this DreamLeague with too much of pressure in their minds to perform.
I'm gonna ask if I get the chance to, if that is indeed the case, because it seems like such an easy excuse.
Insania is playing RuneScape. He's leveling his woodcutting to level 99. That's the problem. And he's got the whole team into RuneScape as well. So now they're all playing. Yes, he did. Ask them. They all play friggin' RuneScape. I think 33 is the only one that's not playing RuneScape right now. He might have even integrated him into the RuneScape, which is good because they need to bond as a team and get those things going.
Sure, that's a great team
goddamn,
building.
what a waste of time. And I'm not talking RuneScape 3, by the way. I'm talking RuneScape 2. So they have to level everything manually. There's no pay to win in that game.
But how good is RuneScape for bonding? Because I feel like it's not the best team bonding game.
It's good because you can play it while like chit-chatting with people. Not that people, I doubt they do that. They probably just play all on their own.
I see. You bond over talking about RuneScape, but not over playing it together. It's more like, this is what I did today.
Okay, that sounds very, very close to being able to bond over Dota 2. And you can say, this is what I did today.
No, that
I
Liquid doesn't
built
play
this
Dota.
in my pubs. Why doesn't that work? Why RuneScape?
Because Nisha doesn't play pubs, is why.
Listen.
There's nothing to bond over.
I think Liquid have done this so many times that if we're questioning it after one performance, one group stage performance, like have we been paying attention to the last year? But Shopify, on the other hand, I actually think that they've gotten really solid because even in this game where it felt like they were getting run over by this Dazzle and these Graves, at some point it looked like they could turn it and win it, right? Because even though they were losing that entire game, their Naga Siren was still topping the net worth charts, and they were able to get a few key picks with that Naga Siren who came in, and they wormed their way back into the game at some point, which to me is really impressive. If you can create a potentially winning situation, that gives me a lot of hope for Shopify.
I'm not holding my breath. Every goddamn time I get my hopes up for the boys in blue, which I don't mean Liquid, by the way, even though they're bleed bluers at EG. Who cares? Shopify, they've got to get through this next group stage. They've already got through this one. You can see they're losing. They're smiling.
It's again, they could still just end up tied. This puts them at a 7-3. They could go 7-7, and then guess what? They might be tied with Liquid.
No,
we don't
not
know.
Shopify. They get through when they're doing this. They're gonna get first in the groups.
True.
And it's just the inevitable disappointment that
I think actually Aurora is on track to be first in the group, but we'll talk more about that some other time. It's time to investigate if the claims are true that my panel has made. And we get to talk to none other than Insania. Hey, Insania, how much did you hear of our panel discussion?
I heard Jenkins spreading lies that we're playing RuneScape. This is false.
So you hereby officially deny you are not a RuneScape player at the moment?
At the moment, no. It's been roughly, I think, 2 years since I last actively played RuneScape. Yeah.
I don't know if you hear him. He's shouting, that's a lie, but you know.
Jenkins is just, he asked me to do a troll interview with him in Betboom Dacha, and then I kind of got him, but just, I turned it around on him and I trolled him instead.
He's doing it again.
I think he's
doing
just salty.
He's doing it again.
It's Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is the game I've been playing except for Dota, but actually recently it's been Dota exclusively.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. First of all, obviously, congratulations on the game win just now. But you know, I have to ask, and I know it's a staple. And if you heard about RuneScape, you also heard Effie defend you guys. You know, you guys always do this. This is always group stage. But what do you think is causing the struggle that you have now in this like last 2-3 days?
I don't know. To be honest, it's kind of crazy because I feel like a week ago we were playing fine, and then now we're playing terribly. I personally don't really know like exactly what's going wrong, but we're trying to fix it. I can just say I came home and I played a shit ton of pubs, and to be honest, they went terribly. So my personal confidence maybe not like peak right now, because I like lost 1,000 MMR in like the span of 4 days or something.
Wow, that's
so maybe
absurd.
I'm a contributing factor. Yeah, no, I don't know, or I definitely am a contributing factor. I mean, so all I know is like I'm not personally playing super well, and I'm trying to fix it, playing as hard as I can.
How big of an impact do you feel, and it's not necessarily from this group stage or whatever, but playing from home to playing at bootcamp, is that a factor that, we sometimes talk about it because you've done talent work, we talk about everything, and obviously we like to find reason and cause where there might not be any. So how big of an impact is it to not be on bootcamp right now, just in general?
I mean, I would normally say probably no impact, but look at Shopify. They're at the Alienware training facility in Utrecht, and they're popping off. So who knows? Maybe there's like something special in the air there, that we usually use to get us to progress. So yeah, I'm not sure. I personally feel kind of happy playing from home. I feel like it's kind of nice, but yeah, this has not been the most pleasant experience.
Well, there is still tiebreaker scenarios chance, so wishing you the best of luck for that. But before you go, I am going to send you over to Brian, who's going to ask you an actual smart question.
Maybe not so much of a smart question, Aiden, as what I've actually got for you is a clip from the last game of, Liquid's always had a bit of an issue historically going high ground, and coming from a 5 positions perspective, where later on you're going to see that the racks just aren't alive or are still alive after all of this, what's going through your head? Like, is the anxiety kicking in? What are you thinking during all this?
I actually think I was saying, like, when Mickey got X'd, I think I was saying, fuck them, like, go dive them. We clapped them, you know?
So you were vibing with the whole, like, racks is still alive after this 40 minutes?
I was down with this. I was down for this. I mean, I'm definitely part of, like, again, this was... I have blame here.
So
I'm
when
not
all the 5 say, like, their cores dive and it's nothing they could have done, you're not in that boat.
No, I think if my cores want to cook, I'm not a cook. I feel like when we play map for 45 minutes and we don't fight, that's when I'm like, snooze, you know? When they want to dive Throne and Fountain, I'm always down.
Let's go.
I'm your number 2 guy. I'll be right behind you.
Approval from the 5s and your pubs to dive like crazy cores. Keep it in mind. Thank you, Aiden.
Hey, I think it's important as a support to have the backs of your core, so you're good. I think that's a great one. Thank you so much, obviously, Aiden, for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck still in your series later today and tomorrow.
Thank you. We'll need it.
We'll see how they do. As that was a tie, which puts Team Liquid at a 3-7. It puts Shopify at a 7-3. And I believe we have got an extra special report to go to right now with Lacoste. I have no idea what he's going to say. I hope it's good.
Well, neither do I, but let's see what we got. We have, a couple of stories behind the scene, what's been popping off on social media, and we can check the tweet coming out from Agent Saberlight. So he's like, time to destroy this Insania noob. We know that he stood in for Team Liquid, and they got 3rd place at KL. ESL won, and he's also keeping all the options open. We've seen a couple of offlaners getting kicked recently, so he's playing, this agent game just in case something happens with the team. But we can also check the video how Team Liquid is trying to use some dirty tactics. It's gonna be Insania and Blitz harassing Arteezy, who's already sleep deprived. They even picked him Naga Siren so he can get some sleep, use that Song of the Siren. And this is exactly why they invited him. In case they eliminated them here, they would probably be evicted from Team Liquid bootcamp facilities. So this is what Dota is all about. Finding the friends in the strangest places.
Sabotage.
And sabotage, exactly.
Yeah, you gotta sabotage your opponents. I mean, yeah, but you also gotta... No, yeah, but you also gotta keep them friendly, because what if you do...
Yeah, that's what Saberlight is doing. The rest of them, not so much.
Not so much. That's not smart.
Saberlight, very smart guy.
Very smart guy, and we're gonna see a lot of smart guys soon as well, because we're heading to a break, but then we got more Dota coming your way here for Dream League Season 22. We'll see you soon.
I love the mysterious vibes every single time I hear this music. It means that we got more DreamLeague ahead of us. We're gonna start the second half of Group Stage 3 right now. Welcome back, everybody, to day number 3 of Group Stage, as we're here to interview somebody.
Yes.
We're
here
got
for a little job interview.
SVG. Tell me, why do you want to work for this company?
Wait, I was just told there was ice cream.
That comes afterwards.
Okay, don't pizza party me. I've been pizza partied by Envy once in my life.
Tell me about your
I don't
resume.
need to revisit that.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Your mom's house, Ted.
Well,
he's nailing it so far.
And in 5 minutes.
You're going to get to my mom's house in 5 minutes. That's impressive.
Yeah, it is.
I thought in 5 years, I thought you were going to say that you saw us playing Campaign for North Africa.
It's on the table. It's on the table.
Wait, have you guys been board gaming?
No, we were talking about this board game. This has nothing to do with Dota.
That's what the pre-show's for, my friend.
Okay, so we were talking about this. Avery was like, have you ever heard of this game, Campaign for North Africa? I was like, of course. This game takes 12,000 hours to play, and it's a 10-player game covering the entire scale of the theater of North Africa in World War II.
It's like Risk on steroids.
Risk?
Why would you even bring the name Risk into the
I'm
conversation?
thinking of long board games. Risk takes like 10 hours.
Risk is a long board game? Oh, look, this guy is definitely not getting the job.
He just got back from playing around the campaign for North Africa.
We were going to pitch it to ESL. Like, we could do this as like a 2-week stream. You get 10 people in. We have a big board where everybody pushes
you know what?
around.
We're on stream right now.
Yeah.
If you're in Twitch chat right now, let us know. Would you want to watch me, Ted, plus some other Dota personalities play the campaign for North Africa for 60 days straight on stream, 24/7, sponsored? I don't know. Who
We'll find someone to
by McDonald's.
But you need like 20 people, because to make it really work, it has to be 24 hours a day. And you need 10 players, 5 per team. So you need 10 per
hours a
team.
day.
And we take it 12-hour shifts.
Yeah. Well, how else would you do it?
Exactly. How else would you do it?
You come back to the campaign in North Africa, and you're wondering what the hell the
What
other
happened?
5 people did.
Yeah.
That's war.
Yeah. You wake up, you're like, General, Tobruk has been invaded. Oh, for Christ's sake. But one of the roles is just logistics guy. You just handle supplies. And one guy's whole job is moving supplies from one end to the other of the map. That's all he does. That's his entire job.
Glorified
That sounds terrible.
It sounds amazing. Me and Avery are all over it.
That's my kind of good time right there.
Yeah.
Use the hashtag ESL Pro Tour if you want to see that. But if you want to see the actual Road to Riyadh, we've got a game coming up right now. And the game in question is going to be Azure Ray taking on OG. Kazu, my technical analyst, you know I always come to you for the ground zero hard-hitting facts. What you got for me for this series?
That is true. Today, I don't have any gameplay.
Great.
Because
Well
we
done.
have a US Air Force Wisdom Rune.
A Wisdom Rune?
Yes.
Show me the Wisdom Rune.
So, looking here, it's FY Rubik. I remember when I started playing this game, I don't know how many years ago, 6-7 years ago, every time this guy gets Rubik, I'm like, oh my god, he's FY Rubik. He steals this spell, he steals that spell. But over time, you know, I haven't fully joined the group, but you have to give this man respect when he plays the Rubik, because he plays it probably better than anyone else.
Most games of any player on any one hero in Pro Dota history. 298 Rubik games.
Not bad.
It's not bad. And a 60% win rate to boot. It's pretty a legendary performance. Lacoste, also. I saw your great...
Legendary Rubik player? Or
legendary
what?
Rubik player. What's your most played in competitive hero?
Competitive, probably Wind Ranger or Broodmother.
Wind Ranger?
Yeah, I was
You were
a dirty player
Broodmother?
back then, yeah.
Wow. I don't...
Damn.
I feel like I am looking at you in a different light now. Broodmother.
I'm a changed man. I would definitely not play this hero right now. But
Fair
back
enough.
in the days when it was all about the prestige, being the best, you know, you had to use a couple of tricks up your sleeve.
Yeah.
But now we are, yes, looking at Azure Ray taking on OG. Let's start off with Azure Ray. We heard about FY's storied Rubik performances. But the other big story about this team is Faith Beyond re-entering the competitive scene after the classic Chinese retirement of saying, I'm done.
I thought for real he was done.
I
Like
thought
the
so
way,
too.
because he was also doing some talent work.
Yeah,
and,
he did.
He fooled us.
Berlin Major.
He
was on the
definitely
panel
fooled
for
us.
Berlin Major. Yeah, I think we all thought, oh, he's going to make a go of it. And then he was like, actually, you know what? Playing is way more.
So
Sure.
I heard actually, so Ori and Lo and
Ori.
and Tianming, no, they were gonna be teamless after the whole fiasco after KL where the team
Right.
split. So he knew that if he doesn't come to help them, these young players would be teamless. And at the same time, Ori and FY would only come to play if he would.
Really?
So all of these things combined, he's like, okay, I will help my friends, I will help my region, and I will go back to playing. This was like
Wow.
a bigger reason for him playing than him actually wanting to play.
That's surprising that he would have that much loyalty for Tianming and Lo, because I thought that it would be like the history with FY that would be the main impetus for him coming back or something like that.
I don't know. Also, did you know that Tianming back in the day when Faithian broke his arm, it was in an arm wrestle with Tianming?
It was
Really?
with Tianming.
Yeah.
Broke his arm
Yeah.
arm wrestling? That is manly.
I don't know if it was arm wrestling or they had a fight, but I think it was arm wrestling.
Oh, okay. Well, it sounds more like something you would do in a fight, but it is easily done in arm wrestling. If
Yeah.
you twist a little bit, you can pop a bone.
It may have been a story that they told, though. Maybe it was
It's
a very
true.
heated fight.
Yeah, maybe.
But now it's all smiles all around for this team as they are middle of the pack right now in this group stage. And we actually got a chance to speak to Faith Beyond / Bach before this game.
Faith Beyond is wait, he's called Bach now? I guess you could say Faith Beyond is Bach. After just over a year in retirement, TI winner Bach is returning to the professional scene. As a big fan of classical music, Faith Beyond decided he wanted to rebrand himself with a name more fitting of himself.
I like the composer Bach very much. Before I joined Monkey Business Show of OG, and Notel's name is Johann, and Seb's name is Sebastian. You know, the composer is Johann Sebastian Bach. So I was like, okay, then I'll be Bach right now.
The former Wings and LGD player is joining Azure Ray fresh off their Kuala Lumpur win, though Tianming and Lo are the only members to remain.
The pressure is not that big. I know Tianming very well, and also I know Lo is a confident and talented player. So I feel more excited to join them because I think we can make a better performance in the next year.
To round out the new Azure Ray roster, Ori and FY are joining the team together with Bach.
FI and Ori, they definitely good players, and I also talked to them before I joined the team. So make sure we feel good to each other, and then let's do it. Yeah.
Since the era of Bach, the player, there have been many things that have changed in the game. Though Bach has kept up with the game, it's been a while since his competitive heyday.
I can feel like competing is more tense. Everyone is 100%. If anyone fucked up, then you lose the game. So I think the compete is very, very tense and fair right now.
Let's see if Bach and Azure Ray can compose some beautiful Dota in DreamLeague Season 22.
Deepest lore on the origin of the name. Is that his portrait?
Yeah, it's not good.
He wears glasses.
There was a similar thing at the recent tournament with Bepum Dacha. I feel like they're not doing him justice, but he is back.
He is back. He is back.
Yeah.
He is. I asked him something like during Bepum Dacha. I'm like, what's the most difficult thing after you haven't played for a year? He's like using the twin gates. Like that's the like most difficult thing. He's like, I still need to get used to that. And I really watched him in the last couple of games that he played. It doesn't feel like he's been gone for a year. You know, he knows everything, and he's been popping off, especially in the last series that they played. When he played Winter Wyvern, he was all over the place. Like, his positioning was top tier.
So maybe he hasn't missed too much of a beat in the time that has passed in between his, I guess, peak?
Yeah.
Which was the last year of LGD really his peak, or was it already starting to dwindle down? Because I know Ame had like a very... Everyone was freaking out about Ame's retirement, whereas Faith Beyond's retirement was kind of secondary, even though they both retired at the same time. So why was Ame getting so much more attention compared to Faith Beyond?
I mean, Ame is just, he has the carry player, of course, but the legacy behind Ame, he's been playing for a longer period of time. He's been always tied to LGD as an organization, always getting like second, third places at TI. Never won it, but, there's always this thing or this hype around Ame whenever he plays, because he's been known to be like peak Ame, best carry player in the world. I think that's why we have this Ame plus Yatoro.
I do also think like it does go back to, I think carries get a lot of spotlight, and the best carries talk about the other carries who they think are the best. So when you go back, it's like what, Miracle or like Prime RTZ, now Ame, Yatoro, and they talk around each other. Because I think when you have other roles, I feel like mid players, they hate each other more than say like, oh, this guy is very good.
Probably.
Whereas carries, I feel like there's some more respect, like mutual respect going around.
Because they don't have to lane against each other.
Yeah,
exactly.
They're not opposing each other.
Yeah.
They also know how easy it is to play safe lane, so they want to keep this secret.
Honor among thieves. Well, you want to talk about carries? Let's talk about OG's new carry, because that's been the story for them in this tournament. They've been running with Tomato as time has progressed, and it's been looking good. As we had actually gotten a chance to speak to Tomato before, I think it was after their first series, it was him explaining to us that after December, the Kuala Lumpur event ended, he was scheduled to remain on Tundra, but then he got kicked for Pure. And after that, he was teamless, but trying to stay on the grind. And Ari, who was on OG, suggested Tomato as a potential carry replacement. And after speaking to Seb, it seems like it's been working out quite well for them.
I mean, I would just say that Tomato is, he's still very young. I'll say that he grew a lot as a player, like over the last years, especially like playing with different teams. And also now for him, I think playing in a different region, I would say that Europe is still the best region that you can play in. So I'm just expecting him to grow more. Of course, I'm biased. But he's kind of showing, I would say, improvement already. And he slots into the team more than I would say Yuragi, who didn't have the best showing, at least as of late in the team. But he looks good.
I think it's interesting to see an OG team where the big story is not Seb for a change, oddly enough, because it's normally been like he's come back. And it's like, oh, Seb is carrying the team. And then we Stockholm Major a couple of years ago, that was definitely the case. But I think now, it's Tomato's turn maybe to shine and to be the focus of the team. I think that's nice.
Has anyone else been popping up on the radar for you? I guess Whisper has been the other recent introduction into the OG roster, which to me was the most unpredictable one.
Oh, absolutely.
I would have never guessed North American.
This guy's a beast. I think I've said it multiple times through the last 3 years. Whenever Whisper is playing, I'm like, this guy is by far the best South American player. There's like 5 places empty, and then every other player, because he's been so stable, and definitely didn't expect this to happen, to be picked up by your European team, but glad that he also got out of his region, and he's popping off. That's what I like to see. He didn't need, sometimes you'll see players, they need 2-3 weeks extra to be familiar with the team. He immediately snapped into the play that OG wants to play around.
I'll say that Whisper and Ari, these 2 pickups to me were some of the most impactful ones at the start of the seasons. And you could instantly see it in OG's playstyle. They qualified to 2 out of the 3 events. They play well, they lane well together. So overall, I think OG they've been cooking, now also swapping their carry. So they have a lot of changes. But I do think if there's someone who can facilitate that well, it's probably Seb.
But it's Seb doing it in English, though. I thought the main problem would be communication issues with Whisper, because from my recollection, he was not the most seasoned English speaker. And so I was imagining that for a team where Seb is giving big-ass speeches the entire time, Whisper's just like, I don't know what this dude is saying.
Well, maybe it helps.
Maybe it helps.
Apparently, there's a lot of words in Spanish and French that overlap. So you know, Seb is throwing him like some one-liners, or you know, to like help him out. But it seems to be working so far.
And then we brought back Ari as well, who has history with Tomato on his TSM days. Where was Ari for you, Lacoste, before he landed on OG? Because there was a lot of hype. First British player coming to a TI, and then that TI performance kind of fizzled out.
Yeah, for a good reason, because he was popping off in a lot of the games that I saw. I'm like, okay, this guy's good. I want to see more. Then I'm seeing more of him. I'm like, okay, I don't remember last time I've seen Ari have a bad game. So that's pretty cool. I think he has a variety of the heroes that he plays. He's a young player, so he also wants to experiment with some of the new stuff. But he also, I think he's one of the guys that learns a lot, because he's still relatively young. But the way I feel about him is he has a mix of some old school plus the new blood, like some new tech that he brings to the table.
I'm just delighted that there's finally a British Dota. Like, genuinely delighted.
Rightfully so, yeah.
It's really, really cool. So I'm rooting for him always. But
you guys you were always on the cusp. There were always some players.
we like there was always someone that we would think like, oh, they might be able to make it, or you know, they could do it. But
you were close,
right? Yeah,
for a long period
I was
of time.
close for a very long period of time. Never quite broke through. Got out of, never got out of Legend essentially. So, and now I've dropped down to Archon with the new rank system. It's all kinds of messed up.
Yeah,
it's okay. He's carrying the torch for you.
That's it. He's the new guy.
Another thing that I would say is good about both Ari and Tomato, at least from what I know, is a lot of the times when you're a new player joining a team, it feels hard to like speak to a player like Seb or like to truly say or criticize anything.
Sure.
But these two, I feel like they don't really shy away from that, and you actually need that in a team. You don't want 5 people who just go in a circle and say, yeah, this is great. Oh, we're losing, but next game it will be fine. At some point, you need like the Amar type guy in the team who will say, guys, what the fuck is going on? Let's fix it. And I think with having the right mix of this in your team, it can really develop like your, let's call them 1.5 tier to like really the S level tier that you want to be in order to compete with these other teams.
So how do you know that that's been the communication? Because based off of what we see in the press, it's always Seb giving the interviews and Seb being like, this is what I think needs to happen with the team.
Yeah.
This is, like after Dacha, he said that we need a big shakeup. This has not been satisfactory. So how do you know that Ari and Tomato are at least contributing some pushback?
So when it comes to Tomato, I've played with him. I've heard him talk like post-games. He also said in an interview that, after the game, they had like a little debate or like a discussion about what he thinks should have been done and what Seb thought should have been done. So there's that. And then I talked to Ari at Bedboom Dacha. He seems like a very, he will just speak his mind. Doesn't matter if you're Zhao Wade or if you're me. Like he will just say the same things, and it doesn't matter who's like in front of him.
That's encouraging to hear because for a player, you're teaming up with a 2-time TI winner. They're infallible.
Yeah.
You can never question them, but you need that kind of back and forth dynamic.
You do. I think that's a trap you can fall into. It's happened to me before. I think it will happen to many players. That's why like having this, like the huge amount of confidence is great. As long as, at some point you balance it out, but that's about it.
And as we get the draft restarted, I suppose we can also touch on the last OG player who we didn't really speak too much of. BZM Lacoste, where is he in the pantheon of best mid laners right now? Because he's always in the conversation of like top 5.
I think he had a bit of a rough time. It's not just about him. It's all about like how the team played around him, because they were not very successful in 2023.
Yeah.
But I wanted to see more of BZM, and at Bedboom Dacha, he did break some records. He was popping off, and that's what I want to see. The old BZM. When he first joined the scene, I'm getting the same vibes again.
The old BZM? He's 18.
I know, but the 16-year-old BZM.
Right.
The not last season BZM.
Oh, we got I'm just looking at both of these teams' records and who they've beaten. Obviously, these are very close. OG 5-5, Azure 4 and 6.
Yeah.
They both got 2-0'd by Betboom, which I think pretty much everyone's
They are really good.
2-0'd by Betboom, so that's how that goes. The only series that either team has won was against a G2IG, so they've drawn a lot of games. Therefore, my prediction here is draw.
Bold.
Easy draw. It's been called by the Oracle.
Oh, they've got Mars.
So at least when it comes to the first phase bans, I wouldn't say there's anything too crazy. Maybe the SD ban, but that just kind of forces the DK towards the tail end of Azure's bans. And I would say I like the Naga being banned out. I do think that this is like the one of the top 2, maybe top 3 best carriers of the tournament. And I would say this hero is annoying for Mars to deal with, so solid first pick.
I want to go through some of the stuff Because at BetBoom Dacha, things did look differently. Right now, at DreamLeague, Radiant and Dire win rate, straight up 50-50 at the moment. But the big difference is between first pick and the second pick. Second pick sitting at 32%, while 68% for the first pick. So these numbers, because we played a lot of games over the last few days. So these numbers, the stats don't lie, but probably has to do something with during the first pick, you have like after the 735C dropped, I think you need to get a good trade. Like you need on that first pick, you need to get something super strong. And I see this Mars, big fan of the hero at the moment. I was not a believer in it, but ever since I would say last 6 months, I'm like, okay, this hero is good. He also received a lot of the buffs, the arena thing where you can actually arena into spear. Before it was much more difficult to execute, but now every scrub can do it. Maybe even you'll show it to us.
Okay, I'll load it up throughout the game. We'll see if I can do it on this setup, but I think I can. I mean, maybe also like about these first picks, they're just so easy to protect because you have like 1,800 bans to kind of protect them, and you get the 18 pick, which closes the second phase later. Because the stats are a little surprising.
You can't techies blast off into the arena, so I'm kind of you get stuck on the wall, I think.
I know you can't jump out unless you.
No, I don't. I don't think you can jump in or out.
Maybe you can jump in either.
Check.
Oh, I have 2 things to check.
So
I don't think you can jump in or out.
I'm gonna keep talking. Tian Ming, this is most likely gonna be his techies. FY also did play it, but I kind of prefer when Tian Ming plays it. He's just like techies as a 5 also drop down in priority, so you're still doing the same thing. You're buying these like aura items, whether you want to go for like mech, whether you get like a glimmer cape.
I have the tech.
You have the tech? Okay.
Can we bring up Kezu's screen?
So we try the jumping into the arena first, which is Ted's question.
Yeah.
With the blast off.
Yeah.
Whee! Nope, doesn't work.
Yep.
So you get kind of owned. And then the spear combo. Excuse me, I don't have a real mouse pad, but we'll try. So the combo is to spear and then arena with the recent buffs. So you press spear, you insta do this, and you would stun the hero. I will also spawn one. I will spawn one, but I think
can tell
that
you're using quick cast, Kezu.
I actually don't.
I can tell you're not using quick cast, but that was so quick. That's
we
how
do
good
spear
you are.
arena. Boom.
There we go. Excellent.
Wow, that's excellent.
And then you kill him.
Bump.
Get a rampage.
So
Too late. I'm not RTZ. I can't do that.
Arena formation time was the main buff?
Yeah, from 0.3 seconds to 0.1.
It's quite easy. So yeah, I can even do it on the not best setup. Let's have a look at some of the bans. I like that the OG banned out the Razor. I would say that traditionally has been one of the best heroes against a hero like Mars. You just want like this mid-game guy who can run in, you build an early BKB. And from other roles, it's going to be heroes who can match your team fight, like some Tidehunter with Ravage, Kunkka with the Water Park. So I kind of like what OG are cooking.
These are 2 very, very annoying supports.
Yeah.
Both can be extremely high
Absolutely.
impact. Very, very annoying.
Cap and SVG, very annoying supports to play with when you meet them in the pubs.
Luckily, I never play with them.
I feel like it's a rarity for us to see 2 support picks at the very beginning of a draft.
Well, that's true. I mean, I suppose, do the pros ever run Hoodwink as a core? Because it is a hero you do see pop up as a mid occasionally in pub games. But
and that's a Thompson thing.
Yeah, I feel like it could be played more as a core, but currently it's not.
Definitely has the potential.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, the damage output on this hero is insane.
It is. And it can build good items, like all the Maelstrom, Gleipnir.
Yeah, and she rotates really because of Scurry and stuff. She's fast, she can rotate in. I'm kind of surprised.
I mean, at least what I like about the support duo of Azure, I will be mentioning more throughout DreamLeague, is having supports that, first of all, they lane well, and after, when you pair them with most cores that have any type of setup, they give you kill threat. Like with the map being this big, you don't want to use 3, 4, 5 heroes all the time to pressure them.
Earthquake happening where Seb is at the moment.
Let's all pray for him.
Well, he's in the house made of brick, so
he's good.
He won't get blown over.
So this most likely is going to be Mirana 5. I don't think OG plays Rubik as a position 5. So that's good.
It could be Rubik
off lane and Mars mid or Mars support. I mean,
this was the team that did it. There was a Weaver on the other side, which made core Rubik a lot more sensible.
So should Azure pick Weaver?
Not here. I think this is going to be pretty straightforward from OG. Position 5 Mirana, which I'm a big fan of at the moment. Position 4 Mirana doesn't feel as good, I would say, because you can't really buy item that has so much impact as a position 5. You're buying all these aura items. Better you need like a Solar Crest, you need Guardian Greaves, Pipe, whatever it's necessary. And it's not so much about the hero, like in terms of dealing the damage. It's also about having free smokes pretty much with Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah. Seems just like a very casual pick. I feel like Falcons brought Mirana 5 back again, just like they did way back when they played on a Tundra.
You said bring it back, but I thought Snaking was like the only person playing it though. Who else
I
replicated
feel like
that?
there was now people tried like replicating this Mirana for a while, like not in this meta, but like 1 or 2 years back. And I feel like now no one was really doing it until Falcons were like, what the hell,
Still
guys?
good.
Naga Mirana, play the map.
Luna.
Is it time? It's Slark time for OG.
It's fish time?
It might be. His win rate is not the greatest at the moment, sitting at, I believe, sub 20%, but could be a really good game for it. If you want to have this night vision, great matchup against Luna. The only thing you care pretty much about is having your mana burned by Pango's Diffusal Blade, but other heroes, not as much. You also build into Mage Slayer, Diffusal Blade. These are your 2 core items pretty much, and I could feel Slark can get away with a lot of things in this particular matchup.
Do you think that every time someone's picked Slark and lost with it, they had the same thought where actually it's really
it's
good?
a free Slark game.
They just lose. There's the Morph.
I mean, Tomato Morph is a bit of a classic. I do think Morph has a great matchup against Luna. Like, you can just kind of... You decide whether to go in or out. If she has Eclipse up or Shard, you can also steal it yourself. And overall, other than the Pango, or if you're really getting caught off guard by some Blast Off, I think you should be kind of cooking as a Morph this game.
Are you saying it's a free Morph game? Would you go that far?
Not free. Not yet. The problem is that he doesn't see his offlane matchup, which is a bit annoying. Morph does traditionally get countered by offlaners pretty hard. And with Azure being last pick, and it is Mr. Bach who can decide if he wants to play Pango or a new hero, which I would assume will be a new one.
I just don't want to see it. He didn't play during
I don't want to play Pango,
Some other Chinese team did play offlane Pango. It looks horrible.
It's bad.
I just don't want to see this flex.
It's like the only way you do it is if you take it away from your mid laner, because your mid laner's like, holy damn, if I get sniper here, I'm gonna 1v5 their ass. And you're like, okay, I'll take the L for you.
I was a little disappointed with the explanation for where Bach came from as just Johann, Sebastian, and Bach. I thought it was a reference to Bach's taking a break from competitive composing back when he did, and then being drawn back to it by Mozart and Strauss. They were like, you got to come back and compose competitively with us again, and he did.
You should ask him if he knows this. Yeah.
It's up there with LeBron.
I maybe want to see... For OG, from the mid lane, something elusive. Like, there's not much, maybe like even a Storm Spirit for BZM built into Orchid. Orchid has been a core item ever since the new patch drop. Much less gold that you need to spend on it.
I would like that.
Great lane against Pango. They have no real stuns, not yet.
I'll say Storm is really good. It's on top of my list. Puck is also fine. What I would like more from the Storm... Well, Puck... Oh, yeah. My bad. Blind.
It's banned, Kezu.
Idiot. But Storm could be good. Also, Mirana gets to play through it, so I like that. No Tiny. I don't want to see Tinies. I know people keep trying this mid-Tiny, and I think it's garbage.
It's banned as well.
That's good.
I think Quap fulfills the similar role to Storm Spirit, where they don't have enough stuns, not enough lockdown. You have a free lane against this Pango. Good way, synergizes nicely with Arena with the pushback, so that's something I don't think you should be thinking too much about it, but anything elusive, BZM is stalking, so it's just time to click his hero.
Maybe Bad Rider would be very good, as he's also banned. I'm just making sure to mention banned heroes.
Oh!
Primal Beast.
Lebet Primal, get him in there.
So this will be mid Primal Beast. You either build into 2 items, you pick up your Blade Mail, or you get the BKB, and you have a free reign in a fight, because they have nothing to stop you, nothing to stop this BKB Primal Beast from running in. I mean, there's also possibility that you play Mars from a mid lane, but most likely not gonna be it.
I'm looking for some team fight from Azure. There's something similar that they could do what Shopify showed us earlier with like where you pick Lycan and Luna together. You have like a very strong like mid-game timing, which I think it's good later together with your Luna, but I do think that Morphling doesn't care about this
What about a
matchup
Tide
as much.
Hunter or something like that?
Sadly, it got banned because that would have been my top one.
Oh, he's the last.
Taste your own medicine.
Yeah, how does it feel, idiot?
Yes, I feel completely stupid.
Lacoste, can you mention a band hero, please?
Doom would be great here.
Oh man,
Doom is
why
good,
did you
yeah.
pick him
I
up?
got bad news about that. About Magnus. You want team fight?
That has to be banned. It's not? It's not banned.
I guess, but you would picking it into Rubik.
Morph is also traditionally very good against Mag. You never kick him out. He can build his shard to then just morph up later on as well.
Bach just loves his Primal Beast.
Yeah.
Primal Split.
Good save.
They do have team fight. They have Pango from the mid lane. They have a lot of right-click damage during the nighttime. Global Aura from Luna. FY also. He did play a lot of greedy games when I saw him on Hoodwink.
Yeah, but not like Baboka.
Not Baboka, who's like, yeah, dataless, first item, no boots, nothing.
I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, I'm going to farm for a good 30 minutes. But yeah, good scaling lineup. I'm always slightly nervous when I see this Brewmaster. I don't value the hero highly at the moment. It might be me, might be my personal experience, but I feel like there are better team fighters from the offlane that, you know, not so much cooldown dependent, where you can, like, this second Primal Split, it needs to do something.
Yeah, I would say the Primal is like more maybe for like their own draft. Like you go in with the Pango roll, you split, you build Vlads for your Luna. But I feel like Morphling doesn't really care about the split. You can wave out, you build Lincolns, you never get kicked out of the lane even when there is a split. So I kind of favor OG's draft, like a 60-40 for me.
I have to agree.
I'll go with my boys here. Yeah.
Sounds great.
60-40.
No, I'm just going to say whatever they said. Yeah. 60-40.
Say it again.
I prefer 70-30.
Did you commit his justification to memory? What did
he's saying that he thought the Brewmaster is not going to kick the Morph out of lane, that Morph's going to be okay with that. And also that, you know, the Pango roll comes in, so they got some team fight there and everything, but is this Morph bothered? Probably not.
You're adding your own spice.
On the money.
I
Good
like
job.
it.
Good job, Ted.
I do this for a living.
You too.
This guy's good.
Thanks, buddy.
This guy's good.
Azure and OG are currently middle of the pack right now in this group stage, and it's a razor-thin margin to make it to group stage number 2. Let's see which team will persevere in game number 1.
Razor-thin margins indeed, and right now Azure is on the losing side of those margins at a score of 4-6, so they need to be on the winning side of this series. Want to be able to pick up the 2-0 here to put them in themselves in the top 4 and knock OG down. But are they going to be able to do that with this draft, Avery? We heard a lot of talk about this last pick Brewmaster. What were your thoughts on it?
It's not the greatest Brew game I've ever seen. I think Mirana, Morphling, Rubik all do pretty well versus that hero. You can get the stolen split sometimes. Even the other spells are good. Ari will feed first blood to low. He's very happy about that. Not the kill you want to give up. But you have Mirana ult to disengage from it. I think Morphling doesn't really care about this hero. The lane's pretty free. You have a Vessel timing on Brew, but that's kind of it. Later on, Morphling just shreds you, and even then he can just sometimes ignore you. Can be a hard hero to toss up. I'm looking more, this is a battle between Morphling having a very good Morphling game and Pango having a very good Pango game. And which of those heroes can start to take the team fights over first. In theory, Ori has advantage because, I mean, well, he plays mid. So he's going to get more XP. He can get to his items a little faster. And I think Pango also has a decent matchup versus Morph in general. Diffusal buying hero can come online a bit faster. If they get some like nighttime stuff going with Luna, then I can see Azure just snowballing through Ori this game. He has very free team fight outside of the Pulverize, which is, you know, why this Primal got picked later on. It is a pretty good interaction. I don't think it's something that completely shuts you down, though, and you can play the fight around it. You can play off the swashbuckles, you can burn the Primal's mana, set a fight up where force OG to go into you, and suddenly that interaction's not as bad.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of things that you need in order to really truly counter the Pango with the Primal Beast. I mean, it first starts with just having BKB a lot of time, right? But then on top of that, you need a hero that can actually output physical damage while he's sitting there rolled up, you know?
Well, it still just cancels it, right?
Yeah. So I mean, you got to be able to burst him down quick is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess you can get Shard and ult, and it gets weirder. And yeah, I'm not convinced by that, this matchup. I think if you have one or two other counters to the Rolling Thunder on top of it, it becomes a lot better, but it does put a lot of onus here on Primal saving that ult, which also isn't something you always want to do with this hero when he wants to be starting stuff on his terms, instead of waiting to counteract some other ult. Well, we'll see how OG can play around it, but so far doing very well on lanes. And again, I think they're going to do fine on lanes here, because I don't see Whisper getting challenged too much on one of the strongest laning offlaners, and I think Morphling should free farm this game. Downside of Brewmasters, a lot of times you're just giving the enemy carry free farm. You pay it back with a team fight later, but Tomato should just be in comfort land this game. He's got his Morphling. If you remember, the Morphling was almost undefeated on that TSM team.
Yeah.
Forever.
Very, very good Morphling player.
He's level 30 on the hero. I mean, this is arguably Tomato's best hero of the last few years. So yeah, he's going to carry a game. This is it, man. This is a tremendous Morphling game. He's going to have free farm, going to have a free lane, signature hero. He's got everything to help him succeed. He's got Seb on Mirana.
Oh, I thought he's got Seb.
Well, yeah, that's all you need. He's probably giving him a motivational speech right now.
To back that up, he's played Tomato. Morphling is his most played hero. He's played it 84 times, 84 matches. His second most played hero is Terrorblade at 66. So there is quite the difference between his Morphling and any of his other heroes.
It was their go-to when they needed a dub. Yeah, Tomato morph and let him cook. Something to be feared. I'm also curious about this Luna matchup, because I think Morphling basically crushed Luna for a lot of the past, 3 or 4 years in this carry-on-carry matchup, but nowadays you have this Conda morph, you also have the Conda Luna build, you can also play Luna more off the pseudo spell damage between the Conda plus a later Ags or something.
Yeah.
I don't know, this matchup could be a lot more weird than it used to be, but I have to imagine it's still pretty fine for Morphling. He doesn't care. His Conda, I think, is the better Conda.
I mean, at some point he can turn into the Luna. If you get the Shard on the Luna, the Shard on the Morphling, like surely having that extra damage resistance on a Morphling has got to be broken, right?
It's got to be good. Even throwing the beams out once you have your own Condas.
Yeah.
Not insignificant. BZM will output some damage. He's doing very well in this lane, and that is pretty damn nice, because if you can keep Ori down early, again, I feel like the Pangolier is the engine of this lineup for Azure. So the slower Ori's game is, the slower I feel like all their team fights are going to be. The skirmishing's going to be a bit weaker. The power rune contest a bit weaker. That side of the map definitely a bit weaker.
Man, look at them. They're putting in. They're going to make sure that he cannot get a refill on his bottle here.
Wait, can we go back to that corner of the map real quick? Huh? Never mind. Oh! Did not expect that to be a kill on this lane. Caught him on the side. Caught him lurking. Caught him sleeping.
Caught him without leap. Toss back. Low. Yeah, they've got him dead rights.
Man, it feels so good to get kills on lane with Rubik. You just feel like you won the game, honestly.
Why? Just because the extra experience is very beneficial to that hero?
I think it's the best for in terms of getting extra XP and gold early. He just translates it so damn well. The faster you get 6, the faster you can start to have impact in the fights. It just snowballs from there. Even early arcane boots on the hero can sometimes change a lot in the early game. It's just super, and it's not a hero that you're necessarily guaranteed to get it on.
Without those bottle charges, Ori is having a harder and harder time against BZM.
He's just getting beat up, man. Laning phase definitely going a little bit of the way of OG, particularly on that mid, getting opened up, but so far it's been pretty good for the Brewmaster. Better than I thought it was going to be, honestly. He's not in some situation where he's just getting out CS'd by this Morphling. The real pressure point has really been mid. BZM just kicking it up a notch. Gets his enemy catapult sniped. I don't know if that was necessary, but sent a message.
I mean, it's kind of interesting. He just cleared out that wave and the catapult, so
Yeah, I guess it gives you some freedom.
Yeah, it gives. He could have maybe made a rotation at that point. Instead, he TP back to base and is going to run out to lane. But basically meant there was no chance of him missing out on a wave.
We'll see if they want to push him towards this bottom lane. That is a classic Primal move. You're going to have Arena up maybe the next 2 to 3 minutes here, so you could also make it at that timing if you want to wait for the team fight to come out from Whisper. But at some point, I think if you can connect the kill with the 2 cores on low, you're going to be really happy. Instead, they'll fight for the 6-minute power rune, and they will get it, but it will not go into the Primal's pocket. And again, I think Whisper is pretty much untouchable down here. I mean, he's got double bracer, raindrop, wand.
Yeah, you're not doing anything to that guy.
So that's
just adding to his wand charges, really.
And this is setting up that arena threat for later. The more solo XP Whisper gets, the sooner Low's going to have to leave the lane.
Tianming is not having a good time with those. Okay, good use of the reactive taser here. Try and slow down some of the right-click damage. Low. Okay, they go for the spear onto the techies instead. Low is still going to be able to fight back a little bit here, bringing Ahri a bit low. Final bit of damage, he'll come in, and yeah, the techies is dead. Really surprised they didn't put the pressure on Low there instead, but...
Yeah, kind of splitting the targets that ended up working out. Meanwhile, Ahri uses Rolling Thunder mid into the Pulverize and trade out ultimates, not getting much done. Once more out of resources here, and there's no runes in sight. This has really been a rough laning phase for Ahri. I did not expect it to be this bad. I mean, I think Primal wins the matchup, but he's really been abused.
Yeah, one thing is the supports on the side lanes never died. So nobody was able to TP in and give him that refill on bottle. If you get like one of those, it could definitely change how the laning phase works in this matchup.
And you should have told the supports to die more.
That's true. And Ahri again is going to be grabbed. He already used the swashbuckle to clear out the creep wave, so they know there is no way out of that situation for him. Tree laid down instantly, gets trampled by BZM.
That interaction is pretty bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, Azure Rage is committing another support, a Bach TP after a bottle refill, and then your mid still dies, and you're going to miss this 8-minute power rune. That's some Omega feels bad.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And you already have the 6 up on Whisper, because guess what? He was getting all the solo XP, and you weren't winning that 2-on-1. In fact, you were feeding the techies away down there. So now Low can't stand on the lane. It's Tomato making the gate rotation. Just going to secure this tower for free. Really strong early game here from OG. They're up 2K, but it feels like they just have all the momentum right now. And you're going to have to make this brew split count.
Get a chance here to get another pick off. Nice bushwhack this time around. Ahri maybe can punish a bit. Trying to go for the supports, knowing that the Primal Beast is a bit too tanky, but Whisper cutting over makes things very hard. In fact, he catches Ahri on the edge of the arena, prevents him from leaving. Low now trying to come in, but again, it feels like Azure is about 5 steps behind.
Bach just got artillery strike from the other side of the
they're
map.
going to use the Primal Split here to try and ensure at least 1 kill.
This has to get something. I mean, this is your strongest ult in the early game. He TP'd bottom for this.
Okay, push him back with a Void Panda. That extra bit of distance looks like it's just what they needed to claim the kill in the end. They get that. Can they really go for more? Arrow's going to cut across and hit the techies, and BZM will start trying to lay out the damage. Pulverize does get canceled. Blast off goes off. Tianming, he's going to be the next hero down in this little skirmish between OG and Azure Ray. Ultimately, it feels like it's going the way of OG. They lost the Mars, but Primal Split is now on cooldown.
Just some lack of coordination. Greediness, maybe. I mean, Bushwhack misses. You have the damage fall up. You have a level 1 beam there. You're kind of bringing everybody.
Level 1 beam, level 2 nukes on the supports.
Yeah, it's just nowhere near enough. And every time you make those kind of deep goes, you have to think about this Tomato Morphling counter rotation. He's going to be really happy to come in on the back end of these fights and just clean everybody up. I guess the good news with the level 1 beam is Ahri only gets level 1 beam. I mean, I wouldn't expect them not to have level 1 beam, but I'm saying, like, Low joining that fight, we're going to bring him down out of Tornado and nuke this guy down. I mean, what are you nuking him with?
Yeah.
Maybe if you have the vessel completed, it's a different story.
Maybe if your supports or one of your supports has 6, or...
Sure. That's a lot of extra spell damage on these 2 level 6s they're missing. So that's going to be a big boon to their pickoff game.
Spot the techies, reactive taser will do little to stop BZM's damage here. Whisper can help finish it off. Actually throws out the arena, and it's a good thing too, because Azure was looking to fight this. He still might be able to. Oh, we gave away Rolling Thunder. That's not good.
Yeah, that is a huge spell to get right here.
I mean, you got to back away immediately. Yeah, Ari wants to put this to use, and he's going to catch low. Telka needs to hold him in place, then he bounces onto him. A couple times, in fact. Oh, gets himself stuck.
Yeah, I mean, that's... we've all been there.
Well, it doesn't matter. BZM can clean up the kill anyway. Dive in almost into the tier 2 radius. They do have FY. A big burst of... Oh, nice defense there from Whisper. It's still not enough. BZM will die to Swashbuckle, but Ori is in deep, and he doesn't have shield crash up for a second. Almost got nailed by the spear. Still, enough damage is coming out even without the disable. Good bushwhack going out in the back end from Ari, as the Primal Split now looks to overwhelm OG, and they can't do much besides just fight the Pandas. Whisper's doing what he can, but he may be run down. The Brewlings are almost out, though. They're almost all gone. Bushwhack latches onto him. Finally, he switches back into his regular form. Bach is ready to go. Tomato is the strongest hero in this fight, though. Wait for him over the techies will finish him off. He'll push back the Luna to try and get away. Ari just kind of charges forward to create space for the other two to retreat. OG, a long, drawn-out fight, which looks like Zeb will actually join.
God damn.
His support and dying there.
What a monster team fight from Bach. He comes in, he deals 3,500 damage between the split, multiple urns, multiple level 4 hazes. You get 2 Hoodwink ults off in a single fight at 10 minutes. That is absurd value. I mean, Azure Ray very happy about that extension.
Radiant's top tower is under
At the same time, Ari, he is really getting some work done. He had Sticky Bomb stolen, Bushwhack stolen. Start off with the Rolling Thunder, of course.
Yeah.
His Rubik is a big problem if he gets to throw out all these nukes. Once again, this Pulverize interaction not really preventing Ori from getting the job done, and gonna collect another freebie here.
Might even be able to run down or shoot down the Rubik. In the case of FY, lands another one.
Look at that. Stone cold killer right there.
Radiant's top tower is
I guess the problem is Azure Ray, they're getting something back into their coffers here with these kills, but Low died earlier, and Tomato walked away from that fight, and he's been farming this whole time as well.
I mean, the Morph is always going to be big in this game. I don't think there's anything they can really do to prevent him getting his farm. Again, I think it's just a matter of how strong their teamfight ball becomes behind this Brew. Pango, nice little arena flank will clean up a support on the back end. But that's going to be the story, because you can toss this Morphling, or you can toss the Morph, you can burn the Morph mana, but the way you're going to win the fight is just overwhelming OG over the long run. And if your Pango Brewer is strong enough to do that, then this Morphling, he's not the craziest threat, but he is going to be good. He's going to be very powerful versus Low, and right now he's getting the better of that exchange, stealing Ancients as well. But the Vessel done. So you have a big timing here. Brewmaster's very strong right now.
14-minute Wisdom Runes coming up.
So you have to keep in mind the spell steals. You have Morph and Rubik. There were 2 stolen Bushwhacks getting thrown out in that previous fight.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
any spell you throw, you get turned around 2 times. Is it enough? Not quite. Waveform, TP away, and no disables. Nobody close enough.
I mean, that's
Radiant's middle tower.
one of those kills that I think theoretically is a misplay, right? Because if you Rolling Thunder, there's no way he can escape.
Yep.
But you just think you have the burst, you want to save the ultimate. Like, you can't blame Ori there because that spell is so influential in these early fights, but a little greedy, and it cost them big time. That was a kill that would have done a lot. They will get top tier 1 regardless and now look for the mid fight. And we got to remember, they still have Rolling Thunder for this fight, so that's the upside of not using it there, and it'll dissuade this aggression. As FY is just going Maelstrom. I respect that. That's how you build a wing. Maelstrom first.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in this game, the extra bit of burst damage on a Morphling, Disable's probably not quite as good against some of these heroes. Mostly the Morphling.
You can also pick up some of the core slack. Sometimes as Brew, you just fall into more of this utility role.
Yeah.
And if you go Vessel first, he's going to go Vlad second for Bach. Yeah, that tells me you're just playing this Brew as disruption control, so the Hoodwink can pick up some of the damage. Once more, they're trying to pressure the Morph. I mean, this is what the Pango can achieve. You can kick him out of areas. You're not going to kill him, but you can make it sad.
It is hard enough to be, Whisper jumping in and catching the techies. That's a freebie.
Yeah, he's pretty much gotten a kill every arena, I think. Don't think he's missed one.
Yeah, and I think most of them have been him on our techies here.
Yep. He is suffering. But that's
FY, really good setup thanks to that ward, though. These heroes are a bit too tanky to burst down immediately, but Ori can potentially clean up here.
Brew's gone.
The crash goes through. The Brewmaster and all his Brewlings all died except for the Storm Panda on 50 HP.
Oh, get the hell out, boys. Did not get the Dispel off and just shredded him.
Okay, big swashbuckle hit. Whispers low, blast off, lands onto the 2, while Tomato chases down the Hoodwink. He got that kill, and now he looks back to all these heroes that are low thanks to BZM with a big hit right on through the middle of Azure Ray.
No standing against this Primal Beast right now. Especially once that Brew ult is out. Who's taking the brunt of this hit? And FY expending a buyback as well. You gotta remember, that's a Maelstrom build-up Hoodwink buying back at 50 minutes. That really hurts here as Tomato just has free reign with Stolen Bushwhack, and BZM just knocks them all down here. That is not a turn you can make. There is no way without that Brew ult. Rolling Thunders, I don't even think it was up at that point. And yeah, that is a huge turn in this game. This Morphline's just getting out of control. He has way too much freedom right now.
Ari will get low. Raindrop protects him from the little bit of lethal damage, but Ba comes in, cleans it up now. I mean, they're just in pretty deep. Azure Ray are not going to give up their jungle so easily, so they find the 2 supports.
Big kills to give away.
Yeah, when you're down 7-8K gold like that, any kills worth hefty amount.
Again, if you're OG, you just have to play through this morph. Play around Tomato's timings. Every time he gets a big item, you take a fight. You're going to steal out the map right now. You're going to get Roshan. Vlad's build will guarantee he can pretty much solo that if he ever wants to commit the time.
And now he's got Light Collector too.
That item's so busted. I take it every time.
Yeah.
10% move speed. What? %?
Yeah.
I feel like that was a typo or something.
Meant to be 10.
Yeah.
10 MS. Highest amount of deaths in 17 minutes
come on, man.
on any hero at this event. Thank you, production.
Did him dirty with that one.
Dire structures are
I mean, he's been arena'd every time. What do you want the man to do?
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, he
Gotta
did
change.
get counterpicked and counterplayed a lot.
I also feel like 5 techies is just significantly worse than the 4 techies in terms of being strong on the map.
I would largely agree with that because most of your momentum from techies, right, is having a core to play with. And if you're 5, you're already in lane with a hero that's not going to benefit you.
Yeah, it's just hard to play aggressive. You don't get the mech or the sustain up as fast, so you're squishier when you jump in, which is what the hero inevitably does. I'm not surprised he has 8 deaths this game. But I guess that is worth mentioning. Like, 8 of the 15 kills OG has is on Tianming, which aren't really high-value kills. Still, they're up 5K.
They're up 5K, but they were up more.
Let's get started.
For the cheeky play.
Whose little kobold is that?
Radiant's top tower.
I don't know, but he's stronger. It's more powerful than ever. Very sad day for the Fools, of course.
What did Tianming, why is he holding on to that tier 2? Oh, okay. Got the whip. That item got a nice little buff.
It was a very good buff. I mean, it's not a bad item. Just very underutilized. And not for the wrong reason. Ori will finish up his 2 fighting items here. He's ready to go, but is Azure confident enough to try and take a skirmish right now? I mean, the next fight could determine who gets this Roshan. Either team can do it very fast if you clear the enemy out.
Dire's top tower is under
This is just slow. Your tier 2's already gone by the time you're taking this engagement.
It's showing up a little late. The arena pins the Pango right next to the Morphling. A perfect opportunity for them to claim advantage in this team fight. Tomato just has to wait out the Eclipse. He morphs his strength, pops his Manta. No problem there. So no Pango. Luna with no Eclipse.
And the Rubik wasn't even at this fight. That's just another great find from Whisper. And again, the setup there from Azure is just a little slow. Like, that is not a fight you want to take after your tier 2's dead. You lose the vision, you lose the TP control. It just has not felt crisp from them so far. And this is not a game you can afford to play a little sloppy because OG are going to take advantage of it every time. And this Morphlane is continuing to get bigger and bigger. Flactor already done, on his way to Conda.
That is some heavy burst damage with a full Agi. I mean, you're back to shotgun Morphling once you have Conda.
This is very aggressive.
Wisdom Rune.
Very aggressive.
Yeah, the smoke across is a little bit late to join BZM at the right time.
The new whip, but it's all a bait.
Jumping in with a shield rune. A stolen eclipse starts going to work. Low is already at half health. Whisper looks to chase him down with his BKB. He's running out of damage though. Looks like the two supports will help dissuade. Meanwhile, the push forward from Ori has pushed back a lot of OG. In fact, they're going to be able to get kill on BZM. A shot from FY all across the map gets him. Ori still has some trouble though. Tomato has now entered the engagement and he is the biggest, baddest of them all. Whisper's gonna get a little bit low, but not low enough to worry. After all, he had Bach stuck in the cage there. Low, blinking forward, got caught by the telekinesis, turns around with his man and actually managed to bring down the Morphling. It's just a misstep from Tomato. Low, he will fall as Whisper is able to chase him down, but what a turn to the favor of Azure Ray. It looked like they were just gonna get run over in this engagement. Instead, they get a team wipe.
And a Maelstrom proc at the end just to seal the deal as the Azure Ray supports. Putting on a clinic in that fight. They did so much work. Just looking at the damage numbers, guess who was number 1? It's your boy FY. It stands for, fuck you, I'm gonna shoot you down every time. Apparently, he's just gonna carry this game. He's almost ahead of Ori now. You got so much out of that. That is the lesson of the day, boys and girls. That is why you go Maelstrom on this hero. And you be a Giga Chad. Because your team ain't gonna carry. Someone's gotta carry the game.
He got so much experience out of that. He's going to be level 15 once he cleans up these two creeps here.
He's literally the mid now.
Yeah.
All right, Ori.
So he now has the +2 acorn shot bounces. So his Maelstrom is doing big damage. Excuse me. He's Gleipnir, which he is completing right now.
He's almost the highest level in the game. The highest level in the game is the Morphlane at 60. Actually ridiculous. A huge turn for Azure Ray as suddenly they get another core in this game they had no business getting. And a lot of that fight was, again, the Pango and the Brew going in and just creating a mad amount of space that stalls that fight, and then you catch the Morphling at the end.
Whisper has been very troublesome for Azure Ray in his initiation, so catching him first might be good. It forces out the BKB, gets the arena out of him as well. They can still kind of chase.
Yeah, this is not a bad setup.
Oh, got Rolling Thunder again.
This is now a bad setup.
Yeah, get out, get out, get out. Oh, there's a ward on him too.
I mean, that's
Tomato.
That's worth you.
Yeah.
That's worth your 10th death or whatever the hell it is at this point. And stolen rolling.
Oh, he does have Blink on the Rubik, so he can still keep chasing.
I mean, Azure Ray are happy to see that.
Yeah.
I guess it'll be very low cooldown here, 70 seconds. I mean, can easily get another one. That is just not a spell you want to be giving away. If you're Ori, I feel like you just insta-bounce.
Yeah.
One of these fights, it's going to absolutely demolish your cores, and only going to be you to blame. Bach looking for Vessel charges as well. He is out. That is another big deal. This front line from OG is just becoming tankier and tankier. You got to remember they have this Mirana ult to back them up for the initiation as well, so you're not always going to get some clean go. Still, Tomato in the driver's seat right now as Low is trying to finish up his BKB. This is a lot about Roshan. It's still just sitting there. And you got to remember, you had this Vlad's morph. Its objective has been on the table. Azure Ray just making it a bit sticky on the map. And OG not feeling like they want to commit the time to do it when they could be fighting. But if the fights aren't decisive, then this game gets drawn out. And if Luna gets the BKB, suddenly Low can just stand in the middle of that fight. You don't want to use the Pulverize on him and free up the fight for Ori. You might have to.
I've already seen that shard go to work for low quite a bit too. Both the defensive and offensive capacity of it.
Radiant are scanning.
Still, though, it is looking like OG will get this Roshan for free, so even if they do get the BKB on Luna, OG will still hold a significant advantage.
And that's just to the early game. I think if Luna had BKB during that daytime interval, there's a chance Azure might have tried to force it just with their teamfight prowess. But the differential here is just a little too big, and yeah, that goes the way of OG as the BKB comes right on cue. Too little, too late. And Tomato is very strong right now. He can aggressively just force the fight with this Aegis, bait out some of the ults, bait out a BKB, trade his life for it to make sure the fight goes their way. Conda online as well. So this damage is significant.
Hit the tier 2 at top and then see if they've done their Tormentor.
This is where Morphling shines, where he just gets to basically solo take objectives because he's too strong to fight, and he does them faster than almost any other carry in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, he basically soloed Roche, he's soloing tier 2.
Or he's not expecting this play. You could see the ping. He thought they were going to be doing their Tormentor right now, but instead they actually made the move. Meanwhile, they actually catch some heroes in inside of their own jungle here. BZM tried to go for it, tried to go for the grab onto Luna. Fortunately, he will survive, at least for now. Another beam, not quite enough. He's going to charge back in after low. He's not getting out of here. FY, he can hold him in place, though. He might be able to get a kill, but he's going to lose his carry. Yep, there it is. He gets the kill onto BZM. Bach is now going to join him, though, and FY will continue outputting some serious damage. Reads that the spear is going to be heading his way. Same goes with Seb, who's also trying to hunt that squirrel. Bach makes his way back with the Brewlings. Should be perfectly fine.
I mean, Tomato's here. He can chase us down. Have to go back to this Panda.
I mean, he's going to be... Is it a full HP? Yeah, he gets another toss up in the air. And FY still catches Seb.
630 in the bank. FY continuing to put on the show here. The whole time that happened, Tomato also soloed their Tormentor and killed Tianming again. Worth noting. As this Morphling is completely out of control, 10-1 and 4. And again, what does your lineup do to stop him? I feel like the only real good interaction they have was Ori having a really good game and you just chasing him off parts of the map. You slow down his farm rate, burn out some mana in the fight. At this point, nobody is man-fighting the Morph.
Going for the Wisdom Rune, and they found Ori in the process. Rolling Thunder gets the grab on him. Even though the Bushwhack was well-timed from FY, it just couldn't happen fast enough to save Ori in that situation.
He's starting to just have no game. Like, what is Pango going to do here? FY just going Manta. Classic 4-position item.
Why is he going Manta?
Well, it's a classic 4-position item. Okay. Austin, I just explained.
I don't believe you, but okay.
I honestly don't really know. What does he want?
I mean, he can kind of dodge Spear. He can disjoint the Conda projectile from the Morphling.
If he dodges one of these spells, it's not bad, but is that worth the investment relative to how much damage it's giving you versus, I don't know, you know, even a mini crit? Or
I do kind of feel like in this situation it's better to just go for bust and just try and output as much damage as possible, but I could see his
probably be Daedalus.
Yeah, I could see his idea of just like a happy medium. It's a damage item that helps.
He will get that one surprise fight too, where you always get where, you know, you send out that illusion and they're going to jump it.
It's a possibility here. Once again, the spear into the arrow spells doom for Ori.
I just look too easy the whole game for Whisper, man. He's just walking around, he sees a hero, he arenas the hero, they die, he does it off cooldown. Man's 8-1. He's just chilling. Look at him chilling.
Very chill.
Got a full Satanic, so what are you gonna do? You Maelstrom proc him 8 times in a row, that's something.
Could break him.
And boom.
Oh! Hit the Mirana instead.
It's too old to dodge it, man.
Uh-oh. Low, they're going to be charging into mines, but BZM doesn't care. He shrugs that damage off easy, and even if Tomato were to die, he still has the Aegis for another 30 seconds, so that's going to be a lane. Maybe 2. 60 seconds left on the Luna. And look at Tomato. Keeps
rock into an arrow.
Yeah, that's a combo you're not going to see way too many times. They're going to run over Bach just like that. The chain stuns are too much. And without Low, they can hit all these disables they want, but they're running out of damage. They need FY to do all the heavy lifting here. And there's only so many acorns in this tree.
And Split is just getting annihilated.
Oh!
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem. One waveform, you're just gone. You needed more tempo in this game. You needed it desperately on this Morphling. And you did not find it outside of FY putting on some flashy plays, but I mean, it's not nearly good enough to carry this game. And in fact, the Sharpshooter will get turned around. And that'll seal the 5-man, 6-man, 7-man wipe without losing a single hero here.
Yeah, that's pretty much the game. Gone in 60 seconds. Low dies once, and
I don't even think he really got to use his BKB timing at all.
No.
Just a Morphling clinic.
One last blast off for the road. Pulverize, no arrow to follow it up, but there is a spear. Got off the BKB. Low does get back to the fountain successfully, but Tomato is just focused on the Ancient.
Classic Seb laugh here. As once more, he's probably thinking about what he's going to tweet after this game.
No, surely not. Surely not up against Azure Ray.
Lost to 31-year-old Marana, lol.
Imagine he just did that every single dub they got.
I expect it every time, so I guess that says something, but very convincing game from OG. They did not look challenged really at all in that game, honestly.
No.
I mean, the scoreline makes it look closer than I think it actually was, where it was just Morphling running away with it. He only had 1 death, never really got pressured. The Whisper Mars was just killing with Arena off cooldown. There was nothing to prevent that type of play. You have Rubik and Marana sitting in the back every fight that you can't really gap close and touch because your Rolling Thunder is always worried about this Pulverize from BZM, who demolished mid lane and then racked up the assists. So where was the pressure coming from, right? The only Shining Grace hero I feel like was FY, who ended this game 8-2-13.
Yep.
Almost with a Manta Gleipnir on a support. And their leading damage dealer. Like, look at the damage dealt you. This is one of those games where if I'm playing in a pub, I'm reporting my team, you know? What is going on? Where's my carry damage? Where's my mid damage?
Yeah, FY's probably sitting there going like, guys, why can't I be like Seb, you know? Why can't I take a seat back a little bit here? The oldest player can't be the guy carrying the team. Everybody else on Azure Ray has got to step it up if they want to be able to get a tie in this series. But for now, we're going to head back to the desk, break down that game 1.
All I know is don't let Baboka see that scoreline. Otherwise, he's going to be like, see? I should be building damage all the time on my Hoodwink. FY tries his damnedest to salvage that game, but it was a little bit too far gone as OG took a pretty resounding game number 1 victory.
Absolutely. I think it comes down to also Low not being a carry comeback player. I've seen him so many times when things don't go too well. We could go back to one of his performances during Bet Boom Dacha. He's always trying to recover. One game on Slark, 0-5-0. That's his ending score. But Whisper, he's been popping off. This guy is just insane. There was one period of time when he was playing a lot of Mars. I guess he was just practicing. I did call him with Spear. But he's one of those guys that I like the itemization, particularly in this one, because he was going for Satanic, so pretty much always full HP in a fight, that are from 1 second ability in a team fight. On Brewlings, they're almost going to die instantly. You go back to full HP, and so many times Ari has stolen a spell that had a lot of team fight impact, whether we're talking about, either a Bushwhack, Primal Split, and most of the time, I don't know what Ori has been doing throughout this whole time. Like, you need to use a shield crash after using your Rolling Thunder.
He was just handing Rolling Thunder all a silver platter every single time to
Here's
Ori.
your cube.
Please, enjoy the cube, my friend.
I mean, the Low on the Luna did as much damage as Seb on the Marana.
Yes.
Like, this Luna could not show her face. Because, you saw anyone that did got blown up. They had too much burst with the Mars and with the Rubik, and then the follow-up. And this Morph had this free game where he's just standing there wailing on whoever. You've got to deal with this huge tanky Mars. It's a real problem. This is, like we said, free game for Morph. They didn't really, I mean, this Luna couldn't fight at all. And so, yeah, everyone just looked bad. Apart from FY. He did great, yeah. But it was not a good performance, I think.
You had some prior biases against Brewmaster. Lacoste, did this confirm your biases?
I think he had like some good splits, a couple of good fights early on. You see the power of Spirit Vessel against the Morphling, getting the kills, being the one controlling the team fight. But after your split ends, you're like, okay, what am I doing right now? And also itemization. If you're picking up Vlad, if you're picking up a Spirit Vessel, in terms of scaling, you're really not contributing that much. One of the reasons why we've seen a lot of those Brewmasters going for Radiance as your item so you can actually scale. This time, especially, I think there needs to be a communication between your off lane and the safe lane. And if things are not going too well for you, if your Luna is always in recovery mode, you might need to go slightly more greedy. But if you're playing for these like later fights, but maybe the talk was, okay, we need something right now. We need our Luna to have another 5 minutes of a free farm so she can actually join.
What does greed even imply for a Brewmaster build, though? You go Radiance or something?
Radiance, Midas Radiance, and anything afterwards that allows you to, you know, go for level 20 to level 25 talents.
I mean, that may go in line with what we've been seeing from the offlane in general. We heard it in the previous series, the Shopify Liquid series, that people were like, even the offlaners don't even know what they're going to build half the time. You see their quick buy is constantly changing throughout the course of the game. It's no longer as blueprinted as
Shiva's card
every single time. Yeah, it's much more fluid now. But Brewmaster doesn't really seem to encourage that kind of fluidity.
Yeah, Brewmaster is a different type of a hero. He's also one of the heroes that if you misuse your abilities, like this Primal Split, let's say you use it, the rest of the team not ready to back you up, suddenly you look like a fool. You're like, okay, what am I going to do now for the next 2 minutes? So that has always been an issue with the hero when he's in normal mode, where he can't really do much.
Well, maybe Bach will have to take a specialty elsewhere for this game number 2 as we look forward. Any other thoughts on Morphling, for example?
I mean, I hate seeing Morphling.
I had a feeling.
In any game. This hero, if you can't control the Morph, if you haven't got a way to handle it, the game is just getting away from you all the time. It sucks. And especially if they're really good on Morph.
Like
the
Tomato.
skill level potential on this hero is one of the highest in Dota, because you can just do so much with it. And yeah, Tomato on Morph is no fun to play against, so maybe ban Morph.
I'll say it here. The only time Morphling dies is when Morphling chooses to die. That's how good this hero is. If you're talking about some specialty guy who knows how to play it, you're not gonna die, especially in a game like this where it looks pretty freebie. No one buys into any kind of silence. They have very limited amount of lockdown, so he can get away from any kind of trouble pretty much.
So this Pango had a terrible game. Like, really nothing worked out for the Pango at all. Kept giving the roll up to Rubik, but even then, just dying. Like, what can you do? Too much burst. Big problems.
It was a shame, but let's see if there were any more extra details picked up in this game number 1 from our tech analyst.
Hey guys, it's me for my Ace of Predator head-to-head. I also chose, as you guys heard him talk about, the 2 carries. So Tomato and Low, they had very different games that needed to be played. So if you look at, you have 14-1-9, so obviously you had a very good game. Low with the 2-5-10, but I wouldn't really attribute that to like Low being bad or whatever it is. I think it's really already starting from the draft. We have a couple of clips where you can just see, you know, it's just very easy for Tomato to like play this game. You have constant Spears arena like on the Luna where he can't really, you know, do too much in the fight, or if he's outside of the arena, he can't hit into it. Here you see Tomato. He's just on the outskirts, you know, pressing some chill fights. Oh, look, another Spear arena, boom. Next guy is dead. Like, he's just kind of chilling, playing his Morphling. And even here, when all the spells kind of get dropped on him, he just presses shift, waveforms out, he just kind of walks it off. And to me, this kind of all goes back to the draft. Like, if I can go and see that this is a free Morph game, you have 1 pick left, and then you pick Brewmaster, which is like kind of, like, Brew is just some... He's going to help you do your thing, but he never really shuts down the enemy carry unless there's some maybe illusion type carry, right? So instead, what I would have wanted them to see, when you see this hero who has a free game, you know Morph will take over if you don't stop him. Pick an offlane Axe or pick Kanka, like create a teamfight situation. Or if you want to be really fancy, put the Pango to offlane, pick OD mid. Or put the Hoodwink offlane, pick AA5. Personally, I don't really care, but this hero, he needs to get nuclear countered in the game. I can't see some, oh, I'm gonna lift him, maybe not, and he's just gonna kill everyone. Because that, as we saw, it doesn't work.
And Brewmaster also just does not seem to start fights quickly enough. Basically, every single clip that you showed me was an arena happening where it was like, all right, it's fight time. Well, someone's going to get speared, they're going to die, you need to react. Brewmaster's like, all right, give me a second to turn into 4 people. I'm going to turn invis on this guy. I'm going to run up to Cyclone somebody. At that point, the fight is already halfway done.
And like, think about Morphling. You need to snap and kill him, right? Brewmaster, like you're saying, he takes a while. He's like, oh, I'm going to press my shift. I'm going to wave out. Same with Roll. Like, they're on such a timer, and Morph is so good against timing lineups and timing fights because he chooses when to go in and out. So in my opinion, that's just not the right answer. And even though Faithbeyond is like the best brew, like he will play it fast, he will micro perfectly and do everything, I would say from the get-go, this game, simply just from a draft standpoint, is incredibly hard for them to play.
You at least like the supports at the beginning, though. You saw the techies in the Hoodwink, and you were like, okay, this provides burst and it provides kill threat, which you oftentimes are looking for.
Like I think the supports are very good, and they also played well. Like Tianming with his techies, they helped him like on the tier 2. FY had a great scoreline too and everything, but I think Ori fell a little bit flat when it comes to the gameplay. And then again, like Brewmaster, when you have techies Hoodwink, they want to play with lower cooldown heroes. You want DK stun into bam bam, heroes dead, or Ember Chains. Same story, you go in and you just kill them. Whereas Brew, I think these heroes, they don't align very well. And if you wanted like an aura type hero, then even then I would have preferred Lycan. Because he does the same thing, but like he explodes the game more strongly than a Brewmaster. So for me, he's like the in-between, which did neither of the two things I was really looking for.
Seems like Azure may have lost the plot a little bit at the tail end of that draft. Let's see if they can fix it as we look forward to game number 2 of OG versus Azure.
Hoped that I would find you. Now emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me. One that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you
very much to the PogChamp Pandas for bringing us into game number 2 of OG versus Azure. But we're hoping Azure stays a little bit more focused this time during the draft. Because I'd say the first 4 heroes that they selected all had a purpose. They all had synergies together. Then along comes Brewmaster, drunken bastard ruining the party.
Yeah, the drunken uncle
Who invited
party
this
ruining
guy?
everything.
Yeah, because like even though he played so well, he just doesn't really fit or help them do what they needed to do. But game 2, I think Bach, he will know better.
Okay.
Next game, I don't want to see no drunken Brewmaster in this game.
I'm encouraged.
No.
How about targeting for our OG zeros? Whisper made that Mars looking very incredibly good, and Lacoste, you said previously you were quite critical of Whisper's Mars, but this game shows you.
Yeah, when he first started playing it, it was a joke setup, but the Whisper, he's been on point. I think throughout the whole game, it was him and BZM setting things up pretty much every single time. I think a lot of the clips that were shown, the highlights, was Mars Arena being formed into a spear.
Yep.
I don't think he missed a single spear into the arena. And also BZM, he was popping up all over the place, left and right, one of the easiest heroes to rotate with, but he did the job. And also one of the reasons why Ori didn't have that good of a game, playing into Pango matchup, quite a difficult one.
I mean, they are second pick again on Azure this time around, so they're not banning the DK, they're banning the Mars instead. But I would say with OG's setup of the bans, again, SD, one of the best counters to DK. I would be highly surprised if now that Azure were forced to swap their bans, I would be surprised if OG don't just first pick DK now.
The other bans from OG, however, they are the same as last game.
Tiny, SD, and then the last ban was Naga Siren.
Do you guys think, because Chen has been banned, I think, every game that I've seen so far, and I was looking at the pick ban stats, I think this morning they were up, might have been on stream even, and it's like every single game he's banned. I think he's got through once, or something stupid like that. Do they need to do something to this hero?
Yes.
To make
absolutely.
it possible that he can make it
Is
into
not.
the game?
Yeah, the hero
Because he
is...
seems to have been broken for some time.
Absolutely. Needs the nerf. When I first read the nerfs, I'm like, okay, a little bit of less damage on level 10 talent.
Yeah.
Spells finally cost mana. Okay. That's a weird one.
Yeah.
But is it the nature of the hero that he can just grab this creep and come to lane and it's like, this is too much?
It's probably, like, I would say it's hard to put this hero in like a good spot where it's sometimes pickable, but not always and just broken. But right now, I think everything is too good. Like, your creeps are too strong, you come online too fast. Why are you universal and hitting for like 65 level 1? I don't get that either. So there's just like some small tweaks that need to happen.
Do you think that one of the reworks they could do is to make him okay in lane, but he can't get creeps until level 6? How big a change would that be? And would it literally
change.
there's no point there.
It's a new hero.
Are you also saying that Hand of God is a basic spell at that point?
Right, but you need to change the hero up. Like they've done this before where they've moved spells around.
They changed him so much, like his abilities have been swapped between 1 and 2 and 3 multiple times, but there are periods of time when, sometimes only Puppy will play Chen because the hero is in a really bad spot. So I think this hero is very hard to balance.
Yeah. I think he must be one of the hardest to balance because it's not just him.
Yeah.
It's the creeps as well. You've got to figure that out. It's very hard.
I guess it's a good point about sometimes it's only Puppy playing it. I think right now, if we play 10 games on Chen, we could go queue pubs and gain 1,000 MMR in like 3 weeks.
Well,
that's how good the hero is now.
You
can do it.
All of us together.
No hotkeys.
Find MMR.
Yes.
We got a Razor and a DK. Fascinating start to this draft. 2 of the most exciting heroes to watch.
Not a Razor fan, Ted.
Hate both of these
He
heroes.
hates DK. Shannon hates Naga. I feel like at the end
Naga
of
Siren even more.
At the end of this event, we can like make a whole 4 drafts of what people hate.
Yeah.
Shame.
Gonna be a massive list. The only thing I hate about Razor is his attack animation. Like, why is it delayed?
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, if you hit someone with a whip, they
feel it.
It doesn't go crack, and they're like a second later, ow! Like it hurts straight away.
Maybe it's the sound that does the damage.
It's the sound wave. It's a sonic boom.
Sonic boom, exactly.
I mean, last time around, Razor was banned, so they make sure to pick it up in the first phase. It makes sense. You're a type of hero who sticks on a DK. You can abuse his tankiness by just sucking more damage.
Yeah.
You get BKB. Sounds good to me.
Naga Siren ends up getting banned out by Azure.
You could also follow this Dragonite throughout the laning stage. Bach doesn't play Razor. I'm sure he can.
Yeah, I'm sure
but
he can.
He definitely is not a Razor player, so you can make Dragonite's life much more difficult.
Yeah.
Ori is the Razor guy on Azure Ray. So most likely this is going to be a mid-Razor because you can build into different item build, like whether you need to come online slightly early, pick up the BKB, which has been buffed in 7.35C, to have some extra magic resistance coming out from that. But also what you want to do with Razor is stick onto a target, kill it, and then reset, get another round of spells.
Yeah.
But then why first pick it if you don't even know that you're going to get that lane matchup against someone who you can static lane constantly?
It's going to be for the game. You want to target Dragonite. He doesn't build into... we don't see that many Force Staffs as a support item at the moment. It's more like Mech, Guardian Greaves. Sometimes you will see it if it's a good game for it, but Dragonite also doesn't build into it, doesn't build into Pike. Could be very nice, extend his attack range.
One hero I'm surprised it doesn't... there's only a few teams...
By the way, someone's going to say I'm so...
Don't worry, you're shutting that idiot down. I'm surprised to not see more IO actually in some of these drafts. Let's say Azure Ray play IO, you just go IO Razor. We all know Razor just wants to stick on a target. His map play isn't the best. You give him higher move speed, but of course you need an IO specialist to make it happen. So I do understand
very
that.
Difficult hero to play. Click tether on the
click
carry.
overcharge now.
Whoa. I won't succumb to this. You're saying IO is a low skill floor?
He was
Timing
serious.
relocates are tricky.
Lacoste never makes jokes, so yeah.
No, I think this hero can be relatively easy to play, but when it comes down to difference between some pop Dota and professional Dota, there's a big skill gap.
Very true.
I haven't seen much Pugna picked up.
They wanted me to come out here.
Oh, yeah?
But Avery's digesting his food. I feel like it would just be weird for me to sit on the
Yeah, you shouldn't
Cap
be there
is
alone.
saying that he's been recruited to come out here, but he has no company, so he's going to join us on the desk without a microphone.
Yeah, I enjoy him sucking the lollipop.
Do we have a
Can
hand
we get a
microphone?
handheld for Cap so that he's not just...
We will get you a handheld
Thank you very much,
microphone,
Dasha.
so you can bless us with your analysis.
I mean, the Pugna for me, at least for now, is a little... I wouldn't say out of place, but I don't see the purpose yet. Pugna as a hero, you need to build something around, like Pugna Storm. Because against DK, sure, you can deal damage. But I don't see the direct counter yet.
Yeah, I like this Wind Ranger. It's also potential position 4, but I would love this to be a core against Razor because you can always break the link. Power shot, great. Killing Pugna, focus fire onto Pugna, kill him off immediately in a fight.
He's going to decrep himself. What
then? You have Dragonite, you have Power Shot, you have Rubik, so a lot of damage. And these two heroes paired up together, Dragonite and Rubik, have always been one of my favorite ones.
My money's on this Pugna, dude. Look at this little guy.
They can burst him down. They
I
can
don't
burst
think
down the
it's
Skelly
impossible.
Bro.
Oh, this Pugna is going to go
famously,
boom, he's dead.
Tanky hero.
Very
he has
tanky.
decrep and he sucks the life from people. This lad's one of my all-time faves. Love this guy.
This guy?
Yeah, even though his voice doesn't actually fit the character. What, you like Pugna too?
No, Cap's voice doesn't quite fit the character.
Yeah, you were talking about me.
I thought so
No,
too.
I'm talking about
I was on
Pugna.
screen. You're saying I love this guy.
No, I'm talking about Pugna. I think Razor and Pugna's voices should
Now
be
I'm sad.
switched. This Pugna's never going to die in this game. That's my prediction.
That's a very good prediction.
He's going to be absolutely fine.
This
oh,
is five
talking
Pugna,
about
we're
poggers.
talking about double-digit deaths.
Yeah,
Skelly
over
Bro.
under 10 deaths.
No way.
Over.
No way.
Over.
I'd be surprised
Over.
if there
Yeah.
were 10
Over.
deaths
Tsunami.
between Shadow
Over.
Shaman and Pugna combined.
And
mean,
Ted
he's-
is going under 10
He's
deaths.
just saying 0.
I'm saying this Pugna ain't dying. This lad's
He's
immortal.
going to do so well, he ends up with negative deaths.
Damn, this guy's so good.
Are you talking about lore that this hero can die?
Sure. Yes.
On point. Good job, Ted. Well, the Rasta I do like. You have damage amp into the DK, and you go with the Centaur. So a more, everything, now things make more sense. Razor needs to move in and out. You have the Stampede. You have supports that rely on positioning. You give them Stampede too. It's harder to counterpick. Azure Ray, doing good stuff. Whoever their coach is, he's been laying down the right words in between this game.
The Big D
Whoever
Lanham.
their coach is.
Who is their
Lanham,
coach?
baby.
Yeah, Big D Lanham. He definitely did it.
Big Dota Lanham.
Yeah,
as
Big Dad
Lacoste said
Lanham.
earlier.
Yeah.
It's a great nickname. I remember that.
Big decrepify Lana.
So, yeah, Azure Ray turning things around. I like their lineup already more in this one. And the classic Razor counter. You I want to use the static link on someone. Well, guess what? He's going to turn into you, suck all your damage back, and turn it against you.
I'm honestly surprised, given that very obvious that Razor counter is the Morph. They just lost to Morph. I'm kind of surprised that's made it through. What is the plan to deal with it?
Well, at least for now, you have Centaur, who is overall very good against Morph. It's hard to dodge like Centaur stun. He also lanes well against it. He builds Blink. But their last pick needs to shit on a Morphling. Like whether it's some like
some Slark.
Yeah, like something like that. It depends on where they want to do it from. They could also do it from mid. Like let's say OD gets left open, you play Razor carry, you pick some OD mid. Some of the Chinese teams, they do that. And otherwise, you need to just counter Morph with your last pick. I don't care if it's mid or from carry, but that has to come into the equation.
Yeah, give me some Slark, give me some Faceless Void potentially.
Necro, of course.
Necro, yeah, carry Necro, one of the best ones in the meta at the moment.
Is there some more lore behind this carry Necro?
Yeah, the lore is he's a dog shit hero right now.
There we go.
Can't die.
That's true. He joins Pugna and they will both never die.
Hell yeah. Is that because of the changes to Heart and all that shit that killed Necro, do you think? Or?
Also Mage Slayer.
And Mage Slayer, yeah. Even with the nerfs to Mage Slayer, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Necro didn't
Not
get any
good enough.
buffs in this last patch like Leshrac did, right?
Yeah. Also, people just build less HP, which actually makes Necro just way less valuable of a pick. People aren't buying hearts every game.
Yeah.
So you don't just wreck their ass.
Wreck their ass.
Yeah.
Like groceries, right?
Sure.
It's not the line.
You don't wreck groceries, you eat them.
That's true.
I mean, OG have choice of where to put what kind of. And like DK could go mid or off lane, Wind Ranger could go mid or off lane, or it's their 4.
Azure are expecting a mid laner to come out and they take out the Coddle, they take out the Quap. And OG protecting their Morphling, ban out
That
the Slark.
whiteboard's got all his tweets for the week planned out on.
10 seconds remaining.
Ted, do you think this is a good content idea?
Go on, brother. Pitch it.
I'm going to do a tier list with Seb.
Okay.
Where he rates all of his infamous tweets.
I think that's a great idea.
Content.
I already have it all made up.
No,
for
I think
him.
it's great. You should definitely do that.
Wait, you also have his Reddit comment concerning RTC?
Of course, that
Okay,
one's
that's
in
a
there.
good one.
Yeah.
Every Seb public
statement. Yeah.
Whether
He's
it be
already
Twitter
sweating.
or
You
Reddit.
can see it on camera.
There's
Face
the,
falling.
The Western Europe Div 2 better than NA Div 1.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that
And
one
there's
is
an
good.
older version of that one where he's like, watched Europe all day, qualifiers, super hype. Now I'm watching this dog shit. NA. And that was the one where PPD responded, why don't you bring one of your shit teams and get wrecked,
History.
I think we need to see not only the initial replies, but then any follow-ups from someone like PPD, and then get Seb to like, where are you putting this? And then he has to narrow it down. If you had to be like,
I've got a reference board. I've got the quote and
Right.
then a reference board for like
course.
here's the context of all
wait,
of it.
no, I think that's a great content piece. I'm pretty sure he'd be up for it as well.
So Azure will go with Faceless Void as their last pick.
Good call, Mr. Lackey.
Have a good one,
call,
Cap.
good pick overall. I think like if this game goes late, they have very good scaling lineup as well. Morphling will have a little bit of a extra empower coming out from Seb.
Support Magnus.
Support Magnus. Didn't expect this one to happen, but they wanted to keep this Wind Ranger as core, which I really like for this game because this hero can easily jump into backlines and kill any of these supports, Shaman and Pugna. He said 0 deaths, so I assume Shadow Shaman will have 20 deaths because he can't die.
24.
It's going to be very difficult for them to get the spells off. Both Pugna, they need channeling, and you also have Shadow Shaman. And pretty much every single hero on side of OG does have some kind of a stun.
I like Azure's, like what they did. Like I think their draft is better than last game, but the switch up that Lacoste was mentioning, I just see OG kind of win their lanes, and then there's too many problems that Azure have to deal with. So I'm going 2-0 for OG.
2 OG.
2 OG.
This Pugna ain't dying. The Shadow Shaman ain't dying.
Oh my God,
It's
you're-
1-1 Azure to win. No problemo.
I was giving you an out, You only saw half of the draft.
No
You're
out.
doubling down.
Double down, baby.
0 down.
Double down.
Rampage Pugna incoming.
And Shaman.
Easy.
Yeah, why don't you up the ante, actually?
And a page each.
Highest GPM on
Yeah,
Pugna,
easy.
highest tower damage on Shaman.
Yeah, the little skelly boy's going to get the job done. 1-1.
Let's go.
Or more realistic.
Put it in the book.
OG get a 2-0. Let's put it in the book. Let's put it on your screens. Let's get ready for game number 2.
Well, I didn't expect Azure Ray to give Tomato Morphling again. That seems ill-advised, Avery.
They learned Nothing. Good day, sir.
Why did they do this to themselves? If I'm Tomato, I'm ecstatic. If there's one hero that I wanna, if I'm Tomato, I want to play Morphling every game. You know, just to show the OG squad, like, guys, I'm really good.
Well, he does want to play it every game, and he is playing it every game. So, I guess you're accurate.
30 seconds to battle.
It's a slightly worse Morph game, though. They got that going for him.
Slightly.
Yeah, the Razor matchup's still pretty bad.
Yeah.
The Void matchup goes both ways. But they have Centaur and Shaman. Shaman's very good versus Hero. Instant Hex, long-term disables. Gives you extra burst damage now with the Hex bonus amp.
True.
It's pretty nice. So, like, I don't think this is a game where the Morphling can just 1v5 in the late game and it's guaranteed like last time. Where that just felt... I mean, that was like doomsday clock ticking, man. Yeah. There was no hope. This game, there's hope. You have the Hex if he goes in. You have Chrono with late game Void who can go toe-to-toe with Morphling. We've seen it a lot of times where if the game goes to the 40, 50, 60-minute mark, it becomes Void favored. The hero's just way too good in the ultra late, especially around the Roshan. At some point, you get chronoed. He does a crap ton of damage to you. Maybe you live, but by then, it doesn't matter because you're so morphed. The real suffer is probably going to be Ori because that Morphling matchup is just... It's pretty bad. It can be pretty bad. But he doesn't have to lane against him, so he's doing okay. Early pick Razor, you know, what are you going to do? You take the brunt for the team and you get your better picks later. I think Azure are a lot more comfortable here than they were last game. But of course, it is another Tomato Morphling, and it's a very similar setup with the stun offlaner plus the Rubik, and then Seb on a Seb hero. Level 30 Magnus making his appearance.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Support Magnus? I mean, if you can get it off the ground, sounds great. I'm just skeptical that you can get it off the ground. I feel like your laning phase is pretty hit or miss, and then there's going to be this weird period of time where you don't have Blink Dagger, and you're just kind of there. Maybe you're empowering people.
I think support Mag's done okay in some of the recent patches. We saw some 4 players playing it a lot last patch in pubs. It didn't get translated to competitive that often, but I think the lanes, again, I think with these weird support picks that are cores, the laning stage honestly isn't the issue. You usually can find a way to get something out of it. You'd get some pulls, cheeky courier kill, fight for the Lotus if you have a stun, all these little things. You can get out of the laning phase fine. It's like, what does the impact look in the mid game? And I think, in theory, Mag can be super impactful in those fights, especially in the hands of someone like Seb, who's, you know, 1 TIs on it. He's very comfortable. He knows how to itemize the hero. It's just a question of, can you get that net worth to be useful? Because if you're a Brown Boots or Tranquil Boots or Arcane Boots Mag running around at 25 minutes, I don't think Empower is good enough to justify it.
No.
But if you can get like a Blink or a Mech plus something and you're 2 or 3 positions up from the last position on that net worth chart, then the pick's going to look great.
Okay, so you largely agreed with me. Okay, sounds good.
Oh, what'd you say? I forgot what your point was.
Said there's going to be a window of time where he doesn't have Blink Dagger and he's just an Empower bot.
Yeah, that period sucks.
Yeah.
But if there's a player that you can bank on to get through that, I mean, it's probably this guy. Or a Rise. That guy's mags are really good.
I've heard it on Reddit. Did you want to join in on the Tianming over-under, by the way? 10 deaths?
How's he going to get 10 deaths?
Dire's courier has been killed.
So you think it's under?
Oh, yeah, way under. I take that every time.
You have that much faith in Pugna? Because every other analyst out there, outside Ted's an analyst too, but all the other guys said over 10 deaths for Tianming.
I mean, that's a I hate to say it, it's a foolish proposition.
Why?
Very foolish. Because they have forgotten that the one factor in this game that outweighs that entirely.
Which is?
There's Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman's going to have 10 deaths.
Oh,
because he's Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, but he's
so
also...
So therefore, you think these AR supports are going to have 20 deaths between them? That's what you're telling me? There's no way. Shadow Shaman's going to be in there. He's going to be taking the brunt of the kills for the support duo. It's going to free up some space for Tianming.
Yeah, but it's also FY playing it.
It is FY, so he isn't going to die 10 times.
And he also popped off game 1, so...
So
he's feeling himself right now.
It sounds like Azure Ray are just going to win by product of prophecy.
With 0 deaths on their support duo.
I don't know about that. I mean, I guess the 10 death Shaman game for FY is he's going to have like 4 deaths, you know? That's like a rough game for him.
Yeah.
He dies 4 times. That's considered feeding for FY, so maybe it'll be somewhere around there. But I don't think this Pugna is going to chain feed too much. There's not a lot that just gets on him and kills him outside of OG is just rolling the game with the Morphling DK.
Yeah, isn't it at some point in time he's just going to get conned up to death? Well, at least in lane, maybe he dies here. Yeah, gets bursted. Whisper is the one to claim the last hit.
Well, what do I know?
Good for him. So Ted is already wrong.
That's the only time he's going to die this game.
Only took 5 minutes. And it'll be less than 5 minutes before Avery is wrong.
Well, the benefit of being wrong is that you get to learn a lot.
I look forward to seeing what you learn from this game.
I accept this offering.
I'll let you know.
Mid lane matchup seems to be going very well for the Wind Ranger.
Whatever.
29 and 7. He got 4 damage out of that. Yeah, I mean, he's only level 1 static link, of course, because there's no reason to level it in this matchup, but just goes to show that they did manage to get around some parts of the matchup, but there is still the problem where Razor isn't succeeding in lane like you would want that hero to. FY finds a kill in the top lane against Tomato.
See, this is already a very different setup, right? That game one, we just never saw this morph ever get pressured. We never saw any threat of being killed.
Yep.
You have 1 Hex in your lineup, and all of a sudden, you have potential on this hero.
And you got a lot more burst damage this time around. I mean, Centaur gives you so much more in that regard than the Brewmaster does.
Oh, yeah.
But the only reason they were able to do something like that was because Seb was out of lane. He was making the rotation into mid, joining BZM as he hit his level 6. They just run down the Razor. So Ori is... I mean, Ori didn't have a great time game 1, and it's kind of looking like he's going to have a worse time in game 2. If he's countered by the Morphling and he's not having a good laning phase, what is a Razor?
He's a body. That's about it.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And there's not much they can do to help him. I feel like, once again, they just kind of put Ori on an island. I don't know if it's a playstyle choice, a product of their support duo being a little slow at contesting runes and playing around him. Maybe they just want to prioritize other ways. I mean, Ori's going to take it in his own control, I guess, and just make the move himself. You won't come to me, I'm going to go to you guys, and it's a pretty nice kill. If they'd gotten Wisdom Rune off it, would have been even better.
Yeah, that would have been really sick play. If only they'd gotten the Wisdom Rune, but Ari does manage to nab that one. They get a lot of damage on this tower. Seb's going to creep in from behind, see if he can get a skewer back on him, but they've already retreated.
He's been creeping. Creeping around the map. Creeping behind these tree lines. Looking for any type of angle he can get, because of course he is just regular Magnus with a gauntlet. What else can you do but creep? And the real pressure point here is probably going to be this Dragon Knight. Like, he's creeping himself up to level 6. And he's going to kick low out, so they're going to bring the Razor for a second time.
I like this. Razor says, my lane is bad. Well, I'm just going to make sure we try and shut down probably the most important hero in the early game for OG. Kick this DK out of the game if possible. No time walk, though, so Lowe's going to get run down by BCM as he shows up. Turns some damage back around on Tianming. Or he's trying to threaten him, trying to keep him up. Oh, okay, that was a big whiff there, the power shot. Fortunately, he does have a range drop, so he'll be okay in that plasma field. Ori almost taking like a 3-position approach to this game.
Yeah, he just out-rotated BCM, and he's made it work. Coming back in terms of the net worth, making his impact felt. I mean, you're sad your Void dies there, but honestly, again, the fact this DK was going to create the pressure point on the Faceless Void anyway, I think you're happy with that exchange. More time for Void where his tower's not getting killed, you're not getting kicked out of lane in some bad one-on-one, and XP for the Razor. Really important here, because he is going to have to frontline and just tank a lot of the brunt of the team fight. Do have Pugna to help bail out some of this Wind Range ulti with Decrep and some heals. You're going to have a Stampede to break away. But right now, it's the Morphling suffering, which is the opposite of what happened last game. And a better sign as well for Azure Ray as they try and head into this mid-game. Combat the like Mag Rubik team fight, where if these two supports get the levels and it comes online, it's going to be pretty scary.
Setting up on Ori once again. Seb hanging around here. He's got Rubik coming in from behind, so the idea of a telekinesis reposition to do a skewer back. But now they know there is some sort of vision up here.
This is all wasted time, essentially. As both the Silence are looking to kick up the aggression. They caught him again.
Tried to surprise him. He got off the morph strength, though. It's
Yeah.
only level 1, but it's enough to deter.
I mean, Raindrop should prevent any all-in here. I don't think they have the nuke damage, even if they catch him, maybe.
Yeah.
So this is time for the DK to hit 6. He'll get insta-pop by Whisper, and he wants to kick low out, pressure this tower. It is another point that AR could respond to, and they're thinking about with the smoke bottom. It gets scanned out, though. So OG just reading their moves. Instead, make their own.
Shackle into Ori, draining his damage. BZM has to run away, but he's straight to the nice Chronosphere from low. Just beautiful response there from AR. As you said, all starting with the successful scan, right?
Well, that was OG scanning them.
Oh.
So OG foils their move bottom on the DK, but then they make this overextension top where, okay, Ori just TPs into it. So they suffer some tower damage bottom, but honestly, that is a well worth it trade-off.
Yeah, and Pugna, who has managed to sit here and get his level 6, can actually kind of push back against the pressure of the Dragonite.
I mean, he's really happy with this, right? Look at what is happening right now. This was supposed to be a 10-death Pugna, according to all of the professional analysts.
I mean, it's only 11 minutes in.
Except
not expecting a death a minute.
Well, we got a lot to make up here then. And once more, the cores combine. They bring all three and they get the Morphling a second time and his tower. FY, once more, says, fuck you. I will put the game on my... You know, when you ask for Shaman, you know you're feeling yourself. He went 8-2-15 or whatever last game. And he's like, you know what? Fine. You want me to carry the game? Fine. You want me to... You know what? I'll take towers too. How about that? And I'll take Roshan to it, and I'll kill their enemy. How about that? You just pick me Shaman.
Radiant structures are
Giga Chad response, honestly.
Dire structures are fortified.
I respect it.
Yeah, but...
I respect it.
You respect everything.
Radiant's bottom tower
Or at least you say you respect everything.
Oh, look at this setup.
Another attempt at trying to surprise Tomato. Tomato.
I mean, I don't know why Tomato's
yeah,
tipping.
why does he keep tipping back if he keeps dying, man?
Yeah, he's died twice and he's the lowest net worth core. I don't know who you think you're tipping, but these tips ain't working out for you.
I mean, this one he'll survive through.
And he's high-fiving him. This is like... This man's already been indoctrinated into OG very quickly. Tell you that much.
He took to Seb like a pig who does slop, man. He's just like, oh, taunting the enemy, tipping him? Hell yeah, I could do that. Tomato's always been kind of a cheeky guy.
It's true. I mean, if you're going to tip and taunt, you got to do it when you're up and you got to do it when you're down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Which I guess we're seeing here, so... You know, I respect that.
Hey, BZM has been chipping away at this tower. Like, he won his lane, and I could tell every single time he would use his win run, chip away at that tower. It finally pays off now. 13 minutes, they claim the mid-tier 1.
Nice little tower to pick up. Be Maelstrom first for him, and then, of course, that bottom tower eventually falls to the DK. That was inevitable. But I do feel like Lowe got a decent amount out of this early.
Yeah, he did.
He is very happy with here how he's sitting. I don't think Faceless Void cares too much about towers. He's not one of these carries that needs to play in a specific spot. He just needs to be able to hit camps wherever they are. And right now, he's just sitting bottom. He's not getting pressured. There's no real gank threat on him. All these cores are kind of chilling. And, of course, you have Bach at the top, which is probably a good sign for Azure, as he's their best playmaker. He's their teamfight controller.
Gas Station gets a little top off to Ori here. Ori's probably the most surprising out of all of the cores. I mean, I thought he was going to be having a zero substance game, but...
He made good moves.
He really
it
did.
off, and he gets a haste rune spawn. How did that clip
hit
him?
by the RP after
What?
he picks up the haste rune? That was insane range. Ori just cannot seem to outrun BCM, though. The Maelstrom strikes him down, and they're going to collect Box Head 2 off of that one somehow.
Can we get
some way?
Slow-mo replay of that RP? Because
that was insane.
Like, what? I mean, back ban. I don't know. Like, what is that?
It was vacuum.
That was not a normal RP range. I'll tell you that much. But they get punished. Seb finds the 2-man RP. And they found FY, or FY found them.
Fast reactions from Ari. Outclicks FY, and then hits him with his own Hex.
Yeah, another dangerous move. You got to respect the Chrono turnaround here as the Wind Ranger in this game. It's the best lockdown tool they have. There's no save for Chrono as well. So we're going to have to think about as this game goes deeper. If Low finds his targets, he has the damage to output. Hey, he's killing you. And time dilation is also very strong here. Annoying for all 5 of these kind of low cooldown stun spellcasters.
Maxed out Hex. That is super scary to give away to a Rubik.
Very
Having
strong.
extra cast range on that ability, so good.
I mean, that spell is ridiculously good now.
He skedaddles to the other side, but Azure Ray, we're already making a move. Just kind of shadowing Ori.
Oh, look at the turnaround. But they got the Hex. Into that shackle.
Get the Hex shackles onto
He's
BCM,
trapped.
stopping some of the damage. Ori will manage to stay alive, but
Trapped
Whisper,
himself.
he's going to be able to catch him at the end. Now he's committed quite heavily for this one. FY, who's stuck in his own wards, will be able to TP out, no
Too
problem.
powerful for himself. Even FY cannot escape FY's wrath. As Bach laughs it off.
FY is his own worst enemy.
I mean, another interesting core exchange. It's Ori sacrificing a little of his game, but they get the Wind Ranger in exchange, which is the bigger prize. And somehow it's Whisper starting to clean up more of this map. It'll be the Blink Rush for Seb. I don't think there was anything else that really does much in this game. Both teams eyeing up this middle. Will be Arcane Rune for BCM off the 16-minute mark. Not even leveling in power, so... I mean, can't really blame him. What does extra Empower do here? Not too much. Well, now
I mean, Morphling is one of the ranged hero that takes pretty good advantage of it, right?
Yeah, but
Gets
not
such
for the
high
farming.
base damage.
He takes advantage of it for the damage later on, I think.
Sure.
It's not going to change his farm rate right now, really. Especially when he had a rough start and he's pretty limited on camps anyway.
Okay.
I can see this. It's just he wants to have the fighting impact there when he gets that blink. And higher level spells will do it.
I do think the support Magnus, one thing I kind of like about it is the shard that you potentially get off the Tormentor. It's not a shard that you're going to buy, but I do think it is pretty valuable from Tormentor.
It's some decent damage. Oh, they're just high in this
They
more.
trying
Do they
to
see it?
surprise Tomato here? Not a surprise. FY.
Oh,
Okay,
that
they actually
stun?
went for the stun onto the Faceless Void. Might cost them, though.
The stolen Hex
He is able to
again?
get off the Chronosphere, but the stolen Hex is just ruining Low in his attempts to go onto the Morphling. So they have to give up after losing FY.
That entire sequence was just mega awkward, man.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're not going on that morph instantly off the slight obs vision you had when he walked over there, it's just not really a play. And they'll get punished for it. Whisper once more in the right place at the right time. He has just had a tremendous series.
Nice, man.
Incredibly stable. And as all these cores are tightening up the pack here. I feel like the only thing we haven't seen is like a straight big team fight.
Yeah. Nice RP range again. He's got a really good read of this. Bach,
oh, he wants that shield room.
They're actually not paying attention to him so
That's a
much
good
anymore.
one.
Ori, thankfully the shield room protects him against a lot of that damage. They'll turn back for the Centaur now and finish him off. But they almost got Ori, which I feel would have been a much bigger kill.
I feel like we've seen that before. Ori and Bach in the river, they're getting RP'd and they're in the rune spawns that tries to bail Ori out.
This time it does, though.
It's like tempting fate or something. One time, Gabe's not going to be there for you. And what are you going to do?
Maybe that's a sign you're in the Matrix. A little bit of deja vu.
It's True.
Ward behind this off-lane tower, so very dangerous for Azure Ray to try and defend, as seen from the fact Whisper is able to get the jump onto the Pugna here. No shackle shot.
But they cannot kill him because of the decrep. 10 deaths for what? Prediction. Failing.
Nice
and now
Bach running him down with the Stampede, actually skewered back by Seb, gives up his life to tackle the rest of Azure Way off of BZM.
I'll tell you one thing, these aggressive goes from OG are not working out.
No, they're not.
I feel like it just plays into Tianming's hand. This Pugna is very strong this game. You're looking at a lineup that's all single target burst outside of RP, which is not burst, it's just some control. So if Seb finds the Pugna with a skewer and then you bring him in, that's a very different team fight. But if the Pugna just gets to sit in the back and decrep whoever they go on, heal him up, I mean, what are you doing? And now, Morphling, I mean, are you going to tip FY again here, Tomato, or what? Because number 3 on the board, not having nearly a smooth game as last time.
I mean, the thing is that they should have been fine. They jumped Tianming first. They had vision behind the tower, setting it up. Whisper
it wasn't together, right?
Yeah, there's like I don't know what the delay was from everybody else.
Well, if the Pugna gets jumped by the DK, it has to be a Morphling or Windranger damage follow-up or a Skewer follow-up.
Yeah.
And neither of those really happened. So he's just sitting there and goes, okay, goodbye, and walks it off. And by then, you're setting the fight up for this Void and for the Razor. By the way, Chrono is up.
Trying to skewer back Centaur. It's dangerous move. Shackle shot immediately in return as FY tries to get his initiation, gets blown up, and gets wards turned back around. Now they can play around that one, though Seb is kind of stuck in a sticky situation. Thought about going for the RP, but decided there wasn't much to do with it. Tomato was coming into the fight, but a bit late, so call it quits. Support for support.
Another just very awkward exchange. Like, neither team really getting what they want. FY wants the Windranger, ends up paying the price. Seb looking for the RP or Skewer on cores, ends up just dying. There's a lot of counter initiation going on. This Rubik is causing problems for the Shaman initiation, and on the flip side, the Shaman Hex and the Centaur Stampede Stomp are causing problems for this Mag. However, overall, I think Azure Ray are kind of happy with this because they're continuing to find a decent amount of farm on the Shadow Shaman, and this is all just time for the Faceless Void to power up. And he's powering up.
Pick off FY and steal that Hex again. It's going to be put on Tianming here, though he does have Decrep 5 protecting himself against BZM. Glimmer Cape to go with it. Double wards, Sentry being dropped there. They both are trying to fight for the same area. I can't believe this Pugna is daring to get this close, knowing that they had to have put a ward there.
He wants the D ward.
Doing
that was bold, actually.
That was super bold.
All right, he gets rewarded though. Game sense.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And that'll be the Shivas for the Centaur. So this tankiness is, it's starting to get there. Stolen Hex again for Ari. Another, I mean, he's just having his choice. There's nothing you can do about this with Shaman.
Yeah.
Matchup is just awful. And they're going to smoke and run right into him. Might get baited by this illusion.
Blink away, no problem.
Yeah, it should be wasted smoke.
Yeah, maybe Bach can catch him. Tried to turn around and hit the Hex. Couldn't get it fast enough, though. Ari gets picked off.
Damn. Surprised he didn't get that off, but Shivas does some work. And this is all posturing for this next Roche. Getting map control, looking into that objective right now. Got to remember last game, that was Morph just taking it with that Vlad's build, getting it basically for free. This game, he's not going to get it for free. That is an objective Azure Ray want to fight and take for themselves for sure with the big Chronosphere, Centaur Stomp, AoE control, drop the wards in, drop the Pugna ward, you got double ward action. That's a lot of static abilities to have to fight into if you're OG, and yeah, Azure Ray just gonna man up for it here at the 23-minute mark. Shaman wards let you do this. Nice call. They're gonna get it for free, and that's gonna give Low a lot of freedom. I think there is a world in some of these games where you might want to give it to the Razor because he is just kind of playing this frontline role, but I think here, I mean, it's Faceless Void, right? He's gonna take it for sure, and Now he can just play super aggressive with time dilation, going in, starting the fight, bait out some of the spells onto him, and maybe free up some space for Bak and Ori to come in afterwards. Not the worst setup.
15-10, 24 minutes in with the first Roshan going down to the favor of Azure Ray. Dead even on net worth, though. Do you have a favorite as we start going, 30, 40, 50 minutes?
I feel as though the Faceless Void trumps this game, especially with the saves he has behind them. Like, Faceless Void is one thing, but in these games where you have saves behind that hero, he just becomes a menace. Because usually your way to deal with him in the late game is, okay, let's jump him, guys. I guess you have skewer displacement, so Seb is a wild card. If you RP this Void, skewer him into your team, those saves don't do anything. Stampede does nothing, you can't reach him with Decrep. You just burst him, take the fight. That's a big wild card factor. I don't think it's too one-sided. I think this game is really going to come down to team fight execution here. The Chronosphere is a hell of a spell. So is the Cliff.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He knows that Low is somewhere still out here. Gonna go through the portal, though. When it comes to those team fights, what's a good team fight look like for OG, and what's a good one look like for Azure Ray?
For Azure Ray, I think you just want to find the Ranger and the Mag. I think they're a lot of the damage, a lot of the control in the fight, what you're worried about. That's going to make the fight a lot easier for your Shaman and your Pugna. The Rubik DK can be annoying, but they're not going to kill you very fast. And I mean, I feel like Rubik's always going to get something right.
Dire's middle tower is under
So to
attack.
me, if you find Mag, you're super happy. Because then no one's getting skewered super deep. There's no counter RP. And the Ranger's most of the single target damage. So like this is just a freebie if you can lock onto him. And then all of a sudden, Tiao Ming, FY, they're just going straight in because they're not worried about anything else. And if you're OG, at the same time, Seb, he has to play aggressive because he's the one who wants to start this off, ideally by finding the Pugna or finding a 2 or 3 man RP. There really is a game of cat or mouse here, and I guess the more vision you can get off illusions, the happier you're going to be. It's going to be Mantha for the Morphling, Mantha for the DK. You got to send these in, see something, set something up with the Magnus or the Ranger to get in there.
Yeah, it feels like the game is going to be a lot easier for Seb in this regard once you have the Aghanim Scepter done on Whisper, right? Like, then you're significantly tankier. Your illusions are also tankier, so you can frontline. Your illusions can get vision.
The guy gets slowed more and then sets up the skewer better.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a big factor. I also don't think OG want to fight this Aegis at all. There's no point. The game is not changing in any 5-minute interval here. No reason to give Low so much power behind that item. But this is an interesting pick-off idea, if you can find it.
Oh, that a lot of damage. FY, just a little bit too late. Fortunately, Bak is there, still with a stomp onto 2. That'll seriously delay the damage. Ori pumps it into BCM, but it doesn't happen fast enough.
You can see AR ready for these plays, though.
Yeah, they are.
That is just a perfect map setup.
They know. Get a read that good.
I mean, they know when Low is showing bottom that OG are going to try and go for this play. And they're just making sure that the Razor can continue to push out waves. It's honestly just perfect map play from them. They get rewarded with the Seb RP on cooldown plus the kill. The BKB forced out from the Rune Ranger off a just beautiful stomp from Bak. And that's the danger of trying to lead these plays with the Mag. You get hexed. You're done.
That'll be the first tier 2 tower down for the Azure Ray side.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Not that
attack.
they're getting into the triangle of OG anytime soon. Aghanim Scepter going to be up next for BZM with level 18 just around the corner.
Yeah, that's really strong this game. I would not be surprised if he gets a Linken's on top of it, because Wind Ranger with Ags Linken's this game feels invincible. You have to catch him with a Chrono or a Hoof Stomp, but are you going to see him? And you're going to have to be thinking about using these spells on other targets that are going in first. Let's see what he opts for. He might want more damage as well. But this feels like a game that's going to continue to go later and later here. So you have to think about the scale.
Yeah, neither side seems like they are chomping at the bit to go fight on the enemy side of the map. No. I mean, Azure Ray are just defensively postured around a core that is pushing out the lane over and over again. This time around, it's Bak who's pushing out bottom lane. The 2 supports sitting behind him, almost catching Seb in the act there, thanks to a successful scan. Seb blinks away before they can catch him on the Shivas.
So this backup gameplay from AR, it prevents the pickoff from this Ranger mag on the map, but the downside is you do get out-farmed a little bit. And I mean, we're seeing all 3 OG cores continue to find a lot in this game. You know, you're not shutting anybody from OG down, other than, I guess, you're finding a bit more on your supports relative to theirs. As, dare I mention it, FY did go back for the Midas on a Shadow Shaman. Yeah, that is some scaling power. I mean, you do not ever go Midas on Shadow Shaman unless you are 100% content with this game going 60 minutes. Because that thing does not pay off for a long time, and it provides you no other value. So, you know, power to him. He's going to become a 4th core. This is one of the hardest scaling supports in Dota, for sure.
Yeah, frankly, he already got it. There's some Midas value in the experience, right? But he's already level 14.
Yeah,
so.
He was already high level. Like, he was like level 10 or 11 when he got it. But the XP is decent on this hero. It will pay off in this game, for sure. And he has Philly running on top of it, so he got a lot of GPM going in that period. And his Aether Lens is done. Psychic Headband as well. Oh, he is living the Shaman life here, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Oh, spotted?
Wait, didn't see him.
It hit him, but
now he sees him.
Didn't actually give vision. What? Fortunately, the blind Chronosphere will stop him there.
That looked mega weird, that entire sequence, but they will get him. Nice read from AR.
Lowe's probably thinking, when was the last time I used Chronosphere? Quick rest. Time to put it to use here.
I mean, once more, everything about how AR is playing this game says they're extremely confident with this going late.
Yeah.
And I tend to agree with that. I think the late game, it looks spooky. It looks very spooky.
Meanwhile, if you're OG, I do think you're kind of hit a timing. A little bit ago, right? The Aghanim Interceptor done on the DK. You've got this Conda complete on the Morphling.
Yep.
Feel like you would want to make some stuff happen. And I guess a lot of it's going to come down to the big objective coming up in the map. 30 seconds till Roshan. That's what we're both playing for in this bottom right part of the map. And that's where Azure Ray are trying to get their jump. They do manage to get it onto the Wind Ranger, trying to get another 4-staff away, but that long, long tongue of his from FY will keep him held in place. Tomato now trying to waveform out of here. Ori pretty damn fast thanks to a haste rune that he found in the river before this fight. And now they're just going to be able to keep going for more. I mean, FY, he's got all the sables in the world. You might be tanky. They tried to back and Manta dodged it. Ultimately, Tomato is not going to make it out. A good attempt by Seb, but outplayed, outmaneuvered Azure Ray. A big win there as they pick up 2 core kills immediately on the enemy side of the map as well, so they go straight to objectives.
Yeah, no tips coming out on that play. He just got ran down. And this is where Shaman thrives, man. When you can go from one target to the next one at a time, there is no stronger hero in Dota.
Yeah, sit safely in the back. Nobody is threatening you.
4 staffs can't even bail the Wind Ranger out because, I mean, yeah, you're shackled, son. Nothing you can do about it, and now you just get to go high ground. You didn't even have Chrono for any of that sequence. It is just Faith Beyond finding perfect stun after perfect stun here. Just really made his presence felt in this game too, compared to that game 1 where he was struggling in the team fights with the Brew. Here, no problem for him. And this is the power of just having 1 or 2 single target stuns versus this Morph. Creates such a different dynamic in these exchanges where, like, okay, sure, he's 6,000 HP, but if he's locked down there for 10 seconds, it doesn't matter. And the damage is done anyway.
Man, they did such a good job at chasing after him there.
That was the face of, I shouldn't have tipped this guy early on.
Oh, what a fool I look. OG, not to be deterred. Immediately smoke up and run at the pit. Look at this spread. They are trying to surround Azure Ray on all. He dropped his item. No way, FY. He was trying to put together an Aeon Des, and now he can't even put it together because he's missing one of the components. BZM locked inside the Chronosphere. Low might just save this one for Azure Rays. He hits a beautiful Chronosphere on both the cores, and Ori was outside of it, beating on those heroes the entire time.
Damn. As Whisper somehow ended up with that energy booster, walks away with it. A moral victory, I guess. But he doesn't look too happy about it as, yeah, that is basically a wipe into Roshan.
So
what a ridiculous sequence.
He had his Aeon disc coming in and just got stunned the millisecond he dropped the item on the ground.
Very unlucky timing for FY, but in the end it works out as the Chrono is just way too damn good. Yeah. There are no saves for it in this game, and I mean, Lowe's like, it's too easy. I just get the Chrono people and kill him? Why don't we pick this hero every game?
Yeah, game 1 victory was so hard. This game 2, or the game 1 loss was so hard. This game 2 victory is looking pretty easy, though.
Like, man, this hero's way better than Luna.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower.
So they got Aegis for the Faceless Void. What else did they get out of that? They got the banner out on mid. So that's always going to be pushing into him.
And that's a rough teamfight loss because you found both supports with the RP skewer. So isn't that your best case scenario, right? This is where these Void late games become a nightmare because you're basically in the position now where you have to find the Faceless Void or bust. Even when you find everybody else, the Chrono is just way too good. And Aegis is going to make that a lot more difficult. AR basically just waiting for that spell to come back up, and they're going to force the issue. The Midas will farm FY his energy booster back a bit faster. And he says, screw Aeon Disc, I'm just going to go Octarine. Fine, you can have my energy booster.
Didn't want it.
I'll just go something greedier.
Sheev is trying to catch up. Low. As
Nice
Link gets
pick-off.
popped, they do manage to get the pick off on Tianming, while Low is still looking for his jump. He doesn't have Chronosphere back up. He does have the RP onto 2. With that waveform over the 2, Tomato put himself up on the cliff. Fortunately, he could turn onto the Faceless Void, time walk down, and chase down FY. But still, Low is able to get away. In fact, he kills BZM. Whisper charging forward, but the rest of OG seem to be backing off. They're not in agreement with Whisper that this is a fight they want to keep taking unless they can get the right kind of skewer back, but there's really not much to combo with that right now. Telekinesis up in the air, but Low easily shrugs off the damage, hits the Chronosphere, and that means the carry's dead.
One morph is definitely enough for him to commit it. Time dilation from Tomato, not enough to prevent the carry-on-carry battle, and I mean, he has a full MKB. He's just gigantic at this point. Too much damage from the AR cores. Another fight where I feel like OG, they had the decent concept. They found the Pugna for free. They get FY deep. He dies as well. Supports are gone. Should be a free fight, but nothing is free when you are up against the Faceless Void right now. They'll find Seb before another skewer comes out. I almost feel like OG wished they had the Shaman this game. So you could just skewer him back into like a Hex Shackle or something.
Oh yeah, seriously.
But the chain stun is difficult because you have Whisper going in. I mean, I guess you could skewer into DK stun, but then you're really just putting everything on Seb to find some initiation, which it's just not that easy.
Yeah, a lot of times when we've seen Whisper go in, there hasn't really... nothing has really come of his initiation. I think not a single time in this game. I'm not saying that's his fault. It just feels like okay, the Magnus is not supposed to be the be-all, end-all of your initiation, but they haven't managed to make the DK's presence worth a whole lot.
It's just not that scary. You have Void time walking a lot of the damage. There's a Centaur Stampede to get people out of trouble if they're slowed. Shaman Hex can get rid of one of the illusions. Pugna Suck can get rid of another illusion. So you don't have this frontline illusion threat. Your damage isn't overwhelming. You don't have a Bloodthorn or anything to present yourself as a threat.
I mean, some of this could also just be the nerf on DK, right?
Does hurt.
He did get, what, 20% less slow?
Significant. And they're just going to start hitting through backdoor. Wards dropped. Bach getting that retaliate damage, and you still have Aegis for 40 seconds, and you're going to have Chrono up in 10, so
Yeah, what do you do with Seb?
You have to find the back line.
Whisper, he's trying to use his cliff walking to get some idea of where they can make their jump, but they're running straight into a centaur. They're running into a brick wall.
And BZM's already in trouble. He cannot escape the link.
Yeah, he's getting all his damage drained away, and he's getting pulled back into the Razor. Now they got the Chronosphere onto Tomato. He can't morph strength. He cannot do that damage. It's far too much for them to be able to handle. The 2 damage dealers are dead, so there's really not much of a point of the rest of OG playing this out.
Just a nightmare of a late game for this lineup. They're just so single target dependent. Team fights are way too difficult. Yeah, I mean that's a slow rolled game from AR, but I think they were very comfortable kind of throughout it, right? And I think a lot of what set it up is the Shaman pick, honestly. It just made it so their interactions with the Morphlane that OG were confident enough to rerun were a lot different here. These fights, the laning phase, the team fights, the map was not nearly as comfortable for Tomato to play. And that just gives you a lot more breathing room. It makes the scaling easier. It gives you more time, and all that time went into investment in the Faceless Void. But I do want to give Ori a shout out because I think he was having a rough early game. He made those 2 rotations bottom, shut down the DK presence, prevented that tier 1 tower going down for a long time, and then continued to find a decent amount of impact and farm in this game when in theory, he was the one who was supposed to have a hard game, right? He's against the Morphling. He's against the Wind Ranger who can like outskirt him and kill him with the ulti.
I thought he was going to be a non-factor.
Yeah, I mean, he was huge this game. 7-3 and 17. 30k hero damage. He's leading the team, right? Level 25. He was just cruising.
Yeah, great way to be able to bounce back after a kind of rough laning phase and a rough game 1 for him too. But also a shout out to Tianming and a shout out to Pyrian Flags.
10 deaths, my ass.
3 deaths on the 5 position Pugna. What do you think about that, Ted?
What do you think about that, Ted?
I think I'm a genius sometimes,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
I will accept the plaudits. I saw in the draft, I saw the genius of Big Dick Lanham's draft. We had the Shadow Shen, we had the Pugner. I was like, yes, finally a combo I understand. These lads are going to get the job done, and they did in sterling fashion. Left, right, and center, every which way but loose.
All right, that was nicely done, Ted, and also nicely done by Azure. I think this time around, Lanham did cook one very interesting draft. Last time they had Brewmaster from the off lane. This time around, no messing, just straight up, stuns into stun. Tomato never felt too comfortable playing this lane. They were tipping him quite a lot. He was tipping back for I don't know what reason. We even did call him Tipmado in our green room. But yeah, he could never really recover from that. Because if you're going for Lincoln Sphere as your first item, I don't think it's bad here. But it's not your Morphling item because it's even worse nowadays because of the components, because you need to farm that ultimate orb and it's super expensive, so it makes it very difficult for you to get any farm until you get that item, so you have almost 3k gold in the bank and you're not doing anything with it, and you always feel threatened by this Centaur getting on top of you, Shadow Shaman as well, and also this time Ori had a much better game.
Also, this Chronosphere is a constant threat. If he's not careful, he's just going to get stuck. That's it. He's going to die, and we saw it a bunch of times. Void Spirit, Pugna. No, sorry, Void.
Faceless Void.
Faceless Void. Pugna, Shadow Shaman, Centaur, Razor. Mwah! Beautiful.
I thought that the mid lane would give more of a window for Morphling to get more time because Razor ended up being matched up against a Wind Ranger. You can't really take advantage of Static Link that much if Wind Ranger is just wind running away. So you can't really get the face roll lane that Razors usually like to have. And then I thought that Morphling would be like, okay, great. Well, maybe I had a rough laning phase, but at least I can always steal Razor and then get free damage anyway.
Yeah, it needed to be, somebody buying a little bit more time, but they did overextend a couple of times, which caught them off guard. There was one particular fight when they were waiting, and you had this Shadow Shaman instantly. They were so ready for RP. Even though Seb landed a lot of good 2-3-man RPs, it was still not enough because heroes were super tanky. And this is maybe the only time ever since the patch dropped where I've seen somebody rushing Shivas after picking up a Blink Dagger because it was very good. You were playing against Dragonite, you were playing against Morphling. Recipe got much more expensive, 2k gold for Recipe, almost impossible to farm because again, you're not doing anything with the gold that you have, but Bach made it work.
A marked shift from that game number 1 Brewmaster performance, that's for sure. And continuing to step in the right direction, although Azure and OG neither really making too much progress in terms of breaking out of the group stage. So far, we have at least 2 confirmations. G2IG has unfortunately been eliminated out of the first half of this group stage, and it's because they lost to BetBoom team, who actually won. So they are now confirmed to be moving forward into the second half of... We still haven't come up with a better term than group stage 2, but it's group stage 2. The best of 3s.
Phase 2.
Phase 2.
Phase 2 sounds good.
All right. They moved on to Phase 2. G2IG will not be going on to Phase 2, unfortunately. And these 2 teams are still in the mix. We have obviously one more series after this between Liquid and Tundra. And then tomorrow we'll have a half day. So maybe some tiebreakers afterwards. A 1-1 split was probably not what either of these teams were hoping for, though.
Yeah, because OG, they're going to need to play Heroic, and you also have Azure Ray playing against Virtus Pro. I think Virtus Pro as a team, they're always there. They're always like very close to qualifying, doing the great things, but never achieve it. Sometimes they have troubles closing out the games, but these guys are insanely good at Dota. It's just that you can't have like 6 teams in top 3. It's impossible. So, you know, somebody has to go home first. As we see, G2IG, they are going, not too convinced by their performance. But then again, OG, they're playing against Heroic. Heroic, very pleasantly surprised by their performance so far.
Also, there's a lot of good teams in this tournament. Like, there's been a lot of teams that we would look at and say, wow, this is a top team. Like, Spirit have not looked like amazing in some of their results. In their wins, they've looked great. But they're not like top of the group. So this is a tough tournament. And this is only Phase 1. Phase 2 is even going to get even harder.
It's potential that maybe best of 3s may be more advantageous for some teams, though.
True.
In a BO2 group stage, who knows who would have taken Game 3, because it seemed like both of these games were somewhat dependent on the draft, with, I guess, Azure Ray's draft in particular. Game 1, their draft had some shortcomings coming from the offlane. Game 2, I mean, they had your Pugna Shadow Shaman. What more could any team really need, Ted?
Yeah, and that's two first and second ban in a third game.
There you go.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's the ground floor meta.
You really believe in those heroes, huh?
Well, we actually get a chance to speak to one of the players who was on that duo, because we're actually going to talk to Tianming of Azure Ray for winning that game number 2. Tianming, congratulations on the victory. And, okay, so I need to figure this out. Are we going to have a translator for you? Because I've learned that you actually seem to know English.
Yes, we are, Tsunami. It'll be me.
Okay, fine. In that case, then, can I ask how good his English is? Because I saw during BetBoom Dacha, it seemed like you were able to make a few responses and understand what Nat and Jenkins were asking you. You can translate that, Jim.
每天他们就想测试你的英文到底有多好呢？因为之前在 BB Dacha 上面，你好像自己就 solo 了一个英文的采访，很牛逼啊！
有吗？没有吧？记错了，我英文很狗屎。
Says that's a complete misunderstanding. His English is pretty dog shit.
Oh,
That's his own
really?
words.
Likely story. I feel like this is how they just get a way out of doing interviews. But I guess one interview question that I have for this game, what was the reaction when FY dropped his energy booster and wasn't able to get his Eon disc put together in that game number 2?
就想问你们，当时第二把，当时不是 FY 把他的那个把他那个800斤的那个东西给掉了嘛，然后他的盘子没合成，当时你们整个队的反应是什么样的？
我们都不知道，是我们都以为这个森哥是把那个雾丢出来了，他说他丢了个能量之球，然后感觉也不太影响吧，就我和森哥后面2波都在白给，就直接送了，但是团队赢。
Honestly, I mean, the team's first reaction was that we thought that he just dropped his smoke, but then later on it turns out that he ended up dropping his energy booster. But ultimately, it didn't really affect the outcome of the fight. I mean, both me and FY just straight up fed right off the bat, but we still managed to win the team fight anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
And then they won the game. Indeed, it didn't really matter too much. I've got one question from my tech analyst. Kazu, take it away.
Hello, so game 1, Morphling was going to be a big problem, and I really did not like your last pick of Brewmaster. Could you tell me more if you think the pick is still good? Like, did you misplay, or would you pick a different hero now if you could?
就是问你一个战术性的一个问题。当时第一把就是看到对面选出一个水人的时候，当时Kazu 就已经认为水人你们可能比较难处理，然后你们最后时候选了一手熊猫九仙，就想问你们当时就是你们依然还认为熊猫九仙是属于一个比较合适的一个选择吗？还是如果给你们让你们再次选的话，你们会选另外一个英雄呢？
感觉我们那一局跟九仙可能并没有太大关系吧。我们24手，我们还没有仔细复盘过第一把，就是没有考虑就是别的选择吧，感觉打好一点的。
I feel like the issue with game 1 didn't really have much to do with the Brewmaster pick itself. But honestly, at this point, we haven't really had a chance to review the game and review the draft.
Okay.
So I can't really give a response on that front right now.
Okay, so you think that's more the gameplay. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate the input, Hyunming and Jin. Thanks for taking the time to speak to us, and congratulations on this Game 2 victory. Because that's how the game played out, but I'm actually a little bit curious on what's going on in the wide world of the internet as we get a chance to tune in with our social media expert, Purge Gamers. Purge, what's going on the internet sphere?
That's right, Tsunami. I am and have always been the social media expert of the Dota scene, and let me give it to you straight. A lot of shit happened in the last couple days, but we've covered almost all of it already. It's overdone. We got some Reddit comments to read.
Please, lay them on me.
And the ones that I want to tackle are the ones that are about the teams that we haven't watched much on the mainstream. This is the teams that have been overperforming, and thus we don't get to watch them because we're like, they're going to be mediocre. Arteezy, it's rotated at like minute 4 to 7 in almost every game I've seen, using the gate to secure kills more than any other carry in the tourney. He might be onto something.
He might be onto something.
And I think he is. We didn't think he was going to do so good. Didn't have the biggest A-list players. Got a lot of good players, but maybe not the best, but he's been doing great. Let's take a look at the next comment about Shopify Rebellion. Oh, just kidding. Wait. Yes. Skeptical on Yopaj and wasn't sure he'd live up to Smail or Abed standards, which are very high, but man, he is fantastic, which is really impressive. Awesome to have him on Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, maybe not the person that you want at the get-go on Shopify Rebellion, but he's been doing really well. And another team that's been doing well is Aurora. How do you say his name?
I've been saying Lorinoff.
Lorinoff, very good player. He's been doing well. His call to fame actually was winning Div 2 in Season 3 of the Western EU DPC. That means he was about to be a Div 1 player before Valve canceled his dreams, man.
Oh, wait. So there was like the last DPC.
Yes.
Oh.
He was on a squad with Dahak and a couple other squad. Lorinoff, Dahak, Onmi, Sweet and Strong, and Milan. They were ready to go to Div 1.
Shame.
Taken away from them. Anyways, he's been playing great. Aurora looking strong with the stand-in. They have the 2023 Talon vibes, which does make sense because that's mostly mostly Talon. And then topping the group, not something that they had in mind when they saw their group. They've been doing really good. I think the last two teams they have to play against is Team Secret and Team Spirit. Team Spirit not easy, but considering that they're sitting 7-3 or something, they're doing great. Not something we expected, and that's why they're not on the mainstream. Because we're like, we only show the winners. And you know, speaking of winners, 60% of the Reddit comments I read, Tsunami, were people talking shit.
What?
They were talking shit about Gaming Gladiators.
On Reddit?
Yes.
But there's such a positive community generally.
Understandable. They were the top dogs for an entire year, a whole year. And when that happens, people get sick of them.
Yeah.
When they start failing, people love to get their little comments. Hey, you used to be good, now you're not good. Look, they've only lost, when I checked this like 2 hours ago, the only two teams they lost to were Falcons and BB Team. Excellent teams. You shouldn't be ashamed for losing those games.
Unforgivable.
And frankly, if you spend an entire year winning tournaments, you know what happens afterwards? Everyone looking at you. They know how you're playing. Remember that earlier comment? Wow, Arteezy rotating at 4 to 7 minutes. I don't think who did that shit first? It was Duraccio. He went through the freaking portal every time. He ruptures the off lane, and everyone's like, man, Duraccio is really good. And then Gaming Gladiators did this shit where they're like, I'm going to 5-man converge on every single team fight. Guess who does that now? Every fucking other team, Neil.
Quit talking is the head that wears the crown.
Shit. They taught everybody else. Yeah, things are a little hard right now, but they'll be okay. Maybe they might not make it out of the group stage, but still, like, they're still doing pretty good. They're doing okay.
The fall of Western Europe.
I'll defend them.
You
they
will.
deserve it.
Will you defend our next two teams as well? Nope. We've got some more Western European teams coming up. It's Team Tundra taking on Team Liquid after the break. We're wrapping things up here on day number 3 of the group stage. Phase 1, as we are now calling it. Let's get this final series underway. Appreciate the PogChamp.
I'm glad you could make it, Ted.
Pandas bringing us in.
I just wanted to make a dramatic entrance. Continue, Neil.
Very dramatic indeed, because I'm on the edge of my seat, because it's Tundra taking on a Team Liquid. 2 teams that are, well, apparently still fighting for a chance to stay in here. I thought that Liquid would have already been eliminated, but apparently mathematically there are still some outcomes that will have them remaining in the tournament, but they are slim outcomes, especially because they're going up against Tundra right now. And I've got a tech analyst, Kazu.
Yes.
What have you got for me on this series?
I have spotted something that Topson has been cooking in his pot.
I heckin' love Topson.
Quite literally, as he's playing mid Alchemist. And this is not something you run into every day. So first I want to show that he has Seeds of Serenity, very good neutral item. So first off, how many heroes could survive a gank like this, where you get rolled on like 8 times in a row against 2 supports that are also here? So he's going to walk it off. And, we're going to continue. His region is just too good, but people don't really play against an Alch ult this early on. So the first thing that comes to mind here is that this is like a really cool play. And this, when Topson does end up cooking, I would say it generally looks like this. He's going to be behind the net and he's either applying a lot of pressure by killing you or by forcing you to try to gank him. Unluckily for Mr. Shopify Rebellion, their move was pretty pathetic. It backfired, which wasn't good. But then when you look towards the end of the game, just everything that ended up happening after, top net worth, everyone, and game over.
You just showed me how Alchemist works. Yes, I'm well aware of how Chemical Rage functions and how Greevil's Greed works.
Hold up, Neil. If an earlier part of this replay, I checked this one out this morning, he solo killed the Pango at like level 2 or something.
That's true, by
okay. After almost dying. He got down to like 10 HP. He was like, Creator Fire, wand, killed him. It was pretty sick.
Fine.
So who plays mid Alchemist, Neil?
No one.
Huh? That's enough
and then
for me.
He bought Radiant.
Is the answer Topson?
That's the answer.
Good job. So hopefully, Team Liquid, they need to be careful about Alchemist, because he's not the only one that plays it in their team. Mr. Pure is a very seasoned Alchemist. They know they're cooking.
There is some flex potential, but we can also address the elephant in the room, which is to say, what is the situation with their offlaner? They have now lost their offlaner midway through a tournament. Mind Control is not going to be playing with them for, well, seems like the remainder of this tournament at the minimum. And yesterday at midway through, they had Laze standing in. Then Laze had some power issues, and then Kasane stood in. But it seems like Laze is going to be their stand-in for at least the rest of this tournament, assuming everything goes smoothly.
Well, I hope so, at least that they can keep kind of the same person, because he did play with them in the most recent games, right? So you can build, like, I guess, some synergy over like 2 days. Because, yeah, losing your player mid-tournament, it's not great.
No, not a recipe for a happy environment, but it seems that some of the motivations behind that were who gets the most say in a team. And I never really considered Topson to be a captainship kind of role. So in this current formation of Tundra, who do you think is talking the most right now? Who do you think is the strongest voice in this roster?
I've never been on their scrims before, so it's a little difficult for me to guess.
You haven't been locking
based off of your perceptions of these players.
My perceptions.
I mean, Pure is the captain, right? I believe
he is now.
That was one of the situations that MC talked about.
Correct.
I mean, look, I was hesitant to talk about this because I don't know if my take is going to be popular or not. I love MC. I think he's a great guy.
That's a popular
classic player. Everybody loves MC. If you give an ultimatum to people, sometimes they're going to call you on it. That's it. And I think that's what happened here. And it's unfortunate. And I think it was a clash of him wanting more than perhaps they were willing to give him. He wanted more of a say. Like you said, who's in charge now? I mean, my guess would be you've got Zai in there as the general manager or whatever. I'm sure his
whatever that is
has just gone up. Pure is the captain. At MC wanted to be the captain. They gave it to Pure instead. He was able to overlook that. I presume his voice is now bigger. So I think
Meander's the coach also.
Right, exactly. So I think that what they've got is you've got a lot of big voices, and obviously there's not enough room for all of those. So they have to figure out which one they're going to listen to, because you can't have that kind of. you can't have those problems within a team where everybody thinks they've got the biggest voice. You need one person speaking. One.
And sometimes you apply for a job and you get the job and then it ends up being a little different than it was when you signed up. And then you're like, well, I probably want to sign up for this job if I knew it was going to be like this.
Right.
So understandable. He definitely got surprised Pikachu face in the end and thus tweeted about it. I'm sure he'll find somewhere good to play on, honestly.
Yeah,
He's a great
it's
player.
MC. He's not going to struggle to find a place on a team. Like, he's a legendary player.
He shouldn't.
So,
Yeah. But like on the last note of that, I see his point, at least mostly, when it comes to like you're joining this team as a captain, you're like supposed to have a voice, then it gets stripped away. Now, like another thing, the captains and the coaches, usually they'll be the ones that talk the most with each other. How does strategy work? What do we do after the game? And now they kind of put a coach on you that you don't see eye to eye with. That's like kind of strange, but yeah, then the whole situation is just kind of exploded. But I'm sure it will be fine, at least for Mr. MC.
You need to have those compatibilities in mind, at least when you're joining a new team, which MC had not been on a new team for a very while, and all the other times that he had been on other teams was in a stand-in role, where he wouldn't even have a position to take a forefront. But now Tundra are looking forward to making things work with Lays. And they're doing it against Team Liquid, a Team Liquid that, what is their current score right now? Are they still only 2 wins? Have they not gotten? They got 1 win against Shopify.
I thought they were 2-6, right? I could be wrong. Maybe
3-7. 3-7.
3-7.
They split against Shopify.
Much better than 2-7.
Very true.
Much is very.
Look, Liquid usually doesn't make it out of group stage at DreamLeague except for like their first tournament. Like for whatever reason, they struggle here. I think it's maybe a sign of things. They have a new offlaner who's their captain. It's just a lot of things to change. And Zai was such a unique offlane player that I think it's natural that they're going to have some issues as they shift.
But then why do you guys think they did so well at the Bad Boom event? Because they got second there with 3-3. But now it just seems like they got back and it's kind of, I don't know, it just
like
gone
a big
downhill.
They did nerf Vlad, so that's the item that 3-3
I see you
has
later,
built
3-3.
every single game of his life, I'm pretty sure.
That is a fair point.
Combination of patch and then... I mean, this is a team that has been grinding out literally every single event and getting podium finishes at every single event, other than TI.
Also, they're not in the same place, are they? Like, they're all at
not
home,
boot camping.
so they're not boot camping and all the rest of it. So I guess there are a few things. I mean, I don't know how easy it is to have a conversation about what you're going to do or just sort the problem out in the previous game over Discord. I don't know.
Right.
I've never done that. I don't know if it's easier in person.
Definitely easier in person.
Because you can... It doesn't. You don't feel like you're missing someone's voice in the conversation, right? In Discord. Because if I was a captain, I'd mute all and just talk.
It's also got to be a little bit similar to like when you're having a text conversation with somebody that's emotionally charged. It can be perceived as really bad, you know. Whereas in person, there's more context clues, like physical stuff.
And you can fight, like you can actually hit people. And sometimes you need a good scrap.
That's true.
To sort things out.
Sometimes you need to punch the other guy in the face, and that's how you get over it.
Discussions.
Man, you guys are really good. Some of you should join these teams. I think they Liquid would win this tournament.
We'll fix them real quick.
Yeah, we'll fucking fix them right up.
You better do it right now. They need to win these games.
It'll be like they haven't tidied their room. That's the kind of anger I'm going to bring.
We'll just roll in and we'll give them an ultimatum. Like, you better hit me in the face right back right now, or I'm quitting the team. And then they're going to punch me and kick me.
I like that.
Oh, man.
Some teams have sports psychologists. You're advocating for boxing coaches.
Oh, we ain't going to coach them. We're just going to deck them.
They'll learn by example.
Yeah. Get up! Get up! That's the most coaching they'll get.
That's my type of coach right there.
First phase of bans and picks filtered through. Enigma, Alchemist, and Templar Assassin, Vengeful Spirit, and Oracle respect banned by Tundra. Liquid, they take out the Chen, the Monkey King, the Mars, and the DK. First pick, Bat Rider responded with a Rubik.
I don't want to step on the potential social media person's toes.
We don't have one for this series.
I know. I'm saying in future.
Oh, okay.
But somebody, I was looking at the Reddit thread for the matches yesterday, and someone said, "Well, that's the last time they get to play Oracle this tournament," and it's probably right. Like, I mean, this is like Insania's best hero. It came out as a great Oracle pick, and it's like, oh yeah. I mean, in fact, it was even in a game against a bat, which makes it more astonishing and made it through. I feel like when you have a signature hero. It is tough, obviously, to get it through, but occasionally teams just forget. And they just got other stuff to ban. And then you're like, oh, finally I can play Oracle. And you pick it and you destroy with it. And then it's like, right, next 100 games is getting banned again.
But then it's back.
Yeah.
I mean, especially on like a hero that isn't meta. Like no one plays Oracle.
Right.
So it will happen. This time around, at least Tundra, they do take out the heroes that kind of like combo break, the Bad Rider. So Liquid if they still value that very highly, they could look at something like an SD.
Yeah, Shadow Demon, I feel like is the one that we've been seeing the most.
It's like the most prominent. You have good save, and then the Shard with the cleanse is very good against Bat, just to lower the damage. But they'll get their, I mean, I would like to call it the signature 3-3 Doom. He did go the old build, like the Midas, Octarine, print money, and just scale it up.
I think it's decent that way. I feel like 3-3 out of all the Doom pickers, like yesterday felt like Doom loses every game.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. I think 3-3's been playing Doom the best.
He understands it.
Yeah, like he's got the one game that he played it, I think 2 days ago maybe, he just went Octarine straight and he's like, I'm gonna keep dooming this Wind Ranger and this Puck to get ahead. I think it was against Team Spirit. And it looked good. I don't think the loss was on his team. So and then other Doom players are like, oh, I'm gonna go the old Veil Shivas. That doesn't seem to work very well. So now it's back into money, I think. I think he's a little bit ahead of that trend. So I think it's a decent opening for Liquid. They get their 2 most played heroes. Yes, their win rates have not been great, but I don't necessarily think the pick is the problem.
Yeah.
I'd like to know what Luna's win rate has been this tournament, because we've seen her quite a bit.
I actually think it's positive. Are you on the case, Purge, or am I on the case?
I am on the case.
Kev on the case.
We have technology.
I've seen like Luna more and more in these games. I wasn't...
57.
57.
But it has a good amount of picks. Like, what, 15 or 20 plus?
14.
Okay, 14.
With 29 bans. A lot of bans.
Yeah. Because the hero, you need to remember also, it doesn't get picked very late. It gets picked very often like this, like middling of the draft, so you don't have a free game. And the hero generally still, it will always do what it's supposed to, and then whether you win or slightly lose out, I think depends more on like the composition around the hero, and if you can make usage of the small lead that you should have built with the hero's early game.
But is it just about the fact that with the glaive she's going to farm that much quicker? She can secure the range creep with the loosen beam, stuff like that. Like, is it that kind of stuff? What is it that makes her popular?
Those things are there, but Pure also really likes Kondo right now. I think at least one of the games he bought a third item. It's like Manta, Dragonlance, BKB,
so that build,
Kondo.
Yeah.
You get the faster Kondo, got buffed by 50 damage. It's good on Luna. You get that talent at 20 that does the double glaives on Loosen Beam. So it just makes your Loosen Beam like a nice damage poke powerhouse that doesn't force you to have to run in a right click. With that said, though, I actually like Puck against these 3 heroes. It feels like they have kind of weak lockdown against him if they don't get a Blink Lasso. And if he goes first and ultis these guys, it's easy to him to evade the damage and re-engage as he desires.
Do you think that Liquid are a little bit light on damage with this at the moment, with what they've got with the SD, Rubik, Puck, Doom?
They've got Disseminate, Ted. How can it be not damage?
Disseminate.
Yes, but that amplifies existing damage. What is your existing damage?
Battle Poison. You just need them to stand still.
Just keep stacking
for 15 seconds, and you're doing.
Oh, you're doing great
damage.
Yeah, like their damage is like more slower-ish. Like you keep getting the poison, some Rubik spells, some Puck stuff as well. But yeah, their last pick will have to. I think the last pick will have to cover, which will be Mikai's role. But they do get their hands on the SD, which is good against Bat, but also incredible against Luna when you make the illusions. So I would say both teams are fairly happy with what they've got.
Because they've got like this tiny, like you guys have spoken before about tiny as a counter to Puck. Not in this current iteration of Tiny where he just blows him up as soon as he gets a blink, but that's the kind of burst I'm thinking about.
You have pretty decent disable, basically. Like, if you can catch him when he doesn't have phase shift, you can layer Avalanche into Toss pretty easily, and that's usually enough disable to help you burst the hero. Especially if you got a Conda.
Yeah. I do also like the ET Tiny, like these small things that help heroes like branch out into like the next level of how strong they are. Like you put the ET Spirit, you combo with Tiny, suddenly maybe people now die instead of slightly living. And you need these heroes.
Slightly living.
Yeah.
He's slightly alive.
He's slightly living.
He's only mostly dead.
You have more than 0 HP and then you're slightly alive.
Thank you, Neil. Happy that you have my back. But Tiny is what you need, these heroes that get on the SD, that get on the stupid Rubik and just jump him. You know, your Puck, Tiny, Storm. Screw these guys.
It's a pretty good hero for stacking Ancients, too. I don't know if Tundra will necessarily really focus on that, but it can be really incredible. Also, I feel like I've seen Topson play mid also.
Yeah. I honestly feel like he probably will even play it mid. And then they pick their offlaner last now.
They need a third hero that can buy Conda, so they can really round out their draft.
Offlaner Conda, let me think.
Any hero. They all fit.
Omni Knight. I actually saw it in Omni Knight with Conda. It was garbage. Someone did it.
I thought you were going to say good.
No.
Yeah, that build's always a little bit... They like meme too hard. They're like, it's all about my double hammer. But it's like, you could go just like an AC and be a monster too, you know?
Well, the double hammer is so fun though.
It's fun, but you don't have to go like just harpoon double hammer, and then you're like, well, I threw my 2 hammers, guys. That's all I can do. Not my fault.
I think if you're against the right lineup where they literally have no way of getting away from you, and you just get on top of them, you just hammer them, you just hammer them.
Don't buy a glimmer,
no
force,
glimmers, no
Ghost
force
Scepter,
stars.
blink.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right. It's good then.
Then it's great. It's situational, Kev. That's all I'm saying.
Good against bad players.
Yeah.
Liquid kind of going a middle ground route, banning out heroes that could be off lane, could be mid lane, taking out the Primal Beast and the Timber Saw.
I can't find like this amazing pick for Tundra on this next pick that would go off lane. I feel like it's hard for me to slot in. Centaur would be the go-to, but he's banned out. Like just a combo break to like kind of look against this SD or Doom, like that you just kind of go against that. So since it's hard to find this, maybe it's easier to look at a hero. Okay, what helps my Luna to like be stronger in the game? So then I'm just looking at some generic team fight plus build auras.
Tundra Esports.
Hunter.
Something like that. It's not the best against like Doom, but then again, no hero is amazing against Doom, right? So you have to pick your poison.
Brewmaster.
Can't use Kondon Brewmaster.
You do not, no.
That's a damn shame.
No, but I think Brew is good. You get the aura for Luna. It's another backline hero. He doesn't jump them, but when you split, you send your Air Panda in there. It's pretty nice. Unless you're doomed, you will also live through all these spells.
But every other spell is not a big deal, it feels like.
Exactly.
Because they're lacking damage and they have kind of weak disable.
Ooh, a Weaver.
So a classic lane counter against the Brew, right?
Yeah.
How so, Kev? Explain.
You put the bugs on him and you hit him.
Gotcha.
And then you can run away easily from his slows. You can ping him a little bit.
Okay.
If he goes on you, you just press your ulti.
Also, it's a pretty good Weaver game. Unless you like get comboed or something, you can always dodge the ET spells. You can run away from bad, like Purge was saying. You're good against Brew. I like what Liquid have here.
Excellent closing thoughts.
Thank you.
Please get off my panel now.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. I'm fired. You never, idiots.
Wait, are we literally booting him off?
What do you say?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Bye, Kezu.
His services are no longer required here, as they will be actually used on the cast momentarily.
Oh, right.
In the meanwhile,
I'm so
though,
slow.
Purge, thoughts on the draft? Any predictions?
Neil, I don't think I can predict a single hero that just got picked. It's already out of my memory. Wait, I can see it over there.
Leaving us was just so traumatizing.
It really just reset my brain. No, I love ET combos right now because it really amplifies the magic damage you do. That's going to work well with the Luna, the Batrider, even the mid Tiny. That's a cool combo stuff. So if Liquid can play defensively around those combos, I think they're going to be in a good spot, assuming that they get Dooms off on the right target.
Okay, Ted.
I was asking about why a hero that a couple of little patches ago, Weaver very popular, all the changes to him and stuff like that, why he'd kind of fallen off. We'll find out why he should be back, I guess. Liquid have some idea of what Weaver can do against the Brew is going to be good. Let's find out.
Let's find out indeed. Let's get into game number 1.
Dead yet. Nobody in Group B is guaranteed eliminated just yet, but maybe after the end of this series, Kezu, we might be looking at it.
Well, I hope at least for Liquid, after getting second at Bepum Dacha, that they don't just crumble here and just die, basically.
No, they're gonna crumble.
You think so? It's
for me personally, I looked at this. You remember what happened last year, right?
That they didn't make it out?
They had that one DreamLeague, right, where they didn't make it out of group stage. I was like, yep, this is probably that DreamLeague. I don't believe in them. I don't believe in them, personally.
I like that you say it straight, at least. Well, they have been playing lots of tournaments, and they're not boot camping, so there's all of that jazz.
Yeah. Like, I think there are too many excuses they can give themselves, to like... and then they'll lose here, and then they'll be all motivated. Oh, guys, losing sucks, isn't it? And then they're going to try super hard for the next LAN and get second,
Yeah, and they have the classic, I have to wake up early to play Dota. I've heard Aiden say this 8 billion times.
It's funny that you say that because I hear from Aiden all the time. I'm just like, I'm really just trying to, like, be thankful and grateful for the space that I'm in and stuff like that.
Dude, grow up. You're getting paid so much money to wake up. You can do it. Anyway.
God, yeah, that was the number one thing that triggered me as a caster, like, I don't know, 7-8 years ago. That was a different time then.
That's a way to...
That was a different time back when like everybody had to get on the bus at the same time in the morning.
Oh, you know? What, like work 14-hour days?
Yeah. Those times. All right, so what do you give the chances? Like, I don't think Liquid's going to make it through, but you also have Tundra with a stand-in, so I feel like, okay, they might just get a graceful, might just be getting a gimme. We'll see.
I feel like Liquid have or I would say both teams have a pretty good draft. I would give a slight edge to Liquid. I feel like they kind of know what they have going here. I think the Weaver last pick is also very good. But I must say, even with Tundra playing with stand-ins, their safe lane has been destroying their opposition in like every game. So I don't know what Pure and Whitemon are cooking, but it's good stuff.
That's a Pure thing, right? I feel like
so,
every time this guy has a great understanding of lanes. It has to be him because every single lane he's a part of just demolishes.
Well, it's Insania gives up a little first blood. But yeah, there must be something, I think it's about these carry players that talk a lot. Like, they're in command of what the hell is going on in their lane. Like, I feel like Pure doesn't allow himself to have a bad lane. So he will always command his 5, you need to do this, you need to do that, play like that. And yeah, they're just making it happen.
Do you think we're reaching an era where, like, because Liquid has it too, right? Where Insania is not the captain. There seems to be more and more of that happening. Mickey commits for the kill, and will probably, with that commitment, okay, maybe not, he's dead. He's not dead. He's got a Shikuchi coming up, so he's good. Could even go back for it. That would be a little crazy, though.
I was thinking about it. Yeah, I feel like Dota nowadays is more of people need to... Hold on, Mr. Whitemon. Just kidding, just some random Scorcher. Like, everyone kind of has to just put in, I would say, their work. Like, I would say Dota is a lot about the small things, knowing your hero matchups, and taking control of your game as much as possible. Like, maybe you play some Wind Ranger carry, you need to go aggro and not just chill. And people are getting a lot better at this.
Mid matchup, Thompson versus Nisha. I always like watching Thompson play mid against any of these other mids, just because you kind of never know what you're going to get, right?
Yeah, I feel like Thompson, when he first came into the scene, he was getting kind of destroyed in every lane, and then there was this time where I feel like he just got a lot better. And now, obviously, he should be doing very well in this lane against the 1v1 champ of the Bad Boom Dacha.
Dire's top tower is under.
He's killing it in CS right now, but I guess that's what Tiny does.
He has Disseminate level 2. I'm not sure if I've seen this before, but I respect and trust Boxy.
I mean, I can kind of dig it just because really level 1 Shadow Poison, I feel like a lot of times you just throw Shadow Poisons. You're just giving them stick charges, right?
Yeah, that spell early on is a pretty whatever.
Yeah, so a lot of times your early damage is going to be coming from Disruption.
Yeah.
So, particularly against a Luna, it's going to feel really, really good. So why not just make Disruption a little bit stronger by getting Disseminate?
Yeah, kind of makes sense. I would like to see his skill build, how it continues. Has 3-3, probably the best Doom in the world. Got himself a mana burn creep, so that will, of course, help in that lane as well.
That's a busted one to get.
Yeah, I guess like mana burn and Harpy are like the OP early game creeps.
Yeah.
Perhaps they always will be, as they're not getting changed.
Oh, he's blocked in. He is hard blocked in. He's got to cut his way through the trees, but there's he ran out of tangos. Whitemon, help me! He'll leave him to get burnt out by 33's fire as Whitemon's going to be shoved out of the creep wave. That is, well, man, you really jinxed the hell out of him, Kezu. Damn.
Yeah, that's some...
Your safe lane has been demolishing.
I mean, how do you expect this? The nerds just go into the trees, force you into like this alley-oop spot. You just can't move. Now, that's a pretty nasty one, but nicely done. In the meantime, they also killed bottom. So Liquid are getting off to a good start.
Yeah, they are. I feel like losing lane with Elder Titan, there goes half the reason you picked this hero.
Yeah, that's not the vibe that you're going for, that's for sure. I mean, SD isn't even that bad to lane against this hero.
No, not at all.
Damage.
Yeah, he just beat down that Doom. See if they trade out kills. Got him with the Shadow Poison, so 1-1-1 build for Boxy. Secures that kill. I feel like, I don't think really 33's too upset by that. He'll die and come back full HP.
Yeah, probably not. I'd say Pure, probably the one that will benefit the most. Looks like Boxy's probably looking to do some triangle stacking as well for later.
I had to check. Doom is off cooldown, so who cares if you die?
Oh, okay,
right? You know?
Who cares? Yeah, I feel like they shouldn't have changed that. Like when no, Doom, he used to lose this effect. So when you died with it, you would just straight up lose the gold.
Yeah.
But now it's like such a noob-friendly hero. Mr. 9 class is fine.
He could have committed for it, but maybe he knows 9 class maybe has some stick.
Oh. Easy snipe.
All right.
I guess a free trip to base for 9 class.
Everybody's getting free trips
I
to
do
base.
have this theory. Dying around the 5-minute mark is pretty good because you just go mid and refill the ball and play for the room.
Sure,
Just saying.
Oh, yeah.
Never mind.
Never mind.
He's back bottom.
Man, some great analysis you're bringing to the casting.
I mean,
here,
I have to
Kazu.
fill for
Goddamn.
I have to fill for Avery, so I have to make up some dumb shit.
Disruption, Power Rune. It looks like he was bottom. Oh, Tiny with the shield rune.
Careful, everyone. Easy dodge for Boxy.
And easy bounty rune.
He should be chilling. His boots, he has Windlace, but yeah, Tiny with a shield rune. I don't know how much I love this rune personally. I feel like it's like an anti-fun or like an anti-you cannot gank me now.
Agreed.
Type of rune, but it is what
Especially
it is.
since it lasts so long.
Yeah.
I would almost prefer that it had a stronger effect but didn't last so long.
Yeah, I think the duration is pretty busted. Whee! 3 damage. Oh, nice damage.
7-minute wisdom runes coming up. See who wants to try and make a move to offensively take it. Whitemon's going to go for it, but he's going to run into a Shadow Demon, so nothing he should be able to do there.
Yeah, unless he does something that I don't know what he can do. But yeah, he will just get disrupted. 1-for-1 trade. No level in Firefly on 9 class. That's pretty interesting. I've never seen a 2-1-1 on the +4 bat.
Yeah, I feel like most of the time you see the Flame Break Firefly build, right?
Yeah, maybe he felt that because of Weaver, you can't really stick on top of him. You deal more lane pressure with that build. Didn't quite work out, but I can see the idea.
2K net worth lead already for Team Liquid. They're in a hot spot. Especially if they can get 33 to this Midas relatively quickly, then they'll just continue to have a rather large net worth lead. You combine this, I feel like Liquid, in some ways, today didn't go the best, but the end of yesterday, I felt like maybe they were coming up with the right kind of formula, which was, let 33 be greedy and have Mickey do what I've always believed Mickey does best from a carry position, is be aggressive.
Yeah, I agree. Like his Monkey King and whatnot.
And I think he could do that with Weaver, right? So we're gonna
Absolutely.
watch mid lane, sitting in the coil, Thompson. He'll be able to tank through the damage, but the Doom will spell his Doom. Turn around, get what damage he can. Nisha, he does have 20 Magic Wand charges, an orb coming up. Can he jump to it in time? He cannot. It will help get the kill onto the Bat Rider, though. Now, Lies joining in on the mix. 33 at half health here.
He's so close to 6, but he will not quite make it. I really like this move from 3-3. First of all, I want to say that his item build, I would say, is the correct one with all the nerfs. Like, just print the money. Just go Midas, go Octarine, like play the old 3-3 way. And just because you're buying Midas doesn't mean that you cannot go and make this move. You just TP here, you drop the Doom on someone, they're probably just gonna die. So I really like that.
Did you like his, when he got the Harpy and he went for the, was it the Tiara first? Did you see that one?
Oh, I did. That's new tech? I did.
Yeah. He rushed the Tiara to build up Octarine, didn't go Midas.
What the?
And he was just lightning non-stop in the lane. It was hilarious.
It's like the old when at the TI that they won, he rushed like Arcane Boots only when he gets the Harpy.
Oh, yeah. That's very similar.
Yeah, 3-3 is onto all the like nerdy stuff that can really help you like elevate and win your lane harder.
Oh, got him!
Okay. I was saying he doesn't have TP. Luckily I didn't, because he did have it. Either way, he's stuck here for a while now.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't die anytime soon. Shameful walk back to base. He's gonna be just rushing Radiance. You like that in this game?
I'm not sure. I feel like if this game stays like this, I feel like you'd be better off going Vlads and then just taking fights and like helping your Luna to really, I would say, just enable your Luna. Because at this point, you're so far down the drain. I feel like you'll actually set yourself back going Radiance, but we'll see if he changes it.
Yeah, I mean, you already do have, like, a lot of Luna lineups. You're going to have some sort of, like, Venge, right? In this case, you have Elder Titan, who sets up the Luna to really amp up her damage. You figure you would want to kind of focus on that aspect.
Yeah, because I feel like even if you get this Radiance, the Radiant heroes don't care all that much about it. Like, Weaver will just continue to just kind of whack away at you. I think you'd benefit more from helping your team take fights, which is what you want to do as well as a brew.
Sure.
See Insania.
Avalanche cutting him off. Insania gets the telekinesis toss back. A beautiful coil. It actually gets snapped by the toss. Insania trying to stay one step ahead of all these heroes, but there are too many of them. They're going to overwhelm him here in the river and look for more now. Nisha, with an Arcane Rune, is not going to be very easy to catch as he's got orbs for days. And that means a Primal Split kind of wasted there. Unless they go back and somehow catch Mickey. But that's a Weaver.
That's a hard catch. Okay, lift into...
Okay, lift into Stomp or something? Well, Nisha's here, so nix that.
Okay, just a split for nothing.
And Nisha just keeps on going. He's going to have another orb coming up, and I think 9 class. They dodge the Stomp. He jumps forward. He's got another Waning Rift. It's not going to be quite enough damage by itself. Another orb is still not enough. He's drawing a lot of attention, though. Jumps to the other side of that tier 2. Gets another coil. It's just non-stop spells for Nisha for the last minute and a half. That is the best use of an early Arcane Rune I've ever seen on a puck.
Uh-oh, is that where you want to orb? Thompson is keeping
Oh, no. He's kind of stuck now. No longer having that Arcane Rune. The orbs don't come as quick as they used to. A Waning Rift. Oh, got himself stuck. He's burned. He's going to burn out here. Well, I mean, he drew a lot of attention.
You better smile after that one. He used like 25 spells within 50 seconds.
Yeah.
A mid play. We have a new dude available.
Sneaky TP behind the tree area to catch the Tiny. Didn't have the damage though. Just raw HP might have got him on the purge. That'll surely be enough. Drop the virtuous Dale while you're doomed.
That's actually a pretty nice kill. I don't feel like many teams would have tried for that because that's some 600 HP Tiny.
Yeah.
Liquid are on the money for now. Yeah, that is a 1-3-1 SD build. I feel like Boxy is cooking something. I don't think I've seen this build before, have you? Well, not in this tournament. I'm sure I've seen it some random guy in a pub, but...
Yeah, sure. Dude, there's some 4K player out there who's like a Shadow Demon expert. He's like, this is what I do every game! Why don't they reference me?
Why don't you make a Reddit thread, man? You know, when it comes top Reddit, I'll know.
True. It doesn't exist until it shows up on Reddit, really.
Exactly. It's not real.
All right, so we're going to go the Deso route as opposed to like the Maelstrom, like Gleipnir builds on Weaver.
Yeah, I guess that's what he has queued. I have not seen Deso in a while. I mean, it would help them to like speed up the game. And I guess I feel like Puck is a hero that does use that very well, actually. And minus armor is pretty good against the 2 supports in Brew. So I can see it.
Because all the bullshit attacks he gets in between his Ags, his Shard, and just
like I feel like Puck and DK, you don't feel it, but these heroes hit like 30, 40 times sometimes in some random fights. It really builds up.
I would say a really important thing is it helps them take Roshan really quickly,
for sure.
Right? And that is super important to take take from a Luna line.
Yeah. Right? And even more when you have Doom or like Void, making sure that you get the Aegis and not them.
Yeah.
I think that Deso should play a big part at least for that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Seems like both teams are kind of chill, right? We didn't really see any big moves around the 7-minute Wisdom Rune or the 14-minute one. Pure finally leaving the jungle. He's going to pop out and take this safe lane tower away from Liquid. Liquid very likely to do the same on the other side of the map.
He's very high level on Luna. They'll probably get this kill on Mr. 9 class. With double ults being popped. A lot of TPs.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't just give that up, but maybe is this Thompson's call? He's got a haste rune, so he feels strong. He's going to be able to hit the toss back into the tower a little bit. Does get doomed up, so there goes that haste.
Oh, toss back.
Toss away. Nice steal from Insania. Is that enough to bail out 33? Got him away from the Brewlings.
I think they're saving him.
He's good. Oh, that's going to feel really bad for Tundra, especially if they lose any more heroes here. One last toss before you go. 9 class now back to the mix. To counter toss on the Tiny. He gets silence up as well. Gets a toss before he gets disrupted. Throws away Nisha. Now behind the tower's in some trouble, but Mickey is here for the cleanup. First he takes out the Tiny. Now sets in sight onto the Brewmaster. Without its ultimate is food for this Weaver. He'll eventually be run down unless the stomp doesn't quite land. Got between the two. able to finish up that kill, get himself back up to full health, go for a charge, see if he can find anyone else, but the two supports will be fine. Bad fight, though, for Tundra on all.
Bro, did Insania toss Thompson before Thompson?
Yeah, he blinked in and somehow got tossed by Insania before he did the toss.
That's crazy. That was some sick tossing action by Insania in that fight. First saving 3-3. And then, like, yeah, I'm not sure how that second toss happened, but he made it. Yeah, I would check my computer too if I did that. The hell? Well, at least Pure
Aiden's like, I make it a little too obvious.
Let's see.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, so there's gonna be.
Yeah, Thompson just didn't throw his spells right away.
Maybe he lagged. Maybe he blinked in. It happens. So a little less credit to Insania, but still good play.
I mean, it's always better to build up players than bring them down,
That's
right?
true.
Thompson didn't make a mistake.
No.
I know he wouldn't make a mistake.
None of these players will ever make a mistake.
Yeah.
That's why every game is perfect, of course.
Yeah.
He's back. Well, Pure was not able to join the fight. I'm pretty sure he took the bottom tower, TP'd mid, and took the mid tower. So I guess he made the best of the situation while not being able to help his team. But he is very, very big.
9K network, jeez.
Oh.
Is he dead? Nope. He's going to be able to jump away. Still chasing after him, but now coiled on two. Now, Pure is still kind of here, so there's some serious firepower, but so is Mickey. And Mickey wants to run down Thompson just like he did last time. 9 class getting low. Going to be saved by the disruption. Is there any stun to follow it up? No. Nothing to threaten the Weaver. It's always a nice combo, right? When you have a save with the Weaver. Oof.
Like any of these elusive heroes, that they're already like a pain in the ass to catch. And then you have like forces and disruptions. Yeah, it's not going to be too easy, at least for now, for Tundra to deal with it. Maybe when 9 class gets Blink. I think he got it just now, so that will help. Another pause. Thompson, man, when you blink in, you need to press your spells. That's what's going on right now.
That's great analysis.
Pure
can't wait for the next Kezu video on that one.
I'm just imitating Pure right now, but I can make a video on it too. Hey guys, welcome to this video today. Press your spell.
How to be a top tier carry like Pure. Tell your teammates to cast their goddamn spells.
Make sure you pause the game when you do it.
Yeah. That sounds like a great clip. You should do a satire video that's just entirely just really shitty tips like that.
I actually think it would work surprisingly well.
I think it would. Because, there would be a significant number of people of the Dota population who would watch that video and be like, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, all the comments would be like, I already do that.
Finally, someone's speaking my language.
Like, people already do that under my videos now, where I teach them in like 5 minutes how to play support. No, I already do this, man. My carry sucks.
Hey, dude, let me just say, Dota community, I love you guys. You guys have put me in the position that I'm in. But my God, some of you guys need a reality check, man. The amount of times that people are just like, oh, I do that all the time. You're like a 3K player and you're like, I'm stuck in this bracket, man. It's not my fault. I do the same thing that these pro players do.
It's a classic.
Zap, zap. Lies. He's fine, though. Pretty
Not taking
tanky.
any damage, he's also not really moving.
Yeah.
Which is a bit annoying.
And he also doesn't really do any damage because he's still sticking on that Radiance build.
Okay, so he will continue. It will be a very late one. Might be the latest rushed Radiance we've seen all tournament.
Ooh, this is going to be a sneaky little backstab. Smoke up through the portal, and they are well on point to catch or run into Tundra. They may not catch them, though. They're going to be underneath a ward when they break.
They're taking a decent route.
Yeah, they are. Oh, even better if they manage to burst down Pure with the disruption, hit him with the silence afterwards. His own illusions are just going to rip him apart. Absolutely destroyed. Whitemon does manage to make it out, so they only get the 1 kill, but what a kill it was for Liquid.
Oh, that's just a very nice move, a nice path too. I don't think Pure would expect it at all to be in any danger of dying. So nicely done. He will ping out the correct ward that Liquid did place. But yeah, killing the most fat hero like that, perfect.
That's already kind of troublesome. Like, your highest net worth in the game, sure, but
yeah,
Shadow Demon's a pretty damn good counter to that hero. Always has been.
Yeah. Now I like his skill build. I feel like Boxy's cooking with the right path too. We touched on the Deso, which they have soon. They're waiting for Mickey.
Is that enough? Burst, got him on the lasso, and that should do it.
That was a good try with the time-lapse, but it actually barely moved him at all, sadly.
Oh, it looks like he already bought out his Deso, so...
That's good enough.
Still a healthy amount of gold gotten for that kill. So he had a kill streak going on.
Pure will try to go for a BKB, so I assume he doesn't really want to fight before he finishes this, and both teams kind of need to start thinking about Roshan, especially after this like 20-minute mark. Like you have the Death already. Let's say when Pure gets his BKB, similar build for them. So the first Roche will be very importante. Well, you didn't like that?
No, I loved a little bit of flavor.
Okay, that's good.
European, you got to put some weird accent somewhere in there.
Ah, that's true.
Dire's top
That's what you miss out on when you cast with Avery.
True.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I've never had a casting partner that was European.
You got something against
I'm missing
Europeans?
out on something in life.
You probably are.
Oh.
Maybe you need to respect us.
Oh, I do.
If you only stick to the Americans. Swindle Malone and the SVGs of the
Dire's
world
top tower is under attack.
will only bring you so far as TI Finals, Cap.
That's true. I should be looking past that.
Yeah, you need to look higher.
Well, if we're setting up for Roshan, it's going to be a Radiant side Roche. The Radiance just got complete for the Brewmaster, so you were hitting a big window here.
Yeah.
You don't quite have the BKB on Pure, though. It would be perfect. Like, if he didn't get ganked up,
yeah,
that smoking, he'd probably have the BKB, they'd have the Radiance, and they would just be so set on just bullying Liquid for that Roshan.
I mean, I wonder if Liquid want to try to force it before he gets his BKB, or if they feel like it's just not easy enough. Because when you do have the Deso, your bugs are only level 2, but I feel like you are in a position to kind of force it.
Well, if they get this pick off on Thompson, feel like it is open season for Roshan, but ultimately he just proves to be too tanky for the puck to bring down by himself. He can still blink for it, but Thompson isn't there now. He's just blinked to the lasso. Primal split immediately. Tundra take full advantage of Nisha's crazy play, and 33 is going to pay for it. He blinked in after him. Now he has to use his BKB just to keep himself alive. Boxy, he's too far forward, so he's going to be the victim. Heavy punches from Whitemont.
It's going to be another one.
Man, they just clean house. Well, thank you very much, Nisha.
Yep, the little donation to the Dire team. His 9 class was quick on the lasso with the instant split, but yeah, Liquid kind of handing that to the enemies. 3-3 no BKB, but should be okay.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, they scanned him. They know he went up. And they don't care.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Good attempt to try and take away that Wisdom Rune, but we'll get the push of a Tier 1 tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I mean, I guess maybe they just weren't in a good position to. Obviously, it's Radiant side Roach, so
yeah,
limited death timer doesn't mean you have an advantage if you're Tundra to actually get to the pit and stuff, but...
I mean, they'll probably start migrating towards bottoms soon, I would say, to like take over the map. You also have a Solar Crest now on Mr. ET, on Whitemon. Because I would say it's time for Pure to show up in these fights. His team's actually been handling this game very well for 20 minutes without him basically doing anything. Low Wisdom Rune for Thompson.
Radiant are scanning.
Careful, Nisha.
Ooh. Couldn't quite get the toss, but that's okay. I feel like this tiny puck matchup has turned into well, like maybe it's in part because the armor you get with this build up on Nisha, but the tiny doesn't have enough burst damage to kill the puck. The puck certainly doesn't have enough damage to kill the tiny.
They just don't really do much to each other until like way later when they're both like 5-6 slots. They get pretty annoying again. Uh-oh, Mickey, you have to be careful. They are around him to help.
Yeah.
I mean, Liquid have a nasty ward behind them. But at least
they do. Farther up in the lane. You get the coil. Oh, okay. He's not going to be able to TP onto that creep. They do manage to get the lasso. Immediately the disruption, but look at that. The Earth Splitter's coming through in the middle, and they do manage to snap out the Weaver. He's dead, and much of their damage is gone on the side of Liquid. Now it's time to retreat. They're going to run down Boxy, clean that kill up, chase after Insania as well. 33 is finally back into it. They just get tossed up in the air. Can't even do anything. Now maybe Nisha can still find something here as he jumps in, spots a low Bat Rider, threw the Doom on out there, but nothing doing with that. They just retreat off of it. Oh, zapped him. Finally managed to get that Bat Rider.
Can they chase him? Looks like they can. Oh yeah, BKB. Or 3-3 at least said, I'm going to have some impact. Throws out the Doom on Pure for good measure.
Yeah, but now just doesn't that mean Tundra's like, okay, now you don't have Doom? I mean, I guess they don't have Primal Split, so they're not feeling too great about a team fight right away either.
I guess also the BKB is down, so maybe on Pure's next BKB usage they could look to go aggro, because shortly after they get the Brew Split back as well. But yeah, Liquid need to make sure they take these fights more together, like trying to get him with a boost of travel, I respect it, but that creep was already so low, like any spell would have just killed it.
Blink Dagger for Boxy. He had like a pipe queued up earlier.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's kind of a weird one. But Blink Dagger makes a lot of sense when you're mostly just playing to get the disruption on your Weaver whenever they try and jump him with Lasso, right?
Yeah, Blink Shard should probably just be what he's aiming for. Like just the cleanse against the Bat Rider stuff, all the Brew shenanigans that's on you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the switch up to the Blink makes sense. He will make it out.
Well, that is a bot's TP for the Brewmaster, but he did it right in front of Liquid.
Oh, they want to chase him.
Okay.
Whiteman pinged it out though. They heard the gate.
Yeah, Mickey showed himself on the ward too. I should not get caught out here.
Oh, you already
but
know
he might, just because he's greedy.
If he dies, this is where everyone tells you, bro, I told you. You saw them. But he'll be fine.
All right, nighttime Roshan. Again, we have that Desolator on the Weaver, so it's going to go down fast. Well, Tundra going to struggle to get here in time.
Looks like they're smoking, so they should be okay. It's also a great timing. Lincoln's is complete on Pure, and they have ET.
Oh yeah, the Spirit's going to get right in the pit, and they have to clear out. Can they catch anything? Can they grab anybody from Liquid as they're retreating back to the trees? Not the case here.
Okay, they find one ward. Liquid have one more behind them.
A bit deep one, tried to jump onto a ward. That is not great. Immediately Thompson's dead, and he doesn't have the buyback to be able to take advantage of this outpost either. Primal Split has been used, but the Brewlings in serious danger.
They're still on a Liquid ward. They are pinging it out, so they see everything.
Coil snapped on the two supports. This is a perfect rundown for Liquid, knowing that Tundra just not going to fight back anymore. High ground miss. Oh no! Second time that he's blinked into Insania, giving him the kill rather than some cores, I guess.
It's the wrong place to blink, my friend.
Yeah.
As that should be, just a free Roche for Liquid. Thompson definitely, he just got debated on whichever illusion was there. Probably a Nisha illusion rune. Got the better of Thompson.
You know, you don't normally think about, I think about like Morphling, when he's got the level 20 talent and stuff like that, but Weaver is pretty damn good at clearing out these Brewlings.
Oh, he
Obviously, single target damage is great, but he's also got the shard, right?
Yeah, the Deso, I guess the shard, you just Shikuchi on top of them.
Yep.
Yeah, he cleared through all of them, like, pretty quickly. Same with Puck later, your phase shifts will burn through all of them, too.
He actually has a double multi-shot, because he's got the Specialist Array, too.
All right, that's nasty. That's, I mean, that's also another thing. Brew Split is actually very... It dies real fast nowadays. No one builds Vlads, or, well, they do sometimes, but it gives, like, less armor around. AC as well. Like, nowadays, it's more about scaling. You build some Mantas, Radiances. Nisha? It's a nice Aegis you got there, bro.
Be shame if someone took it away from you. Still sticking around like they want to do something. Night Class really wanted to try and get the lasso on the Puck and kill him a second time, but doesn't find the opportunity.
I mean, I like the combo of Luna Bat pretty nicely. Like, Bat Rider just has like pretty bad vision. You run around with Luna, you have all this nice night vision. Maybe you get a few good grabs. Because yeah, even though Liquid have Aegis, I like that Tundra are trying to push forward. I mean, Pure is he's a monster in this game. It's time to start showing it in these fights.
And he's got his shard as well as the Lincoln, so that just makes you have to fight through the Lincolns in order to get the disruption onto Pure, and even then, I think the shard counters a good amount of that, right?
Yeah. Now this Luna shard is just so good. Taking less damage, dishing out all this damage around you. It's only a 4k lead, but I would say that Pure is hitting a pretty critical mass for now.
Is there a point where you think he's gonna fall off?
Maybe around like some... I think when Puck gets like 5 slotted, I actually feel like he will be the strongest hero in this game.
Yeah.
Because then like you rely on catching him with like Bruise Split, Lasso, and like tiny combos, which honestly is really hard to do. And then also the longer the game goes, like SD, the stronger you get, you might get an Axe against Pure.
He's gonna jump to the orb, blink back, but already gets hit by the flame break, and that is enough. They hit a Lucent Beam stun, and Thompson takes full advantage of it. Hits the combo onto the Puck, finishes him off, and they'll run down the rest. Boxy's gonna be next. Push in Insania to the rest of the team. That actually might have been the reason he dies there. TP was coming to a close, but they get 3 kills off that move from Tundra. Really picking up some momentum now.
Yeah, and Insania, he was also holding a gem, so these devs are huge. Like, dropping a gem against a team that's already ahead, they're trying to hunt you on the map. I mean, damn. Nisha definitely giving up a bit too many deaths in this game. But nicely done by Tundra. It's easy gem.
Alright, we were still gonna go the Conda on Luna. I don't hate that. To be clear, I don't hate that build.
But
wouldn't this be a butterfly game? Isn't this a pretty dream butterfly game? So we're gonna watch 33. Try and get a little aggro in the side lane. Doesn't work out for him.
Yeah, people seem to be like swaying away, if that's the real word, from Butterfly. I don't know what it really is. I guess it's like around this way of you wanna like play more on poke and like not really commit into the fight. So I guess Conda like kinda helps because you beam with your CD talent, like you stay on high range and like kind of chill.
That wasn't intentional, was it?
No. Why?
Conda helps.
Ah. And you need Lacoste here. He would have done it intentionally.
Did they do their 20-minute Tormentor?
I actually don't think so.
Oh, wow.
It's maybe the first one. But yeah, Boxy will be very happy about this pickup.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Demonic Purge.
I mean, also, if Silver Edge still had crit, I feel like people would be building that one over the Conda.
Sure.
It just seems hard to build crit on carries. I mean, obviously you can go dataless, but you don't always want to do that.
Yeah.
Mickey will, though.
I just figured, like, the combination... Like, what kills... If he has a Butterfly, Weaver can't really touch him. His own illusions can't really touch him, you know?
Okay, for one, I was like, did Pure just solo him? But no. There was a Tops and Tiny there as well.
Pure's just there to collect the last hit.
Yeah, maybe he feels like that he doesn't want to put himself in a position where he truly has to band fight because he's like up against a Doom or whatever, but yeah, I feel like Butterfly would be pretty chill. Self-disrupt.
Self-disrupt means he's dead, and Insania, who tried to save his fellow support, is also going to die, and they got the lasso. Night Class saved that one for Mickey.
Sheesh.
Tundra's
destroying them.
They're absolutely destroying them, man. What happened to the laning phase where Liquid was kind of like, they were doing kind of all right? Weren't they up by like 3k at some point?
But the same thing happened to them the other day, as now you have a tier 3 that's gone against Luna, which means, okay, one... Yeah, you're probably losing 2 sets of racks. You're losing at least 1. Yeah. Let's see what defense you can bring up here.
Yet another glyph. Octarine now done for the Brewmaster, so expect Primal Split to always be up. And yeah, they're going to go for 2. No reason not to, honestly. Once you break it down that tier 3, bouncing glaives make it way too hard to defend, especially if there's still a numbers advantage for Tundra.
Oh, any creeps?
Are they coming?
Whoa. That was a nice try by Insania to force him into the base. But they don't have enough. Like, no, Mickey, where's your damage?
Those glaives, Jesus.
Oh yeah, this feels a little bit despair if you're Liquid.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say at the post-game interview they had earlier with Insania, you know, he's like, we're still trying to figure things out. I think that is a face that says, we haven't figured things out, guys.
Shit, it didn't work. I mean, you're down 20k in this game against a Luna who seems... I'm not sure how you stop him right now. You need to like throw everything on him. But even then, obviously, he's got teammates. Maybe you like try to set up some next Roche fight with buybacks. Because yeah, this is rough city. It's not a good spot. It's full Skadi completed. On Pure as well.
Now when Thompson jumps in, you're not touching that guy, man. BKB, so he could just kind of freely look for a toss back and kind of force Liquid's attention on himself.
He also has a damage rune plus Kanda. He can deal some serious damage. If he combos one of the subs, they're gone. They're dead.
Is he gonna go Revenant's Brooch next?
I hope so.
Hope so too.
Need some YouTube thumbnails. Revenant's Brooch, Divine Rapier. I do think the Brooch item will be picked up more throughout this tournament.
I think so too.
I think that item's good. Okay, combo.
Mickey barely surviving through that one. Has a chance now to kill something. It's not going to be Thompson here. TP's out. And Pure is looking way too tough to man fight right now. They got to try and kite this back. They do manage to kill most of the Brewlings here. Nisha jumps to the back line. Does manage to finish off the support. But Pure is still the problem. And Pure had the lockdown on Mickey.
Well, he just insta-died. I think he got earth stunned into a beam and he just vanished.
Yeah, it was like a rock to the face for one and a half seconds or something. That was enough. Look at him. Oh, the stolen lasso, but he can't survive against the glaives. Gets mowed down by the lawnmower that is Pure. The Luna is too strong for Liquid. And they'll take it before the 35-minute mark. I mean, this was just brutal for the last 10, 15 minutes.
No, Liquid always have like these good lanes, then good early game, and goes well until like minute 15, maybe 20. But then something just goes so wrong. I feel like maybe when Nisha like fed around this mid-tier 2 area, they feed some more kills, and they don't like really force the Roche. I don't know, something's just not right. But yeah, Tundra, it doesn't matter what situation's going on because they're still playing really well.
Yeah, and it's great for them because they have tied almost all of their series, excluding just one loss that they experienced up against Extreme. So if they can win out this series, it would kind of put them back in dead even and pretty decent position to try and end up in that top 4. But that would require them closing out the next game. Did a great job with game 1. We'll see if they can keep it up heading into game 2.
These lads are playing Dota regardless of who their off-laner is, and Liquid, unfortunately, can't seem to get a handle on things. Ted, what is your assessment of Liquid in this DreamLeague Season 22?
I might have a clip of it in a moment to show you, but let me tell you something. I don't know what the hell is going on with these boys, because I'm watching and I'm like, oh yeah, Liquid are doing okay. Oh yeah, they're doing all right. And then it's like, a collapse occurs, and quickly. This game was like, I mean, they got Roche, I went to get a Twix, I come back and sit down, and then, look, this is my reaction. It's like, Aiden's just like, like that. That's literally what's happening. He's just like, oh, no. And then afterwards, he's going to have his head in his hands, he's going to be like, guys, what happened? We had that. We got the Roche. We were looking good. The puck was doing things. Nisha's pogging off. And then it's like, oh, we lost.
You know what it was, Ted? It was that they didn't have a tanky frontliner. Puck was like their frontliner. Tiny's decent against it. Yeah. Not quite enough damage until you get that ET Spirit slamming down. Because then you lose all your base magic resistance.
You get blown up.
You get exploded. And that happened in a lot of fights. And if he's not frontlining, who else is it going to be? It's not going to be Rubik.
Yeah.
It's not going to be Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to be Weaver, also vulnerable to that. And if it's Doom, then he doesn't get to Doom the right target because he wants to sit in the back. So it's like their team composition wasn't necessarily ideal for them getting initiated on. And the one fight that they did slightly win at the Roche one, it's because Thompson went on an illusion instead. So they got to Doom him and get everything they wanted.
It felt like they were better at chasing than they were at, like, standing and fighting. They wanted to be
I'm into that, yeah.
in the pursuit and have the enemy team running for the hills rather than have to do a stand-up fight. Like they couldn't get on the ropes like that. They can't just work the jab. They can't take the body shots. They've got to be chasing a lad around the ring and walloping them. And yeah, in essence, that was it, Neil.
So then why does Doom have to be waiting, though? Why can't Doom be the one starting fights? Why
Because
was
if you
Liquid
don't
able to
Doom
initiate?
the right guy, then you're not doing shit.
You ain't doing shit.
Hero doesn't do that much. What are you going to be like? Well, guys, I did do 15 seconds of Scorched Earth on 2 of their heroes, so it's not my fault we lost. You're not going to get a ton of like Infernal Blades off. It's like you're not doing anything else. The hero doesn't kill that much unless he's like Infernal Blading a guy every 4 seconds for like 4 times in a row. And most people have a Manta, BKB, 4 staff, Glimmer Cape to get out of it. Like,
yeah, he won't be doing shit.
He won't be doing shit, Neil.
Well, you know who is doing shit.
Go on.
At least one person
it
in this Acer Predator head-to-head. The other person probably wasn't doing shit.
Look, both of these players accomplished a lot of things. Nisha casted Illusory Orb a ton amount of times. So many times. And Thompson killed him back many times. Their hero damage was remarkably close.
It was.
But a lot of the game was Nisha chasing people around, casting Illusory Orb, creating space for his team, but maybe not setting up kills the best. We talked about their lack of damage on the team a little bit. I actually thought it was made nice by Boxy's heavily leveling Disseminate. He maxed it first.
Get the Seaman, mate, and take them out.
And if you slam that down on the guy that Doom dooms, then it kind of makes up for his damage issues, really. Just amplifying damage
Poor
there.
Bucky's having a tank. Elder just briefcasing his ass. And yeah, it's
that was the first part. There was like literally another 40 seconds of him using that Arcane Rune. But yeah, this is the one fight that went good for them. Tiny goes in, bombs an illusion, and Liquid's like, hey, we can win a fight. They did use Doom, though. And the problem is that this as well, it gets a great Dream Coil. The stuns get broken almost instantly. The team's just running them down. It's like it's just kind of hard. If they have like a mid Primal Beast, if like Primal Beast is in the meta, and they got a mid Primal Beast, it's easy. You run in the front, you initiate. If they go in, you're like, I've got a heart and a blade mail, and then it makes the team fights a lot easier. Puck does have a good win rate of this tournament, but I almost wonder if you need like a Mars to go with it or something like that instead.
Yeah, I feel like some win rates on their own don't tell enough of the story. You need to see pairing win rates.
True.
I think would be a more interesting statistic because quite often the teams are picking heroes as part of a double act or even a trio, like a barbershop quartet, which would be 4.
Sure, that's what 5. They think of too when they draft it. Yeah.
A quartet is 4.
A quartet is 4, and then
quintet is 5.
Well, you were giving me the duos, the trios, the quartets.
We call it a 5 of a kind instead. It's on my brain right now.
Yeah, 5 of a kind.
How do you make a straight right now?
How could you make a straight in Dota? Yeah, you'd have to have heroes whose names all, like, you have to have an A, B, C, D, and E.
So you're saying...
like Arc Warden, Beastmaster, Crystal Maiden, Death Prophet, and Enigma.
Ding, 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 ding.
There you go.
And then
with the mult, the multiplier.
Extreme Gaming's more of a 3 of a kind team.
Yeah.
Oh yes, all the X's. That's right.
Yeah. They're the 3 of a kind. They get a multiplier if there's just those 3 lads with X's in their names in the team.
If they participate in a gank, you get a multiplier in that
you
game.
get a 15 times mult.
Yeah.
Well, for Tundra, they've got a joker with their offlaner because it doesn't matter who their offlaner is, they'll still get the dubs.
Exactly. They can field a hand of 4 and it counts as a hand of 5. It's pretty incredible that this happens, that these teams are like panic stations, and then if you're a betting person, I am lumping everything I have on them winning the next series that they play. Whereas it's just like, oh, these guys are in trouble. They're down a guy. It's like the number of tournaments I've been at where it's like just before the tournament, you won't believe what happened. Something happened. They lost their guy. They got to stand in and they win it. I mean, it happens so often. I think it must just be quite liberating. It's that new player bounce just before a tournament.
Mm-hmm. The vibes change.
Yeah.
You have slightly different strategies. There's less pressure because you're like, well, we have a stand-in. We're not going to do good.
You got YOLO
anyways.
on the brain. You got YOLO on the brain. You're like, let's just fucking go for it. Let's go and have fun. No expectations.
What does that mean?
YOLO on the brain.
Oh, I thought I said yellow. I was like, I've never
YOLO.
heard.
You only live once.
It means you only live once, Kev.
Like you crack an egg on the egg?
An egg joke. Oh, lol. Lamau. He's bold.
It's right there. I had to say it.
That's the second time you've gone for him in a bald joke on hashtag
I don't even know if
Baby
he meant
Watch.
that one.
I did mean that one.
Okay. Pathetic.
Well, apparently Liquid are not mathematically eliminated. They keep telling me this. I don't really know what math could possibly be transpiring that allows them to stay in this tournament.
Well, it's possible that the very firmament of the Earth will open up,
Also
and all the other
possible.
teams will fall into it. I guess mathematically that is possible. Or a giant golden elephant will fall from the heavens and crush the other teams standing in their way. Mathematically possible.
They could all lose their offlaners. All other offlaners in the game would
Doesn't matter,
be
Kev.
unavailable.
Fucking win anyway, bud.
Apparently, I'm being told that if they tie with Spirit, they could still make it.
So they'd probably have to tie with somebody that has a negative winning record.
But they have the most negative winning record right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying there would have to be like a really top-heavy group where like the top 3 teams win a crap load of their games, and that means that there's a bunch of teams that are like 5 and 7.
Right.
And they're like 3-way tie for 1 slot, and then they beat them. It's probably something like that.
But I mean, if they lose this next game, they're done, right? I mean, surely. Or do we just, did Liquid have some kind of special pass where they can go 0-20? It's like, mathematically, it's still possible. I don't think so.
Apparently, Liquid has to win everything from here on out. We are now finally at the point that Liquid has to win everything, and Spirit has to lose everything.
Okay, good luck with that.
And that's how they tie.
That would be pretty hilarious.
It would be pretty hilarious, actually. But that is the outcome that has Liquid remaining in this tournament, which means that Game 2 is finally do or die time, because we keep implying that, like, oh, Liquid's got to win everything. Well, now they actually have to win everything.
Okay, well, you have been saying that for 2 days now. They got to win. We've been saying that. They mathematically got to win?
Yes.
Okay, then they got to win. That's it. They need the draft. Pull it out.
Pull it out. You guys ready for more mathematical outcomes? Then let's get ready for our game number 2 after the break.
Out on the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. Hold me tightly.
It's the final game of the night as we prepare for game number 2 of Team Liquid versus Team Tundra, where Liquid have to win everything from this point on. And Spirit have to lose everything for Liquid to remain in this tournament, because then they'll be tied. How likely is that of an outcome? Probably not very. But I love the fact that it's still mathematically possible. I calculated the mathematics.
The most exciting kind of possible.
Mathematically possible.
That's where you need a Uber nerd to come in and run the simulations. That's not me. Believe it or not, I'm not nerdy enough for that.
Eyebrow raised.
I know it's a big surprise.
There's no one else who pulls out a calculator during patch analyses other than you.
Well, look, Team Spirit is 6-4 right now.
Okay.
And yeah, Liquid is 3-7. So like it's
so if they
So
win
they could
this
go
game,
4-8.
They win this game and
If they win this game, they go 4-8, right? And then they need to win 2 more games.
Who's Liquid's next opponent after this?
Liquid has to play against Team Secret. Team Secret afterwards.
Team Secret, okay.
And,
So they could win
Team Spirit have to beat Shopify Rebellion today, or have to lose to Shopify Rebellion today,
Which is
and
possible.
lose to Aurora.
Which is
Possible.
also
We could be on mathematically possible has just looked mathematically quite likely.
Okay, then.
And then we'll just round that up into a it's gonna happen.
I'm going to say 40%.
40%.
Yeah.
I think that sounds mathematically accurate. Yeah, that's got to be right.
I like
So
the
that's
odds.
reasonable.
Yeah. So yeah.
But they have to start here. They have to start by winning game number 2 against Tundra, which, based off of what we saw in that game number 1 performance, I don't even know when I can start rooting for Liquid, because if I look at them in the laning phase, I'm like, things are going pretty good for Liquid. Apparently that's not enough.
I mean, there's always a blend of priorities and drafts. Maybe they draft heavily towards their laning stage, and that's why they did fine in the laning stage. And then they get to the mid game, and they're like, okay, well, we won the lanes, but things are a little bit hard to execute here. Then the fights go a little disappointing, and there's other fundamental problems that happen. And then you say like, whoa, why don't you just pick a better draft? But then they might do that, and then they lose the laning stage, and now you're back at square one with lost confidence and in a bad place. So. Like Insania said in some of the interviews, he doesn't quite know what's going wrong, and they're going to try to fix it. And hopefully for them, it just might be in time.
I guess that's a lot of thrilling replay watching, which is probably something that is an agonizing chore that you just have to do as a team, where you're just like, guys, we're just going to have to watch some replays. I've often wondered, I might get that if I get the chance, in fact, if you get the chance, if they win this game, you can ask Insania.
Okay.
When they do these replay analyses, do they all sit as a group like, movie night, we're going to watch our loss to Spirit or whatever, you know? Or do they watch it individually? Does one of them watch it and say, guys, I've watched this replay, now I want to watch it with you guys and highlight some shit that we did wrong. I'd like to know what the process is. Is it different game by game? Does everyone have their own flavor? How does it work?
From the stories that various teams have told me, there are obviously a variety of approaches. The most common one, I think, is a coach will do like a one-on-one, because you can only give, and if you're casting such a wide net that you're like, all right, everyone, let's pay attention to everything that's going on, then you're diluting some of the benefit of doing a replay analysis, which is doing everything under a really nitty-gritty microscope. So you take one player individually and you're like, this is what we're going to watch you and your player perspective in your lane, and this is something that I think you need to work on. And then you take another player, and then I guess in some situations like a team fight, then everyone can tune in. But
it probably feels better that way, because then it's not like, hey everyone, let's all look at what Ted fucked up this game, and then Ted has to sit there and deal with that.
No, that's Twitch chat's job. They just clip it. They clip it and they ship it.
So probably easier if you do the one-on-one. That sounds very constructive.
Yeah.
TA, a Lucy hero, I believe. Is it Lucy within the confines of the tournament, young Kevin?
I have seen it played quite a few times. Lucy within the tournament. Let me find the right tab. I'm doing some quick little math here.
Right.
Nerdy.
We lost our tech analyst.
We lost our
to
tech
casting
analyst.
duties, so you've been promoted or demoted depending on how you feel.
A massive 33% win rate with 9 games and a total of 34 bans. Quite a decent amount of bans. Not the most.
But overall,
But a
in
lot.
terms of Dota, I believe, is TA a Lucy hero or a Winnie?
She's a Lucy hero right now.
I
think
thought
she's
she
like
was
45.
pretty much down there in the dumps.
In the grand scheme of like all games, I think she's at like 45%.
to round up my analysis and to open it up to the two of you for a questioning. We have a hero who's not winning games at this tournament.
Yep.
We have a hero with a losing record overall in Dota.
Correct.
Why would you first pick it? Open-ended question, no judgment.
They like it, Ted.
That is not an answer. They like it. What, you like picking a hero that's in the bin and first?
Look, it can be a little bit low win rate, but you still see the value for it. You could say it has a strong laning presence. We like the map control that we get from the TA traps.
Assuming you don't get countered in the lane, which if you first pick it, I feel like the window is quite open.
I mean, I don't think TA's that worried about most lane matchups right now, because if you just get some levels and then you ditch if you need to. You can kill ancient stacks pretty easily. You can pressure towers. It solves like a lot of fundamental things in your draft right off the bat. And yeah, if you get countered a bit afterwards, it's not that big of a deal. Like TA doesn't feel as hard countered as it used to. The most obvious is probably illusions, perhaps. We've seen that consistently. Your Naga Sirens and stuff like that. But they probably just feel like it's a good place to start their draft. They have some pivot potential and where they put it, and that's fine. Something's got to open the draft.
Why not?
And they go with the TA. I don't know if you know about Doom. Doom has not been winning.
Yeah,
he's been getting picked a lot. And I think his win rate
losery heroes.
It's pretty doggy doo.
Well, I think when Liquid is loseried that many times with Doom, they're like, okay, I think the final
Experiment concluded.
Actually, they consulted the math nerds and they're like, okay, guys, it's not working.
Maybe you can investigate this one for me. Of the games that I've seen today, and I think trending throughout the entire tournament, I am liking offlaners who can start fights immediately.
I.e. Mars.
Mars is a great example, and Brewmaster was too soft of initiation. Doom is too soft of initiation. What in 33's hero pool has been trending towards hard initiation, like Blink Ravage, Blink Arena, Blink RP?
Yeah, he could play those heroes, but the problem is that he's a pretty unique offlaner. He is more of the passive aura team fight. It's not
Beastmaster potentially then?
Yeah, sure. Beastmaster probably does sound okay. I guess there are some heroes that fit that playstyle for him, but
Axe? Sand King? Dead heroes.
I mean, I'm with you, but like, yeah, I don't see these heroes all too frequently, and yet I see that style of offlaner having quite a bit of success.
I mean, he's maybe a player that has a slightly weirder offlane hero pool, and a lot of his items got nerfed in the last patch. Like, if I was trying to think of another offlaner that got more targeted by like a Vlad Zora being nerfed, like he's got to be way up there.
He was also, even before this era, he was a big Solar Crest buyer. That item also got nerfed.
That's true. So harder for him, I suppose. He's not so much of a carry from the offlane type player. He's not so much like a straight up teamfight initiate gank offlane player. He's more of like a greedy, I farm the map a lot and then teamfight and push sort of player.
Do you know what I think? You know what I think you could do? If you're oh gosh, oh goodness, oh heavens. We saw a little bit from Azure with the Shadow Shaman and the gosh, who was the other hero they had? The Void. You have a way to win some fights. You have good pickoff and stuff like that. They had some good team fights, especially against the Morph. But the biggest problem that teams are having, and Liquid have been struggling with this, is even if you get those outer towers and things seem to be going well, going high ground is a problem.
Yep.
I think one of the things you could do is pick heroes that force teams to come down and fight you. Death Prophet, Shadow Shaman with wards, stuff like that. Drow Ranger, heroes that can just hit buildings. Sniper, we've seen Sniper popping up in these games. Sniping away at the buildings. Now you have to come and fight us. Then we don't have to worry about having an offlaner like Mars or Tide who's going to go in there and start a fight. Yeah, we'll allow you to start on us, but you're not going to blow up a Death Prophet very often, especially if we've got any kind of save. Tanky offlaner who's going to be able to take buildings and force fights that way. I think that might be another option, is to try something that's a little more passive. Bam, what can I say? A little more passive, but it does force them to engage you. Otherwise, they lose shit.
Do you think Timbersoft fits the bill for that as well? Because that's actually a hero that has a really high win rate at this event. 66% on like 18 games. Heavily banned as well. 68 total bans this tournament. I think that does solve this issue or the conundrum we were talking about. Maybe it's not like a jump and disable type offlaner, but it is definitely an in-your-face tanky offlaner.
So Jenkins was talking about Timbersaw and the differences between he was saying the way people play Timber now is that he said you don't level reactive armor. And again, my source on this is Jenkins.
Sure.
So I'm not saying this is de facto truth. I'm just saying this is what he was explaining to me about why he likes playing this hero against someone like Luna, for example, who you know traditionally you wouldn't have liked. Is because you don't take the reactive armor, you go aggressive, and you can't just have this thing where you just leave the carry with the Timber and you just kind of farm and leave each other alone. It's like now the Timber's a real threat, so he does all this burst damage. So I think that might be kind of a change. You go and it is chaos. A Timber in the middle of your fight, low cooldown spells, big nukes, lots of damage, hard to kill. That's a way of starting a fight.
And if you're against a Tiny like you were last game, you want your frontliner to not be easily burstable. So if he gets an Eternal Shroud, then you're not going to see Tiny do an Avatos and Arrow. Like, it's obviously a scary combo, but if there's any other hero I'd rather be on, it's got to be Timbersaw is the person I want. And they've got lots of disables to set up from. Between Lion and Rubik, they can visually scout with TI traps in some cases. So I think it's a pretty good draft for Liquid so far. I'm into it.
Is it also the Avalanche will take off Refraction?
Yes.
Because it's like instances, isn't it? But it means that, at the very least, that means you're not taking damage from Avalanche. It's just taking off your refractions.
Sure. I would argue that defensive aspects of refraction are valuable, but it is not like all about the hero anymore. Like, it feels like when I watch a game now and TAs lose refraction, I'm like, huh, that's okay. In the past, it mattered a lot more.
Yeah.
There's just so many sources of damage over time. Blood Grenade, for God's sake. For that, you're getting at least 2 refraction charges for 50 gold. It is not hard to break refraction.
Right.
So it's more about, can TA like Hurricane Pike you away from her? I'm worried about TA if Troll is on top of her with a BKB and a Dust, and he uses his ulti.
But then she's got this bullshit with her traps now, right? So it's like that's the bigger part of the hero rather than just, refraction.
It's that you're high range. It's that you can siege towers. You solve that part of the equation for your team with your first pick. That you don't have to worry about hitting buildings because TA will do that for you at basically all stages of the game.
Right.
And that leaves you flexibility for every other pick. She's also great at split pushing too. Pushing side lanes with traps a little bit or quickly dealing them out then jungling. So if it solves those problems and it gets countered a little bit, I think they're probably all right with it as long as their overall lineup is cohesive.
That is a katana.
It's
possibly a Wakazashi.
I love that it's out.
Yeah, he's just got it there. Still got the price tag on.
Just in case you want to return it.
Warning, once this tag is removed, this katana cannot be returned to the store. Or once it has been used to shed blood.
Tundra are expecting this TA to be safe lane and Timbersaw to be off lane because they are banning out mid laners, taking out the Storm Spirit and the Pango. Liquid ban out a Pugna and an Ember Spirit. It's kind of all over the place.
This Pugna is a dangerous hero that wins games.
As we've seen earlier today.
Proven this evening.
It would make TA's game too hard, basically. Because if you have these tanky heroes like DP and Tiny, and you have to worry about TA doing no damage for a couple seconds and being like, I'm not really good till I get a nullifier, it just complicates the game a lot. Their early mid timing is going to be a lot easier this way. So, could be TA mid, could be Wind Ranger mid, could be Timber mid. Probably is going to be Timber offlane is my guess. It's a pretty obvious 3-3 hero as well. But it does give them kill potential against these tanky heroes. I think Tiny's not going to feel that invulnerable this game between Whirling Death and Focus Fire. Death Prophet's going to have a similar situation where they can die to all this burst damage.
Do you think they've got ways to deal with the Troll? Because, I mean, obviously the Wendy can wind run. He can't build up the firm stacks. Even little things like the refraction, the TA can maybe get away from him. Hurricane Pike.
I would say Shackle Shot is a big part of that. Wind Ranger, while being a very effective carry, has also just felt like, unless you doom her, she's this hero that's like kind of difficult to guarantee a kill on, and you just stun somebody for like 3 seconds every 8 to 10 seconds.
And she's an eel. She's one of the eels. One of my list of eels.
Right. Slippery heroes.
You can't get hold of her.
She is very slippery, so that makes things harder, and they're going to go for a Coddle.
So that makes an off lane Death Prophet?
It is a mid. It is a mid Coddle. And they're going to do the 9 class 4 position Tiny, which makes sense because we said he kind of has some issues against this Timbersaw. Switch him to support instead. I feel like that makes Wind Ranger feel less good too because now you can just toss back the Wind Ranger or the Sports or the TA or whoever. And it's also going
to TA mid.
Okay. And much easier for them to kill 3-3 this way. They really didn't have good Timber solutions prior to now the Caudle. So they have this big window before he gets a magic resistance item where they can kill him with like Vessel plus the ulti from Caudle. So I think it's a good pivot.
And the mid lane matchup, Caudle versus Windranger.
They'll probably just both farm, push the wave, blast it out, and run.
She's power shotting it, he's blasting it. They don't want to tangle with each other, I think. Yeah.
But Windranger should be good at counter rotations against the Caudle, so that's maybe something to worry about, because Caudle, everyone says, has to go gank the side lanes. If that goes well, it's going well. If Windranger TPs to those and maybe gets a return kill or catches Caudle, that could be good. And they also have a lot of hard disable against Caudle, which is usually really important. Rubik, Lion, and Windranger, if they can lock him down and kill him, really good for their team. Even TA is kind of good against it, I feel like.
Do or die for Liquid.
It is, mathematically speaking.
I back the boys in a do or die situation.
Rooting for the underdog.
1-1.
1-1.
1-1.
1-1.
They really need it.
Because they need it.
I do like their lineup, actually. I think it's pretty cool. I'm into it. I like the Liquid lineup, but I think Tundra has good stuff too. But
it's going to be a close game. I don't think, I mean, you know, there's no drafting moment where you're like, oh, yikes. I think it's going to be a good, solid, close game.
Well, here's some comments from the peanut gallery off in the distance, so maybe our casters want to weigh in on this. But first, we got to listen to the PogChamp Pandas.
Wrong. That's what we were saying. Wrong. I don't know why we were saying it. There was no reason. We weren't really cutting into anything that they were saying. It just felt like the right thing to say at the time. Actually, I said it because Ted said he had faith in Liquid.
That's wrong.
Wrong. Wrong.
As soon as I left that table just went downhill. What can I say? But yeah, Liquid, not giving me too much confidence when I look at their last games, but maybe Ted is right.
I mean, this is a good Windranger pick, right?
It's true.
You got you matched up against Death Prophet, Troll.
True.
Is that hero good against Caudle? Yeah, I don't really know.
I feel like it's probably... I'll say Caudle is better against Windranger than the other way around, but you have good core matchups against the other two. If you can dangle around the tops and ganks, you should be fine.
Dangle and tangle?
Absolutely. You get a Timber Saw, which we don't see too often, but hero's pretty damn S tier. It's pretty damn good.
And they're going to be running a mid TA, and then we're doing the safe lane Windranger. So TA's matchup against Caudle should be perfectly fine. You've got Refraction against the Caudle Blast, so pretty unique just to be able to ignore Caudle blasting the wave over and over again.
I feel like he should be doing pretty well. I feel like I played this matchup, and if the TA is really good, like when you channel, he will walk up to you and like blade you off of the range creep. So it can be quite annoying. It can change a little bit once you get like Urn and maybe some people gank through you. But I would say Nisha should have an absolute free farm in the early game.
30 seconds to battle.
Timing-wise, looking at Liquid, I mean, getting Roshan is always going to be important for a TA lineup, right? Feel like they're going to be really good to go at like 25 minutes.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe even a few minutes before. I'm looking at like Tundra, maybe what they want to do early. I mean, like the most normal thing when you have Caudle mid, you want to like branch out into your side lanes, maybe help your DP, open up this top tower. Because outside Nisha doesn't really want to move too much. So I'd say it's more like Thompson to help his team get a bit of a lead. Because Nisha, I'm pretty sure Nisha will be top of the net worth at like minute 8, 10 to even 15. Like you can't really stop him, but you can go through the side lanes and just try to speed up the game there.
Okay, so I talked about this with Avery. Every single time that I see mid Caudle, my biggest concern is that you make these couple of rotations, one of them goes wrong, and I feel like the game starts falling apart. And he said it's really important when you have this mid Caudle to have the better late game, to feel good about your core matchups going later outside of the Caudle.
I feel like I like having a mixture of both. I feel like you want to have at least one side lane that you can play through. Like maybe in this time around you have the DP, right? You can go there and like help him. But you also have a good matchup with the Troll, and you can like stop the tempo of Timber. So if it's kind of hitting all the boxes, in a way. I mean, yeah, having good matchups is always good, but yeah, Thompson he's getting blasted pretty hard by the blades.
Side blades wrecking.
Yeah.
And it also means that Nisha, with this kind of position, is likely to get a bunch of denies as well. So, Boxy, Whitemon doesn't choose to level up anything for that.
Just chilling as 3-3 was doing. I don't know if they were doing some wave pulling, but 3-3 was busy off to the side for quite a while.
Charging forward with the Whirling Death. How do you feel about Timbersaw, like how he's being played lately? With this like more as like 4-4-0 type, like Blink Dagger build. Ooh, Bloodthorn.
Good pressure.
That is a lot of pressure from Boxy. Not quite enough to get the kill, but certainly enough to shove Pure out of CS range for a little bit.
No, I kind of like how he's being played as Whitemon.
Blood Grenade and returns the favor back onto Boxy. Will not tick out. Surprised Whitemon didn't go for some more leaps.
Yeah, I feel like he could have maybe done it. Maybe he wasn't too sure about all the trees. Didn't really feel it. But I would say, like, going to the Timber, I like how he's being played with the QW, but I feel like there's still lanes where you can go reactive.
And this looks is probably like, this lane, right?
Yeah. Looks like he is doing just that. You're playing against, like, two ranged heroes, like it's Troll, Mirana. They're going to click you a ton. And I think it also helps your force sometimes. Like, Boxy, I would say he's the type of player who wants to move around. And you taking reactive armor, I feel like you're helping him make that choice.
But more so in general, what do you think about like the Blink Dagger, like this faster, like focusing on the burst? Because I feel like when you have the forward position with the instant disable, you really take advantage of that, especially against some heroes like Troll.
No, I think it's amazing. I don't really know who invented it. Like maybe Whisper. I feel like he's one of the better Timbers who kind of like brought that to face with some Kaya Blink. I just think it adds so much more. Like you also add so much more pressure on the map rather than just being this body who chains around and like, oh look, Timber's here. So yeah, I like the aggression.
So far, 12-3 for the Troll. Let's take a look at that top lane. See how they're doing it in CS here. Is Lies in 9 class, expecting a Death Prophet, tiny lane to go pretty well, even if it's up against double ranged.
I feel like even if you outmatch in this lane, you can just play it for kind of chilling and farming. You're not really going to pressure this Wind Ranger. Probably not even Insania on the Rubik, so you just play for farm. Because I would say Liquid, they want to be the ones to pressure through this lane. Whether it's by fully applying pressure here or by allowing Insania to like go through the gate, maybe go bottom at the start of nighttime.
Yeah. Like that. Lies using Spirit Siphon on the Flag Bearer creep just to try and get a little bit of extra health. And sure, he got a lot of health, but he also got a lot of denies on the side of Liquid during that period of time. That's another great thing about Wind Ranger, right? A hero that you could just leave alone a lot of times. So see what Insania cooks up with that freedom.
Because that's definitely like one of the main strengths like of this hero. You just do well. And like you said, you can kind of leave it alone or even go through the gate yourself. I saw Yatoro have a banger performance on this hero. He was basically everywhere within the first 10 minutes.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Ooh, healthy amount of damage on Pure. Big wave pushing in too, so good time to get that pressure.
Yeah, I wonder if Liquid would look towards something, because I feel like this DP, you're not really pressuring lanes much more in this top lane, at least I would think.
Yeah, I would feel like this is the time just like you were talking about, right?
Yeah.
Where Rubik goes through the gate.
Like you have some double wave, or even if you don't use this one, like maybe you can set up the next one where like you double wave with the Siege, you play aggro, or you go mid with your supports, because I do feel like all your cores are very self-sustainable, so you could look to collapse on one lane together.
What a snooze lane mid is, man.
Yeah.
That is such a
They're
farm
not even
fest
interacting.
where TA isn't even in the lane half the time.
It's like they're both playing some farming simulator. How to get the most gold in the first 7 minutes.
Huddle just blasts in the wave, then goes to jungle. TA goes to jungle, comes and catches the wave when it pushes in.
Top on Insania.
Shackle shot that somehow doesn't latch. Don't think it would matter either way, though. Is great first blood to pick up. 9 class taunting Insania for that.
They did dodge the bottom move, so nicely done there by Liquid. It's definitely something you have to be aware of when you play against this mid Kato.
Big wave coming in bottom. I don't think you can really pressure a Timbersaw too much with phase boots.
Yeah, I don't think you want to overplay either as a troll too much. I mean, maybe this DP Kato is a... I was saying earlier it's a lane that you could play through, but I feel like Kato prefers heroes that set it up like more nicely. I guess you have Tiny for that. So
yeah, just kind of like this amorphous, like, kind of walk at them.
Yeah.
It's not really the ideal Coddle setup.
Yeah. Mickey has a lot of tangos and sticks, so he'll be fine. Because yeah, just some Centaur Stampede's done and you just like explode the wave. Like this feels more weird, I think, to actually go top as Thompson. So we'll have to see what he decides to do.
Meantime, Liquid's going to be pretty happy with the space, I would imagine.
Middle tower is under attack.
They got to do something about Nisha. I think that's kind of quite concerning. Maybe if they win the lanes, maybe if they get a pick off on Wind Ranger would be fantastic. Unfortunately, the toss back kind of ruins the arrow, especially with the neutral creeps cutting in. It doesn't matter though. They had enough burst damage just from an overwhelming amount of nukes, and Thompson's going to join in to get the extra kill on Insania. This is what you want to see, I think, because if anything, this Coddle's probably going to have to play through his supports first and foremost, right?
Well, they did get an earn charge, so maybe this can lead into more. He's the only one at TP, right? Yeah, so it won't lead into anything. Unless he starts AFKing, because 9 class is coming behind.
Got him now, and they can burn through that refraction nice and easy thanks to the avalanche. Though, again, missing an opportunity for an arrow.
Bit too hard to, I guess, lay the toss in there as well. Well, even though he got that kill up top, he used both his earn charges, so that's a little bit sad for Thompson. So when he gets his vessel, doesn't really have any charges available. Good smash, my friend.
It was funny, it was a draft, they pick up the Tiny again. I immediately thought there's no way that Thompson plays this a second time. Just because you know that's not the kind of player he is.
Yeah, he's not. He's like, I played it, I shelf it for a bit. What's the next hipster hero I can play?
Exactly. Yeah. Insania and Quinn are talking about the fact that like Thompson's like legitimately is a player when something is too popular.
He won't play it.
Doesn't want to play it. And I feel like that same mentality stretches into you're not going to play the same thing twice.
Yeah. Go play with the glyph.
A lot of damage there to Nisha with the TP coming in from the Rana. They'll be able to push back against Boxy here. It's got stick charges and a Hex. Threatening to go for the neutral to 9. Nice stun, but ultimately he's just buying himself time till the inevitable strikes, which is Thompson claiming the last hit.
A lot of weird battles, but in the meantime you have Lace who's taking the top tower by the looks of it. Pure also getting a lot of pressure down bottom. So Tundra definitely benefiting. I mean, yeah, I must say I'm a bit surprised to see Liquid play through mid so much. Like, generally, when you have this farm abusive hero against Coddle, you're pretty happy. Like, some Arc Warden or even just a TA here mid, you just keep farming, play through your side lanes, so...
Yeah, don't you want to draw attention away from the mid lane?
Yeah, I think so.
As much as possible. Toss back, Whitemon out of charges for the lead, but he's got some help from some friends. Little pine cones help out.
The minus armor from the Mel definitely helping with the deny there. Some ancient stacks for 3-3.
Kezu, are those pine cones or porcupines?
I'm just gonna say pine cones, but I know that Avery likes to say porcupine, right?
Yes.
Yeah. The classic.
Just wanted to make sure.
Dumbass Avery. It's all good. We've got some top net for us on the deck. 0 kills on Liquid, so that's a little sad, but it happens. I mean, who's gonna stop Pure from farming? I feel you definitely had opportunities where you could have casually tried to like bring heroes down bottom and like take it over. I feel like that window has passed. Tundra are looking for smoke with their new vessel.
Probably thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
When are they gonna stop Pure from farming?
Surely they're trying
go over
now.
there preemptively.
Yeah.
But it seems like they're kind of okay with it on the side of Liquid, which is probably concerning. But they're trying to build up Yule's first item for the Timber Saw, which is obviously a great answer to Troll.
I guess also maybe this Caudle matchup is a bit annoying for him. He wants to dispel the Vessel.
Yeah, yeah.
Won't have the most HP though. Like if 9-class can squeeze in a decent time on this Blink, like with how this early game has gone, if 9-class can get to this Blink with some Vessel combo within like the next, I don't know, 3-ish minutes, I think the map could be really hard to play for Liquid.
Yeah, and he dies once or twice, and Thompson might get like third item Dagon.
Zap him.
Even more burst damage.
Yep. So they're close to Boxy 6, because I don't know how happy Liquid are with the state of the game. I know that they're stacking and most of their cores are farming, but it's not too easy for them to like break free out of the stage I feel like that they're in right now.
I'm not sure if there's any lineup in Dota that is happy having 0 kills in 12 minutes. Like, surely at least your supports are unhappy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, they're probably always unhappy.
It's true. Support life.
Well, I guess you're getting gold and XP from stacking, which if you're playing with 3-3, you're getting a lot of that. A lot of stack gold.
All right, Maelstrom's done for Mickey. That's
damage.
Big damage. You can kill the Death Prophet now. Before, you certainly couldn't threaten her, but now maybe they could put a stop to Laze's control of this top lane. Stole leap.
Sentry ward exchange, very exciting.
Tower is under attack.
At least Aiden's getting ready for like the quad bracer to not die to a tiny combo.
Oh, Boxy. He might have a double stun on his hands, and he does with the Timber Chain through the two of them. Beautiful stuff.
And Insania leveled up his spell from leap to 3-throw.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not too happy about that one, but good kills for them.
Are fortified.
And Nisha almost takes mid in that meanwhile.
Radiant's middle
Thompson.
tower has fallen.
Thompson.
Dire's
Shame.
bottom tower is under attack.
Well, it looks like Nisha's going for the standard mid build from the TA side I see, which is like the Dragonlance Blink, make sure you don't die, play around with your high levels. You still deal a lot of damage. But yeah, same question as before. Pure as Fury, and I don't really see them stop him.
All right, Kazu, this game is snooze as hell, so I'm going to talk about anything other than the game at this point. What do you make of the Mjolnir build that Mickey was going on the safe lane TA?
The TA?
Yeah. Think that's legit?
I thought it was... I was at least open enough that it could be new meta. But I think it's not. I think it's new tech that turned out to be garbage. There was the Mjolnir on Alchemist, though, that Skeeter did. That actually looked cool.
Okay.
I mean, I would say that it has to be game-specific, but then when they play it 6 times and he goes Mjolnir 6 times, something's wrong.
Yeah, when you're like, oh, this is kind of cool. It's good against this hero.
Yeah.
And then you see it the next game, and the next game, and you're like, wait a minute, that hero isn't in the game anymore.
Yeah. Because like maybe there's some like maybe playing on some TB or they're like stacking all these armor on the heroes with Vlads and whatever.
Evolution heroes.
Yeah, or like you feel you get kited and you still want to like deal AoE damage. You know, I can kind of follow. But I would assume this game you just go Deso, you speed up the game, kind of like last game with the Weaver, right? Speed it up.
Yeah.
Take the Roshi and go from there.
Yeah, I figured there's no way Nisha does it.
Yeah. I will also the Maelstrom troll build that people did for a while, or maybe people still do, but it seems like we're kind of going back to the Battle Fury. I kind of like that one too.
Yeah, with the shard, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like you go to Maelstrom into a shard, feel like you can farm pretty fast. It's like an in between. I kind of like it.
Remember when Miracle did that? Rush Javelin against Timbersaw?
Yeah, I remember.
That matchup?
I mean, that's just like cool stuff. There's a few items nowadays where you can do it too. There was I think you guys casted a Brewmaster going Orchid.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's not a Brewmaster item, but it was game specific against like Puck or Weaver to like shut him down. I dig that. I think that's cool. That's 9-class. See you later. You have been fingered.
Light Shadow will help the rest of Tundra get away from this move, Liquid. It's another finger pickoff.
Yep.
And that's it.
They do have Gleipnir now on Mickey, so he should be pretty happy to start running around, take some fights. 10 minutes faster than the patch average. Well, people are buying that item pretty late, or they're bad. 26 is a garbage timing. Ooh, hello. Pure is looking and cooking. Cannot connect.
I will say, I thought Death Prophet in the previous match, I was like, this hero feels pretty nice, especially with the Shivas and everything like that. That is going to be downside of this game.
Yeah.
Shivas getting nerfed. I mean, how many times have we seen just like a lot of heroes picking up Veil, but not actually completing the Shivas just because they don't feel like it's worth it?
Yeah, it's happening a lot now with a lot of these nerfs.
Yeah.
So this offlane DP, he doesn't have too much to play with. It's basically just going to be him at 9 class. But with level 2 EXO, I do feel like Tundra should be in the position later where they either contest Roche or they can try to even force it themselves. Thompson wants to babysit Pure.
It's a good time for it too, because Mickey is gonna strike, and there is not enough Thompson could do to stop that kind of damage.
That was a quick kill. Have a good lane ward. A lot of stuns, of course, between the two. I mean, that's
go through the portal, and
that's another thing I like with supports right now. Are the supports that give you like 1+1 kill threat on the map, like Lion, Techies, Hoodwink. I value those heroes a lot, especially in like the mid game. The map is so big, everyone just wants to farm.
Yeah.
So just take 1+1 and make sure you have this kill threat on the map.
Radiant's top tower is under
So I
attack.
like it.
Dire's middle tower
Triple Bracer is
under
complete
attack.
on Insania. Very nice.
It's a beefy wizard.
He do be beefy. I mean, when he has all this drip on his Rubik, he better not die instantly. Golden cape, golden staff. He's got the drip drop.
9 kills in 18 minutes. Our talent manager, Mark,
Radiant's top
who's a
tower
League of
is under
Legends fan.
attack.
He's right at home right now.
I mean,
he's
he's
like,
used to
this
this.
is the kind of gameplay I can get into. Goddamn.
He should be like, what are you guys talking about? This is exciting. Oh, toss. Oh, we're hiring our kill score. 5 to 5.
Fortunately, the refraction blocks the damage, and Nisha was able to get his blink on out of there. Got the Desto to play with, but too many heroes. Still waiting to see the Shiva's move from Tundra.
In the Pure's drawing a lot around top. I would assume that he wants his team to like do something about Roche. Maybe he's telling them, yo guys, I cannot push more unless you help me.
Because I'm just going to die to the Wind Ranger. He ganked me in this spot last time, guys. You have to do something. Oh, man, he had the dust for it, too. But Pure expertly getting around the trees there outside of sight and allows his team to be able to catch Mickey in the act. The stun might just be able to bail out Mickey here. He's still going to be slowed down quite a bit. Another power shot turnaround. Gleipnir holding them at bay. Whitemon coming in with the leaps, though. We'll find him in the end. The toss lands him like a Goomba. He gets stomped.
It's a good sequence, some nice juking by Pure. To be fair, I would have loved if Pure died just so I could have said the fact that what every carry player does where it's like, you know, he draws and wants you to come. He's like, I told you they were gonna gank me. But he did some good jukes, so nicely done. He turns it around. I feel like that's classic carry 101. Like they tell you to come, so they just go anyway, even though they should just wait.
Yeah, like they just like they think because you commanded it that like somehow you're gonna be there instantly for them.
Yeah, there's some
Thompson, Insania's gonna be in range for the telekinesis, zaps him down.
Kill secured, very nice. It's like you're farming a quad wave, just come to me, man. Like who cares?
Not very exciting.
Oh, my carries. The most sane Dota players. Probably after mid players. Shout out to
the off-lane player ranking. Of course, off-laner's the most sane players of all of them.
Out of the core roles, I think we're the best when it comes to mentality. You're an off-laner, back me up, man.
I am an off-laner, but I feel like the new breed of off-laners, it's a little different.
Who's the new breed, Amar?
I'm not pointing to Amar specifically. I'm more sort of thinking about the fact that off-lane is just kind of like a secondary carry role.
That's true.
You know?
That's
so you get some of the same carry mentality.
Yeah. But Dota has too much gold on the map. Like, I don't mind that the map is as big, and I like the twin gates that like allows you to move, but I still feel like neutral creeps give too much gold, and stacking is pretty OP in my opinion. Everyone just benefits from it, which sometimes leads to games like this.
Yeah.
Not the most action, but a pure is ready.
Like, would you stretch that far enough to say, do you think teams aren't stacking enough? Because I feel like I see it, but it's never like a massive priority.
I feel like there's an in-between. Like when you know you can't make too many moves, I think then people are not always fast enough to realize that they should just stack and play for like a later timing.
Yeah.
And sometimes when people could play very fast, they're like, oh, but we can just stack. I still feel the balance is off sometimes.
I see. So you just think you understand the game better than them.
Exactly.
I understand.
Yeah, everyone's bad.
True.
That's how every Dota player feels, so I'm just speaking the mind of everyone else.
Boxy in position.
Very good position. They have
with that position and the ward, but they're wrapping all the way around on the side here. They're going to see it because the blast coming in. Night Class right in the middle of all of them with that avalanche. That is monstrous. And look at Pure just go to work, all because of 9 Class's initiation.
Oh my god.
And Boxy will start the fight and end the fight in the same position.
He's like, up. All right, guys, good job. I'm out. Okay, I didn't see the full leader, but this is not the first time where Liquid are fully doing Roche, and somehow they get their asses kicked because, okay, I guess they thought Boxy's covering an angle, right? But there's multiple ones.
Yeah.
I feel like they're not ready.
There's even a little bit of heads up there with the Coddle Blast coming in, which is why maybe they backed out and got caught by 9 Class the way they did.
Yeah, nice. Just nice spell usage, good. It's just like you smoke a nice way around. They don't really expect it. Make a little despair. It's a sad moment.
That's more than despair. That's defeat right there.
Yeah.
That is a carry player who's already given in to the loss.
Yeah. It's a hard one.
Look at Insania. He's queued up a lot of sentries. Feel like somebody was not happy about Vision.
Okay.
Get the pick on a Tiny. It's not going to be easy.
Boxy
especially when there's a whole lot of...
Suck it up.
You just keep sucking, boy. Just keep on sucking. He'll stay alive somehow.
You're committed at that point. Insania is dead.
Yeah, we were talking about getting caught inside the pit. It's funny. It makes me think of Pure. Remember Bedboom used to have the hardest time with Roshans. They would just throw so many games because they just could not set up Roche fights.
Yeah, they literally did just now at the most recent tournament. Nisha. If he doesn't have a TP to get out, then he is in trouble.
Maybe he can dodge the damage long enough for his blink to come up. Oh! Make a run for it.
The arrow.
Uh-oh, TP coming in on the outpost too. They're going to sandwich him.
They don't have a scan. This is a hard find. If they find him, Vagban 9 Class.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You're already calling the player out? Damn.
I mean, he would have been the one to catch him. You know, these sneaky +4s. They run around these trees all the time.
It's fine. You could just admit if you have beef.
I got beef. I'm sure
as you're trying to use his power and privilege, his position to get a player banned.
I do that all the time. How about you?
Done once or twice.
I'm sure if I tweeted that, Seb would back me up. He would like, retweet, and comment.
All right, Manta's almost done for Pure. Jeez.
He's got a lot of money. He's cycling through all the items. Manta, maybe Sanj. Guys, what do you think? Blink. Dagon. Some sentries for Insania. Still on the road.
What's the difference here? Sanj versus Manta. I would have thought Manta because just getting rid of Gleipnir and just like a little bit of extra dispel.
I feel like Manta has perhaps more nicer usages because of the trap. I don't know if he has Shard yet. Yes, he does. So like there's some silence on the TA. You can disjoint Shackle.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he feels like he just wants a status res in case he ever gets gone on later by Lion without the Aegis that he can live through it. Because I guess the Hex stun you can't really counterplay.
Sure, it's like if they're going to win this game, it's going to be
off display.
Them all-inning me.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
So I think Sanj, MKB into maybe like a Blink Dagger for Pure would be pretty cool. I do think even he wants to go Satanic. I wouldn't be the biggest fan personally, but it's okay. I feel like Blink on Troll is slightly maybe undervalued.
Pier's doing the item juke thing.
Yeah, he is.
I'm doing this. No, it's not this. Gotcha. It's satanic.
Go Q of a minus. He is getting something on the courier. Seems to be a Sanj. Both teams will pick up a gem. So Sanj and Yasha is completed. Many pings.
I trust everyone was out of sight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And they'll run into Insania.
He's fine.
Yeah, just walk it off.
He's fine.
Nightclaw's still looking.
He
It's
knows.
a much better kill to get. Mickey, you greedy man. A bunch of moonlight shadowed heroes. Tries to keep farming.
Nice patience. You wait for your bros to run over. I feel like this toss into arrow combo hasn't worked yet.
Not
for
a
them.
single time. Not a single time.
Not that it matters, but it's still very amusing to look at.
I mean, it's even more demoralizing for Liquid. Like, guys, they can't even hit the combo and we're still losing.
Wait, maybe this time? Oh, he dodged the top.
Coming in from behind with the Exorcist on the Yules, and Force Staff ruin the arrow, but they will get the kill. The important one anyway. Nisha goes down, 33 snipes away.
Worth it.
Gets the courier and gets out.
I would trade Nisha for Pure's courier. Sounds worth it to me. And a haste rune.
Anyway, they kill Thompson here. He's going to run into him. He's going to
Wade.
spot him. Can his team get here in time? At least, can they get there before Tundra does? Gleipnir goes out. Oh, the arrow intercepts him. He was all in on trying to hit the finger.
Easy bait for Thompson. Those are the easiest arrows. You have no setup.
True.
Let's just somehow hit those. They know that Mickey is here, or they sniff him and scan him.
Ghost Scepter being put to work there. Mickey, who knows he's dead. All he can do is kind of try and all-in Thompson and hope for the best. It's not going to happen. And 33 will once again try and get out of a bad pickoff situation. Cuts over that cliff to be able to get inside of his base. Well played.
He will be all right.
Is there any window here for Liquid?
For like a comeback?
Is under attack.
Or what window?
Just
are we
like what,
looking at?
like the next item timing or something that they're
let's
gonna
have a
feel
look.
good about the game.
Maybe if you can try to squeeze in
Maybe a
hex.
fifth bracer.
Yeah, so we did hit the 25-minute mark with the bracers. That was step one.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, I feel like 3-3's next item could help a lot. Because I feel like Mickey is no flame. I feel like he's halfway tapped out of this one, which means I'm looking at 3-3 to bring it back. If anyone will, I feel like it's probably off of the back of him. Maybe he can like go in pretty hard with his Ags and like make space for Nisha and Mickey to hit. Or he goes Hex so that they can just go in, but I feel like that's Boxy's job. So he goes Ags, they take a big fight, he does the boom boom pow and they come back.
Do you like the Ags Timbersaw? I can't get sold on it.
I used to think it was garbage and overbought because Nullifier can like also purge it and make it explode.
Yeah.
But it gives you full stacks of your passive.
Yes, that's definitely the best part of it.
I feel like that's probably the part that you should value most against like Troll and DP. So I'm actually okay with it.
Okay.
I think it's good. I mean, I guess until Troll gets like maybe MKB or more magic damage, then it's pretty annoying. But let's see, because yeah, this Troll is pure as a monster. Generally is in most of the games he does play. I must say he meshed in pretty well into the offlane role, but I feel like he's a better carry than he is an offlaner. I think his laning is superb, and he closes out games. This guy is a tier 1 carry for sure.
That is definitely true.
He belongs in this role.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, mass TPs.
Let's see if he closes this game out. with this push. 9 class, another great jump in.
Oh, the hit.
Managed to get the toss back into the arrow this time around. It's good enough to bring down 33. Boxy is going to be stuck and suck. That's all he can do at this point in time before he eventually gets run down by Pure. And now it's just a grab bag of whoever you can get. Back to hitting the tier 3, a 3 versus 5. Unlikely that Liquid can formulate a response here.
Yeah, I don't think they can do anything. Like, even just lays alone on his DP, they can't deal with him. There's a Satanic on Pure. I mean, I respect his high ground, though. You know, there's no Aegis. They just go here, they drop a ward, they let Pure hit it. If you see the opportunity, you take it.
Yeah, I like that Pure keeps it going.
Yeah.
Like, no reason to stop. They still have 2 members down. Even if we don't have Exorcism, the Troll does more than enough damage and more than enough a threat to keep Liquid at bay. Nisha, oh, that was a cheeky move. An attempted Force Staff into the Avalanche. If he got hit by that Avalanche, it might have been Pure gets the ensnare.
Nice try. Okay, so they will hold on to the second set of racks. But, yeah, now you're looking at a bigger deficit.
Oh, smoke right back into it.
Right, I like what they're doing. The ward in the enemy base did die. Careful around mid.
33, he shows 9 class this time. A swing and a miss on the initiation. 33 putting himself there up on the front line. Yules with his Aghanim Scepter. He wants to make himself a target. Really see if Tundra will commit and then pop that Ags. But Tundra not getting baited into it at all.
Let's see if they see the damage rune. Yes, they will. Any bottles? Nope.
I like that smoke go back and then the fact that they still didn't go on the Timber Saw. It's like nice, aggressive, like look to be able to end the game, look to win it, but still disciplined.
No, I liked it. I think that's what the best teams do, right? Like they play off of the opportunity. They put themselves in a position to take it if it comes, but they don't latch onto the bait. So yeah, that's just nice. I feel like that just shows you freedom, right? Like they feel like, okay, we can push forward. If it comes, we take it. There's a second Roche, 30 seconds. Rapier is queued up on Nisha. That might be the timing that we're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, if they win this fight, get the Aegis, then he can buy out the Rapier.
He swapped to a Nullifier, never mind. We can stop looking at his quick buy. MKB for Mr. Pure, though.
You know, I still believe.
Oh, big stun.
Beautiful stun. If the setup is there, if they can burst down this hero fast enough, the Death Prophet is going to go down. Arrow comes in, hits Insania, while 33 is right in the middle of these heroes with his Axe going off. But it's Pure is the biggest problem. They have to be able to kite him out during this BKB, and he still has his ultimate ready to go. 9 class with the buyback. Great toss to be able to interrupt that Timber chain. With Lies coming back into it, it just means there's no chance in hell for Liquid to claim this Roshan.
Overall, like, a good fight from Liquid to try, but they just have buybacks available. It was a really nice buyback from 9 class. With some nice layering of his spells. And that will be a free Roshi Roche.
Thompson already trying to look for that next move. Picking the heroes up for the Roshan pit, moving them into the middle of the map.
I'm glad to see Thompson abuse the recall shard on Kato. They did buff it where, well, obviously you're recalling the hero, but upon it, like, ending, where the guy comes to you, both you and him get Chakra Magic. Your spells have, like, no cooldown. Like, you Chakra yourself, recall, you can nearly do it again over and over. Because this one is not fully exploited yet. The shard is way too good. Oh, good return on
nice
the
Lotus. That was turning back a lot of fire back onto him, and Templar Assassin low enough. They lean up so easily on the side of Tundra. I mean, that fight didn't even start quite the way they wanted to, but...
Like, look, Thompson's he's even just spamming recall here in the fight to lower the cooldowns. It's really cool.
Pure down to half health. 33 does a healthy amount of burst damage there, but of course he still has the Aegis, so they can't overly commit. 33 looking for others, but now his axe is worn out. Somebody's got to get in here, otherwise he's just going to get beaten to a pulp by this troll. 70 seconds, dead, Liquid.
Not a
they
Lotus.
are out of this game, out of the series, and probably out of DreamLeague.
Yeah.
Oh, trying to get the buyback with the troll inside of the fountain, but
It's a stolen recall. Let's go, Insane. Get in there.
Where are you going to recall him to? You're already in the fountain. There's nowhere to go. All right, GG is called by 33 finally. They didn't want to get Fountain Farm for too much longer. Tundra, great 2-0 for them. They are back in a very nice position.
Yeah.
Sitting at 6-6 now as a result of that.
It's honestly pretty good because I think also their last match might be against OneWin or Team Secret. Like either way, it's another team that's in like the bottom half.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tundra can still make it, especially after this 2-0. They look pretty clean.
Yeah, OneWin is already eliminated. Yep. So they're matched up against a team that doesn't have too much to play for and bottom of the group. So yeah, they're sitting very pretty.
Yep. Where's Team Liquid? Yeah, of course. Sad for them. They're not too happy, but it happens to the best of us.
Well, it's a good thing they didn't boot camp, Kezu.
That's true, because they're already home.
Great stuff. All right, Liquid, they get 2-0'd out of DreamLeague by Tundra. Now sitting middle of the pack and looking to enter into that top 4.
And we will see if they manage to make it out of the middle of the pack into phase 2 of our second group stage. As for right now, we will be saying goodbye to Team Liquid, although it wasn't necessarily dependent on this game's result. In fact, they were already kind of eliminated before this game even began because Spirit ended up splitting their series with Shopify. And for Liquid to remain in this tournament, they would have had to win everything, and they would have needed Spirit to lose everything. Not the case, and them and OneWin will be our first 2 eliminations out of Group B.
You know, they did pretty good this game up until this point in the clips. Like, I think Boxy had some monster rotations between like the 14 and 17 minute mark. But then they lost that Roche fight really badly. Boxy was trying to break the smokes. It didn't quite work. And then it was just a full team fight initiation. That fight went bad. And then from there, it was just like, felt like 4 heroes running at Windranger. And Windranger's like, I don't have a BKB. And then she just died, kind of. She had Manta, so there were some solutions, but it just felt like from then on, it was just became really hard for them to not die in ganks.
I think it's been really interesting to see teams picking this Mirana hero, who I think has kind of enabled quite a lot in terms of like moving around the map, catching people, disengaging, and just as an extra follow-up, it's one of the few really long stuns left in Dota.
True.
And so I think if you can have it combo with something, it just gives you that guaranteed pick-off. And I think, Tundra kind of really did the business on them at the end there. I did think it was interesting watching this lane mid where neither of them really could mess with each other or wanted to. Because Thompson's hero is just too quick. And also, TA can just back up. So it was like this weird sort of like, we don't really want to fight each other, we'll just hit creeps. I thought that was quite fun to see. But then from there, it was like, Liquid, things are going okay. One big fight all over. I think that's been the story of their tournament for me.
Yeah, which is a troubling story as their takeaway. But I suppose DreamLeague just has not really been too kind to Liquid.
I don't know what it is.
It's just some compatibility issues.
Don't know what it is. It's an odd one. Maybe I guess it's either a mental block or just a weird coincidence. But yeah, it's one of those things.
Especially because if they hadn't done so well at Dacha, then I would have been on board with what you were kind of implying throughout the course of this tournament, which is we need a gelling period with 33. But they did so well at their first tournament with 33 that I was like, oh, okay, the magic is still there.
Maybe it's something to do with the team sort of finding another gear when they're playing a tournament like that. Like I don't know if it's that. I don't know if playing from home, maybe they're more relaxed. I don't know what it is.
They're a LAN team, I guess.
Could be a LAN team. They're just, because we've seen that before where they kind of turn up at LAN and explode and they win games. You think, oh my God, that was so close. But it's like that tipping point that they reach when they're at home, it seems like they tip and lose. Whereas when they're at LAN and the pressure is really on, gives them that extra impetus. It's hard to say.
It could also be like a schedule thing. There's been so many qualifiers in the last 2 months for all these various tournaments.
Liquid didn't have to play them though. They were directly qualified to basically everything.
But
right, therefore
they are lacking the practice against these teams and the pressure situation.
Fair point.
So a little rusty perhaps.
And if you do skip boot camp, maybe you're losing some meshing potential and strategy meshing. from not being on land together, harder to maybe fix things.
They could just be exhausted. Who knows? Could
From
just
not
be
playing qualifiers.
Burnout from pubs. Just playing pubs all day.
Or the previous tournament, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who knows?
Whatever the case, it does mean that they are eliminated from this tournament, but they will have Birmingham to look forward to at least.
Birmingham.
Their next
The
run.
sights, the sounds of Birmingham, whether it be the Botanical Gardens, Kev, or Drayton Manor Theme Park, for example.
Wow.
Or the Bullring Shopping Centre, or perhaps something in Dudley, some kind of zoo or something like that.
I guess what's safe to say is that for those of you that are planning to visit Birmingham for the sites, could also go to the Dota tournament.
Go to the Dota and then go home.
As one of the 6 things that you're ready to do. That's why you spend money in traveling to go to Birmingham. Pretty sure.
London's very close by. Go there for the Dota and then go straight down to London.
But what
Or
if
go
I
to
wanna
Mint
go
Match
to
to
a
Liverpool.
Botanical Garden, Ted?
I love you, Birmingham. I do. I'm obviously going to have to go there.
Have to. That's the phrasing I have. I'm contractually obligated to stage or just reporter, sideline report.
It's just Birmingham.
All right, but the city itself doesn't matter because there's going to be an arena that's going to be a lot of
Exactly.
fun, legitimately.
Be safely ensconced in the arena.
If you are a Dota fan, it's going to be a great place to be. If you're
Yes.
not a Dota fan, I
Get
don't know
the
if I'd
hell
go
out.
to Birmingham.
Well, thankfully, most people are going to be there. For
Love
the
you,
Dota,
Brum.
In which case, they will be able to see Team Liquid playing there. And any notes that we could give from Tundra's performance? They 2-0'd Liquid. This is not a free opponent, despite the fact that Liquid are not doing well in this tournament. Still, the fact that Tundra has had to rotate through multiple offlaners in the past 24 hours, they are still managed to get a 2-0 here.
Yeah, I mean, the tiny swap was very effective last game. Switching it to 4 worked out well against the heroes that ended up against. I think Troll was effective against the Timbersaw. It is a hero that can do an insane amount of single target damage, which kind of is what you need to unlock Timber being possibly killed. So they had great movements with the Roche team fight. Their ganks against the Wind Ranger are really effective too. They're a little behind that game, but they clutched it out. So I don't know. Tundra just looks really solid, and they're definitely a team I'm going to watch more. You know, I've always been a huge Thompson fan, so
Yeah, it's just I feel like
see him do cool stuff.
Getting him on a hero like you were talking about how Kotl, you know, the rotations are super important and anything like that. I feel like you want to give him a hero like that, where you're like, we want you to just be everywhere, please, and he'll do that. And he's so good at all these little movements and little plays and everything. He is just great to watch. He's that difference maker, I think, that a lot of teams lack. He is that guy that you can just drop him in and be like, just play your natural game and things will happen.
Let's see if it continues to bring their team to success as we can take a look at the day's results as we wrap up day number 3 of this group stage at DreamLeague Season 22.
Would you like me to read these for you, Neil, to save your
That
voice?
would actually be quite considerate of you, Ted. Please
Okay,
go
brother.
ahead.
So we got G2XIG getting 2-0'd by Azure Ray. Shopify Rebellion drawing 1-1 with Team Liquid. That was the beginning of the end for Liquid, but things looking good for Shopify Rebellion. OG drawing with Azure Ray, and Liquid getting 2-0'd by Tundra. You just saw that just here on ESL Dota 2.
Those were
On the
results.
other streams,
he's so good.
Dota 2 Ember, for example, you could have seen Game and Gladiators getting 2-0'd by Team Falcons. Good heavens. Team Secret drawing with Team Tundra. Tundra Esports Game and Gladiators 2-0ing Heroic, which is a good result for GG. They needed that. Team Spirit drawing with Shopify Rebellion. That was the results on that stream on Dota 2 Storm. We got OG 1-1 with VP. Aurora 1-1 with Extreme Gaming. Bet Boom Team 1-1 with G2XIG.
Wait, what?
And Aurora Team Secret is still in progress. That's game 1. It was 1-0. It's still going. Bet Boom Team 1-1 with Heroic. Team Spirit 2-0 against One Win, who managed 2 wins, I believe. Virtus Pro 1-1 with Team Falcons. And Extreme Gaming still going against One Win. I'm going to guess that's going to be 2-0 to Extreme Gaming. Stay tuned to find out.
Or tune into twitch.tv.
Yes, sorry, tune into Dota 2 Earth.
Dota 2 Earth.
Welcome to Earth.
Welcome to Earth.
I'm shocked that G2IG manages to scrape a game against Bet Boom Team.
Yeah.
Of all the possible opponents.
But they've made it, right? So
Yeah,
maybe they
made it.
just
G2IG unmade it.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
already
So
eliminated
exactly.
it.
So you're basically free rolling. Both teams.
Playing with house money.
Bet Boom can just take the foot off the pedal and
I thought you were doing something else there.
what?
Tooting.
Tooting? No. That was meant to be my foot coming off the pedal like an accelerator. I wasn't farting.
Lifting the leg in the air. I don't know.
Well, I'm like a dog.
Making that sound. You don't do that.
When you fart, you make a toot, literally.
You don't move your body when you fart sometimes?
I love the theatrics.
You just let it out?
Toot! I will do from now on.
Great.
Good.
In terms of lifting our foot off the gas, we're still putting the pedal to the metal because we still got one more day of the group stage ahead of us. Well, a half day at least.
Of phase 1.
Of phase 1, correct. Tad, take it away.
Tomorrow at midday, Central European time, Bet Boom team versus Team Falcons. Bet Boom already through, but Team Falcons still in the group and looking very strong. And then at 2:30, this is all on Dota 2 Ember, Team Spirit versus Aurora. Two teams that have been performing pretty well. Aurora probably exceeding expectations, I might suggest.
Oh, more than exceeding. I mean, I didn't know they were going to do this good.
Well, maybe they didn't either. On Dota 2 Storm, Azure Ray against Virtus Pro. That will be at midday. Followed at 2:30 by Extreme Gaming against Shopify Rebellion. Your Rebellion. Dota 2 Earth, G2XIG versus Tundra. And then Tundra versus One Win. So Dota 2 Earth, the home of eliminated teams, apart from Tundra, of course. ESL Dota 2, that's the mainstream. We will be Heroic versus OG. Will they be? We shall find out. And Liquid, they're out. But they're up against Team Secret, who will need wins.
Yeah, we're giving basically every single team some time on the mainstream because we have not seen any Heroic or Secret on the mainstream.
Indeed, we have not.
And
Heroic's actually been doing well.
Heroic's in the same camp as Aurora for me, where I was just like, the South American team, they just freshly put together this roster. They'll have some experience at this tournament, but no, they're making a name for themselves at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty good players. That's K1 Hector playing carry, and I think Schofield is their 4. Devi Lama is their offlane player.
He's
more
a good player.
More of an NA Div 2, but has had some recent success.
Right.
So he's doing great. And then I can't remember, I think it's Analog 2. I can't remember who their 5 is, but very well-known players, so seeing them perform well and get about even wins to losses is definitely above expectations for them. So there's been a lot of nice surprises in this tournament so far, I gotta say. And here's the standings. This is Group A. Team on top.
Bet Boom and Falcons, though, were two teams that we expected to be here, like in this position, right?
Yeah, for sure. Bet Boom team especially, getting Miero, he's a fantastic offlane player, and he's a more standard player as offlane than Pure is, so he just fits perfectly into the team, I think, especially with his bleach blonde hair. Team Falcons won the last tournament, no surprise. Virtus Pro has been defying expectations ever since TI, showing that they got the stuff. Gaming Gladiators, so many haters are disappointed right now because they are 6-6. You would think that they only had 2 or 3 wins based on the comments that I read on the internet, and OG 6-6, good for them too. So this is going to be a tough group to make it out.
Kev, when you are winning everything for a whole year, people are going to expect you, for some reason, it's like the gambler's fallacy or the hot hand fallacy. They're going to expect that thing to keep happening forever regardless. And we've always seen teams that have been dominant, have won everything, and then as soon as they start to slip, everyone's like,
And you know why that happens? It's because they win so much with the heroes they like, and Ice Frog nerfs the shit out of them. So it's not just teams countering them, it's also the game developers.
Factors.
You know what? Free throws are just a little too good. We're just going to half a point each now. Now your whole strategy is like, okay, we have to reinvent ourselves. That's hard to do.
3 points don't count. Steph Curry dead in the water. No more Steph Curry.
That's true. I mean, they did have to balance patch Hackashack.
Who's that?
So Shaquille O'Neal was terrible at free throws.
Yes, he was.
And so everyone just kept fouling him all the time.
Right.
And so the NBA had to implement a rule where it's just like, I don't know how it works exactly, but you can't just...
What's the rule? Shaq doesn't have to take free throws.
I think it's like you can't just like foul for free anymore.
Oh, I see.
There are more penalties in place. I know that the term is Hackashack. I don't pay attention enough.
I think it's like after you foul too many times on one team, there's larger penalties, I believe.
I think that's right.
Is what it does. So it like limits you from doing like mild penalties the whole game.
I see.
Imagine if all traditional sports had more balance patches.
I think about that sometimes, and it must be a little depressing for the game because by all means, traditional sports are very popular, but it is kind of nice to have little changes sometimes.
Well, I tell you what, if you were a football fan, you would not relish those changes. I will tell you all about them on the way home. Group B, Extreme Gaming top, followed by Aurora, both with an 8-3 record. Shopify Rebellion dropping a game to go to 8-4. Aurora and Extreme, I believe, they must still be playing now. Team Spirit, 7-5. And then Tundra, who we just saw, of course, 6-6. So they're still in the hunt. As are Team Secret. Liquid and One Win. They're They're on their way home.
Disappointing, but once again, another close group. Tundra is going to be on the knife's edge here to tie break potentially. It's a close group. Both groups quite close.
Yeah.
This one's a little bit more obvious because you have those outliers on the top and the 2 on the bottom. But yeah, it's been a good tournament so far.
Okay, so we may be actually modifying our schedule for the mainstream.
Oh, is this the updated
This is the
schedule?
So we're still going to start with Heroic versus OG.
Okay, but then we're going to have Extreme Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion.
Yes, because Liquid was already eliminated.
They were out.
It
We don't
would've
want to see
been
that again.
Nice to see Secret on the mainstream, but this game is far more important.
Also, they have to remain a secret. You can't spoil it.
That's a good point. Sure. And Heroic was, I believe, 5-7 on their group, and OG I think was 6-6 even. So those are 2 of the teams definitely in contention to go upper bracket or get eliminated.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard, but there's so many good teams in this tournament, and a lot of the teams that we thought would be weak are overperforming. So like all of a sudden the field is very competitive. I mean, the only really obvious upset is probably Liquid right now. So Shopify's overperforming.
Yeah.
OG's doing really solid.
Yeah.
Tomato's helping them out. So
I mean, Tundra just got a 2-0 there, and with everything that's been going on with them, you might not expect that. They're still a good team, but a lot of disruption. They've done well. Yeah, I'm honestly, I think Shopify doing well has probably been a big story in its own, right? Like they've looked really good. I haven't seen them yet on the main stream, but I've been watching them at the stream at the hotel.
You'll get a chance tomorrow, Ted.
Thank God.
They're going to be on our shift.
There you go.
Versus Shopify Rebellion. And if you at home have been looking forward to witness some Dota action, well, we actually have ESL Birmingham tickets available for you. We have just sold out of the premium tickets, but word on the street is that we're expanding the arena, allowing more people to get an opportunity. Right now, if you're looking for a more luxury experience, I believe we have Select and VIP, I believe, is the other one. Select is the main thing, though. We added some new tickets that you're allowed to have a more luxurious experience at ESL Birmingham. But once we expand the arena, hopefully there will be more premium tickets available as well. And if you're just here for the Dream League, well, then I've appreciated all of your company. And we will see you tomorrow for a half day of a Dream League Season 22 group stage, day number 4.
you hid. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller